Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more peats. Chapter 1. This is a planet full of scorched earth, and the entire planet is nothing but desolation. The houses that were once inhabited by humans have long been turned into ruins, and the charred earth has long lost any green and vitality. Only these ruined walls and the bones and charred trees in them prove that life once existed on this planet. In the sky, a huge roar came from far away, and a huge strategic bomber appeared from the clouds, slowly lowering its altitude. Flying towards a city on the ground that had been bombed countless times. We have arrived at the designated combat area. Confirmation of combat target, confirmed. Preparing for a bombing mission. In the empty bomber cab, accompanied by a cold electronic sound, the giant bomber opened its belly. In the belly of the plane, bombs like oil drums were neatly arranged. Start bombing mission. With the final electronic sound, the giant bomber also arrived over the dilapidated city. One by one, oil barrel-like bombs fell from the belly of the plane, falling towards the lifeless city below. Boom boom boom. 10 seconds later, violent explosions resounded over the dilapidated city. The dropped oil barrel bomb exploded and disintegrated in the air, shooting out thousands of small bombs, which fell towards the dilapidated city like a goddess scattering flowers. Of every place. Rumble, rumble. The next moment, explosions like thunder on a rainy night sounded one after another in the city. In the baptism of fire from the explosion, huge smoke and dust soon covered the entire ruined city. Ground coverage. Mission completed, apply to return. Electronic sounds rang in the unmanned bomber cab, and then the huge bomber turned around and rose again into the clouds. Kids, you can come out now. When the sound of the bombers completely disappeared from the city, a middle-aged man's voice rang out in the dilapidated city lanes that were still filled with smoke and dust. Irika-sensei, are the bombers gone? Teacher, what does a bomber look like? Just tell us. Following the middle-aged man's words, the manhole cover on the ground in the alleyway was pushed open, and 6 or 7 children with dirty faces and shabby clothes crawled out of the sewer. The middle-aged man asked curiously. This is a middle-aged man wearing a shabby green vest, with brown hair tied back, and a scar on his nose. There is also a piece of iron with a pattern engraved on his head. Hearing the children's curious inquiries, the middle-aged man known as Irika opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to describe it to these children. In fact, this is not the first time children have asked this kind of question. He really wanted to describe the appearance of the bomber to these children. The bomber was like a huge bird with huge wings. But he had no choice. This hopeless war had started long before these children were born. These children could only hide in dark and dirty underground pipes after they were born. They had never seen birds at all, and there were no more birds in the world. There are no birds, and there are no land animals. Some are just dry bones. Even books have become extremely valuable rarities in the war that has lasted for 20 years, and have become precious resources that record the beauty of the past, which these dirty children cannot see at all. In this war that has lasted for 20 years, even the fantasies of these new children have been restricted. Irika-sensei, just tell us. Seeing Irika's silence, the children suddenly began to beg like coquettishly. I haven't seen one either. I only know that a bomber is very big, its whole body is made of metal, and it can fly in the sky and drop many bombs. Irika said against his will. He had seen bombers, but he didn't want to pass on those painful memories to these children. Teacher Irika is lying. Teacher Irika clearly lived on the ground before. The children suddenly said dissatisfied. Obviously, this is not the first time the children have asked this, and it is not the first time Irika has answered this. Hearing this, Irika fell silent. Irika-sensei, when can you tell us? Obviously, the kids didn't want to just give up. When you become the best ninja, you will see the true appearance of bombers, not just bombers, but also tanks, robots, the sea, and battleships. Irika said, his voice getting deeper. In his heart, he didn't want these children to face these machines. It would be a disaster, but he had no choice. The war was not over yet, and mankind was not yet extinct. These children would have to face this disaster one day. He just hoped that this day would come later. On a wasteland of volcanic ash, several huge grey-white fortresses like mountains stand. Inside one of the huge fortresses, red lights were shining brightly and dimly. The atmosphere inside the quiet fortress is rendered low and depressing. The sculpture-like robot's eyes glow with red light, standing quietly in every aisle of the fortress. Deep underground in the huge fortress, crimson lava flowed, and was finally guided out of the fortress. Countless spider monster-like robots are busy here, clearing the channels for the magma to flow. Altair, after 20 years, I, finally, waited for you. Deep in the magma, a gentle voice suddenly sounded, and a huge red light lit up, more dazzling than the magma. The next moment, the magma is rolling, and a terrifying giant beast is about to emerge from the magma. The huge grey-white metal head is ferocious and cold. However, before the behemoth could reveal its full form, what finally emerged from the magma was a 15-year-old boy with scarlet eyes. Not on this planet. I will come to see you soon. This time, I will not let you die again. The young man who appeared muttered to himself. As the boy muttered to himself, the huge fortress began to shake. The mountain-like grey-white fortress separated from both sides, revealing the boy in the underground magma, and also revealing the outside that had been obscured by grey clouds for more than 10 years. Sky. The boy's body suddenly changed, his blood-colored skin turned into the color of metal, and metal rolled all over his body. In the next second, the boy had transformed into an alien fighter plane and flew rapidly into the sky, breaking through the grey covering the sky and bringing a rare ray of bright light to this dim world. As the boy left, a few minutes later, all the bombers that were performing bombing missions all over the planet began to fall. On the ground, the running tanks also stopped turning. The robots' sweep and search stopped. On the battlefield where flesh and blood turned to mud, the ninjas in shabby clothes cheered as they watched the war machines all stop in an instant. It's finally over. This war started by a demon and lasted for 20 years is finally over. Although it is unknown which hero defeated the demon, now it is finally over. But soon, the cheers turned into howls and cries. The pain this war had brought to them was too great. The joy of the end of the war could not cover up the pain of the entire 20 years. Chapter 2. In the dark and silent universe, a huge detector disguised as a meteorite streaked through the long nights of planets at the speed of a comet, constantly accelerating with the help of the gravity of the surrounding planets, and flew deeper into the depths of the universe. Kuina. I should have stopped you. No, I shouldn't have said that. Shuya village, under the setting sun, Chao's hero sat in front of the tombstone, silently reciting the name on the tombstone, speaking to the tombstone full of self-blame. After speaking, his voice was too low to be heard, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Bleeding under glasses. He never thought about Ivankov. Why? Why? In the gym behind Chao's hero, Zoro was training himself like crazy, waving the wooden sword again and again, asking questions again and again, venting his emotions and sadness. As night fell, Zoro was finally so tired that he fell asleep next to the big tree hanging stones. Midnight. Alas! Looking at Zoro sleeping next to the wooden pile, Chao's hero, who had returned to the gym, sighed, gently picked up Zoro and walked into the gym room. In the night sky at this time, a meteor streaked across the night sky quickly, with a long silver-white tail. Soon, the meteor that had just flown across the sky crossed the sky again, but this time, the meteor became several times larger, indicating that the meteor was closer to the planet. The next moment, an even weirder scene happened. The meteor streaking across the night sky turned strangely in the sky, and then fell towards the planet at extremely high speed. Altair, after 33 years, I finally found you. Dina was 2 years older than Zoro and died when she was 11 years old. In Chuanjiahu village, behind the Kendo Hall, in front of Gina's tombstone, Wang Han looked at the tomb with a smile, his eyes revealed warmth, and he murmured softly, his voice seemed to be filled with endless tenderness. Why? Which bastard did it? No matter who you are, I will never bypass you. The next day, the morning of Shiya village was broken by Koshiro's extremely angry roar. People woke up from their sleep one after another, wondering what happened to make Chaos Hero, who had just lost his daughter, so angry. Looking at the dug grave in front of him, all the coffins and bones inside were gone. Koshiro's narrow eyes were now covered with bloodshot eyes. His eyes swept over everything on the scene like a sharp blade, and he lay on the ground like crazy, searching for an inch. Unfortunately, even if Chaos Hero tried his best to search through the soil, he still couldn't find any clues. When Gina opened her eyes, she saw a light blue sky with patches of white clouds floating in the sky. Did I fall asleep again without realizing it? She didn't see the roof, but saw a blue sky. Gina immediately thought that she was too tired from practicing again, and fell asleep outside again without knowing it. But in the past, his father would take him home, why not this time? Yes, you fell asleep without knowing it, but now that you're awake, I won't let you fall asleep again. Eat some fruit first. A gentle voice sounded in Gina's ears, and a freshly peeled apple was handed over. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Gina immediately turned over and climbed up, looking at the people next to her with caution. This is a young man with medium straight black hair. He has a very delicate face, but his skin color is pale and there are some incomprehensible black lines on his face. At this time, the young man's eyes were looking at him tenderly. Gina had only seen such a gentle look in her father's eyes, but this kind of tenderness was different from her father's. Who are you? Do we know each other? Looking at Wang Han's gentle eyes, Gina relaxed her guard and asked strangely. Subconsciously, I feel that this person is the most trustworthy person. Don't you know me? Seeing Gina's guarded eyes and the strangeness in her eyes, Wang Han asked back. After asking, Wang Han fell silent for a moment and shook his head. That's right, it's normal that you don't know me. Have I known you before? Hearing this, Gina was also confused. She was sure she didn't recognize the person in front of her, but the tenderness in his eyes didn't seem fake. I know you, but I don't know you either. There aren't many painful memories worth remembering. Let's eat an apple first. Wang Han said with a smile and handed the peeled apple to Gina again. Thank you. Gina took the apple from Wang Han and ate it in small bites. I was reincarnated, so I completely forgot about my existence. In your last life, you suffered too much and endured too much pain for me, but I could only make you a promise that I never had time to fulfill. In this life, I will never let you go through that again, I will give you everything. Looking at Gu Yuna who was nibbling on the apple, Wang Han's lips curled up into a smile, and he secretly made up his mind. My name is Kuina, what's your name? Perhaps because she was a little uncomfortable with Wang Han's gaze, Gina put down the apple and asked in a low voice. Wang Han, this is my first name. I also have another name, Moonlight Han, but I don't use this name anymore. Wang Han said with a smile. Why am I here? Kuina asked. He looked at the surrounding environment. At this time, she was on the sea, and under her feet was a huge ship. This ship was very large, and it was also a strange ship. It was nearly 100 meters long. The entire ship seemed to be made of steel. There are also artillery-like things on the ship. After hearing this, Wang Han was silent for a moment, but decided to tell Gina the truth. I found you in a grave. When I found you, your body had just been dead for about a day. The cause of death was a large amount of male hormones injected into the body. Fortunately, this time was short, and the core protection in your body after inhabiting your soul, I extracted the male hormones injected into your body, then restored the vitality of your body and resurrected you. Hearing this, Gina fell silent and remembered. Because he disliked his girl's body and was unable to become the world's greatest swordsman, he begged his father, the demon king Ivankov, to turn him into a boy. I just didn't know what was wrong. When male hormones were injected into my body, I felt extremely painful, and in the end I didn't know anything. So I'm already dead. Or I failed. Gina muttered to herself and then fell silent. Looking at Gina, Wang Han also fell silent. The two were silent for a long time, and then Wang Han asked, "Do you want to go back? It seems that I really can't become the world's best swordsman." Kuina said mockingly. He didn't say anything about going back. In her opinion, she was destined not to become the world's greatest swordsman, so what was the point of going back to the gym? Looking at the kendo gym, watching the brothers in the gym getting stronger day by day, but my father would still say that it is impossible for a girl to become the greatest swordsman. You want to become the world's greatest swordsman? After hearing Gina's words, Wang Han thought for a second and said, "I will kill all the other swordsmen now." Chapter 3. No. Hearing this, Gina shook her head and said depressedly, "You can't become the world's #1 using this method. I just want to become the world's #1 swordsman through my own efforts. However, women children are naturally inferior to boys in strength. I am destined not to become the world's greatest swordsman. I have given up. I believe in you, you can definitely become the world's greatest swordsman." After hearing this, Wang Han said without thinking. The tone was extremely certain. "Really?" Hearing Wang Han's affirmative voice, Gina raised her head and looked at Wang Han with thin wings. "Really?" Wang Han said with great certainty and seriousness. Not a trace of hesitation. "Yes. I will continue to work hard." Hearing this, Gina regained her confidence and nodded heavily. "By the way, why do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman?" Wang Han asked. Hearing this, Gina said, "Because I have been having a strange and repeated dream. In the dream, I wanted to help someone, but I was too weak and never helped this person. A very important person, but people who can't see clearly. A recurring dream." Wang Han muttered to himself and fell silent. "Altair, you have always been thinking of helping me, sure enough, you are still there. Now, are you going back?" After a moment of silence, Wang Han asked again. "No, going back won't help me. I want to prove myself and go back as the world's greatest swordsman." Hearing this, Gina said. After speaking, Gina looked at Wang Han and asked, "Can I go with you?" "Of course you can. It doesn't matter where you want to go or where you want to go," Wang Han said with a smile, extremely sure. "Then please take me to see the sea and the strong men on the sea," Kuina said with a smile. On the boundless sea, 100-meter-long steel giant ship rides the wind and waves. On the giant steel ship, the ferocious gun barrels are densely packed, which is intimidating. "Is there no one else on this ship?" After being taken around the boat by Wang Han, Gina asked Wang Han strangely. "This giant steel ship is very large, and the facilities inside are enough to support hundreds of people living on it. However, except for Wang Han and himself, there is no one on this giant ship, and there is no food, and this giant ship does not. It requires human control to sail. There is no one else, just the two of us." Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. "It's just the two of us? Then where do you plan to recruit people and how many people do you plan to recruit?" Gina asked. In my heart, I felt that Wang Han should go to sea and become a pirate. After all, the great pirate age has just begun a few years ago, and countless men are pouring into the sea to become pirates. "No, I don't plan to recruit people at the moment," Wang Han said with a smile. "But with just the two of us, will this boat be too big?" Kuina said. "If there were only 2 people living on such a huge ship, the space would be too much and would attract prying eyes. Then just change to a smaller boat and follow me." After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile and took Gina outside. On the deck, Wang Han took Gina to the edge of the ship. Wang Han didn't see any movement. Next to the giant ship, the sea water suddenly bulged, forming the shape of a ship. Finally, a small luxury yacht with a length of only more than 10 meters appeared on the sea. "Is this the power of the devil fruit? It's really amazing." Kuina said in admiration as she looked at the luxury yacht next to the giant ship. Nothing surprising. Let's go, let's change ships. Wang Han said with a smile, gently took Gina's hand and jumped off the giant ship. Arriving on the yacht, Kuina looked at the giant steel ship next to her and asked. Looking from the yacht, she could more intuitively feel the size of this giant ship. It was unlike any ship she had ever seen. But what to do with this big ship? Looking at this huge steel ship, Gina asked Wang Han. It's a shame that this giant ship is left here. It's very simple, just make it disappear. Wang Han said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, the huge steel ship turned into seawater and fell into the sea again. This made Gina marvel again. After the giant ship disappeared, the yacht started sailing automatically. The speed of the yacht was very fast, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as lightning fast. Are you planning to become a pirate? Gina asked Wang Han while looking at the waves behind the yacht. Do you want to be a pirate? After hearing this, Wang Han just asked with a smile. I don't want to become a pirate. Hearing this, Kuina shook her head. If she could, she didn't want to be a pirate. Although becoming a pirate is free, it also comes with a lot of troubles. Then I don't want to either. After hearing Gina's answer, Wang Han said without thinking. Then what are you going to do? Hearing this, Gina asked curiously. Adventurer, bounty hunter, you name it. Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, Wang Han looked towards the distance on the sea directly in front of the yacht. He said to Kuina, a ship is coming, and the person on the ship is your father. Do you want to see him? Wang Han's radar detected a small boat coming here a few nautical miles away. The person on the small boat was Cao's hero. At this time, Cao's hero was rowing the oar vigorously, and it seemed that he was coming here. Yes. Hearing this, Gina hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. Although she has decided to make a career in the sea, she still doesn't want her father to be sad and worried about her. Following Kuina's nod, the yacht immediately accelerated and sailed towards Kojiro's boat. On the other side, Cao's hero was paddling the oars of the boat like crazy, his eyes red, as if endless anger was about to burst out of his eyes and burn everything to ashes. It turned out that after Cao's hero discovered that Kuina's tomb had been stolen, he went crazy looking for the murderer. He heard several villagers in Gioia village say that they had seen a huge ship leaving before dawn, and it was strange. No one knows when this giant ship arrived. What's even more strange is that no one from this giant ship landed on the island. Hearing this, Cao's hero immediately guessed that the murderer was on the steel battleship. After asking for the direction, Kojiro hurriedly prepared some food and chased after the steel battleship in the direction pointed by the villagers. Looking at the oncoming luxury yacht, Cao's hero had never seen such a ship. Looking at the approaching ship, Cao's hero was about to ask the people on the ship when his eyes suddenly widened. Gina. Seeing Kuina appearing on the bow of this strange ship, Cao's hero shed tears in his red eyes. Father. Looking at Cao's hero on the boat in front of her, Kuina gritted her teeth and said loudly, please forgive me for not being able to go back with you. My dream is to become the world's best swordsman. I will give up on my dream, the kendo gym is no longer suitable for me, I should challenge the stronger ones in the sea. Hearing this, Cao's hero was silent for a while, and finally glanced at Queen Han next to Kuina. He reached out and took off the Wado Yumaji from his waist and threw it to Kuina. She said with some reluctance, Kuina, take this Hideo Yuan with you. If you feel homesick, come back and have a look. Cao's hero knew that this was Kuina's choice. If he forced Kuina to go back, Kuina would not be happy. After all, Kuina would rather become a man and pursue her dream. He knew that Kuina how strong is the determination. Although I don't know who the person next to Kuina is, since the other party saved Kuina, he shouldn't harm Kuina. Yes. Kuina took the word Wado thrown by Cao's hero and nodded heavily. After thinking about it, he threw the word Wado to Cao's hero. Father, tell that idiot Soran that I am still alive. When he goes to sea, give him the letter of Wadao and tell him that the agreement between him and me is still there. There must be someone between me and him who will become the greatest swordsman. I will tell him. I believe that the world's greatest swordsman in the future must be one of you. Chaos Hero said solemnly after catching Wadao's words. Hearing this, Gina smiled. His father finally admitted that she could become the world's greatest swordsman. Boy, I don't care who you are, thank you for saving Kuina. Chaos Hero said to Wang Han. His expression was extremely solemn and serious. I will leave my daughter in your care. Don't worry. I will take good care of Gina. As long as I am here, no one can bully her. Wang Han said equally solemnly. This is a father's request and a man's promise. Thank you. Chaos Hero stood on the boat and bowed solemnly to Wang Han. Then he turned around and rowed away in the boat without looking back. Don't be sad. If you want to come back to see your father, you can always. Looking at Gina with red eyes, Wang Han said with a smile. Chapter 4. Where should we go next? After Chaos Hero left, Kuina calmed down and asked Wang Han. Is there anywhere you want to go? Hearing this, Wang Han just looked at Gina with a smile and asked. I want to buy a knife first. Kuina revealed her purpose. What kind of knife do you want? Wang Han asked. It's like a katana like Wado Ikemonji. Kuina said. Hold on. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile and stretched out a hand. Wang Han's palm began to extend and gradually formed the shape of a samurai sword. The handle, the blade, the scabbard. Click. With a breaking sound, a samurai sword that was exactly the same as Wado Yuji broke from Wang Han's wrist. You use this knife. It's made of adamantium alloy. It's extremely hard and can cut iron like clay. It's definitely no worse than a big fast knife, and the weight should be about the same. Wang Han took the broken knife from his wrist and handed it to him. Gina. After taking the knife, Gina looked at Wang Han's wrist. Seeing that Wang Han's hand had returned to its original state, it was completely impossible to tell that the hand had turned into a weapon and broken off. Gina was relieved, stood up and began to wave the katana and try it out. Does this knife have a name? After trying it for a while, Gina was very satisfied and stopped and asked Wang Han. It has just been born, and you can decide the name. Wang Han said with a smile. You just said it is made of adamantium alloy, then call it adamant. Gina said with a smile. Then it's called Edmund. Wang Han agreed with a smile. Seeing Gina continue to swing the knife, he stretched his right hand out of the yacht. Wang Han's right hand turned into a fishing rod, and he started playing with lures on the sea. Kuina, come here to rest, eat something, and adjust your condition. In about an hour, we will encounter a pirate ship. On the sailing yacht, Wang Han, who was sitting on the deck chair, put away the lure and said to Gina with a smile. After saying that, the deck next to the deck chair began to bulge, and a deck chair with a parasol was formed. A cylindrical robot formed out of thin air next to it, picked up a few fish caught by Wang Han and put them into its cylindrical body. Are there any pirates? Okay. Hearing this, Kuyuna responded. Although it was strange that Wang Han had been sitting on the recliner and did not investigate at all. How did he know that they would encounter pirates in an hour? However, Kuyuna still believed what Wang Han said and left. When he arrived at Wang Han's side, he lay down on the recliner and began to adjust his breathing. I have put satellites in the sky, and this sea area is under my surveillance. Knowing Gina's doubts, Wang Han explained with a smile. It's just that the sea area Wang Han mentioned is the entire sea. What is this round thing? After hearing Wang Han's explanation, although she didn't know what a satellite was, Gina didn't get to the bottom of it. Instead, she looked curiously at the cylindrical robot next to her. This is an intelligent cooking robot that can cook its own food based on the ingredients. It can bake the fish in about 10 minutes. Wang Han said with a smile. Hearing this, Gina hummed. turned over and lay down on the recliner, put her hands on her chin, and looked at the cooking robot curiously, wanting to see how the robot cooked. Unfortunately, smart cooking robots are very environmentally friendly. The cooking is done inside the body and the process cannot be seen at all. After watching for several minutes, Gina did not see the cooking robot move, so she could only ask Wang Han with a lack of interest, "Does it have a name?" "No, it was just born. The model is T25. Wang Han said with a smile, "How about you pick one up for it?" "That's called." After hearing this, Gina suddenly became interested again. After thinking for a while, she said, "How about Gun? Okay." Wang Han nodded and said. Gina was not a girl who talked a lot. Wang Han had been alone for 31 years and didn't talk much. They both became quiet for a while. "Brothers, there is a ship to the east. It looks very beautiful and luxurious. It is half the size of our pirate ship. It is about 1 nautical mile away. It is coming towards us." On the ship of the Iron Arm pirates, the lookout hand at the top put down his telescope, pointed in a direction, and shouted loudly to the pirates on the deck. Hearing the lookouts shout, the 7 or 8 pirates on the deck immediately ran to the side of the ship and looked in the direction of the lookout's finger. At the same time, more and more pirates heard the sound and ran out of the cabin, scrambling for the 2 telescopes to watch. "It's a really beautiful boat. It looks very luxurious. The people on board must be very rich." Sounds of exclamation came from the mouths of the pirates. "Boys, it's time to open. Move over and snatch the ship over. Be careful, don't destroy the ship. It's worth a lot of money." On the deck, Iron Arm put down the telescope in his hand and turned to face the pirates on the boat, shouted loudly, "Yes." Upon hearing the order from their captain, the men of the Iron Arm pirates immediately responded loudly and excitedly and took action quickly. Soon, the sails of the pirate ship were pulled up, and driven by the wind, the Iron Arm pirates quickly sailed towards the oncoming yacht in the distance. "Gina, they are coming." On the yacht, Wang Han got up from the lounge chair and said to Gina with a smile, "Yes." After hearing Wang Han's words, Gina immediately climbed up from the recliner, holding the Edmund sword in her arms, her face full of excitement and a little uneasy. This is her first actual combat. It is no different from sparring in the gym. This is real swords and real guns. She must fight with the determination to kill the opponent. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You just have to worry about fighting and hone your skills." Seeing Gu Yuna's anxiety, Wang Han smiled and encouraged Gu Yuna. "Well, thank you." Hearing this, Gina nodded heavily and her eyes became firm. Soon, the ships on both sides were face to face. "People on the boat opposite, listen, we are the Iron Arm pirates. If you don't want to die, keep your treasures and women, and then roll off your boat into the sea. I can spare your lives, otherwise I will you chop them up and feed them to the fish." There was still a distance of 30 meters between the ships of both sides, and the loud voice of a certain pirate sounded first on the Iron Arm pirate's ship. Hearing the voice from the other side, Gina was obviously nervous, and the hand holding the knife turned white. Wang Han, however, ignored it and kept smiling as he said to Gina, "I'll take you there, but we can't let their blood stain our ship." "Yes." Looking at Wang Han's smile, Gina felt inexplicably less nervous and nodded heavily to Wang Han. Reaching out to pick up Gina, Wang Han jumped with both feet to the iron-armed pirate ship that was 30 meters away. "He's a master, shoot." Looking at the young man holding a child on the opposite side and jumping over to him from a distance of 30 meters, Tai Jian was shocked. Ordinary people didn't have this ability, so he immediately gave orders to his pirates. Bang bang bang! The next moment, the sound of musket shooting continued to sound on the Iron Arm pirate ship, and dark round projectiles pierced the air and shot towards Wang Han and Gina in the air. Chapter 5. Hearing the pirate's voice on the opposite side and the sound of gunshots, Gina immediately nervously grabbed Wang Han's lapel. At this time, they had nowhere to rely on in the air, and they had no way to dodge the bullets. Kuina thinks so. Coast. However, facing this dilemma, Wang Han only moved his eyes slightly, and a golden hexagonal barrier formed out of thin air in front of Wang Han.When a bullet hits it, it is like a brittle stone hitting steel. It will either bounce off or be shattered. Devil Fruit ability. Seeing this scene, cold sweat ran down Iron Arm's forehead. Devil Fruit is a secret treasure in the sea. People who eat this secret treasure will have powerful and strange abilities. Such an existence is simply not something that a pirate like him, who has a bounty of just 1 million, can provoke. Clap. Before the pirates on the ship could reload and shoot, Wang Han had already landed on the deck with Gina in his arms. Forgive me. Before Wang Han could put Gina down, Iron Arm was already kneeling on the deck, his head pressed against the deck, begging loudly for mercy. Captain. Seeing this scene, the pirates were stunned and became at a loss. Is this still their leader Iron Arm, who is so vicious that he kills people whenever they disagree? What are you doing in a daze? Kneel down and beg this lord for mercy. Before these pirates could understand, Iron Arm, who was kneeling on the ground, loudly scolded these pirates. My lord, spare my life! My lord, spare my life! After being scolded by their captain, the pirates of the Iron Arm pirates immediately knelt down, touched their heads to the ground and began to pray. Gina, who do you want to be your opponent? However, watching the Iron Arm pirates surrender and listening to their prayers. Wang Han simply turned a blind eye and asked Gina with a gentle smile. There is no fighting spirit in their eyes. Hearing this, Gina shook her head. These people who have lost their desire to fight are not worthy of her action. This is the pride of a swordsman. Really? After hearing this, Wang Han smiled and nodded. When he looked at the surrendered pirates, his eyes became extremely cold. Then they're useless. As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical arm grew out of Wang Han's shoulder. On the mechanical arm was an MG-24 machine gun with the same long bullet chain. Fizzy. The next moment, gunfire sounded as dense as tearing cloth. Puff puff. Blood bloomed like raindrops on the bodies of these pirates. Pointed bullets continued to penetrate the pirates' bodies, splashing blood and flesh, leaving bullet holes on their bodies, and hitting the deck behind them. Sawdust flew everywhere. One by one, the pirates fell helplessly on the deck. At this moment, the living pirates finally knew why their vicious leader prayed so humbly this time. Unfortunately, the other party didn't want to let them go at all. Fight him! Seeing each of his men fall down like wheat, knowing that he could not survive by praying, Iron Arm suddenly became heartbroken, shouted loudly, picked up the weapon, climbed up from the ground, and rushed towards Wang Han. Amidst Iron Arm's shouts, the remaining pirates picked up their weapons and rushed towards Wang Han. They are always vicious pirates, and their ferocity will still explode in desperate situations. Seeing these pirates bursting with ferocity, Wang Han suddenly stopped shooting and allowed these pirates to rush towards Wang Han fiercely. Unfortunately, the rushing pirates were blocked by a golden glass-like barrier. No matter how they chopped with knives and axes, they could not break this barrier, and they could not even leave any traces. Kuina, now they are willing to fight, you can choose your opponent. Looking at these pirates attacking the force field barrier with ferocity, Wang Han smiled and said to Gina. Hearing this, Gina glanced at Wang Han in surprise, obviously not expecting that this man who had always maintained a gentle smile in front of her would be so cruel. But Gina still didn't say anything. After all, this is the sea, and the people in front of them are pirates. After looking at the pirates attacking the golden barrier fiercely, Kuina pointed at a pirate holding a knife and said, I choose him. Him? Not bad. Hearing this, Wang Han nodded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next moment, the golden barrier suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the gunfire of MG42 sounded again. There was a slight pause in the middle. Under the power of the robotic arm and Wang Han's control, even a high-rate firearm such as the MG42 light machine gun has a very high accuracy and can accurately hit every head while maintaining a high rate of fire. I saw a pirate whose name was still showing off his ruthlessness being quickly shot in the head. Under the MG42 machine gun's firing rate of up to 1,000 rounds per minute, the remaining pirates were headshot in almost 1 second. Only one person was left standing, too frightened to move. Even the iron arm with a bounty of 100 million couldn't stop the power of the 7.92mm bullet, and he was killed on the spot. His strength, which was stronger than that of ordinary pirates, was still no different from that of ordinary pirates in front of Wang Han. Looking at the last pirate who was too scared to move, Kuina frowned. It seemed like he was going to let her down again. "Fight her, and I will kill you no matter you win or lose," Wang Han said coldly to the last surviving pirate. "Then I'll pull someone on my back." After hearing Wang Han's words, the last surviving pirate roared and rushed towards Gina with a knife. In the face of death, he became even more vicious. Seeing this, Gina immediately drew her sword and prepared to fight. Her movements are the standard postures taught in kendo gyms to face the enemy. The next second, the pirate rushed in front of Kuina, and Kuina also moved. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the pirate's body. Kuina and this pirate passed each other. Boom! Almost at the same time, gunfire rang out, and blood and brains splashed in the air. Kuina was stunned and turned to look at the dead pirate behind her. "You should be more careful with the enemy in such a desperate situation. Because his death is already destined, he will be more ferocious and will not worry about injury and death," Wang Han said to Gina with a smile. The machine growing on his shoulder, the arm disappeared. "I'm sorry." "Thank you." After hearing this, Gina said to Wang Han in a low voice. She knew that if Wang Han hadn't taken action just now, she would definitely die. Yes, this pirate planned to exchange his own death for Kuina's death. He didn't even try to defend against Kuina's attack, and even took the initiative to meet Kuina's attack. The pirate's knife slashed forward towards Kuina's neck. However, all this was stopped in advance by Wang Han. "It's just that you don't have enough combat experience and you didn't expect this situation. You want to become the world's greatest swordsman. There will be more battles in the future for you to gain experience. Don't be in a hurry." Wang Han smiled. Said. "Please summarize it carefully. I'll go see if there is anything I need on this pirate ship," Wang Han said, and then walked into the cabin of the pirate ship. Kuina sat on the deck holding the knife and really began to summarize the battle just now. Although the battle was only a moment, there was indeed a lot worth summarizing for her. The direction and strength of the sword swing, as well as the back ups that should be prepared in the face of this situation, how to change the move, and how to avoid it. Iron Arm, this pirate group is only worth 160 million, it's really cheap. In the cabin of the pirate ship, Wang Han held a thick stack of reward orders in his hand, found 3 of them, and said disdainfully. Iron Arm George, the captain of the Iron Arm pirates, repeatedly attacked villages and robbed merchant ships and killed hundreds of people. He has a reward of 100 million Baileys. Vice Captain Sarasama has a reward of 40. Baloo, the sharpshooter, has a reward of 20. Pirates have the habit of collecting bounty orders. Their own bounty orders are a kind of honor for them. The purpose of collecting other pirates' bounty orders is so that after killing each other, they can send people to disguise themselves as bounty orders. The gold hunter goes to collect the reward. Not even the Navy would stop this situation. After all, the Navy would love to see these pirates kill each other with a little money. Now it is convenient for Wang Han to confirm the bounty. Chapter 6. Wang Han held a thick reward and walked out of the cabin carrying the ingredients collected from the pirate ship. "Thank you. Please take good care of me in the future." Seeing Wang Han come out, Gina immediately bowed deeply and thanked Wang Han. "We are partners," Wang Han said with a smile. After handing the ingredients collected in his hand to Kuina, one hand turned into an alloy knife, and he found 3 guys with bounties on his hands. He raised the knife and dropped it. Gina, let's go to the nearby naval base to exchange the bounty, and then have a nice walk around the town. After putting the 3 heads into the box, Wang Han smiled and said to Gina, who was carrying the ingredients. He took Gina back to the yacht. Windmill Town, the hometown of naval hero Garp. The area near Windmill Town is also the area with the fewest pirates in the East China Sea. After all, people are in the shadow of famous trees. No one wants to meet the naval hero who comes back occasionally. Garpuna is a person who can chase the pirate king. If he is lucky enough to meet him, then but it's really hard to run away. There is also a naval base in Windmill Town. After all, Garp doesn't come back often. And Windmill Town is the hometown of naval hero Garp, so public security must be guaranteed, otherwise it will chill the hearts of many navy. At the pier of Windmill Town, under the astonished gazes of the people around, the luxury yacht slowly docked at the edge of the pier. Pedestrians passing by looked at this luxurious yacht with no sails curiously, admiring it and finding it novel. Gina, I heard that there is a tavern in Windmill Town. The juice in it is very good. Let's go and try it together. After getting off the yacht, Wang Han smiled and said to Gina. It's you who wants to drink, right? Gina curled her lips and directly revealed Wang Han's purpose, and followed Wang Han with the adamant alloy knife in her arms. Haha! Let's exchange for the bounty first. After hearing this, Wang Han quickly said haha and changed the topic. Take Gina to the naval base in Windmill Town. As for where the naval base in Windmill Town is, the satellites in the sky have clearly seen it. Are you really a bounty hunter? In the naval branch base in Windmill Town, the captain in charge of exchanging bounties looked at Wang Han and Gu Yuna carefully. Even Wang Han couldn't guess what he was thinking. Of course, we decided to become bounty hunters not long ago, and this is our first order. Wang Han said with a smile. You can kill Iron Arm, young man, your strength is very good, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the captain nodded and left with the 3 heads. After a while, he brought up a foot-long bag and handed it to Wang Han. This is the bounty you deserve, 160 million, please click on it. Thank you, no need to order. I can trust your navy in Windmill Town. Wang Han said with a smile, took the bag and prepared to leave with Gina. Please wait a moment. Seeing this, the captain quickly stopped the 2 of them and asked, are you interested in joining the navy? There are welfare policies for joining the navy, and you can get systematic training. Thank you for your kindness, but we are not considering joining the navy yet. Hearing this, Wang Han finally understood what the navy was thinking just now. He declined with a smile and left with Gina. 2 more good seedlings appeared on the sea. Looking at Wang Han and Gina leaving, the navy captain couldn't help but sigh. As the person who redeems the bounty, he actually has another task, which is to pay attention to the people who come to redeem the bounty. Although he won't do anything to those who come to redeem the bounty, even if they are vicious pirates. But he wanted to collect information about the people who came to redeem the bounty, report some information in a timely manner, and also keep an eye on good prospects and strong men. This strong man is compared to the East China Sea. Wang Han looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old, but he can kill Iron Arm, who has a reward of 100 million, which shows that he is a good prospect. Gina looks like she is only 11 or 12 years old, but she can be a bounty hunter with Wang Han and hunt Iron Arm together, so her talent is certainly not bad. I leave the money to you. You can use it however you want. Where should we go next? After leaving the naval base, Wang Han handed the money directly to Gina and asked with a smile. Aren't you going to the pub? I happen to be a little thirsty too and want to drink some juice. Gina said with a smile. Then let's go. After hearing this, Wang Han immediately said with a smile. How can we go to the Pirate King's planet without drinking wine from the sea? Maggie's Tavern is the best tavern in Windmill Town, not only because Maggie is a young and beautiful single woman in the tavern, but also because the wine here is good. Maggie's Tavern was already full of people at noon, and it was very noisy and lively. At the bar of the tavern, a red-haired man wearing a straw hat was drinking wine leisurely. Behind him, dozens of pirates were drinking noisily. Then take me with you next time you go to sea, Shanks. I want to be a pirate too. Next to the red-haired man, a boy wearing navy patterns was shouting excitedly. Luffy, can someone like you become a pirate? Hearing this, Shanks laughed and said, as if he had heard some funny joke. Ha ha ha. The pirates suddenly laughed even more cheerfully. Why not? Hearing Shanks's ridicule, Luffy immediately shouted dissatisfied. Luffy, even though you are a great swimmer, you still can't become a pirate just based on that. Next to him, Jesus Bulletin said with a smile. I'm also very good at fighting. My fists are as powerful as pistols. Luffy said loudly, not forgetting to raise his fist and punch him. Really? Shanks said casually. What kind of tone are you talking about? Luffy shouted angrily after hearing Shanks' casual words. Because Luffy, you are too young. You and my children are the same age. After hearing Luffy's words, the pirates smiled happily. I'm not a kid anymore, I've grown up. Hearing this, Luffy immediately retorted angrily. Don't be angry, come on, have a glass of juice. Looking at the angry Luffy, Shanks handed Luffy a glass of juice from the side. Ah, thank you. When he saw the juice, Luffy immediately stopped being angry. After thanking him, he picked up the juice and took a big gulp. Haha. Look, he's obviously a brat. The next second, Shanks slapped the table and laughed. Haha. Seeing Luffy being tricked by their own captain, the pirates' laughter suddenly became even louder. You're so despicable, Shanks. Luffy immediately yelled dissatisfied. Oh. Just as the laughter in the tavern became louder and louder, suddenly, the small wooden door of the tavern was kicked open and fell into the tavern. Suddenly, the voices in the tavern became quiet, and everyone looked at the door of the tavern. Excuse me, are these people from the High Clan? They all have silly faces. A tall and thin man walked in from the door and said sarcastically. Behind the tall and thin man, there were a group of people wearing white clothes and white headscarves. Welcome. Upon seeing this, Maggie quickly stepped forward and greeted. We are bandits, but we are not here to cause trouble. Sell us some wine. We need about 10 barrels. The tall and thin man said arrogantly. Sorry, all the wine has just been sold out. Hearing this, Maggie said apologetically. It's so strange. Do these pirates drink boiled water? Hearing this, the bandit leader said mockingly. I'm really sorry, because that's all the wine sold now. Hearing this, Maggie could only continue to say apologetically. I'm so sorry. It seems we drank all the wine here. Sorry, this bottle is for you. It hasn't been opened yet. Shanks said apologetically, handing over the last bottle of wine left on the table. The tall and thin bandit leader. Boom. The next moment, the bandit leader smashed the wine with a punch, and the wine splashed all over Shanks. When the people in the tavern saw this scene, they immediately became silent. I am a criminal with a bounty of 800 million. This bottle of wine is not enough for me to rinse my mouth. Don't underestimate me. The bandit leader said dissatisfiedly. Quite proud of his bounty. The floor is wet. I'm sorry, Miss Maggie, do you have a rag? After a moment of silence, Shanks looked like he didn't care at all. He said gently, squatted down, and started to clean up. However, the bandit leader obviously didn't want to let Shanks go like this, so he drew out his knife and chopped up the remaining wine on the table. Since you like cleaning so much, then cleaning it once is enough. TCH, since there's no wine to drink, it's boring. Goodbye, you losers. The bandit leader said mockingly before leading his men out of the tavern. Looking at this scene, Luffy's teeth almost broke, while the pirates in the tavern were silent. However, the silence was broken again with Shanks' laughter. Ha ha ha. The boss was bullied so badly. It's so embarrassing. The pirates also laughed when they saw this. How can you still laugh? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Why don't you fight with them? Luffy saw this and yelled angrily. He didn't understand why these people could still smile so happily when they were obviously being bullied. I understand how you feel. It's just that you had wine thrown at you. There's no need to be angry. Hearing this, Shanks smiled and explained. Ignore you. Hearing this, Luffy became even more angry, turned around and ignored Shanks and others. At this time, Luffy discovered the box on the bar. The lid of the box was open, and there was a strange purple fruit with a spiral pattern inside. He immediately picked up the fruit and started chewing it. Chapter 7. At the same time, the bandits who swaggered out of the tavern met Wang Han and Gina, who came to drink within a few steps. Little girl, your knife is pretty good. At first glance, the bandit leader saw the extraordinary sword in Gina's hand. Under the sun, the sword made of adamantium alloy is more dazzling than ordinary swords, and looks very extraordinary. Kuina, it seems that someone is eyeing your weapon. Do you want to join forces with him? If I remember correctly, this guy has a bounty of 800 million, or let me deal with them. Looking at the bandit leader in front of him, Wang Han asked Gina with a smile. This bandit has a bounty of 800 million, and it is 800 million at this time. He should be much stronger than Soran when he first went to sea. Deal with me, who do you think you are? I am a criminal with a bounty worth 800 million. After hearing Wang Han's words, the bandit leader laughed and said, and drew his weapon. I will accept your sword, and I will accept your life. I want to try. Looking at the bandit leader who pulled out his samurai sword, Kuina was not afraid at all. She also pulled out the sword and was eager to try. I'll go out and take a look. In the tavern, Shanks also heard the noise outside the tavern, and his face became serious. He stood up and prepared to walk out. But just after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. It seems there's no need for me to go out. Luffy, what did you eat? At this moment, Shanks seemed to have just discovered it. He looked at Luffy chewing the devil fruit and said with an anxious look on his face. He grabbed Luffy's feet and knocked Luffy down. Lifted it up. Shouted, spit it out. Since you want to try it, then go ahead and try it boldly. Seeing Gina draw her weapon, Wang Han said with a smile, I'll take care of it first. After saying that, one of Wang Han's hands turned into Gatling. Brother Han, if you get rid of the minions, I'm afraid this guy won't have the courage. Seeing this, Gina quickly stopped him. She had seen Wang Han take action. Although she didn't know how strong Wang Han was, Wang Han's tone was so relaxed, which showed that these bandits were definitely no match for Wang Han. Okay. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, and changed the Gatling hand back to its original state. He folded his hands as if he were ready to watch a show. Bastard! Seeing that Wang Han didn't take him seriously, the bandit leader suddenly became furious and raised his knife to slash at Wang Han. Your opponent is me. Upon seeing this, Gina immediately drew her sword to block the bandit leader's sword from attacking Wang Han. Seeing this, Wang Han calmly took half a step back. Clang! Click! The next second, the bandit leader's katana collided with Kuina's blade, a metallic sound sounded, and the bandit leader's katana was cut off. Half of the blade fell to the ground. Suck! What a sharp knife! Seeing this scene, everyone around them suddenly took a breath. There is obviously a huge gap between Gina and the bandit leader, and Gina just blocked, which was completely a collision effect. It's such a precious sword. The bandit leader hurriedly took a few steps back, breaking into a cold sweat. If the opponent had attacked instead of blocking just now, he might have been cut in half. But this sword is mine now. The bandit leader took the new katana from his subordinates and looked at the sword in Kuina's hand with greed in his eyes. The next moment, the bandit leader broke out at full speed and pounced on Kuina like a cheetah. The katana in his hand stabbed Kuina straight into the forehead. Facing the bandit leader who exploded with all his strength, Kuina was obviously far behind. I wanted to raise my knife to fight back, but I couldn't keep up with my movements. In the end, Gina could only give up her defense, stabbed the knife straight, and threw her body forward, actually using the strategy of exchanging injury for injury and death for death. Unfortunately, Kuina is not on the same level as the bandit leader in terms of combat experience, and there is a huge gap in speed. Moreover, the bandit leader is tall and has long hands. Facing the long knife thrust by Kuina, the bandit leader was well prepared. The long knife still stabbed straight, and at the same time, the body moved half a position to the right. It can be predicted that Kuina's straight thrust will be in vain, and Kuina will be pierced through the forehead with a sword. "The knife is mine!" the bandit leader shouted excitedly. Seeing that the weapon in his hand was about to stab Gina. "Have you forgotten me? You bastard!" At this moment, Wang Han's cold voice sounded behind Gina. At this time, there was no smile on Wang Han's face. He raised his left hand instantly and his arm turned into a rifle. Oh! Gunshots rang out, and 60 steel balls flew over Gina's head, hitting the bandit leader directly. The bandit leader flew backwards in an instant, and all his offensive efforts were in vain. When he landed, his chest was already a bloody mess. More air coming out and less air coming in. Leader. Seeing this scene, the bandits were stunned, and the people around them were also stunned. "Kill them and avenge the leader." The next moment, a bandit shouted loudly and rushed towards Wang Han and Gina with a samurai sword. Suddenly, the remaining bandits all rushed towards Wang Han and Gina with knives, or took out guns and wanted to shoot them. "I'm in a bad mood now and don't want to play with you anymore." Wang Han's cold words continued to sound. In the raised left hand, the rifle had transformed into a Gatling. Buzz. The dense gunfire sounded like the buzz of a propeller. The rain of bullets formed a long fiery line and shot at the remaining bandits. Puff puff puff. The next moment, the bullets passed through the remaining bandits' bodies like a swarm of bees, rain of blood splashed on the street, and pieces of meat flew across the air. Broken limbs, broken arms, and even half-parted corpses kept falling to the ground. The bloody scene made those around them feel stomach twitching. In just 2 seconds, dozens of bandits fell to the ground, their blood staining the street red. Wang Han didn't even look at the blood he had created. He showed a gentle smile on his cold face and said to Gina with a smile. "Kuina, no matter what the situation is, I won't allow you to use this method of trading injury for injury and death for death again." "Yes." Looking at Wang Han's gentle smile, Gina nodded vigorously. She knew that Wang Han was very serious now, and she was moved but also confused at the same time. There will be more opportunities to fight in the future. "Let's go in and drink juice first," Wang Han said with a smile. He pulled Gina and walked towards Maggie's tavern. "A powerful person has come in. Jesus Bulletin, you might meet your opponent this time." In the tavern, Shanks put down his legs, lengthened his legs, and Luffy touched the ground with his face, laughing. "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, the pirates in the tavern suddenly laughed. But there was a hint of seriousness in everyone's eyes. Most of them would have seen and heard the domineering look, but those who didn't would have also heard the terrifyingly intensive gunshots outside. Amidst the laughter of the pirates, Wang Han took Gina into the tavern. "A glass of juice and a bottle of wine." "Thank you." Wang Han didn't pay attention to the laughter of the pirates in the tavern. He took Gina directly to the bar and shouted to Maggie. "Sorry, we've all finished the wine, but there are still a few bottles left. If you don't mind, let's drink some together." Before Maggie could speak, Shanks said to Wang Han with a smile. Jesus Bulletin took the 2 bottles of wine that had been opened but not finished on the table where he was sitting, and sat next to Wang Han. "I'm a bounty hunter, but I'm just here for a drink today." Wang Han took the wine and said with a smile, "If we meet in the future, I won't let you go just because you bought me a drink. That's really troublesome." Hearing this, Shanks said with a smile, "Then we won't be merciful anymore." "Ha ha ha." Listening to the conversation between the two, the pirates behind laughed loudly. Chapter 8. This is the best, otherwise the victory will be useless. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, and clinked the wine bottle with Shanks. Sister, are you a swordsman? Next to him, Luffy asked curiously, looking at Kuina who was holding a knife while drinking juice. Yes. Facing the curious Luffy, Kuina replied with a smile. Watching Wang Han and Shanks drinking, a happy smile appeared on his face. An idea popped up in her mind and took root deeply. Wang Han saved her 3 times and was willing to be her barrier. Meeting Wang Han was definitely her greatest luck. You are a sniper, right? This is the first time I have seen your devil fruit ability. It is very powerful. Shanks said with a smile after taking a big sip of wine. The man next to you is called Jesus Bulletin. He is a man determined to become the Sniper King. That's right. Wang Han replied ambiguously, savoring the taste of the wine. Asked, is the current Sniper King a woman? Puff. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Shanks immediately spit out the wine in his mouth, slapped his thigh and laughed. The Sniper King's man, ha ha ha. The other sea tribes also laughed. You can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. Let's see who is better. Jesus said with a smile. But he didn't take Wang Han's teasing seriously. There's no need to compete. I'm just here to drink. One day, you will hear the sound of my gun on the sea. Then you can consider whether you want to continue competing with me. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head directly. Refused. Okay, then I'll wait for that day to come. Hearing this, Jesus Bulletin didn't force it. Thank you for the hospitality. Those bandits died at the door. The town's navy will be here soon. Moreover, Garp has already arrived in the East China Sea. I'm afraid he will arrive in Windmill Town soon. Shanks. Finished the wine, Wang Han reminded Shanks with a smile, and calling out Shanks' name also made it clear to Shanks that Wang Han knew who he was. That's right. We have been here for a long time. Hearing this, Shanks smiled and said, then can you tell me your name? One day you will hear it on the sea. Wang Han said with a smile. I believe this day will come soon. Kids, the navy is coming soon, let's go. Hearing this, Shanks said with a smile and waved his men to leave. Is that person very powerful? After Shanks and others left, Dina asked Wang Han curiously. From the conversation between the two just now, he could guess that Shanks was very unusual. For people on this sea, yes. If you want to deal with him, at least the Navy headquarters must dispatch several warships. After hearing this, Wang Han said to Gina with a gentle smile. And he's also a great swordsman. So compared to you? Dina asked. Compared to me? After hearing this, Wang Han was silent for a moment and shook his head. There's no comparison. Oh. After hearing Wang Han's words, Dina, who didn't get the answer, said oh and continued to drink juice. On the vast sea of the East China Sea, a dog-headed warship was sailing at a very fast speed. The direction of sailing is Windmill Town. Bastard Shanks, he actually went to my hometown and tricked Luffy into becoming a pirate. Luffy wants to become the best navy. How long until we arrive? On the warship, a middle-aged man wearing a dog-head hat cursed angrily. Asked a marine. Lieutenant General Garp, will be there in half a day. Upon hearing this, the Navy immediately responded. The other people on the boat were all silent at this time. Everyone was cautious, obviously not wanting to be affected by the angry Carpo. Can we still speed up? Garp asked. Lieutenant Admiral Garp, this is already the fastest speed. Hearing this, the naval soldier said bravely. Have you left already? It seems that the one-armed man will no longer be one-armed, but the straw hat still stayed. Shanks really came to Windmill Town with a purpose. After walking out of the tavern and looking at Luffy standing on the roadside wearing a straw hat, Wang Han said to Kuina with a smile. Purpose. After hearing this, Gina looked at Wang Han doubtfully. It should be to see the child of an old friend. By the way, a child is determined to become the pirate king. Wang Han said with a smile, without explaining too much. Walking to the body of the bandit leader, he cut off the head of the bandit leader with a knife in his right hand. Let's go, I've made money again, I can buy more things this time. Wang Han said to Gina with a smile, took Gina away and walked towards the naval base on the island again. Lieutenant General Garp, we found a strange ship, very fast. In the waters near Windmill Town, among the dog-headed warships, the watching navy shouted loudly to the deck. That strange ship, is it the Sea Clan? Hearing this, Garp asked. No. The navy on the observation deck shook his head and said. Since it's not the case, then don't worry about him. Come to Windmill Town quickly. I can't wait to deal with that bastard Shanks. Garp said, and couldn't help but start kneading his hands, making a clicking sound. It's the navy. On the yacht, Gina stopped wielding the knife and looked at the warship in the distance. It's the warship of the naval hero Garp. Don't pay attention to him. Wang Han said directly on the recliner without even looking at it. Regarding the situation in the surrounding sea areas, satellites monitor and feed back to Wang Han's mind at all times. Is this the ship of the naval hero Garp? Hearing this, Gina looked at the dog-headed warship in the distance, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Garp's name resounded throughout the sea, but she didn't want to challenge Garp. She knew she didn't have the strength yet, but she was confident that she would become as strong as Garp in the future, and as powerful as Wang Han. Together we will spread our fame across the sea. Gina, today we eat the meat of the king of the sea. Wang Han suddenly sat up on the recliner. He said with a gentle smile. Is there a king of the offshore nearby? Hearing this, Gina was immediately startled and asked quickly. He even took a defensive stance. She had also heard of the king of offshore, which was a nightmare for ships going to sea. Don't be nervous. It's just a small fish. It's just food. I can handle it easily. Wang Han said with a smile, seeing Gina's tense and serious look. Let Kuina relax. Yes. Hearing this, Gina nodded and relaxed. Wow. The next moment, a offshore king broke through the sea. It was bigger than a blue whale, its body was as slender as a crocodile, and its sharp teeth were like rows of closely arranged trees, glowing with a cold light. Boom! The offshore king jumped out of the sea and fell into the sea again, causing huge ripples like a ship launching into the water. Then the king of offshore rushed straight to Wang Han's yacht, causing huge waves. Lieutenant General Garp. On the dog-headed warship, the sailors on the lookout saw this scene and immediately shouted to Garp below. The king of the offshore appeared on the sea and rushed towards the strange ship. In which direction? Hearing the marine soldiers shout, Garp immediately stopped squeezing his hands, tore off the marine's cloak of justice, and quickly rushed from the air toward the direction pointed by the marine soldier on moon steps. In the sky, Garp saw the king of the offshore swimming through the waves, and also saw the luxury yacht in the distance. Seeing this, Garp's speed increased by 3 points again. He was confident that he could stop the offshore king before he could tear the strange ship apart. Don't worry, let it come over and save us the trouble of sailing over to salvage it. On the other side, looking at the approaching king of the sea, Wang Han patted Gina gently, said with a smile, and waved his hand gently towards the sea. A medium-sized torpedo appeared from Wang Han's palm, became bigger and bigger, and fell into the sea. The torpedo that fell into the sea drew a line of white waves in the sea water and shot towards the approaching offshore king. Boom! A few seconds later, a huge explosion exploded on the sea, and the splash of water was 100 meters high, mixed with scarlet and minced meat. I didn't expect the people on this ship to be quite capable. In the sky, Garp stepped on the moon steps and stopped in the air. Then he slowly walked towards the yacht with moon steps. On the sea, the body of the king of the sea, whose head was blown off, floated from the sea. Gina looked at Wang Han in surprise. Although she knew that Wang Han was very powerful and had seen Wang Han take action before, such a big scene was still beyond Gina's expectation and imagination. Wang Han was much more powerful than she imagined. There's nothing surprising. Many people on the sea can do this kind of destructive power. In a few years, you will be able to do it too. Looking at Gina's surprised look, Wang Han said with a smile. With a thought, the yacht automatically drove towards the body of the offshore king. Chapter 9. Young man, you are very capable. Before Wang Han's yacht could reach the body of the offshore king, loud laughter rang out from the sky, and Garp landed on the yacht with moon steps. The current Garp is not as old as he was after the plot began. Looking at Garp who came through the air, Kuina showed a surprised look. This is the moon step, a type of physical technique popular among the navy. Looking at Gina's surprised look, Wang Han explained with a smile. Kuina, who went to sea for the first time, had little knowledge and was surprised by many things. But Wang Han doesn't. Before time travel, Wang Han also liked one piece. Lieutenant General Garp, I have news for you. Shanks brought a devil fruit to Windmill Town, and this devil fruit was accidentally eaten by your grandson Luffy. It seems to be an amazing devil fruit. When I left, I heard your grandson still clamoring to be a pirate. If you don't go back quickly, he might dare to go to sea alone. Looking at Garp who landed on the yacht, Wang Han said with a smile before Garp could continue to say anything. What? Luffy, you bastard, you want to be the best marine. Hearing Wang Han's words, Captain suddenly shouted. As soon as he landed on the yacht, he once again flew into the air on moon steps, flying quickly towards the dog-headed warship. The speed was more than twice as fast as when he came to the rescue just now. Even his purpose of coming to find Wang Han was forgotten. Seeing Garp rushing back in a hurry, Wang Han shook his head, steered the yacht to the body of the offshore king, and jumped onto the floating island-like body with Kuina. Standing on the body of the king of the near sea, Wang Han waved his hand and made an electric grill, and then he and Gina started eating barbecue using local materials. I have to say that this king of the offshore sea is indeed a powerful species. Its meat is much chewier than other fish and animals, and it contains more energy. Long-term consumption can definitely increase your physical fitness. It's no wonder that there are more powerful people in the New World than in the Four Seas. The gap has already widened based on the basics. Set the ship immediately. On the other side, after Garp returned to the warship, he immediately yelled. The warship soon sailed towards Windmill Town at full speed at Garp's urging. Brother Han, tell me some common sense about the sea. On the body of the king of the near sea, Gina said to Wang Han while taking small bites of Wang Han's roasted meat. Having never been to the sea before, she knew very little about the sea. Where should I start? Hearing this, Wang Han thought for a moment and said, let's start with the secret treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. The devil fruit is also known as the incarnation of the sea devil. Eat the devil fruit, you can acquire strange abilities. However, a person can only eat one devil fruit. If you eat the second one, the two devils will fight inside the body and then explode. Devil fruits are divided into three categories: Superman-type devil fruits, natural-type devil fruits, and animal-type devil fruits. Although devil fruits can give those who eat them powerful abilities, the side effect is that they cannot swim. Animal-type devil fruits allow people to transform into animals. Depending on the fruit, they can transform into different animals. There are 3 levels of transformation abilities: humanoid, animal-shaped, and human animal-shaped. Animal-type devil fruits are divided into there are 3 types: ordinary beasts, fantasy beasts, and ancient species. Superman-type devil fruit will give the eater's body special abilities. There are various types of abilities. It can be said that fruits other than natural type and animal type are classified into this type. For example, Luffy's rubber ability, as well as gravity, explosions, ghosts, floating etc. Natural type devil fruit can elementize the body and invalidate physical attacks. Some can use non-physical attacks to make enemies fatal, such as fire, smoke, clouds, etc. Natural type is recognized as the strongest of the three. A kind of. Of course, this is not absolute. Then there is domineering. Domineering is the potential power possessed by all humans in this world. This power is an innate ability, momentum, murderous intention, fighting spirit. When controlling these invisible feelings, willpower it can be turned into a weapon. This kind of powerful force is called domineering. Haki is divided into three types, namely, the knowledge color, the armed color and the overlord color. It is said that only one person in a million has the overlord color. In addition to the overlord color and the highest level of knowledge color Haki, people can obtain this kind of power through practice, and can be continuously cultivated and enhanced. The overlord color and the highest level of knowledge color are innate and cannot be obtained through practice. The highest level of knowledge color Haki is rarer than the overlord color Haki. Among them, the armed color Haki can attack a person with natural abilities. Brother Han, what kind of domineering do you know? Gina asked curiously. In her opinion, Wang Han must be domineering if he is so powerful. I don't know any of them. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head directly. He continued, but it shouldn't be difficult to learn. That's it. Does Brother Han know how to practice domineering? Gina asked expectantly. I don't know, but it's not difficult to get the method of cultivation. There are many people in the sea. Wang Han said with a smile after hearing this. Then there are swordsmen and taijutsu practitioners. I won't say much about swordsmen. Let's talk about taijutsu practitioners. There are many types of taijutsu practitioners. Among them, the sixth form of the navy is the most famous on the sea. There are 6 forms of the navy. There are 6 types, namely iron block, shaving, paper painting, moon step, orchid foot, and finger gun. The iron block can tighten the muscles of the whole body and control the blood flow, making the body as hard as iron. It is generally used for defense. Shaving is kicking the ground dozens of times or more to generate strong rebound force to move at high speed. Paper painting is to relax your muscles and feel the changes in the air around you, and follow the enemy's offensive like paper to avoid attacks. Moonstep has explosive leg power that can make people seem to disappear. It can move in the air with just a weak kick. Rankaku attacks by using vacuum slashes produced by super fast and powerful kicks. Finger guns are made by tightening the muscles of the fingers or arming them with domineering force, making the fingers so powerful that they can penetrate the human body like bullets. I'm looking forward to meeting the strong men on the sea more and more. After listening to Wang Han's introduction, Gina said yearningly. You will definitely see it. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. It seems that meeting these strong men is as simple as eating and drinking. Chapter 10. Kuina, take a rest and adjust your condition. We will meet the pirates in half an hour. On the deck chair of the yacht, Wang Han, who was basking in the sun, smiled and said to Gina, who was trying hard to swing a knife on the deck. Yes. After hearing Wang Han's words, Gina stopped wielding the knife in her hand, wiped her sweat, and lay down on the couch next to Wang Han. Do you know what pirate group they are? I haven't seen it yet. I'll know it soon. Wang Han said with a smile, continuing to look at the sky. Seeing Wang Han's look, Gina curled her lips and didn't know what was so good about the sky without a single cloud. But it didn't bother Wang Han. Kuina, we are lucky this time. We encountered the blade pirates, and almost all of them are swordsmen. Half an hour later, Wang Han got up from the recliner, looked at the floating pirate flag of the pirate ship sailing in the distance, and said to Kuina with a smile. Wang Han had seen the captured reward order, so he knew about this pirate group. After hearing this, Gina immediately stood up and looked at the pirate ship where only some shadows could be seen in the distance. She was already used to Wang Han's eyesight. Brother Wang, how much is their bounty? Gina asked, her eyes becoming more expectant at the same time. The pirate group is all swordsmen, so I can definitely find a suitable opponent. There are 8 criminals with bounties on them, ranging from 50 to 600 million. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, but their strength must be more than this bounty. Captain, we found a luxurious ship east. It's really luxurious. At the same time, the lookouts of the Blade Pirates also discovered the luxury cruise ship here. Is there a pirate flag? Hearing the watchman's call, the captain of the Blade Pirates stopped lifting the dumbbells in his hands. On the deck, the pirates who were practicing their swords also stopped. I didn't see the pirate flag. It should just be a wealthy businessman's ship. Hearing this, the lookout took a closer look with a telescope and replied. Then don't worry about them and keep sailing. Hearing this, Sharp Blade said with a smile and continued to raise the dumbbells in his hands to exercise his arm strength. The other pirates also continued to practice sword practice, lift weights, and sleep. No one cared about the luxury yacht they were about to encounter. However, just because the Blade Pirates ignored Wang Han's yacht, it does not mean that Wang Han will ignore them. Captain, the ship is coming towards us. Everyone just started to continue exercising. The lookout shouted again. Oh! How dare you take the initiative to approach us? Hearing this, Sharp Blade let out a little surprise. He walked to the side of the ship and took out his binoculars to look at the ship that the lookout said. Others also temporarily stopped exercising and walked curiously. Arrived at the boat. In the East China Sea, except for warships, it is very rare for ships to take the initiative to approach pirate ships. We are the Blade Pirates. What's the matter with you coming here? Soon, as the yacht was 50 meters away from the Blade Pirates' pirate ship, a pirate on the Blade Pirates' ship immediately asked loudly. This kind of polite pirate group is almost as rare as animals on the sea. On the yacht, Wang Han said with a smile when he heard the shouts from the other side. Because they are swordsmen. Brother Wang, don't take action this time. Dina said seriously while holding the adamant alloy sword. No problem. After hearing this, Wang Han nodded and said. We are, people who go on adventures at sea. I heard that all the members of your pirate group are swordsmen, so I want to compete with you in the art of swordsmanship. Kuina shouted to the pirate ship opposite. Rowed. Ha ha ha. It turns out they are fellow swordsmen. She is still such a young girl, let them come closer. Hearing this, Li Yao laughed and said. Go and call everyone in the cabin. A little girl is here to practice swordsmanship. Come closer. Upon hearing the Sharp Blade's instructions, a pirate immediately shouted to the yacht. Hello, my name is Kuina. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like to ask for your advice. After boarding the Sharp pirate ship, Kuina bowed and said immediately. Wang Han stood aside and looked at the members of the Blade Pirates, saying nothing and doing nothing. Seeing Gina's courtesy, Sharp Blade glanced at Wang Han, who had done nothing since getting on the boat, and saw that he had no queen. Then he said to his pirates, Young men, we must not lose the etiquette of swordsmen. Hello, please give me more advice. After saying that, Sharp Blade immediately took the lead, and the pirates of the Sharp Blade Pirates neatly bowed to Kuina in return. What an interesting pirate group! Looking at these pirates who bowed in return, Wang Han muttered to himself and just leaned against the railing of the ship and watched. Little girl, do you want to spar now? Do you need to adjust your state? After being polite, Sharp Blade asked Kuina with a smile. I want to start sparring now. After hearing this, Gina said immediately. Suode, come and spar with this little girl, until the end. After being polite, Sharp Blade immediately shouted to a pirate. Following Sharp Blade's words, many pirates immediately retreated to the side of the ship and knelt down on the deck. A knife-wielding boy about 14 years old came to a stand 3 meters across from Gina, bowed and said, My name is Suode, please give me your advice. My name is Gina, please give me some advice. Gina responded with the same courtesy. After saying that, the two immediately drew their samurai swords. Wait a minute. At this moment, Gina suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled gazes of the blade pirates, Kuina put aside the adamantium alloy knife and said to one of the pirates, "Sorry, my knife is too sharp. Please lend me one." "A knife? No problem, give Kuina a weapon." Hearing this, Sharp Blade said with a smile. A pirate immediately threw his weapon to Kuina. "It's time to start." After taking the weapon, Gina said to Suode. The two stood up straight together and assumed the starting position of swordsman sparring. Then the two of them slowly approached each other step by step, staring closely at each other's every move. What? 10 seconds later, young Suoda took the lead in attacking. While rushing towards Kuina, he stabbed Kuina in the waist and abdomen with the long knife in his hand. Seeing this, the pirates watching the sparring shook their heads, but no one spoke. Sure enough, the next moment, Gina sideways dodged Suoda's knife, allowing Suoda to run past her, and then quickly turned around and slashed Suoda's abdomen with the knife. Seeing Kuina's response, the pirates of the Blade Pirates showed admiration in their eyes. Tear. The sound of clothes being torn was heard. After Suoda continued to rush forward for 2 steps, he looked at his slashed clothes, turned around and put away the knife, bowed to Gina and said, "I lost, thank you for your mercy." Although he lost to Kuina, Soda was able to face it calmly. "Kuina, do you need a rest?" Seeing the winner, Sharp Blade smiled and asked Kuina. "I want to continue our discussion." After hearing this, Gina said directly. "Okay." Sharp Blade nodded and shouted to a watching pirate, "Yurikakuhei, come and compete with Kuina." "Okay, Captain." After hearing this, a young man in his 20s immediately stood up, walked up to Kuina with a weapon, bowed and said, "Yurikakube, please give me your advice." "Please give me your advice." Gina also bowed and said. Then the two squared off again, watching each other's every move. Chapter 11. I lost. Thank you for showing mercy. 2 minutes later, Yurikakube put away the knife and bowed to Kuina. "Accept." Gina bowed in return. Yurikakube then returned to the boat and knelt down. He closed his eyes and seemed to be thinking about the battle just now. "Gina, do you need to take a rest before continuing?" Sharp Blade asked Gina. "Thank you." Gina thanked him and returned to Wang Han. She also sat on her knees, closing her eyes and thinking about the 2-minute battle. The pirates who were kneeling beside the boat saw that the sparring session was over and started to move around one after another. A pirate gave Soda advice after losing. Several pirates were kneeling beside Yurikakube, discussing the previous sparring session. Sharp Blade walked to Gina, smiled at Wang Han and nodded, then asked Gina, "Gina, do you need me to point out your shortcomings in the battle just now?" "Thank you, please correct me." After hearing this, Gina immediately stood up and bowed. Then he and the Sharp Blade sat face to face on their knees. Sharp Blade also immediately began to tell Kuina about the shortcomings in the previous discussion. What a special pirate group, united, helpful and polite. Wang Han thought in his mind as he looked at the Sharp Blade given to Gina. This Blade Pirates group is better said to be a pirate group than a sea gym. Half an hour later, when Kuina proposed a discussion again, Sharp Blade immediately agreed. He also called out a pirate with similar strength to Kuina to compete with Kuina. The other pirates knelt and sat around the boat again, watching the two men's discussion. Gina's talent is very good. If she can be guided by a famous teacher, she will definitely achieve great success in the future. It's a pity that we are pirates, otherwise I really want to invite her on board. Looking at the discussion with his own crew in the middle of the deck, Gina walked to Wang Han's side and said with a smile. Gina's dream is to become the world's #1 swordsman, so I took her wandering on the sea. I believe she will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. Hearing this, Wang Han smiled. Said. He has talent. As long as he can strengthen his heart, even a woman can become the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing this, Sharp Blade said with a smile. Agree with Wang Han's point of view. He will be very happy when he hears your words. Wang Han said with a smile. I will tell her after the sparring is over. Hearing this, Sharp Blade immediately said with a smile. Your pirate group is very strange. It definitely doesn't look like a pirate group. It looks like it's in a gym. Wang Han said with a smile. He looked at the crew members of the Blade Pirates who were kneeling on the deck watching the spar. We are just a group of people pursuing swordsmanship on the sea. We were forced to become pirates because we couldn't stand some things. Hearing this, Sharp Blade said in a low voice. We never rob people or merchants, nor do we fight with the navy. We only rob other pirates and protect ourselves. Those who join us are those who pursue the way of the sword. This world is so unfair sometimes. Wang Han said, some people are born to be kings, while others are born to be slaves. Everyone's destiny is very different. I hope you can persevere. Hearing this, Sharp Blade was silent for a while and then said, if one day we get tired of it, I will disband the Sharp Blade Pirates. Captain, a pirate ship is coming, it's the Wolf Pirates. At this moment, the watchman on the watchtower shouted loudly down. About 10 nautical miles away, a pirate ship much larger than that of the Blade Pirates was speeding towards this side. There was also a huge wolf-shaped skull carved on the sail of the ship. Head. Sorry, Kuina, our sparring can only be suspended. Hearing the shout, the swordsman sparring with Kuina stopped and took 2 steps back. The other pirates who were kneeling and watching also stood up, picked up their weapons and prepared to fight. Looking at the pirate ship in the distance, Sharp Blade smiled bitterly and said to Wang Han, we are in trouble. I'm sorry. The leader of the Wolf Pirates, Wolf, has a bounty of 1,000 million. He is a devil fruit wolf fruit user, and their number there are twice as many people as us, so take Kuina and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will affect you if a fight breaks out. Aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Wang Han asked with a smile. There was no trace of panic on his face. Swordsmen are not afraid of their enemies, let alone enemies. Sharp Blade said with a smile. A swordsman who turns around and runs away from a fight is not worthy of being called a swordsman. You are a real swordsman, but if you say this, if I take Gina away, wouldn't it mean that I am running away? Gina will be unhappy. Wang Han said with a smile, and Gina hasn't had the pleasure of sparring yet. Well, how could I just take her away like this? I don't want her to be unhappy. If she is unhappy, I will be unhappy. Thank you, then let us fight side by side. If we are defeated, we will cover you and leave first. That is not called escape, it is called strategic retreat. Hearing this, Sharp Blade stopped trying to persuade. He also knew that since Wang Han could take Gina alone to wander the sea to hone his sword skills, he must have certain strength. No, no, no. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and refused. Sharp Blade looked at Wang Han doubtfully. The discussion continues. Just leave the wolf pirates to me to deal with it. Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, Wang Han's chest separated and shot out a large number of crow-like things. Buzzing. After these crow-like things left Wang Han's body, they immediately buzzed and flew towards the wolf pirates who were still several sea miles away at extremely fast speeds. You are a devil fruit user. Seeing this scene, Sharp Blade said with some surprise. So be it. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, turned around and sat cross-legged on the deck again. Said to Kuina, Kuina, the discussion continues, don't let the wolf pirates ruin your interest. Yes. Hearing this, Gina nodded heavily and said to her opponent, please. Hearing this, the pirate who was sparring with Kuina couldn't help but look at the Sharp Blade. Seeing the Sharp Blade nodding, he took up his posture again and said to Kuina, please. After saying that, the two started fighting again. Sharp Blade knelt down next to Wang Han and looked at Wang Han carefully. Judging from what Wang Han just said and his confidence, Wang Han is very strong, so strong that he can ignore the wolf pirates. Most of these people will not exist anonymously. Rumble, rumble. 10 seconds later, several sea miles away, a violent and dense explosion blew up the seawater. The wolf pirates, who were speeding towards them, were enveloped in the flames of the explosion and the seawater in the blink of an eye. When the explosion subsided and the blasted water returned to the sea, the 50-meter-long ship of the wolf pirates had been reduced to pieces. The wolf pirates were blown to pieces. A pirate who was always watching the wolf pirates' ships said in surprise. The other pirates who saw the explosion also widened their eyes and opened their mouths in surprise. When everyone looked at Wang Han again, there was awe and admiration in their eyes. Chapter 12. Lieutenant General Garp, the wolf pirates' pirate ship exploded and was blown to pieces. More than 20 nautical miles away from the Blade pirates, on the dog-headed warship that was chasing the wolf pirate ship, the Navy's lookout shouted loudly to Garp, who was standing on the deck. "I saw it. Move over and pay attention to see if there are other ships nearby. There are more powerful guys nearby," Garp said with a cold face, clenching his fists loudly. However, his cold face was not because the wolf pirates exploded, nor because there were more powerful guys nearby, but because his grandson Luffy shouted in front of him yesterday that he wanted to become a pirate. "I'm holding fire in my heart." The wolf pirates did not intend to attack the Blade pirates, they simply escaped to the sea area after being chased by Garp to vent their anger. After fighting continuously for about 5 minutes on the sharp-edged pirate ship, Kuina stopped panting, stood up straight again, bowed to her opponent and said, "I lost. I admit it. When you get older, I will definitely not be your opponent." Gina's opponent also saluted and did not forget to praise Gina. "Thank you," Kuina said with a smile. After returning the samurai sword to the pirate who borrowed it, she walked back to Wang Han, leaned against the railing to adjust her breathing, closed her eyes and reflected on the gains from the battle just now. "Send the boat over and see if you can salvage anything valuable or some bodies." Seeing that the sparring was over, Sharp Blade ordered the pirate swordsmen on the ship. The Blade pirates never rob villages or merchant ships. Naturally, the economy and supplies on board can only rely on robbing other pirate groups. "Captain, a warship is coming." About 20 minutes later, when the Blade pirates approached the location 5 nautical miles away from the wreckage of the wolf pirates' ship, the lookout suddenly shouted down, "Turn the helm quickly, turn around and leave. Raise the sail." Hearing the shouts of the lookout soldiers, Sharp Blade gave the order without hesitation. The pirates of the Blade pirates immediately took action. The pirate ship quickly began to turn around, the sails were raised, and under the influence of the wind, the pirate ship quickly began to escape. On the other side, the dog-headed warship had already discovered the Blade pirates. It also lowered its sails and turned on the acceleration device that only its warships had. The distance between the warship and the pirate ship was rapidly shortening. Lieutenant General Garp, the ones who escaped were the Blade pirates. Their captain, Blade, has a bounty of 600 million, and 9 of the crew members have bounties on their heads, ranging from 50 to 400 million. It is worth mentioning that the members of this pirate group, all pirates, are swordsmen. On the dog-headed warship, Garp's adjutant Muir closed the folder that recorded the pirate group's information and said to Garp, "There are so many pirates on the sea, and no one can tell which one they will encounter, so warships will always have information about each pirate group, including the appearance of the pirate flag, its personnel, and some of the crimes committed." The Blade pirates, a pirate group composed entirely of swordsmen. Hearing this, Garp said seriously, "Muir, the method used to destroy the wolf pirates just now does not look like the method of a swordsman." "Lieutenant General Garp, there is a small boat of about 10 meters next to the pirate group ahead. It looks very luxurious. It seems to be the one we met on the way to Windmill Town." The Navy lookout shouted again. He was deeply impressed by Wang Han's yacht. "The luxury boat must have just been robbed, so we can't let them go." Hearing this, Garp clenched his fist until it exploded. "Captain, the warship is catching up. It's much faster than our ship." On the Blade pirate ship, the lookout shouted to the Blade, You can't escape anymore. It seems we can only fight. Swordsman, prepare to fight. Hearing this, Sharp Blade Side. Shouted loudly to the pirates on the ship. When encountering a warship, he just didn't want to conflict with it, not that he was afraid of fighting. It seems we have to part ways. Looking at the pirates who were preparing to fight, Sharp Blade said to Wang Han regretfully. If Wang Han and Kuina don't leave, they will be considered pirates if they fight later. He did not want Wang Han and Gina to be recognized as pirates and have to be chased by the navy and hide in the sea. It's too early to say goodbye. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and said with a smile, and Gina must still want to continue to compete with you. But in this case, you will also be recognized as pirates. Hearing this, Sharp Blade said eagerly. That's not necessarily true. Just stop the boat and wait for them to come over. I'll talk to Garp. Wang Han said with a smile. Garp. Hearing this, Sharp Blade was suddenly shocked. He quickly asked, you mean, the warship chasing behind is Garp's warship? Captain, this is Garp's warship? Without waiting for Wang Han to answer, the lookout shouted in horror below. The tone was full of panic. The hull of a naval warship is usually marked with the name of that naval base or fortress. Some naval generals' warships even have special markings. For example, the front end of Garp's warship is a huge dog's head. What? Hearing the shouts of the lookout, the pirate swordsmen who were actively preparing for the battle stopped and looked at the warships that were getting closer and closer behind them. It's just that the distance is still very far, and it can't be seen clearly with the naked eye. But everyone's heart has sunk to the bottom with the lookout hand's cry. Hero Lieutenant General Garp, this is a legendary strong man. The current blade pirates, let alone Garp, can be eliminated by ordinary lieutenant generals or even major generals. Can you really talk to Garp? Do you know Garp? Sharp Blade looked at Wang Han expectantly, putting all his hopes on Wang Han. At this moment, he wished that Wang Han could say yes. Brother Wang, do you know the legendary naval hero Garp? Kuina also came over and asked in surprise when she heard Sharp Blade's words. Kapuna is a legendary figure. At this time, the swordsman on the boat also looked over, and everyone looked at Wang Han expectantly. They came to the sea to pursue a higher level of swordsmanship, but they did not want to go to Impel Down to pursue swordsmanship. I don't know. However, Wang Han's answer disappointed everyone. Looking at everyone's dimmed eyes, Wang Han smiled and said, although I don't know him, it doesn't stop me from talking to him. Alas! Hearing this, he looked at the vaguely distinguishable dog's head on the warship chasing him from far away in the sea. Sharp Blade sighed and shouted to the swordsman, everyone, stop the boat. After hearing the captain's order, the swordsmen on the pirate ship suddenly became depressed, but they still followed the captain's orders and stopped the pirate ship. Everyone knows that they can't escape if they run away, and it's impossible to resist Garp if they resist. Brother Wang, do you really want to sit back and wait for death? Gina clenched the adamant alloy knife in her hand and asked Wang Han in a low voice. Feeling a little down. If you were given a choice, what would you do? Wang Han asked with a smile when he saw the depressed Gina. It doesn't matter, you can say whatever you want, I won't be angry. Me? Hearing this, Kuina thought for a moment and said, I will fight with the blade pirates. They are good people and real swordsmen. As she said that, Gina looked at Wang Han carefully and saw that Wang Han was really not angry, so she finished her words. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to them. Hearing this, Wang Han smiled and patted Gina on the shoulder, and said, they still want to compete with you. If they really want to take action, I will do it. Let's start with Garp. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. After all, everyone had seen Wang Han's strength, but then everyone's eyes dimmed again. Although Wang Han was powerful, who was Garp? He was the heroic Vice Admiral of the Navy and one of the banners of naval strength. How could the young Wang Han be able to deal with Garp? Mr. Wang, you should take Gina and leave now. As long as we don't resist, the most we can do is be imprisoned in Impel Down City. Sharp Blade said apologetically to Wang Han, if we implicate you, we will have trouble sleeping and eating. Let's wait until I talk to Garp first. After hearing this, Wang Han just said with a smile, his face full of confidence. Yes. Sharp Blade wanted to persuade him again. Wang Han waved his hand, interrupted Li Yao's words, and said with a smile, Gina said that you are good people, and she wants to continue to compete with you. Lieutenant General Garp, the pirate ship in front has stopped, and the boat next to it has also stopped. In the dog-headed warship, the navy on the lookout reported to Kafu. Don't fire the guns yet, move the warship closer to see what the blade pirates want to do. Hearing this, Garp ordered. Chapter 13. Did you see my warship, so you chose to surrender obediently? Ha ha ha. As the navy warship approached 100 meters away from the pirate ship, Garp, who stood on the warship's head, laughed and said. There was a bit of a stinker in his tone. Although Garp's words were stinky, the navy soldiers on the warship didn't think it was bragging. No, I want to talk to you. On the Sharp Blade pirate ship, Wang Han, who was standing beside the ship with Sharp Blade, said with a smile. Although the sound was not loud, the penetrating power of the sound was very strong. Even from a distance of 100 meters, it was still clearly heard by everyone. Haha. I just want to see what he wants to talk to me about. Hearing Wang Han's voice, Garp laughed a few times and crossed 100 meters of sea on moon steps to the Blade pirate ship. Seeing Garp, the swordsman of the Blade pirates became nervous. Boy, we seem to have met somewhere. Seeing Wang Han standing with the Sharp Blade, Garp asked doubtfully. He is Garp. Gina looked at Garp in surprise. Although she had seen him before, she did not expect that this man was the legendary naval hero. Hearing what Garp and Kuina said, the swordsmen of the Blade pirates once again had hope in their eyes, and they all looked at Wang Han with awe. Just a few days ago, I was the one who told you that your grandson Luffy had eaten a devil fruit. Wang Han said with a smile. Wang Han had obviously known about Garp's confused character for a long time. That's it, thank you. Garp said with a smile. Since you have already said thank you, let's take our leave. Hearing this, Wang Han smiled and gave him a careless look. Okay. Garp said, turning around and preparing to return to the warship. Boy, I'm here to capture the Blade pirates. Are you a pirate too? You must be a pirate. Just as he turned around, Garp turned back and said to Wang Han with a smile. Obviously Garp is not so easy to fool. And at this time, he also remembered the scene when Wang Han killed the king of offshore. This made Garp want to vent his anger with Wang Han. No, I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, but halfway through, he suddenly became serious. Identifying me as a pirate is not a wise decision. It will bring me some minor troubles, and it will bring big troubles to your navy. It is better for us to have a good talk. It will be good for everyone. The threat in Wang Han's words was very obvious, and it also showed that he was a powerful person. Then let me see if you are a pirate. Boy, if you don't use your full strength, you will die. Garp didn't care about Wang Han's threat at all. He raised his fist and rushed towards Wang Han. The speed was so fast that he was in front of Wang Han in the blink of an eye. He punched Wang Han in the face, but the punch did not cover his armed domineering aura. Gina is still with me. Faced with Garp's fist, Wang Han raised his hand and caught it easily without even taking a step back. It's better for us to have a good talk. It's good for both of us. He actually caught Garp's fist. Next to them, watching Wang Han catch Garp's fist, the swordsmen of the Blade pirates and Kuina all stared at Wang Han in disbelief. Although I knew Wang Han was very powerful, I didn't expect him to be so powerful and able to catch Garp's fist. However, everyone still did not believe that Wang Han could defeat Garp, but they also had a little hope. With Wang Han here, it was impossible to escape. Haha, boy, you still have some strength. Haha. After Wang Han caught his fist, Garp laughed and said, not even paying attention to Wang Han's words. The strength in his hands began to gradually increase. However, he didn't attack with his other hand, he just competed with Wang Han for strength. He was testing Wang Han's strength. Do you simply want to fight? Faced with Garp's increasing strength, Wang Han, who had replaced his body bones with robot bones, also increased his strength. He was in a stalemate with Garp and said flatly, "You still what a confused and stubborn old man. If you want to fight, I will accompany you today, but you have to let the Blade Pirates go. They are a group of cute swordsmen, and I will have a headache if they are caught. You have to take a trip to Impel Down City. If you beat me, I'll let them go." Feeling that Wang Han's power was also increasing, Garp laughed and said, "The strength in his hands increased a lot again." At the same time, Garp also had a look of surprise in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that Wang Han would have such great power at such a young age. "I'll beat you. If we fight here, all 3 ships will be destroyed and everyone will be troubled. Fight on the sea next to us." Hearing this, Wang Han said calmly, and suddenly took a step back. At the same time, he grabbed Garp's fist and pulled hard, turned around, and threw Garp to the sea next to him. Facing Wang Han's move, Garp did not resist and allowed Wang Han to throw him out. "Throw it out!" Seeing this scene, the eyes of the swordsmen of the Blade Pirates almost bulged out as they were confused. Maybe after they truly see the powerful men on the sea, they won't be so surprised. "Gina, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll go beat up an old man and come back." Wang Han said with a smile to Gina, turned around in the direction of Garp. A flamethrower grew out of his back, and flew directly towards Garp, who was thrown out like a missile. "Devil fruit user, this kid is really not simple. Let me see how strong you are." Looking at Wang Han flying towards him quickly, Garp thought to himself and became a little more serious. In just 2 seconds, Wang Han flew in front of Garp, who was flying upside down, and raised his fist. Facing Wang Han, who was already in front of him, Garp also used the moon step to stop his thrown body, stopped in the air with the moon step, and punched Wang Han with the same punch. "Oh!" A loud noise sounded on the sea, and the next moment, the sea surface within 10 meters around Wang Han and Garp seemed to have been impacted by something, sinking 2 meters. "Haha! Boy, your strength is pretty good. Are you really not a pirate?" After another punch exchange with Wang Han, Garp laughed and said in a casual manner while punching Wang Han repeatedly. "I have said before that I am a bounty hunter, so if I am recognized as a pirate, I will be very distressed, and your navy will also be in big trouble. How about we go our separate ways?" "Wang Han," he said while lightly blocking Garp's fists one by one. "How about joining the navy?" After hearing this, Garp immediately invited. At the same time, the fists are constantly accelerating and their strength is increasing. In just 10 seconds of conversation, Wang Han and Garp had already exchanged hundreds of punches in a row, and the power and speed of each punch gradually became stronger and faster. The shock wave generated by the fist fight between Garp and Wang Han became larger and larger, and the depression in the sea surface became wider and deeper. This is the strength of the naval hero Lieutenant General Garp. This is simply a monster. On the Sharp Blade pirate ship, in the strong wind generated by the shock wave, Sharp Blade pulled Kuina and looked at the invisible battle hundreds of meters away on the sea against the strong wind. His heart was full of emotions. Today he had seen the battle of a real strong man on the sea. Compared with it, his strength of 600 million bounty was really insignificant and insignificant. Too horrible. The other swordsmen of the Blade Pirates were in the strong wind, with only these 3 words left in their hearts. Is this Brother Wang's true strength? Being caught by the sharp blade and feeling the strong wind that could blow her away, Gina was equally shocked. She had never truly understood Wang Han's strength before. At the same time, a feeling of happiness also grew in Gina's heart again. To be able to fight with Lieutenant General Garp to such an extent, that man is very powerful. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in the East China Sea. On the dog-headed warship, Muir and all the navy were also surprised to look at the sea in the distance where the two men were fighting. However, compared to the shock of the blade pirates, these marines performed much better. They were just surprised that Wang Han could fight so fiercely with Garp. However, no one in the blade pirates or the navy still believed that Wang Han could defeat Garp. After all, Garp is the banner of naval strength and a heroic naval lieutenant general. Chapter 14. Boy, think about joining the navy again. During the battle, Garp exchanged fists with Wang Han and quickened his movements again. He said to Wang Han with a smile, "Joining the navy has many benefits, and I don't think you will either. If you are young, if you join the navy, I will introduce you to Lieutenant General He's sister, Dao Tu. How about it? Dao Tu is a big beauty, about the same age as you. If Lieutenant General He knew what you are saying now, I think he would use his fruit washing ability to wash you." Hearing this, Wang Han's movements were not slow at all. Garp said, "Besides, I'm already a little bored. It's no fun to continue testing like this. Haha, kid, I just want to see and test your strength. If you use all your strength all at once, you will be defeated soon." Hearing this, Garp laughed and said, saying what he said voice. Hearing this, Wang Han was silent for a moment and said, "That was really a mistake, because I was afraid that I would use all my strength and kill you in an instant." "Boy, don't overdo it," Garp said with a smile. "I'm serious," Wang Han said. "Let's end this unnecessary battle as soon as possible." After saying that, Wang Han and Garp seemed to have a tacit understanding. After punching each other again, the two separated and soared over the sea, 50 meters apart, looking at each other. "Have you stopped? Who wins?" Seeing the two sides separated, the swordsmen of the blade pirates widened their eyes to see the two of them clearly. Gina also clenched her fists nervously. Everyone also has hope in their hearts. Maybe Wang Han can really defeat Garp. No matter what happens, with Wang Han around, it is still possible to escape. It seems that the winner has been determined. That person is so young and already has the strength to be as good as the Lieutenant General of our headquarters. On the dog-headed warship, Muir looked at Wang Han in the air and thought to himself. In his opinion, the separation of the two men meant that the outcome was decided. But he didn't think it was Garp who lost. Garp didn't even use his weapon colors yet. It's better to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, others should worry. Looking at Garp opposite, Wang Han said with a smile. "Okay, let me see your fruit ability." Hearing this, Garp said seriously, and his fists were covered with armed domineering energy, turning pitch black. In the fight just now, Wang Han had been competing with him in physical skills, but he didn't use any of his abilities except flying, and obviously he didn't use his full strength. "Don't forget to explore my land." "But you can't explore my land," Wang Han said with a smile. "However, I'll let you see it. Next, you have to be careful and don't die. Otherwise, if I kill the heroic Vice Admiral of the Navy, I will really have to become a pirate." Gatling template. Barrett template. After speaking, Wang Han's hands changed rapidly. As the metal rolled, Wang Han's right hand turned into a 7.92 mm 6-barreled Gatling gun. The left hand also transformed into a 12.7 mm Barrett sniper rifle. Kakaka. Gatling's 6 gun barrels rotated rapidly. OM. The next moment, Wang Han raised his hand, and dense gunfire sounded, as fast as the vibrating wings of a bee. Gatling spit out a 3-meter-long tongue of fire, and dense bullets shot towards Garp like a swarm of wasps. However, compared to the wasp, the speed of the bullet can be shot at Garp at a speed of 700 meters per second. Most of one piece are flintlock guns, and the bullet speed of the flintlock gun is about 350 meters per second to 500 meters per second. At the same time, Wang Han raised his left hand, and Barrett aimed at Garp, always ready. Seeing the incoming bullets, Garp frowned and immediately moved to the side with the moon step. Garp didn't dare to use his weapon to resist. He always felt that the weapon transformed into Wang Han's other hand posed a faint threat to him. Although this feeling is not strong. When Wang Han saw this, he immediately moved his right hand to keep up with Garp's movements, and surpassed Garp's movements to get ahead of him. For a moment, the dense bullets almost gave Garp the illusion that he had no way to hide. What? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Looking at the two people fighting again, this time, even the navy on the dog-headed warship was stunned. The battle that he thought was over was not over yet, but Wang Han's fighting method changed, indicating that Wang Han had not used his full strength in the battle just now. Garp kept moving in the air with moon steps. When Sebhe is always sensing Wang Han's movements and predicting Wang Han's movements, especially since Wang Han's other hand has not yet attacked at all. Wang Han is also using the advance of Garp's movement. Wang Han's reaction ability is as fast as a computer chip. Garp kept moving in the air, trying to dodge the bullets and get closer to Wang Han. As soon as he had a chance, the next moment, Wang Han's bullet rain blocked his movement again, and he could only continue to dodge. But Wang Han just stayed in the air and kept firing. The bullet casings continued to fall into the seawater like rain. For a while, the two were deadlocked like this. I really underestimated him. After dodging more than a dozen times, he failed to escape the blockade of bullets and rushed towards Wang Han. Garp smiled bitterly in his heart. The next moment, Garp's armed and domineering aura covered his whole body. He did not dodge and rushed towards Wang Han with the stream of bullets. The 7.92mm bullets kept hitting him, but they kept flying sparks and couldn't make any achievements. Bang bang bang! Seeing Garp rushing towards him, Wang Han's left hand turned into Barrett and finally opened fire. Barrett's huge gunfire is different from Gatlin's, and it is particularly harsh among Gatlin's dense gunfire. Not good. Garp was suddenly shocked. The armor-colored domineering energy that originally covered his entire body became much thicker, and Garp's entire body looked dark. Clang clang clang. Feeling the impact on his body and looking at the bullet in the bullet stream that was obviously much larger and 1/3 faster than the other bullets, Garp suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He underestimated Wang Han just now, and almost became careless. Although he won't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. After resisting Barrett, Garp's domineering training is indeed profound. Looking at Garp, who continued to rush towards him with a stream of bullets, Wang Han was not surprised at all. When Garp rushed in front of him, the flames ejected from the flame thruster on his back suddenly increased in size, keeping in line with Garp's speed. He smiled and said, "If you want to beat me, you have to catch up with my speed first, so give up. Otherwise, I'm really afraid of accidentally killing you, because I don't want to become a pirate yet." After saying that, the flames of the propeller became even bigger, and the distance between Wang Han and Garp quickly opened to more than 50 meters. If you really kill me by mistake, it's because I'm not as skilled as others. Come and sit in my position and become a navy. You won't become a pirate. Garp laughed and said, speeding up again. Rushed towards Wang Han. This time, Garp really got serious and used all his speed. This speed was even close to catching up with the bullets fired by Wang Han. I underestimated you, but I don't want to be a marine at the moment. This distance won't accidentally injure others. Wang Han said with a smile as he watched Garp rushing towards him again. He glanced at the warship and pirate ship that were already nearly a mile apart. Genos template. The next moment, metal machinery appeared all over Wang Han's body, and finally his skin turned white. The eyes turned yellow-black. The hands turned into weapons, also turned into a pair of mechanical iron arms. Wang Han rushed towards Garp again, and at the same time, 10 laser beams were fired from behind. These lasers turned a corner in the sky and shot directly at Garp. My whole body has turned into a machine, and I really didn't use my full strength. Looking at Wang Han now, Garp thought to himself and rushed towards Wang Han as well. In an instant, the two were once again fighting at close range in the sky, but this time Garp's fist was obviously heavier. For a moment, Wang Han was at a disadvantage, and his extreme arm made of alloy was constantly damaged. There are even obvious dents. There are even parts falling off. However, the laser shot by Wang Han hit the armed domineering force all over Garp's body, but it did not accomplish anything at all. However, seeing Wang Han being damaged, before Garp could be happy, Wang Han's mechanical body automatically repaired itself, and the repair speed was even faster than Garp's damage. You have really developed the fruit's ability to an astonishing level, Garp said while pumping his fist rapidly. This unnecessary battle should end, otherwise my next attack may really kill you by mistake. After hearing this, Wang Han just said calmly. Listen, if I die, it's because I'm not as good as others. Don't arrest the person I'm fighting with. He's not a pirate. Hearing this, Garp didn't smile playfully with Wang Han this time, but roared loudly. Road. The sound spread very far, even reaching the dog-headed warship. What? Garp's roar hit everyone's minds like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's eyes widen. What did Cap say? He said he would die. In this case, it seems that I have to be more serious. If you really die unfortunately, remember, the person who killed you is named Wang Han. Hearing Garp's roar, Wang Han finally became more serious. Incendiary cannon. The next moment, Wang Han and Capra distanced themselves. Before Capra rushed forward again, he closed his hands, and a terrifying high-temperature flame spurted out from Wang Han's hands. This flame immediately covered 100 meters in the sky, and finally impacted on the sea, covering a range of 200 meters, evaporating a large amount of water vapor, not only having extremely high temperatures, but also powerful destructive power and impact. However, in order to avoid accidentally killing Garp, Wang Han deliberately adjusted the angle. The incineration cannon hit Garp from a higher position than Garp. Is this the true battle of the strong? Everyone on the Blade Pirates ship was stunned when they saw the terrifying flames. It seems that I underestimated you, Garp. Wang Han said loudly on the sea. In the radar in Wang Han's body, Garp was pushed into the sea by the incineration cannon, but Garp's life breath did not weaken. This is the first time that Wang Han has fought against a strong person in this world. I have to say that Wang Han has underestimated the strong person in this world. Chapter 15. Haha, I have to admit, I underestimate you too. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to push me to this level. Following Wang Han's shout, Garp broke through the sea like a fish under the sea, and rushed towards Wang Han again on moon steps. Although Garp's current image is not good, the clothes on his upper body have been burned. Most of his pants were burned off. Garp also had visible burns on his body. It's still the same sentence, be careful not to get killed by me. Hearing the sound, Wang Han said loudly. The Genos template was cancelled and returned to its original appearance. Seeing Wang Han's change, Garp's expression became solemn. He didn't think this was Wang Han admitting defeat. The next attack will only be more powerful. If you lose, then go become a navy with me. Garp shouted loudly and rushed towards Wang Han in the sky again. Although solemn, he will not admit defeat. He is on the same level as the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, the former pirate king Roger, but he has not yet shown all his strength. I won't lose, I hope you can live. Wang Han said with a smile after hearing Garp's roar. It's a pity that Garp can no longer hear Wang Han's words. Because at this time, Wang Han raised one hand high above his head. In Wang Han's hand, a blue-white, high-speed rotating sphere had formed and grew rapidly. Around the sphere, high-speed selected wind blades have appeared, making a huge buzzing sound. A terrifying hurricane formed around Wang Han. The first time Wang Han traveled through time was during the Third Ninja War, and in the end he became the biggest boss in the ninja world. How could Wang Han not know how to make balls, a ninjutsu that was easy to use and powerful? Wind release, the Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. The next moment, Wang Han held the spiral shuriken with a diameter of 5 meters in his hand and flew towards the charging Garp again. Using his own acceleration, he threw the big jade spiral shuriken towards Garp. Under 2 accelerations, the spiral shuriken that escaped Wang Han's hand was so fast that it even exceeded the speed of Barrett's bullet before. It was too late to dodge, and the color of the weapon hardened. When looking at Wang Han's big jade spiral shuriken, Garp felt the terror of this move. This time, Garp did not rush towards Wang Han again, but used all his strength to cover his body with armed domineering force. At the same time, he crossed his hands to prepare for a hard block. His body had turned purple. The Otomarasen shuriken arrived in an instant. What? Garp roared, desperately focusing his weapons on his hands and chest. Finally, he was pushed by the Otoma spiral shuriken and smashed into the sea again. A huge whirlpool forms in the sea. Boom! A second later, a terrifying explosion occurred in the sea water. The huge whirlpool collapsed and terrifying waves formed on the sea. It's over. After using the radar to detect that Garp's life fluctuations had not disappeared, Wang Han breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and flew towards the Blade pirate ship. If you don't want the old man Garp to die here, you'd better go to the sea to fish him out. His breath of life is very weak now. Wang Han's plain voice reached the dog-headed warship as it passed by. Vice Admiral Garp lost. After hearing Wang Han's words, the navyman on the dog-headed warship murmured in disbelief. Lieutenant General Garp. Garp's adjutant Muir jumped off the warship without hesitation, plunged into the rough sea, and swam desperately toward the surface of the sea where Garp finally disappeared. We won. Everyone on the Blade Pirates looked at Wang Han, who came back, looking in disbelief. Even Gina looked at Wang Han with wide eyes. No one thought that Wang Han was so strong, especially the last move. They couldn't think of anyone in the world who could block that blow. Let's go. Looking at the stunned people, Wang Han said with a smile. He sat down against the railing of the pirate ship. It seems that I still have many shortcomings. Looking at the sky, Wang Han sighed. He has many powerful moves, but the middle ones are insufficient. This also leads to the embarrassment of encountering a guy like Garp who is powerful alone and has strong defense. Your attacks will either kill him instantly or be unable to defeat him. Situation. As for whether Garp will die, Wang Han is very sure that Garp will not die. Garp's vitality is very tenacious. As long as the rescue is timely, he will not die. The Blade Pirates left, and the sailors on the dog-headed warship did not stop them. More and more people jumped into the sea and swam desperately toward the place where Garp sank into the sea. The warship also headed towards the place where the battle ended. I didn't expect that I actually lost. I lost to this kid. That kid didn't lie. This move really almost killed me. In the sea, Garp, who was gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, looked at the sunlight coming through the sea, looked at the blood in the sea, and murmured. He wanted to return to the sea, but unfortunately at this time, his whole body was tingling, and his spirit began to become blurry. His hands seemed to be broken, and there was a huge and hideous wound on his chest. Lieutenant General Garp. Muir soon discovered Garp, who was sinking into the deep sea. He looked at Garp as if he was almost dead. Looking at the huge wounds on Garp's body and the dense cuts all over his body, tears suddenly flowed down and he swam faster toward Garp. Quick, call the doctor. Muir and Garp swam back to the surface. Immediately shouted at the warship. More and more marines swam towards Muir and towards the unconscious Garp. What? Malinfando, in the marshal's office, when Sengoku answered the phone and heard Muir's anxious voice inside, he suddenly shouted in disbelief. In the office, he heard the voice on the phone bug and looked at the phone bug on the table in disbelief. Marshal Waring states, Lieutenant General Garp is seriously injured and unconscious. The situation is very serious. Please send our best medical skills. Muir's anxious voice came out from the phone bug again. Immediately send the fastest warship with the best doctors in the headquarters to the East China Sea, contact Garp, quickly. When he heard the repeated words in the phone bug, Waring States was finally convinced that he heard correctly, and immediately gave the order anxiously. After giving the order, Waring States suddenly slumped down on the chair, his eyes a little dull. I hope Garp will be fine. Crane said, feeling worried for Garp. I am also worried about the future of the sea. Garp was seriously injured and on the verge of death. This was shocking news, and it was also a news that dealt a huge blow to the Navy. After calming down for a while, Warring States picked up the phone bug and called Muir. Muir, what happened? Who is the enemy? It's an unknown boy who is with the Blade Pirates. In the phone bug, Muir replied in a low voice and began to talk about the battle between Garp and Wang Han. Chapter 16. After listening to Muir's story, Warring States fell silent, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Especially when I heard Muir recount that during the battle, Garp once shouted, "If I die, it's because I'm not as skilled as others. The man I'm fighting against is not wanted. He is not a pirate." When he said this, Warring States didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Is he glad that this person is not a pirate, or is he sad for his old friend? Because of this person, Garp is now facing a near-death situation. Muir, block the information immediately. No one is allowed to tell this matter. Otherwise, it will be punished as a crime of leaking secrets. Tell me about the battle at that time. Sengoku said to the phone worm. After understanding the situation of the battle with Muir, Sengoku hung up the phone worm in a low voice. Things have happened. At least, that person is not a pirate yet. He said, for more details, I can only hope that Garp can survive. Your Majesty, the food is ready. On the Sharp Blade pirate ship, under the glare of all the pirates, Sharp Blade walked up to Wang Han stiffly and asked carefully. Judging from his timid appearance, he seemed afraid that Wang Han would destroy his entire group if he got upset. Sharp Blade, don't be so reserved. There's no need to call me sir. Seeing Sharp Blade's appearance, Wang Han said with a smile, you were not like this before. Yes. Hearing this, Sharp Blade quickly responded and wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he was still cautious. Before, he didn't know that Wang Han was so terrifying and could even defeat Garp. He just thought that Wang Han was a somewhat powerful person, so he was more casual. Now that he saw Wang Han's strength, he didn't dare to be casual anymore. Moreover, he had heard Wang Han himself tell Garp that he was a bounty hunter, and since they were pirates, they were naturally afraid of the terrifying Wang Han. Sharp Blade, you are the leader of the Sharp Blade pirates. The swordsmen under you are all looking at you now. It's not like a swordsman to be so timid. Wang Han was still afraid of himself when looking at Sharp Blade. He could only smile and say, and I brought Kuina to you to learn swordsmanship, not for other things. Kuina likes your pirate group very much. Yes. Hearing this, Sharp Blade quickly responded again, feeling a little more relaxed. Captain Sharp Blade, Brother Wang is very nice, you don't have to worry. At this time, Gina also came over and said to Sharp Blade with a smile. Okay. Facing Gina, Sharp Blade was obviously much more comfortable. In fact, Wang Han's strength is like a terrifying mountain, making it difficult for him to face it with a normal heart. How about having a banquet tonight? Let's all have a drink. Wang Han suggested. Yes. After hearing Wang Han's words, Sharp Blade immediately responded. Seeing that Wang Han didn't give any more instructions, he hurried to prepare. Brother, everyone on the ship is afraid of you. After Sharp Blade left, Gina sat down next to Wang Han and whispered. The strong are inherently feared by the weak. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. When are we leaving? Is it after the banquet? Gina asked with some reluctance. The Blade Pirates, who are all swordsmen, really helped her a lot. She really wanted to continue to compete with the swordsmen of this pirate group, but she could feel that the people of the Blade Pirates were now very hostile to her. Both she and Wang Han became afraid. Swordsmen who cannot attack with all their strength have lost the value of sparring. Leave now. They won't feel comfortable having a banquet if I'm here. Seeing Gina's thoughts, Wang Han said with a smile. Yes. After hearing this, Gina nodded. Together with Wang Han, they quietly got off the Blade Pirates ship, returned to the yacht, and sailed away. Captain, that adult and Kuina have left. Half a minute after the yacht left, a pirate immediately ran into the captain's office and reported to the sharp blade. I understand. You go ahead and prepare for tonight's banquet. Hearing this, Sharp Blade waved his hand in a low voice and drove away the pirates who came to report. Alas! After the younger brother went out, Sharp Blade sighed. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wooden wall of the room, feeling ashamed. Wang Han is kind to him and the Blade Pirates, and he also appreciates Kuina's talent. He really didn't want to say goodbye in this way. Just like Wang Han said, the weak are afraid of the strong. With Wang Han and Kuina around, the entire pirate group feels uncomfortable. But the most important thing is because Wang Han is too strong, a strong man who can defeat Garp. The Blade Pirates are just an insignificant little pirate group, how dare they have anything to do with Wang Han? The news of Garp's defeat has not yet been concealed. In a few days, the news that the naval hero Garp was defeated and seriously injured and dying spread like a hurricane across the sea. Countless people are curious about who is so powerful that he actually defeated Garp and severely injured him. Is it the four emperors or some retired great pirates? Unfortunately, the story of who severely injured Garp has not yet spread across the ocean. The only people who know now are Garp and the Blade Pirates. With this news, many people began to get ready to take action. Some powerful pirates went to the East China Sea, hoping to seize this opportunity to kill the seriously injured and dying Garp, adding fuel to the fire and attacking the navy. And the prestige of the world government, weakening the strength of the navy. Lieutenant General Garp, Marshal Warring States call. On the dog-headed warship rushing to the windless zone, Muir brought the phone bug as soon as Garp woke up. Put it through, haha, Warring States must be going crazy now. Hearing this, Garp laughed and said. But now even his laughter seemed weak. The phone bug was connected, and the phone bug imitated the appearance of the Warring States period. Cap. On the other side, in Marine Marshal's office, Sengoku looked at the phone bug's imitation and spoke in confusion. The one the phone bug imitated was the Garp he was familiar with in the past. He was clearly a man whose whole head was covered with bandages. If Sengoku came to Garp at this time, he would definitely see that Garp's head was not only covered with bandages, but his whole body was covered with bandages. If Garp hadn't returned his life, he would have been dead long ago, let alone waking up now. Haha, Warring States, I almost left you. Haha. Seeing the image of the Warring States period, Garp laughed and said, speaking like a tiger or a wolf. It's just that the voice seems less lively than before. Hearing Garp's voice, Warring States on the other side of the phone fell silent. This was the first time he had seen Garp injured so badly that he almost lost the ability to move. Even when he fought against the Nox pirates, Garp had never been injured so seriously. After a long while, Sengoku asked again, who hurt you like this? Is it the four emperors or those retired guys? Haha. Hearing this, Garp laughed happily. Hearing Garp's laughter, Sengoku really wanted to scold this heartless guy like before. Such a powerful guy appeared on the sea, and he could still laugh. Sengoku, the person who hurt me is a young man I've never seen before. He's a bounty hunter. Garp said with a smile. Not a member of the Blade Pirates? Are you sure this person is not a pirate? Hearing this, Sengoku immediately understood and asked. Sengoku finally knew why Garp shouted that he was not allowed to put bounties on his enemies. No, ha. Ha. Garp stopped laughing and said, this person might be able to join our navy, but he seriously injured me with one move. At that time, I almost thought he's going to die. A move? Zenguo asked seriously. Yes, one move. Hearing this, Garp also became serious. He is a devil fruit user. He can create various weapons on his body, and his physical skills are also very powerful. But the move he used to defeat me in the end was the power of wind. Well, I understand. Warring States said seriously. If he is really not a pirate and has no evil deeds, I will definitely try to invite him to join the navy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him to join the navy. I have already tried and was rejected. Garp said seriously. He also has an 11 or 12-year-old girl with him. This little girl is a swordsman. It seems that they came to the Blade Pirates just to hone the little girl's swordsmanship. The Blade Pirates are full-body swordsmen. The pirate group. Okay, I understand. Warring States said seriously. He knew what Garp meant. It was not easy for Wang Han to invite him, but there was a little swordsman girl named Gina beside Wang Han. After hanging up the phone, Warring States smiled. Garp is indeed Garp, a hero of the navy. Chapter 17. La Bar, if we can seize this opportunity to kill the naval hero Garp, our La Bar pirates will definitely become famous on the sea and become the real great pirates. La Bar. In the East China Sea, in the waters around the sea restaurant Barity, on a pirate ship with a masked skull and crossbones flag hanging, a man over 3 meters tall and with bulging muscles spoke excitedly to his subordinates. Laba! Laba! Upon hearing the captain's words, the pirates of the Laba Pirates shouted excitedly. It seems that killing the current Garp is easy for them. Captain, we found a ship to the west. It's the Barity, a restaurant on the sea that just appeared recently. The lookout hand put down his telescope and loudly reported to the captain of the La Bar Pirates. Barati, a vessel like a fish on a plate. Barity, let's use them to replenish the supplies on our ship. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Laba laughed and said. Chef Tetsuo, there is a pirate ship coming towards us. It is the Laba Pirates, a large pirate group with a reward of 2,000 million. In Barity, Teddy, who had just applied to be a waiter, hurried into the kitchen and shouted anxiously. Pirates! Come on, the pirates! Didn't they go to the Grand Line? Did you come back after just 2 months of failure? Hearing Teddy's words, the busy chefs in the kitchen suddenly panicked, and several chefs even dropped the kitchen utensils in their hands. Boss GP, what should I do? The chefs all looked at the man in the kitchen who had a beard tied into braids, a tall chef's hat, and only one leg. He was still making food in the face of the pirates. Middle-aged man. Phew. GP exhaled and put the food he had just prepared on the plate. Maybe they just came to eat. GP said, walking out of the kitchen first. At this time, the only 2 tables of guests in the lobby outside the kitchen had already ran out of the restaurant and sailed away from Barity. None of the food on the table was finished, and there was a lot left. It can be said that so much food was wasted. Next to Jafu, a boy with yellow hair and curly eyebrows looked at the remaining food and clenched his fists. Everyone looked towards the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer outside the window. Everyone fell silent. Kuina, just like swordsmen stick to the way of the sword, chefs also have their own way. The chefs in this restaurant are the ones who stick to the chef's way. Then the food they cook must be delicious. Yes, no matter what kind of villain or prison escapee, as long as hungry people come to this restaurant, they have the meaning to continue working in this restaurant. This should be the path of chefs they insist on. At this moment, the conversation between a man and a woman, a large one and a small one, came from outside the restaurant into the quiet restaurant. The similar content of the words also caused the chefs to temporarily shift their attention from the approaching pirate ship to the door of the restaurant. Squeak! The small wooden door of Barity was pushed open. Under the curious eyes of the chefs, a man with medium-length black hair and wearing dark-colored casual clothes led a man holding a samurai sword and wearing white casual clothes. A girl in sportswear walked into the restaurant. Welcome, sorry guest, a pirate group is here now, the restaurant is temporarily closed. Seeing the 2 people who came in, even though they were facing the danger of pirate robbery, Teddy still ran forward with professional ethics and said, very apologizing. Brother Wang, if pirates attack, we won't be able to eat. How about you help them drive away the pirates? Hearing this, Gina said to Wang Han with some disappointment. Wang Han had come to bring her a change of taste, and she was looking forward to it after hearing the introduction of Wang Han's restaurant. At the same time, she also wants to help these chefs who insist on their own way. It's just that she is not strong enough, so she hopes Wang Han can take action. Sorry, 2 guests. If they are just here to eat, I hope you won't stop them. As soon as Gina finished speaking, GP stepped forward and said apologetically, as the guest just said, no matter what kind of villain or prison escapee, as long as a hungry person comes to this restaurant, they are our guests. If they really come to rob. Before GP finished speaking, 2 cannonballs landed on the sea around Verity, causing high splashes of water. Hearing the explosion outside, Wang Han shook his head and said, it seems they didn't come to eat hungry, they still had the energy to fire, nor did they come to eat peacefully. Sorry, avoiding pirates will hurt the 2 guests. I hope the 2 guests can leave for a while. GP said apologetically. No. After hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and refused, saying, we came hungry. This. Hearing this, Ji-pun was speechless for a moment. Wang Han returned what he just said. Besides, Gina is looking forward to it very much. Wang Han said. He took Gina and sat down at a table, not forgetting to shout, waiter, take your order. What should I do, boss? Seeing this, the chefs all looked at GP. The pirate ship outside was getting closer and closer, but they didn't fire any more guns. Maybe they thought that the people on the Verity were scared out of their wits and were ready to let it go. Slaughter it. Sanji, go greet the guests to order. Seeing this, GP immediately said, everyone, since the guests appreciate the outside so much, then no matter what, we have to let the guests enjoy the meal safely. Okay. After hearing this, the chefs immediately shouted loudly and picked up their weapons. Brother Wang, can they deal with these pirates? Gina, sitting next to Wang Han at the dining table, said to Wang Han. The look in his eyes clearly expressed the hope that Wang Han would take action. Don't worry, the boss here used to be a pirate, and he's quite famous. Seeing this, Wang Han said with a smile, besides, why would I let these pirates disturb our meal? After speaking, Wang Han reached out and tapped the chair next to him, and then pushed the chair to the table next to him. Ka ka ka. The next moment, in the surprised eyes of Gina and the chefs, the chair touched by Wang Han and the table touched by the chair suddenly glowed with a metallic color, and were connected together in a burst of mechanical deformation, becoming a 3-meter-tall half-skeleton robot rushed out of the restaurant and jumped into the sky. Amidst the buzzing sound of propellers, the robot that ran out turned into a 2-meter-long model Mustang fighter in a burst of metal tumbling, and flew rapidly towards the incoming pirate ship. No wonder people with devil fruit abilities have the confidence to face pirates. Seeing this scene, GP thought to himself. I feel relieved a lot. Captain, something is flying over. On the other side, on the pirate ship of the Lava Pirates, a pirate pointed at the flying robot and said loudly. Do you want to resist? Laba, I am the captain of Laba with a reward of 2,000 million. Boys, let them see the brutality of our Laba pirates. Laba shouted with a smile. Pull. Suddenly, the pirates shouted loudly, and they were all gearing up to kill each other. Da-da-da. However, before these pirates could get enough excitement, the sound of machine guns resounded in the sky. The 5.56 mm bullets were shot down rapidly. Puff puff puff. In an instant, blood splattered on the pirate ship. Each pirate was shot by bullets, and bunches of blood spurted out from their bodies. Damn it, he's a devil fruit user. Seeing this, the joy on Laba's face has been replaced by anger. The next moment, the flying model fighter plane turned into a robot again and landed on the pirate ship in a burst of metal tumbling. Upon seeing this, Laba immediately roared, "Kill him! Come on!" For a moment, the pirates of the Laba pirate group all yelled and rushed towards the robot that had just fallen. Da-da-da! At the same time, the skeleton robot that had just landed on the ship also opened fire. Bullets were sprayed from the robot's arms, and rockets as thick as ham sausages were also continuously shot from the back of the robot. In an instant, screams and explosions were heard constantly on the lava pirate ship, and the power of rockets was like a grenade, which kept falling on the rushing pirates. Chapter 18. Damn bastard, I'm a pirate with a bounty of 2,000 million. Laba looked at the robots that went on a killing spree after boarding the ship, and watched as his men continued to die in the hands of the other party. His pirate ship was blown up in many places and ignited with flames. Suddenly roaring, he picked up his axe and rushed towards the 3-meter-tall robot that was killing the pirates. La Ba Captain. Seeing La Ba take action, the pirates on the pirate ship who had been killed by the robot suddenly gained confidence again and shouted cheers for their captain. Ka ka ka. Looking at the charging lava, the robot also stopped firing. The machine gun on its arm rolled with metal and turned into a palm. It grabbed the long sword that popped out of the back and rushed towards Laba. Its speed is not even half as fast as Laba. The robot's electronic eyes are constantly shining with red light, and it is rapidly analyzing Laba's movement data. Dang! Bang dang! The next moment, the long sword and the giant axe collided. In Laba's disbelieving eyes, the big axe was cut off by the long sword like tofu. Half of the axe head fell to the ground, and the sharp blade that appeared on the robot's arm directly cut through Laba's. On the chest, the sternum was severed. Puff! A large amount of blood bloomed and sprayed from Laba's chest. Boom! However, this was not over yet. Gunfire rang out the next second. A 12.7 mm bullet directly penetrated Laba's neck, breaking half of Laba's neck, bringing out a large amount of blood and minced meat, and completely ending Laba's life. The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. When they looked at the robot with the gun barrel protruding from its head still smoking, no one had the courage to resist. Run away! With a cry, the remaining pirates rushed to the side of the ship like crazy, trying to jump off the ship and escape. Da. However, the next moment, gunfire rang out again, and rockets once again flew around on the pirate ship, exploding into clouds of flames. Although these pirates no longer have the courage to resist, the robots are still faithfully executing Wang Han's orders, killing all the pirates and taking back the heads of those with bounties on them. The machine gun's mowing efficiency was undoubtedly rapid. More than 100 pirates had no chance of escaping under the massacre of the machine gun and the explosion of rockets. This. On the Barity, the chefs looked at the fires, gunshots, and screams that kept exploding on the pirate ship of the Laba pirates not far away. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that the boy who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old could be so powerful. The Laba pirates didn't even have a chance to resist in his hands. Come on, the pirate group's bounty is a bit undeserved. It should be that they have done too many evil things to get such a high bounty. At the dining table, Wang Han shook his head, pointed to a few dishes that he liked on the menu handed by Sanji, and said to the somewhat dazed Sanji, "Your specialty fish, 2 bottles of red wine, 1 soup and 1 steak, and some takoyaki." 1 steak, 1 juice, thank you. Kuina said to Sanji with a smile. Okay, this beautiful lady, the steak and juice you asked for will be here right away. After hearing Kuina's words, Sanji, who was stunned, suddenly came back to his senses and said immediately. His eyes have become heart-shaped. Oh! The next moment, a wooden stick hit Sanji on the head, causing a big bump on Sanji's head. Sorry, this kid is often confused. Please forgive me. GP, who put down his prosthetic leg, said apologetically to Wang Han, "Your food will be here soon, please wait a moment." Chefs, start working. After saying this, GP greeted the chefs and returned to the kitchen with Sanji. He was well aware of Sanji's sexual nature and was afraid that Sanji would get into trouble, so he hurried over to take Sanji away. Hearing this, other chefs also quickly got busy, but at this time, the chefs looked at Wang Han with fear. Because this is a strong man who does not know good or evil. While the chefs were busy, the robot flew back to Barity's boat and landed on the deck of the yacht docked next to Barity. There are 6 human heads hanging on the robot's waist. It's really good. It has a special feeling compared to the food cooked by the robot. The food cooked by the robot really has no soul. It seems that we will frequent the restaurants along the way in the future. Kuina, after practicing, you should be comfortable, enjoy life. During the Barity, Wang Han put down the tableware and said to Gina with a smile. Yet. Hearing this, Gina hummed in agreement, savoring the lingering taste in her mouth. The food here is indeed better than the ones made by robots. Waiter, pay the bill. Wang Han shouted to Teddy beside him. Guest, this order is free for you. Thank you for helping us solve the pirate group. Upon hearing this, Teddy immediately ran to Wang Han, rubbing his hands habitually and saying. It's only natural to give money for meals. Let's deal with it. The pirates are unlucky. I'm a bounty hunter. Naturally, I have to hunt these pirates with bounties. Wang Han said, putting the 2,200 Bailey stayed on the table. The amount is exactly the amount consumed plus a tip of dash belly. Then Wang Han took Gina directly out of Barity. Until Wang Han left, Sanji was nowhere to be seen again. Guest, go slowly. Welcome to visit us next time. Teddy stood by the door and said loudly, not forgetting to bow vigorously. The etiquette of welcoming guests was not forgotten at all. On the other side, 4 pirate ships flying different flags have entered the East China Sea through the windless zone. There are the Balaka pirates with a bounty of 3,000 million, the Stegosaurus pirates with a bounty of -million, the Tyrant pirates with a bounty of -million, and the World Destroyer, Bundy-Wald, with a bounty of -million. In the Grand Channel, there are more pirate ships leaving the Grand Channel through the windless zone. Many of these pirate groups are pirates worth over -million. These pirates left the Grand Waterway, either for fame or profit, or to suppress the reputation of the navy. Their purpose was the same, which was to kill Garp, who was seriously injured and dying. Marine Headquarters Marine Fando, Sengoku has received news that the big pirates are rushing to the East China Sea. Under the orders of the Warring States period, the war machine of the Navy also started. More than a dozen warships are also heading to the East China Sea through the windless zone. East China Sea has also attracted the attention of all parties. Everyone knows that East China Sea is about to become lively. At the same time, they also want to see if the person who seriously injured Garp will appear again in this excitement. Chapter 19. Wang Han has already noticed what is about to happen in the East China Sea through satellites, and he knows the situation better than anyone else. After taking Gina for a delicious meal, Wang Han's yacht left Barity and changed its original direction. At this time, it was heading towards Garp's dog-headed warship. After all, this matter was caused by him. However, Wang Han did not want Garp to die because of him. At the same time, as Garp woke up, Wang Han also came into the sight of the Navy and the world government. He attaches great importance to this strong man who can seriously injure Garp. When it was learned that Wang Han's yacht was heading towards Garp's dog-headed warship, it also caused a burst of tension in the Navy and the world government, fearing that Wang Han was going to hunt down Garp. If Garp dies, the Navy and the world government will not only lose a strong man, but their reputation will also be greatly damaged. Now Kizaru and Aoki are on their way to support, and the Navy has also sent people from its headquarters to prepare to contact Wang Han. At night, Sibuya village was illuminated by a bright red fire. This was not a celebration, but the village was experiencing a tragedy like annihilation. The powerful pirates plundered the village wantonly, and tragedies happened one after another in their hands. Villagers' houses were also set alight by them, and the fire spread throughout the village. The villagers who had no time to escape hid in their homes shivering, not daring to make a sound. They could only pray in their hearts that these pirates would leave quickly. The poor women who were found and exposed struggled and were dragged out of the house by the pirates and pushed to the ground. The brave men want to resist, want to save their families, and want revenge, but they are the opponents of these vicious pirates, and in the end, all of them can only fall in a pool of blood unwillingly. The child's cries echoed in the blood-soaked streets, and then he struggled and cried as he was dragged and thrown into the burning house by the laughing pirates. Ha ha ha! Rampant laughter echoed throughout the weeping village. In the dark night illuminated by fire, the pirates laughed wantonly like green-faced and fanged demons, creating more tragedies. Young men, grab all the valuables and women, and don't leave anyone else alive, ha ha ha. If you dare to inform the navy, let them pay the price, and let the surrounding villages take a look. We monitor lizards. The pirates are not easy to mess with. In the center of the village, the captain of the pirate group known as the Giant Lizard grabbed a struggling beautiful girl. While giving orders to his pirates, he laughed wildly. At his feet was the body of another girl. The dead girl's eyes were full of fear and pleading, and her body was covered with scars. These people are real pirates, extremely vicious and inhumane. On the seaside not far from the village, the luxury yacht washed up on the beach like an assault boat and ran aground on the beach. Listening to the wails and screams that could be heard hundreds of meters away, Gina's soul was greatly shocked. Without any time to think, Gina picked up the adamant samurai sword and jumped off the yacht. She rushed towards the village with all her strength and shouted to Wang Han, who was still on the yacht, without looking back. "Brother Wang, you go first. We can't let the pirates continue to act recklessly. Please help them." Listening to Gina's slightly pleading cry, Wang Han's expression at this time was terrifyingly gloomy. Murderous intent brewed in his heart. It's not that Wang Han couldn't see such a scene. Wang Han had seen too many such killings before. What made Wang Han angry was that these damn pirates had lost their humanity. He was angry that these pirates actually performed this inhumane tragic scene in front of Gina. Gina begged her. "Call." The next moment, flames spurted out from Wang Han's back. Wang Han flew out of the yacht with a long fiery red light, surpassed Gina in the blink of an eye, and disappeared into the firelight that burned the village. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of mechanical rolling sounded on the yacht behind Gina. The next moment, the huge yacht had turned into a giant robot with a height of 20 meters. It ran to Gina in a few steps, guarding Gina. Comprehensive. No. In the center of the village, the woman dragged by the pirates struggled desperately. "Mommy, mommy!" The little girl with blue hair ran out of the house, desperately holding the hand of her mother, who was dragged out of the house by the pirates, trying to pull her back. "Go away!" Next moment. The next moment, the pirate's big foot landed on the blue-haired girl and kicked the girl back into the burning house. The girl struggled in pain and cried helplessly. "Anne!" The young mother cried out pitifully, tears falling continuously as she looked at the burning house, struggling desperately to rush into the burning house. Court death! Angry curses came from the mouth of the dragging pirate. The next moment, the pirate raised the knife in his hand and chopped off the young mother's head. "Anne, don't come out!" Looking at the approaching knife, the mother shouted, looking at the girl with eyes full of love. Puff! The next moment, blood spattered and brain matter burst out. Fortunately, the young mother did not die. The one who died was the pirate who was dragging him, and his whole head exploded like a watermelon. The young mother broke free from the pirate's shackles and wanted to rush into the sea of fire without hesitation. Boom! It was only then that loud gunshots were heard in the sky. Bang 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 bang! The gunshots did not end. In the next 5 seconds, more than 50 gunshots rang out in the sky. On the streets and in the fields, pirates who were still making trouble suddenly had their heads cracked or basketballs were shot out of their chests. Big blood holes, splatters of broken flesh and blood. At this moment, looking at these dead pirates, the women who were begging and struggling were stunned, the rebellious pirates were stunned, and even the men who fought desperately to defend their families were stunned, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but he looked toward the sky in the direction of the gunfire. In the sky illuminated by the fire, a flickering figure was seen soaring dozens of meters in the air, with 2 flames spraying steadily behind him. The most impressive thing is his scarlet eyes. Bang bang bang! His hands were constantly spitting out tongues of fire. The next moment, the non-stop gunfire brought everyone back to their senses. They saw holes as big as basketballs blasting out of the chests of each pirate, and their heads were shattered in the gunfire. Run! Listening to the constant gunshots and watching their companions fall miserably dead, the remaining pirates panicked and fled towards the center of the village desperately. However, how can the legs of these ordinary pirates outrun the 12.7mm Barrett bullets? The fleeing pirates were being bombarded one by one. Even if they hid within the range and hid behind the wall, the bullets would make big holes in the wall and kill these hiding pirates. In the sky, Wang Han's electronic eyes kept flashing messages. No pirate who appeared outside could escape the sanctions of Barrett in Wang Han's hands. Their traces had been locked from the first moment they appeared in Wang Han's eyes. Even if he escaped into a house that could block his vision, he could not escape the scanning detection of Wang Han's eyes. Bastard, go to hell! Roars sounded in the center of the village. Watching his men continue to die, the monitor lizard captain angrily threw a harpoon at Wang Han in the sky. At the same time, his body also changed into a huge green-skinned muscle. Lizard man! Be careful! Anxious shouts rang out from many places in the village. Seeing the harpoon shot at Wang Han like a javelin, the villagers who saw it became extremely nervous. Captain Lizard! When the pirates saw the giant lizard activate the power of the devil fruit, they immediately became more confident. Facing the incoming harpoon, his electronic eyes had already clearly calculated the trajectory and strength. Wang Han only moved half a meter laterally and easily avoided the incoming harpoon. It turns out to be the giant lizard pirates. The next moment, Wang Han's hands were closed, and during the mechanical transformation, a 20mm twin machine gun appeared in front of Wang Han. Clang clang clang! The sound like a pile driver hitting an iron plate resounded in the sky. Puff puff! Before the giant lizard captain could make a second attack, a dense barrage of large caliber bullets had already been poured on him. In the disbelieving eyes of the surrounding pirates and villagers, the huge lizard man's head as big as a water tank could not be seen. The upper body, flesh, and bones were continuously blown away, and then the body, hands, and feet. In just a few seconds, the lizard man's huge body turned into a pile of flying pieces of flesh and bones. The proudly tough skin is as fragile as tofu when faced with 20mm bullets. Run away! With a shout, the remaining pirates immediately ran away from the village with frightened faces just like the villagers before. Whoa! Looking at the escaping pirates, the surviving villagers knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Wails and cries calling for loved ones echoed throughout the village. Anne! The young mother rushed into the burning house, took out the blue-haired girl inside, and held her tightly in her arms. Bang bang bang! In the sky, Barrett's gunshots were still ringing. Anne stared blankly at the figure in the sky whose hands were constantly spitting out tongues of fire. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she had already remembered this figure deeply in her mind. Mom, I want to learn marksmanship. Gina. At the edge of the village, Wang Han flew to Gina and stopped Gina, who was running towards the village with all her strength. Brother Wang, have all the pirates been dealt with? Seeing that it was Wang Han, Gina stopped and asked with concern. All of them have been solved. No one has been spared. Let's go. Wang Han said with a smile. But... Gina wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Han. Although there are heavy casualties, they need to be strong. The pirates have been dealt with. Let's go. Don't disturb them. Wang Han shook his head and said, not wanting Gina to see the miserable state of the village. Chapter 20. Clang clang clang. On the dog-headed warship, when the onlookers saw the yacht chasing behind them, their expressions immediately changed, and they immediately rang the alarm bell on the ship. On the deck of the warship, when the alarm bell was heard, each naval officer immediately put down what they were doing, picked up their weapons and ran onto the deck to prepare for battle. The cannons on the warship also began to turn their muzzles. What's going on? Is it a pirate? Muir hurriedly ran out of the cabin and asked the lookout loudly. Commodore Muir, yes, it is the ship that was with the Blade pirates that day. It is coming towards us at an extremely fast speed. After hearing Muir's question, the lookout quickly answered loudly. Damn, everyone get ready for battle. Hearing this, Muir gritted his teeth and cursed, loudly ordering the soldiers. At the same time, he picked up the telescope and looked at the rear of the warship. The soldiers may not know it, but Muir knows that the boat behind is the boat of the bounty hunter who injured Garp. Now that Garp was seriously injured, he was worried that the other party would suddenly catch up and come to hunt Garp. Yes. After hearing this, the Navy immediately responded loudly. Muir, cancel the combat status and stop the ship. Hearing the lookout's call, the weak Garp walked out of the cabin with the support of 2 Navy soldiers and immediately said to Muir. But, Lieutenant General Garp, I'm worried. After hearing this, Muir immediately retorted. There is nothing to worry about. I will execute the order immediately. Garp interrupted Muir and walked to the side of the ship with the help of a naval soldier. Yes. After hearing this, Muir could only respond, and ordered loudly and unwillingly, everyone cancels the combat status and stops the ship. Lieutenant General Garp. After giving the order, Muir immediately came to Garp's side and looked worriedly at the white waves that could be seen in the distance. Your worries are unnecessary. If he wanted to kill me, I would be dead and I would have asked for the injury. Garp said to Muir with a smile. But his voice seemed weak. This is really a fast boat. Looking at the rapidly approaching yacht in the distance, Garp said with some envy, if there was such a fast boat, I could go home to see my grandson often. Hearing Garp's words, Muir couldn't laugh at all. Soon, the yacht arrived next to the stopped warship. Garp, your body recovers quite quickly. Looking at Garp standing by the boat, Wang Han stood on the deck of the yacht and said loudly to Garp with a smile. Looking at Garp now, his injury is much better than when he was first injured, and he can barely move. In addition to the Navy's treatment, life return definitely accounts for the most important factor. Ha ha ha, I'm old and can't compare to you young people. Boy Wang Han, have you considered joining the Navy? I'll talk to the warring states about it. It may not be possible to be a general, but I will definitely give you a lieutenant general first. It's a problem. Hearing this, Garp said with a smile. You are thinking too much. I have no intention of joining the Navy for the time being. I just got some traces of pirates and am going hunting. Wang Han shook his head and said. Think about it again. As long as you join the Navy, I will immediately ask the Marshal to give you the position of Lieutenant General, and I will also introduce Dao Tu to you. That little girl is very beautiful. Garp smiled. He looked at Wang Han expectantly like a child. Let's talk about it later. Now I have to make money first. Wang Han shook his head, turned around and walked back to the cabin of the yacht. Wang Han can be said to be the person who knows the most about Garp's injury besides Garp. He deliberately chased Garp's dog-headed warship to observe Garp's injury. Now, Wang Han has clearly scanned Garp's physical condition. Grandpa, you need to take a good rest. I hope you are fully recovered when we meet next time. Dina said to Garp with a smile, and followed Wang Han into the cabin. The yacht started moving again, at a speed of 80 knots per hour, which was more than twice as fast as a warship sailing at full speed, and soon disappeared into the sea. Call. Looking at the departing yacht, Muir let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Wang, there are several pirate ships ahead. On the yacht, Gina, who discovered the pirate ship, stopped practicing and quickly said to Wang Han, who was sitting on the lounge chair. At the same time, Kuina was also confused. When she met pirates in the past, the pirate ships were still far away. Wang Han would find these pirates and ask her to prepare for battle. Why were there so many pirate ships this time? They were almost close to the yacht. The distance was less than 3,000 meters, and Wang Han didn't even notice it. I know, they are the Balaka pirates with a bounty of 3,000 million, the Stegosaurus pirates with a bounty of -million, the Tyrant pirates with a bounty of -million, and the World Destroyer, Bundy Wald, with a bounty of -million. Wang Han said with a smile. There's a pirate with a bounty of -million. After hearing this, Gina suddenly became nervous. Gina, please don't participate in the battle this time. Lie down and rest for a while. Wang Han said with a smile. These pirates are all big pirates in the Great Channel and the New World. They are still too strong for you now. Even the Luoluo on their ship is not something you can deal with now. Call out. Just as Wang Han finished speaking, a cannonball roared towards the yacht. It turns out that this distance has already entered the range of these pirate ship cannons. The yacht was used for entertainment by the pirates on the pirate ship. Destroying the yacht can also conceal their whereabouts. The next moment, a light blue barrier suddenly appeared and enveloped the yacht. The cannonball hit the light blue electromagnetic shield and exploded, but it could not damage the yacht at all. Even the airflow from the explosion could not blow onto the yacht. Yachts, sink them. Facing the pirates' attack, Wang Han did not get up from the recliner. He just gave instructions behind him, closed his eyes and continued to bask in the sun. Kakaka. Almost as soon as Wang Han finished speaking, the sound of mechanical gears came from the front of the yacht, and an 88mm gun barrel stretched out from the yacht. This was an 88mm recoilless cannon that could fire 15 rounds per minute. At the same time, on both sides of the yacht, the deck suddenly opened, and 2 Vulcan gun turrets rose. The 11 gun barrels were more than 2 meters long, and each gun barrel had a caliber of 1130 mm. This is the 11 Type 30-barreled 30mm cannon with a caliber of 173*11,000 mm and a maximum rate of fire of 1 rounds per minute. Seeing the changes in the yacht, Kuina also remembered the night when the pirates attacked the village, and the yacht under their feet turned into a giant robot. He asked Wang Han afterwards, and Wang Han told her that the boat under her feet was a transformer, and its name was a yacht. Boom! The next moment, the 88mm artillery fired the first shot. Buzzing! The 30mm cannon opened fire immediately, and the terrifying tongue of flames sprayed out more than 5 meters long. Shell casings lay down from the turret like dripping water. In an instant, 30mm cannon shells rained down on the pirate ship less than 3,000 meters away. Chapter 21. Boom! An explosion sounded on the approaching pirate ship. The pirate ship of the Balaka pirates, which had a bounty of 88 million, was the first to suffer. The -mm shell struck like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing the wooden hull of the pirate ship. The 10-kilogram shell exploded inside the pirate ship, destroying several cabins. Immediately afterwards, 30mm machine gun bullets came in intensively, continuously hitting the hull of the pirate ship and causing intensive explosions. In just 1 second, the front of Balaka's pirate ship was riddled with holes, and the bow of the ship was turned into pieces of wood in the intensive explosion. Damn it! Feeling the strong danger on the pirate ship, Balaka, who was offering a bounty of -million, only had time to curse before he jumped out of the pirate ship in fear and jumped to the ship of the Stegosaurus pirate group next to him. He is a user with bomb fruit ability, but unfortunately his fruit ability is completely helpless in this situation, so he has no choice but to abandon the pirate ship and his crew. Unfortunately, the incoming barrage was so dense that it almost enveloped Balaka's pirate ship like heavy rain. Balaka, who had just jumped off the ship, underestimated the incoming barrage. The bullets and gunfire he had seen before the incoming machine gun bullets were incomparable. Almost the moment he jumped out of the pirate ship, a 30mm machine gun bullet passed through his body, breaking his body into 2 pieces, followed by a second one. The third one. Fruit abilities and self-skills are 2 different things. Moreover, superhuman abilities are different, and the effects of what they can do are also different. Under the stunned gazes of the pirates on the other 3 pirate ships, Balaka was broken into 2 pieces as soon as he jumped out of the ship. When he fell into the sea, the two body parts had become minced meat. Baleka didn't even have time to show off his own strength, so he lost his temper in the dense barrage. Most of the remaining pirates on Baleka's ship were shot to pieces by cannon bullets and exploding shrapnel flying at a speed of 1,000 meters per second before they could react. Even if a few powerful pirates reacted, they were not Garp and could keep up with the speed of machine gun bullets, let alone in such a dense rain of shells. 30mm machine gun bullets can penetrate the top armor of a main battle tank. Even if there are pirates who are armed and domineering, they are far less domineering than Garp. Under the dense 30mm machine gun bullets, they can only be lambs to be slaughtered. Looking at the pirate ship that had withstood nearly 2,000 machine gun shells in just 5 seconds, becoming riddled with holes, and the dead Baleka. The expressions of the captains of the remaining 3 pirate ships suddenly became very ugly. Turn the helm and leave immediately. Seeing the tragic situation of the Baleka pirates, Mog, the leader of the Stegeryu pirates, almost did not hesitate and immediately issued orders to his pirates. Although they are all powerful pirates, under such intense and terrifying firepower, their pirate ships will be dismembered on the sea before they get close to each other, even if they can withstand the firepower from the opposite side with their strong strength. On the opposite ship, his men did not have this strength, and their pirate group would also be killed by the opposite firepower during this period of time. Most of them, or even all of them, were killed. What's more, he is a Stegosaurus fruit user from an ancient species of the animal system. He is 3,000 meters away, and he has no ability to cross such a long sea to rush to the opposite ship. At the same time, compared to Stegosaurus Mog who retreated, the people on the remaining 2 ships were more ruthless. Multiply 100 times the shells. With a bounty of -1,000,000 to destroy the world, Bondi Wald kicked away the pirate next to the cannon on the ship, fired directly at the yacht in the distance, and then activated his ability. The next moment, the cannonball shot out instantly became 100 times larger and hit the white yacht in the distance like a hill. Bear impact. At the same time, Tyrant Bear launched his own attack. A white cat paw print-like sphere shot out from the hand of the bear, which was nearly 7 meters tall. When it was 100 meters away from the bow of the ship, the cat paw print-like sphere instantly grew in size, forming a bear paw-shaped sphere 100 meters in size. Blocking in front of 3 pirate ships. All the incoming cannonballs changed their trajectories due to the impact of the air, and even stopped directly. Looking at the huge flying shells, Gina's eyes were full of worry. It seems they are not such rubbish. Then I should be a little more serious. Watching the huge flying shells and the impact of bear paws blocking the dense barrage fired by the yacht. On the recliner, Wang Han raised a hand, and his arm turned into a triangular barrel in a sudden change, and terrifying thunder light gathered at the muzzle. Electro-optical cannon. Not electromagnetic gun. The next moment, the yellow laser beam shot out from the triangular gun barrel. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the huge flying cannonball, passed through the air shock wave generated by the impact of the bear's paw, passed through the abdomen of the 7-meter-high tyrant bear, and finally disappeared on the vast sea. Boom! The next moment, the huge cannonball was detonated directly in mid-air, and the explosion range covered hundreds of meters. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the bear's mouth. In his disbelieving eyes, a fist-sized burnt wound appeared on his abdomen, piercing his body. The speed of the electro-optical cannon was so fast that he didn't even have a chance to launch the meatball fruit bounce attack. But he should be lucky that Wang Han's blow was not aimed at his vitals, otherwise it would not be as simple as punching a scorched hole. Wang Han's electro-optical cannon is cosmic technology, a weapon used in cosmic warfare. It has truly lightning speed. With just this blow, the bear knew that the person on the opposite side was not something he could deal with. A guess quickly emerged in the bear's mind. The person on the opposite boat was the person who injured Garp to the point of death. Although he is violent, he is not stupid. Such an existence is more dangerous than an uninjured Garp. With almost no hesitation, the bear slapped himself. The next moment, Xiang's tall figure disappeared from the pirate ship. He abandoned his crew and used his fruit ability to fly away. The bear is still a true tyrant today. Let me see how many shells you can block, double it, 100 times. The bear left only moments after the injury, and Wald didn't even notice. Seeing that his 100 times cannon shell was detonated, he immediately came to another cannon and fired the shell. The cannon ejected from the chamber and immediately began to grow in size. Electric light cannon. The next moment, the newly enlarged cannonball was instantly penetrated by lightning. A huge explosion exploded directly 10 meters from the bow of the pirate ship. The shock wave generated by the explosion directly blew off the mast of the pirate ship. The unsuspecting pirates were blown down to the sea by the shock wave. The huge waves caused by the explosion quickly pushed the pirate ship backward. Damn it! In the sky, Wald, who had escaped the explosion, stopped in midair with a moonwalk, covering his burnt broken arm. His face became extremely serious. At this moment, he finally discovered the huge gap between the two sides. Just now, his arm was cut off by a yellow light. It happened so fast that he didn't even react. It wasn't until he dodged the explosion that he realized he had lost his arm. Wald looked at the Stegosaurus pirates and the Tyrant pirates, and began to think about how to use these two guys to help him hold off the enemies, especially the bears. Only when he looked around did he realize that the bear had run away at some point, and the remaining pirates of the Tyrant pirate group were desperately turning the wheel to escape. On the ship of the Stegosaurus pirates, Mog, the user with the Stegosaurus fruit ability, was separated from his body at some point. From the burnt joint on his neck, he knew how Mog died. The remaining pirates of the Stegosaurus pirates had not yet reacted, and were desperately trying to stabilize the rocking ship, and some were even shouting about the captain. Damn it, I have no choice but to escape. Doubling, 100 times acceleration. This 100 times acceleration is not that much, otherwise it wouldn't be invincible. Wald cursed inwardly. Not daring to go back to the ship, he activated his abilities and started to escape from the sky on moon steps at extremely fast speeds. Under the moon step that was 100 times faster, his speed was even faster than the speed of bullets. But even with such speed, even if he could rush to the white boat 3,000 meters away in 3 seconds, Wald did not dare to take the risk at this time, because the opponent's attack speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to react, it was so fast that he couldn't handle it. However, his guess was indeed correct. Wang Han's attack was too fast. The next second, yellow lightning shot out instantly, even though he was using his fruit ability to speed up his movements, even though his feet were desperately stepping on the air at extremely fast speeds. The lightning also accurately hit his right foot that was stepping on the air in an instant, breaking his foot from the knee. Wald's figure, which was moving rapidly in the air, suddenly stopped and fell into the air. However, an even greater tragedy followed. Just when Wald wanted to stabilize his falling body and continue to stamp on the air with his remaining foot to escape, the yellow lightning struck again. Break his other foot at the knee as well. Then a third bolt of lightning came, destroying his only remaining arm. Looks like I'm done here. Unable to remain airborne anymore, Wald fell into the sea. Feeling that the sea made his body weak, he slowly closed his eyes and waited for his fate as if resigned to his fate. It would be better for him to die now than to live. Just when Wald was thinking this, a shark with a metallic luster swam next to him. From the shark's belly, 2 metal tentacles stretched out and wrapped around his unable to move body, swimming quickly. Get moving! Chapter 22. Although the pirates on the opposite side had completely given up resistance, the yacht was still faithfully executing Wang Han's orders and sinking the pirate ship. In the flames of the explosion, the remaining 3 pirate ships were attacked by the yacht, and without any resistance at all, they were blown into sieves by the dense cannon bullets and sank into the sea. Only a few escaped. Whoa! 4 mechanical sharks swam to the yacht, and the mechanical tentacles on their abdomens gently placed Wald and a dozen human heads on the yacht, as well as more than a dozen boxes. Well done, go play. Bring back the crabs. Wang Han said to the mechanical shark, tapping the deck of the yacht lightly with his hand. The yacht understood and started sailing again. Several mechanical sharks scattered away. I'm curious about your Momo fruit powers. Let me see what your devil fruit powers are based on. Looking at Bondewald, who seemed resigned to his fate, Wang Han said with a smile and put his hand on Bondewald's head. 2 hours later, Garp's dog-headed warship sailed into the sea area. Lieutenant General Karp, Brigadier General Muir, a large number of ship fragments and corpses were found ahead. A few sea miles away, the lookout discovered shipwrecks and corpses floating on the sea. There were so many corpses that it was difficult not to notice them. Hearing the shout, Cap and Muir stopped talking. Muir immediately took out his telescope and looked at the sea. Lieutenant General Garp, I'm afraid there will be pirates nearby, maybe from the Grand Channel. For safety reasons, we'd better take a detour to avoid this sea area. Putting down the telescope, Muir said to Garp suggested. Although he was unwilling to take a detour, now that Garp was seriously injured, safety and the situation of the sea came first. I think those ship fragments are the pirates who came out of the Great Channel as you mentioned. Garp interrupted Muir with a smile and pointed to the sea not far away. Not worried about his current situation at all. Upon hearing this, Muir immediately picked up the telescope and looked at the sea pointed by Garp. Only half of the corpse was seen floating on the sea at this time. There was a pattern of a skull with 3 horns on the back of the corpse. It's the Stegeryu pirates. Who defeated them? Muir said doubtfully. The news headquarters about the Stegeryu pirates' arrival in the East China Sea has told them that this is this year's supernova pirates. Captain Mog is a Stegeryu fruit user with a bounty of 3,000 million. How could such a powerful guy die in the East China Sea? Muir, you forgot, there was a powerful bounty hunter who came here before us not long ago. He also said that he got some traces of pirates. Seeing Muir's confused look, Garp said with a smile. It's him, no wonder. After hearing this, Muir immediately understood. This Stegeryu pirates must have met Wang Han. It's not just the Stegosaurus pirates. I saw the sail of that guy from Bondewald. Garp said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Muir immediately picked up his telescope and started observing. Sure enough, there was a sail floating on the sea in the distance, and the pattern of the pirate flag could still be vaguely distinguished on it. On the yacht at night, Wang Han and Gina happily ate crabs as big as a basin, so full of crab paste that they could swallow them in big mouthfuls. Not far from the yacht, fires burned on the sea, illuminating the surrounding darkness. In the sky, a giant mechanical dragon with 3 heads was raging. Raging pillars of fire spit out from its mouth, evaporating large areas of seawater and igniting ships on the sea. In the burning fire, a huge 9-tailed fox kept jumping in the flames, avoiding the pillars of fire spewing down from the sky. At this time, the anxiety and anger were obvious in the 9-tailed fox's smart eyes. Catalina, Dai Peng. A great pirate who is famous in the sea, and a user with the 9 tails fruit ability of the animal-type fantasy beast species, and is known as the most ferocious female pirate in history. But at this time, she was chased by the mechanical fire dragon in the sky and was jumping up and down, but there was nothing she could do. Although she knows some short-term flying skills, compared with the fire dragon, it is not worth mentioning. Flying into the sky would only make her die faster. And she didn't dare fly into the sky to fight the fire dragon, not only because the fire dragon's flames were extremely threatening to him, but the steel-sharp teeth in the mouth of the 3-headed fire dragon made her even more intimidated. The 9-tailed fox's charm ability is completely useless against this cold steel machine, and her attack hits the mechanical fire dragon. Although it can break large pieces of steel, the mechanical fire dragon will return to its original state in the blink of an eye. As for transforming into someone else, there was no other living person except her in this fire. Brother Wang Han, do you think the 9-tailed fox is as beautiful as the legend says? After eating the crab, Gina wiped her mouth and asked Wang Han curiously, looking at the sea burning with fire in the distance. Probably, but the cocky 9-tailed fox may not be as attractive in appearance. Wang Han said with a smile after hearing this. At the same time, a signal was transmitted into the mind of the mechanical three-headed dragon. The next moment, the mechanical three-headed dragon on the sea stopped spitting fire. The mechanical body flipped over and landed on the pirate ship. When it landed, it had turned into a huge transformer with wings and a height of 20 meters. Holding a huge steel sword in his hand, he rushed towards the nine-tailed fox. Owner. Under Gina's curious eyes, the three-headed dragon that transformed into a transformer flew to the edge of the yacht, respectfully shouted to Wang Han, and gently placed the unconscious Catalina Depen in the palm of her hand on the deck of the yacht. Then waited for Wang Hangzhen's order. Find yourself a seat on the boat. Wang Han said to the three-headed dragon. With a wave of his hand, the deck of the yacht began to squirm, sending the unconscious Catalina Depen to Wang Han's side. Gina, I'll give you a gift. Wang Han said to Gina with a smile, and placed his hand on the head of the unconscious Catalina Depen. For a moment, a fiery yellow devil fruit condensed under Wang Han's palm. As the fruit condensed, Catelyn Na's life breath also completely disappeared. This is a devil fruit. Kuina watched in surprise as the devil fruit in Wang Han's hand floated on the sea for several months. She also learned a lot about devil fruit. But I have never heard of anyone being able to extract the energy from someone else's body and recondensate it into a devil fruit. Yes, this is the nine-tailed fox fruit, but wait a moment, the fire-colored fox doesn't look good. I'll change it for you. Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, he stretched out a finger from his other hand. A thin hollow needle stretched out from the tip of his finger, and was pierced into the devil fruit by Wang Han. The next moment, under Kuina's even more surprised gaze, the fiery red devil fruit gradually turned white. A gift for you. I changed it and it's a white nine-tailed fox. After changing the color of the devil fruit, Wang Han smiled and handed the devil fruit in his hand to Kuina. After receiving the snow-white devil fruit, Kuina hesitated for a while and then handed the devil fruit to Wang Han again. He said resolutely, Brother Wang, I want to become a pure swordsman without relying on the power of devil fruit. Ah! You misunderstood, Kuina. Hearing this, Wang Han smiled and shook his head, pushed the devil fruit to Kuina again, and said, I didn't give you this devil fruit for you to eat, I don't want you to use this kind of rubbish to improve your strength. I gave it to you as a pet. When you get to the next town, buy a little fox for it to eat, and you will have a white nine-tailed fox as a pet. Chapter 23. Lieutenant General Garp, another piece of the pirate ship was found. On the dog-headed warship, the watching navy shouted loudly to Garp, who was breathing fresh air on the deck. Why do you say it again? Because this is the 6th time in this week that they have found fragments of a pirate ship. What was tense at the beginning has now become routine. Even Muir was no longer as nervous as when he first discovered the pirate ship fragments, and began to become less concerned. Ha ha ha! Let me see which unlucky guy it is. Drive the warship over. Hearing this, Garp stood up with a laugh and walked to the side of the ship. After another week of training, he is now able to move on his own, and his recovery is quite fast. Of course, he was still far from fighting. After all, Wang Han's move had damaged his cells and internal organs. It's the pirates from Latam, and another big pirate has died, ha ha ha. I really hope there will be more big pirates. Tell Sengoku the good news. After seeing some marks on the fragments of the pirate ship, Captain laughed loudly and said, This Latam is a pirate with a bounty of over -million. Vice Admiral Garp is the warship of Admiral Aokiji. At this moment, the lookout shouted excitedly to the deck. Admiral Aokiji is here, that's great. Admiral Ching Pheasant is here. Hearing the lookout's call, the warship suddenly erupted in deafening cheers. Although they did not fight the big pirates, they still remembered their mission and did not forget their current situation. Now that Aoji Daiichi has come to the rescue, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku put down the phone and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Then Sengoku dialed the phone number again. The bounty hunter named Wang Han definitely has the combat power of a general, and he also has justice in his heart. He must recruit him into the navy. Let's go. This hunting is over. Let's exchange for the bounty. There is a lot of bounty this time. We will not be short of money in the future. On the yacht, after once again wiping out a pirate group and harvesting more than a dozen heads, Wang Han said to Kuina with a smile. End this hunt. The yacht began to turn following Wang Han's words and sailed towards the nearest naval branch base nearby. Donghaijiu town, when the navy in the town saw a yacht approaching on the sea. The news of Wang Han's arrival had already reached the ears of the major stationed in this town. When Wang Han brought Gina to the naval base in the small town, he was immediately welcomed by the navy at the naval base with the highest standards. Welcome! Nearly 200 sailors stood neatly outside the gate of the base, bowing unanimously to Wang Han and Gu Yuna to show respect. At the same time, sailors fired guns into the sky to celebrate Wang Han and Gu Yuna. Arrival. A middle-aged naval officer wearing a navy uniform and a navy justice cloak, who was meticulously groomed, walked up to Wang Han and Gina, saluted them in turn and said loudly. Hello, Mr. Wang Han, Miss Gina, I am the Navy Lieutenant Commander stationed in Jiu Town, Mocha. Here, on behalf of the entire base Navy, I warmly welcome you. You two are running around at sea, working hard for the safety of the people. Thank you for your hard work. The base has prepared tea and cakes. Please. After speaking, the major took the initiative to guide the two of them. Major Mocha is too polite. We are bounty hunters, and we kill pirates for the bounty. We should not accept such righteousness. Wang Han said with a smile, leading Gina to follow Mocha's pace. No, Mr. Wang Han deserves it. Not everyone is willing to become a bounty hunter. Hearing this, Mocha said with a smile. Every time Mr. Wang Han kills a pirate, he indirectly saves more people. His contribution to the stability of the sea cannot be erased by anyone. Mr. Wang is a hero. This is an undeniable fact. After saying that, Mocha couldn't help but glance at the big package Wang Han was holding. Most of the package was stained red with blood. I don't know how many heads of big pirates are in this package. The title of hero is not easy to live up to. I am just a powerful layman. Wang Han shook his head, and slowly walked into the naval base and Mocha's office while chatting with Mocha. If you are chatting, stop for now and do business first. After entering the office, Wang Han took the initiative to interrupt Mocha's politeness, said with a smile, and put the big cloth bag in his hand on the ground. Sir, please wait a moment. After hearing this, Mocha immediately said with a smile and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Wang Han. At the same time, two Marines waiting outside the door immediately ran into the office holding two thick books, opened the package, looked at the heads in the package, and quickly opened the illustrated books in their hands to search. While looking through it carefully, I took notes. Soon, the two Marines finished comparing the illustrations, saluted Mocha, and reported, Sir, the heads have been confirmed. They are Stegosaurus Mog with a bounty of 3,000 million, Bomberman Balaka with a bounty of 33 million, and Balaka the Bomber with a bounty of 7,500 million. Bailey's Momo Fruit User, World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, has a bounty. The total bounty is -billion. After listening to the soldier's report, Mocha couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although he knew that Wang Hanlai must have brought some big fish, he also heard some news and was already prepared, but he was still frightened when he heard the reports from his soldiers. Almost all of them had heads of over -million. Big pirates, even the top big pirates, and the few crew members who don't have more than -million are also guys with tens of millions of dollars. Looking at Wang Han who was calmly drinking tea on the side, Mocha's eyes became more respectful. This was a person who was even more powerful than the rumors. Mocha couldn't help but feel glad that Wang Han was a bounty hunter and not a pirate, otherwise he really didn't know how much disaster it would bring to the sea. Mr. Wang Han. After hearing the soldier's report, Mocha immediately smiled and said to Wang Han, Sir, can you wait a few more days in the base? There is not so much reserve funds in the base, and you need to apply to the headquarters. Of course, sir, the accommodation and consumption of Miss Gina will be borne by our base. Then there's Major Lao Mocha. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, we just want to relax for a while. No trouble, no trouble. Hearing this, Mocha quickly waved his hand and said, if sir, you have any needs in the town, please be sure to put them forward. At the same time, a piece of news that made the pirates tremble and the navy excited also spread on the sea. Following the news that Garp was defeated by an unknown person and was seriously injured and dying, the mysterious man who defeated Garp finally surfaced. What is surprising is that the person who injured Garp was a new bounty hunter named Wang Han from the East China Sea. In addition to defeating Garp, this person also wiped out almost all the big pirates who entered the East China Sea and wanted to kill Garp in a month, including the long-famous world destroyer Bond Iver, who had a bounty of up to 5 million. In Germany, Katarina and Daipeng, whose bounty reached 4 million, had a total bounty of more than 33 billion for the pirates they killed. I thought that with so many big pirates entering the East China Sea to kill the seriously injured and dying Garp, the reputation of the Navy and the world government would be hit again. But I didn't expect that there would be such a big twist. The person who injured Garp turned out to be a bounty hunter. Not only did it not further damage the reputation of the Navy and the world government, but the death of so many big pirates made the reputation of the Navy and the world government rise. After hearing the news, some big pirates who were preparing to enter the East China Sea or wanted to enter the East China Sea also gave up their thoughts, and some forces also called back the killers sent to the East China Sea. Some people even think that Wang Han alone has the strength to challenge the Yonko pirates who have just divided the New World. Of course, more people still think that Wang Han alone will not be an opponent of any of the Yonko pirates, or even far from it. The current era is still 9 years from the beginning of the plot, and the price of pirate heads has not yet increased. The pirate forces in the East China Sea were silent for a while. No one wanted to meet Wang Han, a powerful bounty hunter. For a time, Wang Han also became a popular figure on the sea. Chapter 24. Sister, Sister. On the crowded streets of Zhuhu town, just after coming out of a pastry shop, a dirty little girl with tattered clothes ran up to Gina and looked at Gina with pleading eyes. Shouted weakly. Kid, what's wrong with you? Can't you find your parents? Seeing this little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old looking at her pleadingly, Gina smiled and knelt down and asked. Sister, can you give me some money? I'm so hungry. The little girl looked at Gina pleadingly, bit her lip, and stretched out her dirty little hands. Gollum. At this time, a protest sounded in the little girl's belly. The cake my sister just bought is for you to eat. Seeing this, Gina immediately opened the bag in her hand, took out a box of cakes and put it in the little girl's hand. Sister, Good dong. Looking at the cake in front of her sister's hand and the beautiful cream decoration on the cake, the little girl hesitated and swallowed hard. Eat quickly. Gina saw this and said with a smile, if it's not enough, sister has more here. No, sister. After hearing this, the little girl shook her head firmly and begged, Sister, I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat cake. I want to eat something else. Can you give me some money to buy something else to eat? After saying that, the little girl firmly but reluctantly pushed the cake back to Gina. But the little girl's longing and reluctant eyes still betrayed her desire. Gina knew that the child actually wanted to eat cake. Maybe the cake is too expensive, what a good kid. Gina thought so in her heart. She opened her wallet with a smile, took out 1,000 belly and put it in the little girl's hand. He put the cake in the little girl's hand again and said with a smile, Take the cake too, sister bought a lot of it. Thank you, sister, thank you, sister. After receiving the money, the little girl hugged the cake and bowed to Kuina one after another to thank her, then turned and ran towards the alley on the street. Brother Wang, she is so pitiful. Looking at the dirty back of the little girl running away, Gina said to Wang Han with some pity, feeling a little depressed. They are indeed pitiful. After hearing this, Wang Han looked at the alley where the little girl ran into. He shook his head and said, "Did you find out? What did you find?" Gina looked at Wang Han doubtfully. "Look at the eyes of the surrounding residents and passers-by," Wang Han said with a smile. After hearing this, Gina immediately observed and looked at the people and residents passing by. The eyes of these people were either indifferent or pitiful. There are also some residents pointing here from a distance, not knowing what they are talking about. "Brother Wang, why are they all so indifferent and not helping that little girl?" Gina asked Wang Han strangely. "Indifferent? Maybe you don't want to do useless work. You will know soon." Wang Han shook his head. Sometimes, kindness can also be a tool that can be used by others. Kindness is also a tool that can be used by others. Gina repeated Wang Han's words, thinking about why Wang Han said that. "Sister, sister." At this moment, another little girl of 5 or 6 years old ran up to Gina, looked at Gina pleadingly, and stretched out her dirty little hands. "Sister, can you give it to me? Want some money to eat? I'm hungry." Gilyalu. Her stomach was also growling with hunger. Looking at the dirty little girl in front of her, Gina couldn't help but turned her head and looked at Wang Han. After Wang Han's reminder, she knew there was a problem with these children. Although she didn't know what the problem was, Gina knew that Wang Han would tell her the answer. "They are just some poor children, you can give it if you want. We are not short of these. But it is best to give them some money," Wang Han said with a smile, without stopping Gina. "Yes." Gina nodded, opened the bag and placed a box of cakes in the little girl's hand. The little girl was about to speak when she saw Kuina opened her wallet again, took out 1,000 belly and gave it to the child. "Thank you, sister, thank you, sister." After bowing twice and saying thanks in the same way, he also ran to an alley not far away. "Sister, sister." At this moment, 3 or 4 more children ran over and gathered in front of Gina. They stretched out their dirty little hands and looked at Gina imploringly. "Sister, please give us some money to buy things, we are so hungry." Looking at the several dirty children in front of me, I heard that they had almost the same words as the 2 children before. Each of them was dirty, their clothes were in tatters, and they were all so hungry that they could alone. "Brother Wang Han." Gina looked at Wang Han again. "Just decide for yourself," Wang Han just said with a smile. "Yes." Hearing this, Gina nodded, took out all the cakes she just bought and distributed them to the children, and gave each of them 1,000 belly. "Thank you, sister, thank you, sister." After receiving the money, the children bowed politely to Gina, and then ran towards the alley together. "Brother Wang, what is going on?" After the children left, Gina looked at the alley where the children ran into and asked Wang Han, with some sadness and some anger in her tone. She had already guessed something, but she wasn't sure. Money has a huge temptation and will tempt those who are weak-minded and have evil intentions to embark on the path of crime. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head sadly. The times are like this, and only in this way can these children continue to live sadly. "Brother Wang, I still don't quite understand." Hearing this, Gina shook her head. "Alas!" Wang Han sighed and said, "In this era of great navigation, there are too many evil people. People who use the identity of pirates to do things as adventurers are always rare. More after people go to sea, they become real pirates, just like what they met that night, burning, killing, looting, and committing crimes. These children are unfortunate. Too many people have died on the sea. Their parents are only a very small part of them. Without their parents, they are the poor people of the times. They want to live. They can only let others slaughter them until one day they die in an obscure and dark corner." "Brother Wang Han, you are saying that these children are being manipulated, right?" Gina said. "That's right." Wang Han nodded. "Why don't they escape? If they escape, they will be free." Gina asked again. Not everyone is Gina and has the power to defeat adults. Wang Han said with a smile, they are just ordinary children. Escape is not a good idea for these children who are helpless and have no ability to survive independently. They will only die faster. Even though they are enslaved by evil people, at least they can live. Is there no one to take them in? Gina asked, with expectation in her eyes, expecting Wang Han to say yes. It is the expectation of this era. Of course someone has taken them in. There are still many people with unyielding consciences on the sea. Hearing this, Wang Han said, then shook his head, paused, and then continued, it's just, in this rough wave how many people are capable of taking them in on the sea? How many can be taken in? There are too many orphans in this era. Among this huge number of orphans, these children who are manipulated by others are considered lucky. Hearing this, Gina was silent for a while and said, Brother Wang Han, I want to help these children, will you help these children? Have you decided? After hearing this, Wang Han looked at Gina seriously. I have decided. Gina nodded heavily, looked at Wang Han firmly, and said, no matter what happens in this era, I will never give up on these children. They should not become the poor people in this era. Now that you've decided, just do whatever you want to do. No matter what you want to do, I will always support you. Seeing Gina's firm gaze, Wang Han said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Wang Han. Hearing this, Gina smiled happily, and then bowed deeply to Wang Han. Thank you on behalf of the helpless children at sea. Those children are still waiting for you. Wang Han said with a smile. Yes. Gina nodded heavily, took the knife and rushed into the alley not far away. Chapter 25. Cake, hum. In the alley, a strong man with a scarred face took out a hidden cake from a child's arms, threw it directly to the ground, stepped on it several times with his feet, and cursed viciously at the children in front of him. You are all beggars, are you worthy of eating this cake? After eating the cake, how can you ask for money? If you are not hungry, how can others give you money out of kindness? Seeing the cake being trampled under the feet of the scar-faced brawny man, every child seemed to have done something wrong. They lowered their heads and endured the scolding of the scar-faced brawny man. Their eyes were filled with tears, but each one of them resisted the tears from falling. Because they know that crying will only lead to more vicious scoldings and beatings. What a bunch of reckless brats! If we hadn't pitied you, you would have all starved to death. A fat man watching the fun next to him sneered and said, you can just obey our orders. If you have to, hide the cake. None of you are allowed to eat tonight. To be a beggar, you must have the consciousness to be a beggar. Next time you dare to hide something, be careful I break your legs. After saying that, the fat man spat hard on the crumbled cake on the ground. They are not beggars. At this moment, a shout sounded at the entrance of the alley, and Gina ran into the alley holding the knife. Little girl, you'd better not meddle in other people's business, otherwise we won't be polite to you. The scar-faced man looked at Gina with wide eyes. The fat man next to him sneered and took out a dagger in his hand. You're welcome, you can give it a try. Wang Han walked in from outside the alley, leaning against the wall of the alley with his hands folded. How dare a little girl meddle in our business? It turns out someone is backing her up. The scar-faced man said with a sneer as he looked at Wang Han walking into the alley. Clenched his fist until it made a crackling sound. Being a good person comes with a price. Let them go. Gina said, and at the same time drew out the adamantium alloy sword and made a swordsman fighting posture. Ha! Turns out he's still a swordsman. Seeing this, Scarface sneered and walked towards Gina step by step. In his eyes, a little girl like Kuina doesn't pose much of a threat even if she learns kendo and holds a weapon. Miss, please go and leave us alone. Seeing that the two parties were about to fight, a little girl with her head lowered suddenly shouted loudly. We follow them voluntarily. If we don't follow them, we will all starve to death. Did you hear that? These children followed us voluntarily. Scarface stopped and said with a proud look on his face. Little sister, let's go. We all follow them voluntarily. The other children also said, with a hint of crying in their voices. After hearing the words of these children, Gina suddenly felt at a loss. Children, I am going to build an orphanage in this small town. Not only will food and accommodation be provided, but cakes will also be provided. You can also study and go to school. Looking at the overwhelmed Gina, Wang Han said with a smile. If you don't want to be a beggar anymore, then shout out loudly. If you shout out, the door of the orphanage will be opened for you. You will never become a tool for others to make money again. Us. Hearing this, these children immediately hesitated. He hesitated and looked instinctively at the scar-faced man. You bastards, without us, you would all have starved to death a long time ago. He just lied to you. Seeing the hesitant expressions of these children, the scar-faced man immediately cursed loudly. Looking at Wang Han and Gina fiercely, he gritted his teeth and said, since you two want to fight, don't blame us. After saying that, the scar-faced man rushed towards Wang Han and Gina, followed closely by the fat man beside him. I don't want to be a beggar anymore, I want to eat cake, and I want to sleep in a warm bed. Weave. At this moment, the little girl I saw at the beginning suddenly shouted loudly and cried. Asshole! This is not a thought that a beggar like you can have. Hearing the little girl's cry, Scarface immediately stopped, turned around and punched the little girl. Stop! Kuina shouted, pulling out the adamantium alloy knife and rushing towards the scar-faced man, trying to stop the punch from falling. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and it was too late. When the other children saw this, they closed their eyes and their bodies trembled. Boom! The next moment, a gunshot rang out in the alley, and a severed arm flew high in the alley. Ah! The scar-faced man held his hands and howled in pain. At the entrance of the alley, Wang Han, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded, had raised a hand, and this hand had turned into Barrett, with a faint white smoke coming from the muzzle. Shot fired, run! Outside the alley, gunshots were heard in the alley, and the bustling pedestrians ran away from the alley. People at the door of the shop also ran into the shop. Gun! The fat man behind the scar-faced man looked at Wang Han tremblingly and backed away step by step. It was only then that he realized that they had encountered a ruthless person. With this attitude of not hesitating to shoot, they might die here. Kuina breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to the children and asked loudly, tell me, do you still want to be a beggar? If not, then shout out. We don't want to. We don't want to be beggars anymore. I want to have a full meal and cake, and I want to sleep in a warm bed. Whoa! Hearing this, the children all shouted loudly, and then they all started crying. Good job! Hearing this, Gina smiled happily. Then he stared hard at the wailing scar-faced man and the fat man, and said, did you hear that? They don't want to be beggars anymore. They want to have a full meal and sleep in a warm bed. I heard it, I heard it. Hearing this, the scar-faced man ninja felt pain and nodded hurriedly, these brats are all yours. If you don't care, just take them away. Hey! Gina snorted coldly, turned around and smiled gently at the children, children, let's go. Looking at Gina's back, the scarred man gritted his teeth resentfully. Wait, Gina! At this moment, Wang Han came over. Barrett pointed at the scarred man's head. Where are the other kids? Cold sweat flowed from Scarface's forehead. Where are the other children? Gina also understood and asked immediately. The children here are only 4 or 5 years old, so there must be older children. There are no other children, they are all here. Scarface said in a panic. Really? Then I will give you a chance. Wang Han said with a sneer, one person is enough to answer, who is it? What? Hearing this, the scar-faced man was stunned for a moment. I know, I told you all. Before the scar-faced man could react, the fat man who had been trembling beside him immediately knelt down and shouted loudly. "I said!" The scar-faced man shouted. Bang! The next moment, the scar-faced man's head exploded into pieces. "Your companion speaks faster than you." Wang Han sneered and looked at the fat man kneeling on the ground. Other children are begging on other streets. This street is more lively, so they are younger children. Seeing Wang Han's cold eyes, the fat man trembled and said quickly. Chapter 26. Quick, quick, someone is committing murder in the alley. It's the Navy, great, the Navy is here. The anxious and thankful voices of the town residents came from outside the alley. Put down your weapons and raise your hands. Soon, a dozen Marines rushed into the alley, and immediately pointed their guns at everyone in the alley, shouting loudly. The people inside are Mr. Wang and Miss Gina. They both put down their guns. They both put down their guns. The next moment, after seeing the people in the alley clearly, the Navy Commander CAO who led the team immediately shouted anxiously and loudly ordered the soldiers. After the soldiers put down their guns, Captain CAO couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This is a legendary figure who has killed many big pirates. They just welcomed this important figure at the gate of the base this morning. If it accidentally goes off, you could be in big trouble. Seeing the Navy rushing in, the children were obviously a little nervous, and they couldn't help but move closer to each other. On the contrary, the fat man kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The Navy is here, just in time. Looking at the Navy at the entrance of the alley, Wang Han smiled and waved to Chief CAO who was leading the team. Mr. Wang, Miss Gina, I'm sorry for being late. Navy Captain CAO immediately ran to Wang Han, bowed respectfully, and said. It's not too late, you came at the right time. Wang Han said with a smile, and then he was not polite, pointed to the fat man kneeling on the ground, and said, this guy is a personal trafficker, manipulating these children to beg. Now I leave it to you, please take these children to the naval base and take care of them first, and also ask you to collect the body of the one who was killed. I will explain to Major Mocha later, there is no problem. No problem, no problem. After hearing this, the fat man immediately bowed and nodded. Then he waved his hand back and ordered. Take away the prisoners and bodies, and take the children to the base and take care of them. Following the order, a dozen Marines immediately ran forward with guns on their backs, picked up the fat man, carried the body, and took the children away from the alley. In addition, there are some human traffickers scattered in the town, which may cause some riots. Seeing the sergeant give the order, Wang Han continued. Mr. Wang Han, do you need us to send troops to assist? After hearing this, Chief CAO immediately asked Wang Han enthusiastically. That's good, otherwise it would be bad if it causes too much panic among the people, and I will trouble you. Wang Han nodded and said. Captain CAO immediately arranged for a soldier to report back and ask for reinforcements. He stayed with Wang Han, looking ready to be dispatched at any time. I'll trouble you to run over in a moment. Wang Han said with a smile, rolling up his left sleeve. In the surprised gazes of Gina and the Navy commander, Wang Han's left hand turned into a metal color, and a flying insect with red eyes separated from Wang Han's arm and quickly flew in all directions. This is a reconnaissance mechanical flying insect. Wang Han leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. When Gina and Sergeant saw this, they knew that this was Wang Han's devil fruit ability, so they did not disturb Wang Han and just waited silently. Hurry up! About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps sounded outside the alley, and Major Mocha hurried over in person with more than 100 naval soldiers. Wang Han opened his eyes and looked at Mocha who ran into the alley first. Mr. Wang Han, if you need any assistance from us, please feel free to ask. Mocha entered the alley and immediately said to Wang Han respectfully. It's very simple, just appease the nation, arrest the criminals, and bring the children back to your naval base. Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, Wang Han patted his hand on the wall of the alley amid the doubtful looks of others. The next moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, human-shaped protrusions began to appear on the wall photographed by Wang Han. These protrusions were glowing with metallic luster, and then each robot separated from the wall. Blue bodies, made of steel and wires, each holding an automatic rifle or sniper rifle in their hands. The robot policemen in Chappie. After they separated from the wall, they immediately lined up in the alley, like soldiers in the army. There are 20 in total. Just follow them, they know where the criminals are. Wang Han said to the surprised Mocha with a smile. Okay, okay. Mocha stuttered after reacting, and immediately called the soldiers outside to give the order. Then, under the curious eyes of the residents in the room, the 20 robots each dispersed to various parts of the town with 5 naval artillery men. For a time, the residents of the town became curious. Especially curious about the robots running around with guns in hand. Almost everyone knew that a big shot came to the town this morning. In the morning, the Navy lined up at the base gate and fired a gun to welcome him. For a while, many people speculated that this movement was probably related to the big shot coming this morning. Bang bang! Da-da-da! However, just after everyone started speculating, strange gunshots began to sound from time to time in many places in the town. For a while, everyone was no longer curious and hid in their homes. There are several dilapidated wooden houses in the woods far away from the town. In one of the wooden houses, 4 strong men were guarding the wooden house at this time, eating the roast chicken on the table and drinking wine. In a corner of the wooden house, there were more than a dozen disabled children between 8 and 10 years old. He was lying on the ground, tied by an iron chain, fighting for food in the rice bowl on the ground like a wild dog. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Several gunshots suddenly rang out outside the house. Then there was a miserable scream outside the house. No! It's the voices of Lao Chi and Lao Ba. Hearing the screams outside the house, the bearded man's face suddenly changed. Could they be from other gangs? But how dare they? The man with a mustache said in disbelief. Get weapons quickly. The 4 people in the house picked up long knives or muskets one after another, hiding behind the door or by the window, carefully listening to the movements outside the house, and secretly peeking at every move outside. The few big men in the house did not notice that at the east and west corners of the roof of the house, 2 black flying insects were watching their every move from different positions. Kaka, kaka. Outside the house, 2 robot policemen walked around the corners of several other wooden houses with guns in hand. Their guns were already aimed at the houses where several big men were hiding. Bang 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 bang. The next second, gunfire rang out. The mechanical police who had just turned the corner of other houses aimed at the walls and doors of the houses and fired one after another. After dozens of gunshots, miserable screams came from the house, and 2 robot policemen immediately rushed towards the house. How come? Inside the house, the bearded man lay on the ground with his back against the wall next to the door. He looked at the brothers who were lying on the ground like him and screaming in agony, his eyes filled with disbelief. Their arms and legs were broken by bullets, and they were broken accurately through the wall. Bang bang! The next moment, the door of the house was knocked open from the outside, and 2 robot policemen broke into the house with guns drawn. Chapter 27. This is. Looking at the 2 robot policemen who broke through the door and rushed into the house with guns, it was the first time they saw this kind of iron lump that could move on its own. The bearded man's eyes were full of disbelief. 8 Marines rushed into the house with guns drawn. Bastard! When the sailors who came in saw the disabled children tied up with chains in the house eating like dogs on the ground, their anger suddenly rushed into their heads. Regardless of the fact that the 4 men's limbs had been broken at this time, they raised their rifle butts and struck hard. It hit the 4 men hard, causing them to let out even more miserable screams. It was unimaginable that such a tragic thing happened in Jiu town right under their noses. The disabled children looked at the scene in front of them and were at a loss. They just stared blankly. It took a long time before someone finally shed tears and started crying silently. They have been enslaved and beaten for far too long compared to younger children. It's over. The bearded man gritted his teeth and endured the beatings of the two Marines, his eyes filled with despair. He knew what he had done, and he also knew what consequences they would face once what they had done was revealed. The angry crowd would tear him into pieces, and those people would make them realize what they had done. Everything of. The next moment, the bearded man spit out a piece of meat from his mouth, and blood continued to flow from his mouth. The angry Navy soldiers ignored them and continued to beat their bodies like crazy. Next to them, the two robot policemen did not stop the actions of these Marines because Wang Han's order did not include this. Chong Cao, come quickly. However, at this moment, a shrill sound sounded outside the house. It was the voice of the Navy checking other houses. Brother Wang, why don't we go there in person? I want to help those poor children in person, and I also want to contribute my share. In the restaurant, Dina looked at Wang Han and said doubtfully. It's better not to go. The robots will take care of things. I believe the Navy will also settle the children well. They are people who believe in justice. After dinner, you will be at the Navy base. See those children who were rescued. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and said. Yes, Miss Gina, you have to believe in our Navy, those children will be safe and sound. Next to him, Mocha quickly agreed with Wang Han's words. Major. At this moment, a Marine hurriedly ran into the restaurant and whispered a few words in Mocha's ear. Crack. After listening to the report of his soldiers, Mocha's expression became angry, and his hands clenched into fists until they turned white. Dina looked around, worry showing in her eyes. Mocha, just go ahead. We will return to the naval base in a while. Wang Han seemed to know what happened, and said to Mocha seriously. Okay, Mr. Wang Han, Miss Gina, I'll excuse you for now. Hearing this, Mocha nodded, apologized, and hurriedly left with the Navy who came to report. Brother Wang, are you really okay? After Mocha left, Gina looked at Wang Han with worried eyes. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be here. Eat first, and then we'll go back to the naval base. Wang Han said to Gina with a gentle smile. Seeing Wang Han's smile, Gina immediately felt relieved. Just eating is still absent-minded. On the other side, Mocha and the soldiers who came to report ran through more than a dozen blocks at almost the fastest speed, and finally arrived outside the wooden houses in the suburbs. Outside one of the wooden houses, two Marines were guarding with guns. The expressions on their faces were full of anger, and there were marks of slaps on their cheeks. Their bodies were trembling, and tears were falling from their eyes. Sir, sir. Seeing Mocha's arrival, the two Marines immediately saluted, but their saluting movements were trembling and their voices were choked. They wanted to open the door for Mocha, but they didn't dare to touch the closed door handle. But Mocha was not in the mood to return the favor to the two soldiers, so he opened the door of the wooden house and rushed in. After entering the wooden house, Mocha's hurried steps suddenly felt as heavy as lead. He only took 2 steps before he knelt on the ground, staring at the scene in front of him with straight eyes. On the walls inside the house were various instruments of torture and medical equipment. In the middle of the room was a long blood-stained table. On the long table, the blood-stained arms of a disabled boy were slumped, dripping with blood. This is a torture room specially used to punish those orphans. Beside the long table, more than a dozen Marines were kneeling on the ground with red eyes, their cheeks were red, and tears were constantly flowing from their eyes. Bastard! 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 Mocha, you are such a bastard! The next moment, Mocha slapped himself hard on the cheek with both hands, and cursed himself angrily. He knew about these orphans, and he also knew that the situation in the sea was like this, and that the Navy could not feed so many orphans, but he never expected that such a terrible thing would happen under his nose. He still underestimated the cruelty of these sinners. The Marines in the basement looked at Mocha, and no one stopped Mocha from this act of self-mutilation, because they had done the same self-mutilation before. They are the navy stationed here. Every time they come out of the base, they can see these orphans. Just like the residents of the small town, they have become accustomed to it and have become numb. But now, each of them has a conscience of suffering. Chapter 28. Brother Wang Han, I can't eat, let's go back. In the restaurant, Gina put down the knife and fork in her hand without eating, and looked up at Wang Han. The worry in her eyes never disappeared. She knew that Wang Han didn't let her do his part because he didn't want her to see anything. It was precisely because of this that she became even more worried. Alas! All right. Seeing Gina's worried and pleading eyes, Wang Han sighed and nodded. The waiter was called to pay. Gina, this era of great navigation is really cruel. There are too many such things in the darkness where the sun cannot shine. Walking out of the restaurant, looking at the sun in the sky and feeling the warmth of the sun, Wang Han closed his eyes and said, however, the sun is still warm, and love will not disappear. Just like the Navy has always adhered to the justice in their hearts, justice will not disappear. So, let your heart be as solid as a rock. At the same time, don't give up hope. Yes. Hearing this, Gina nodded heavily. Let's go back to the naval base. Wang Han said. At the entrance of the naval base, 500 to 600 people had gathered here. There are more people coming from a distance, with baskets and bags in their hands containing all kinds of food and fruits. There are also clothes and bedding. They knew that something big happened today, something big and big. Gunshots were heard intermittently in the town and outside the town. After the gunfire, they saw orphans being brought into the naval base one by the Navy. Disabled children were carried into the naval base by the Navy, and criminals with bruises and broken limbs were dragged into the naval base by the Navy. Batch after batch, batch after batch. They knew that the criminals who manipulated the orphans were caught by the Navy, and the orphans were finally rescued by the Navy today. In the past, they were unable to help these orphans. They wanted to, but they knew that it was useless. But today, they all want to contribute their part. Mr. Wang, Miss Gina. When Wang Han and Gu Yuna squeezed through the noisy crowd and arrived at the entrance of the naval base, the naval soldiers guarding the entrance of the base immediately saluted Wang Han and opened the small door on the base gate. Sir, just accept it. These are our thoughts for those children. Sir, please order these things to be collected. Seeing the Navy soldiers saluting Wang Han, and seeing Wang Han walking into the naval base, the surrounding people shouted loudly. I'm sorry, I know your thoughts, but this matter needs to be decided by Mocha. After hearing this, Wang Han turned around and said apologetically to the people, and then took Gina into the naval base. In the naval base, criminals with their limbs broken were gathered on the playground and allowed to be blasted by the sun. Dozens of Navy soldiers were standing in the sun with guns and surrounding them, angry. Looked at them. The fists of each soldier were clenched and turned white. If they had not had good military discipline, they would have swarmed up and beaten these damn criminals to death. In a corner of the playground, 12 robot police officers stood neatly in the sun, turning on the solar panels to replenish the consumed energy. Walking through the square under the leadership of the sergeant, Gina didn't ask anything. She just wanted to know how the orphans were doing. Wang Han didn't say anything, he just took Gina into the building of the base. In the canteen of the base building, military doctors were applying medicine to the children who had washed themselves. The clean children, dressed in large military uniforms, were constantly fighting for the food on the dining table. Looking at the children fighting for food, a dozen Navy soldiers were maintaining order. With tears in their eyes, they gently advised the children not to fight and to eat slowly. The chefs were busy in the kitchen, gritting their teeth and with tears in their eyes, trying their best to make something suitable for these children. Mr. Wang Han, Miss Gina, the children who have been rescued so far, who are still healthy are all here, a total of 83. The sergeant who walked in with Wang Han said to Wang Han in a low voice. Said. Still sound. Hearing this, Gina was stunned for a moment and looked up at the sergeant. "Please take us to see the other children," Wang Han said. "Yes, please come with me. The other children are in the infirmary," Sergeant said, leading Wang Han through the cafeteria, walking through an alleyway, and finally stopped in front of a door. At the door of the infirmary, 2 female soldiers from the infirmary were squatting at the door holding trays and crying. When they saw the sergeant coming, they immediately stood upright, but they were still sobbing and tears were still falling. "Ugh!" The sergeant sighed and did not blame the 2 crying female soldiers. He pushed them aside and took Wang Han in. Entering the infirmary and seeing the scene inside, Gina's eyes suddenly became blank. Tears welled up in his eyes. In the infirmary, the rescued disabled children were receiving treatment. Rather than treatment, they were cleaning wounds and anti-inflammation. Among the more than 30 children, some had their legs chopped off, some had their hands chopped off, some had swollen heads, and some had shrunken limbs. It was as if they had abnormal development and had lost their appearance as normal people should. Those sinners are really so pitiful. The doctors wiped away tears while treating the children's wounds. "With me here, I will make them all return to normal." Wang Han patted Gina on the head and comforted her. "Can we really make them return to normal?" Hearing this, Gina looked at Wang Han with satisfaction and expectation. "I'm not only good at killing people, I'm also good at saving people." Wang Han pressed Gina's head and said, "Don't worry, no matter it's a disability or something else, I will definitely make them return to normal." "Yes." Hearing this, Gina nodded heavily. Wang Han had never lied to her or let her down. The doctors in the infirmary also looked at Wang Han. Although they knew that Wang Han was a big shot, they did not believe Wang Han's words, thinking that they were just comforting the little girl Gina. When the children heard Wang Han's words, their numb eyes couldn't help but regain some luster. Biopod. However, the next moment, after Wang Han comforted Gina, he immediately tapped his right foot lightly on the ground. In everyone's surprised eyes, the cement floor began to bulge, and a sci-fi recuperation biopod appeared above everyone. In people's eyes. In the glass chamber, a green-yellow liquid is injected. "Bring that child over here, and I will treat him next," Wang Han said to the sergeant, pointing to a child with disabled legs. The light in the numb eyes of the child who was pointed out suddenly became brighter. Before the sergeant could hug him, he couldn't wait to crawl off the hospital bed. The doctors wanted to stop it, but they couldn't bear it. "Mr. Wang Han, what should we do?" The sergeant ran to the door of the child who had fallen off the hospital bed in a few steps, and gently carried the child to Wang Han. Asked quickly. The sergeant had seen Wang Han's ability. Although he didn't know whether Wang Han could really cure these children, he was willing to believe in Wang Han. Trust Wang Han for these children. "There is an oxygen tube, put it on him, take off his clothes and put him inside," Wang Han said. And he personally put an oxygen tube on the child. When the child with a broken leg was put into the biological treatment cabin and the door was closed. In front of everyone's eyes, a robotic arm stretched out from the liquid-filled transparent cabin. The needle on the robotic arm pierced the child's skin. In just a few seconds, the child inside fell asleep. Then several robotic arms stretched out from the bottom of the bilge and began treating the child's broken limbs. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the child's broken leg was cut off, and then, like 3D printing, with the continuous waving of the robotic arm, the broken foot began to grow back, and bones and flesh continued to appear. "These kids are really treatable." One doctor couldn't help crying. It was tears of joy. He was so happy for these poor children. The children's eyes became brighter and brighter, and in the end they were full of hope. "It can be cured in about 2 hours. Children with amputated limbs are treated in the same way," Wang Han said to the sergeant. Thank you, Mr. Wang Han." After hearing this, the sergeant recovered from his daze, immediately stood up straight, raised his hand and saluted Wang Han with a standard military salute, and said with choked sobs, "The next treatment will be left to you." The healing fluid and materials inside are enough to treat the remaining disabled children. Wang Han said with a smile. Brother Wang, where are the rest? Dina looked at Wang Han expectantly. There were not only disabled children here, but also some children with deformities. Take them to another ward. Their conditions are different, and the machines they need to use are also different. The detailed surgery is complicated after all. I will treat them one by one. Wang Han said. Okay, I'm going to prepare the room right now. Mr. Wang Han, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? The sergeant said immediately. Chapter 29. Tonight, the rescued children finally had a peaceful sleep, but no one else in the naval base could sleep tonight. On the playground, there were many soldiers running like crazy, and even the fat chefs at the base joined in. Gina was also waving the knife in the room. At this moment, she desperately wanted to become stronger. Major Mocha, I want to build an orphanage in Jiu town, an orphanage large enough to accommodate all the orphans on the nearby islands. Early the next morning, Wang Han took Gina to find Major Mocha who had been up all night. Mr. Wang Han, thank you. Mocha looked at Wang Han and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he could only say thank you. As he said, there are too many helpless people in this era of great navigation. Everyone has their own difficulties. Even the Navy has many difficulties. Even if there are people with righteousness in the Navy, there are many people on the sea. There are too many orphans, and they are powerless. You're welcome. It's just that the orphanage still needs more care from you. I can use the bounties I hunt for the money. Wang Han said with a smile. Then Wang Han, under the leadership of Mocha, began to go through various procedures for establishing an orphanage. Malinfando, in the Admiral's office. Medical technology for regeneration of severed limbs. When Zheng Guo heard the emergency report from Jiu town, he immediately stood up from his seat. The expression on his face was full of shock, but more of it was surprise. What does the medical technology of regenerating amputated limbs mean? It means that naval soldiers will have greater protection in their future battles with pirates. This will undoubtedly greatly improve the strength of the Navy. This improvement even exceeds the effect of one general, no, it exceeds the effect of 2 generals. Even he, who had always been wise and calm, showed an excited expression at this time. He looked at warring states closely. After the shock and joy, Sengoku immediately picked up the phone bug and dialed Kizaru's phone bug himself. Moxie Moxie, I am Porisalino, Marshal of the Warring States. Soon, the phone bug imitated the image of Kizaru. Porisalino, your operation this time has risen to the highest mission level. You must attach great importance to Wang Han and show enough sincerity of our Navy. He has extremely important medical technology. You must arrive at Jiu within 3 days. Zhen, I don't care what price you pay, even if it's the replacement of the general, no, even if it's the position of the 4th general, I will definitely bring Wang Han into our Navy. Hearing what Sengoku said, Kizaru was suddenly confused and said cautiously, Marshal Sengoku, I can't guarantee that I will be able to recruit Wang Han into the Navy. If the mission fails, then be prepared to work overtime for free every day. Porisalino. Hearing this, warring states directly threatened. The next moment, the phone bug who imitated Kizaru shuddered. Marshal, can we discuss this matter again? You don't have any choice to refuse, Porisalino, you must complete this task. Sengoku said immediately without waiting for Kizaru to discuss. Kizaru's last retreat was cut off without mercy. After speaking, warring states hung up the phone bug. I'll go there myself. He stood up and said, I'm worried that the boy Porisalino won't be able to complete the mission. Okay, I can feel more at ease if you go in person. Hearing this, warring states only thought for a few seconds before agreeing with he. The medical technology of regenerating amputated limbs is so important to the Navy that it can even change this age of navigation, and it may be the key to ending this age of navigation. It must be prudent to let the Navy's wise general he go. He, what kind of fruit power do you think this man named Wang Han has? Warring States suddenly asked he. From the records, the only thing similar to his ability is the weapon fruit. He thought carefully and said, but the owner of the weapon fruit has been determined, so it should be one that has never appeared before, at least it's also an unrecorded devil fruit. The value of this devil fruit has exceeded that of the surgery fruit. After thinking about it, he added. Looking at the phone hanging up in his hand, Kizaru's wretched face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten a ton of shit. Upon seeing this, the surrounding Navy soldiers quickly and quietly moved away from Kizaru's sight. Everyone knew that the general was in a bad mood at this time. How long will it take to reach Jiu town? The next moment, Kizaru disappeared in a burst of yellow light, then appeared behind the navigator and asked extremely seriously. Report to the general. The startled navigator saw Kizaru's expression as if he had eaten shit, and immediately stood at attention and reported, we will arrive at Jiu town in 5 days. 5 days, why does it take so long? I don't care what method you use. You must arrive at Jiu town within 3 days, no, within 2 days. Otherwise, I will hang you on the flagpole. After hearing this, Kizaru immediately faced the sea. She roared. Yes. After hearing this, the navigator was frightened and trembled, and he quickly responded loudly. Seeing Kizaru's anger, the other marines immediately cast pitiful looks at the navigator, and then all of them lowered their heads and worked desperately. Those who had nothing to do quickly found something to do. For a time, the entire warship seemed very busy. The other side. With Mocha's active actions, all the procedures for opening an orphanage were completed in 2 days. The location was chosen next to the naval base, so that the Navy could take care of these orphans and prevent bad guys from disturbing the orphanage. The construction team was also invited, and work began in full swing on the construction site. After the residents of the town learned that Jiu town was going to build a large orphanage to take in all the orphans from nearby islands, they all came to the construction site one after another, wanting to do their part. Whether it's fundraising, or helping out on the construction site, everyone at this moment wants to show their love. Businessmen jointly organized trips to sea to pick up orphans from other places. People from other islands even came to help or raise donations. In the past, they were numb under the blow of reality, but now the darkness has been eliminated, the orphans have hope again, and the love in their hearts is revitalized. At this moment, the vegetation in Jiu town was exceptionally green and full of vitality. On the construction site next to the naval base, Gina sat tiredly on several logs after a busy morning. Seeing the orphanage gradually taking shape on the construction site, I smiled sincerely with satisfaction. When the sun drives away the darkness and cold, the flowers bloom with their smiling faces. Wang Han patted Gina on the shoulder and sat down next to Gina. Kind people always like to see the smiling faces of others and smile the same way. So brother Wang, will you take me to dispel more darkness and cold? Seeing Wang Han, Gina asked expectantly. As long as you want to, I will definitely take you there. Wang Han said with certainty. Chapter 30. Hey! It's really lively here, Mocha. In the evening, at the edge of the construction site, looking at the construction site where work was still in full swing, Kizaru smiled and said to Mocha. General Kizaru, everyone wants to contribute to the homeless orphans and want them to have a warm place to live as soon as possible. All of this is thanks to Mr. Wang Han and Miss Gina. No, they can't build this orphanage. They can't even raise the funds. After hearing this, Mocha, who was accompanying him, said immediately. Even in front of Kizaru, he affirmed and praised Wang Han's contribution without hesitation. You are indeed a kind person who can sacrifice for those orphans. Hearing this, Kizaru nodded and said. Mocha, take me to find them now. Marshal Warring States has given me a very important task. Yes. Mocha heard the words and immediately led the way. Mr. Wang Han, Miss Kuina, General Kizaru is here. I hope to meet you. After finding Wang Han, Mocha quickly ran to Wang Han, saluted, and then said. Kizaru came not far behind him. "Hello, Mr. Wang Han, Miss Gina, this is Porisalano, who is now the Admiral of the Navy. I am very happy to meet you." Seeing Wang Han, Kizaru rarely put away his lazy look. After adjusting his suit, he extended his hand to Wang Han with a formal smile, demonstrating the etiquette that a gentleman should have. Looking at Kizaru in surprise, Wang Han smiled and shook hands with Kizaru. "Porosalano, I'm glad to meet you too. You are not as lazy as the rumors say. On the contrary, you are full of energy." The handshake between the two also attracted the attention of everyone around them. Everyone stopped what they were doing. "When I meet Mr. Wang Han for the first time, I naturally have to use the best image," Kizaru said with a smile. If Senguo hadn't threatened him with compulsory overtime work, how could he have changed his past behavior and habits? This was the first time, and even he felt uncomfortable. But he also knew the importance of the medical technology Wang Han had mastered. If he messed up, not only would the warring statesman tear him apart, but the entire navy would probably not let him go either. "The Admiral is here in person. He must not just want to get to know me. I don't like to do things in a roundabout way. I prefer to be direct. Admiral Porisalano, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly." After shaking hands, Wang Han said with a smile. "That's fine, I'm not a person who likes to meander," Kizaru said with a smile, and then asked Wang Han very formally, "What do you think of the Navy? What do you think of the Navy?" After hearing this, Wang Han thought for a moment and said, "The Navy has made a huge contribution to this era of great navigation. The Navy has also made a huge contribution to maintaining the safety of civilians in this era of great sailing." Hearing this, Huang Yuan frowned slightly, knowing that there was something in Wang Han's words, otherwise why would he have to say twice that he deserved all the credit? Kizaru couldn't help but smile and said, "Mr. Wang Han also said that he doesn't like to talk in a roundabout way, but what he said is a bit difficult for me to understand. It's time for dinner now, why don't we chat in detail while eating?" "Okay." After hearing this, Wang Han nodded. The place to eat is in a single room in the naval base canteen. When Kizaru and Wang Han came over, Mocha had already had the food prepared. After Kizaru, Wang Han, and Kuina took their seats, Mocha quietly exited the door. "Mr. Wang Han, what do you think of the current era?" After sitting down, Kizaru smiled and said. From what Wang Han said before, he knew that Wang Han had a certain bad opinion about the Navy, so he did not ask Wang Han what he thought about the Navy, but asked Wang Han what he thought about the era of great pirates. The era of great pirates. Hearing this, Wang Han leaned on his chair, glanced at Gina, shook his head and said, "This is a chaotic era, where the evil in people's hearts is difficult to restrain, and desire drives countless people toward the sea. Let's go. This era has deprived many people of many things. Freedom, life, and money are not guaranteed. Pirates are rampant, orphans are everywhere, and some darkness can even be exposed directly to the Sunday." "That's right." Hearing this, Kizaru nodded and said, "Too many people in this era are persecuted by pirates. Especially after the execution of Pirate King Roger, more and more people choose to go to sea and become pirates. People's hearts are meant to expel interests." Wang Han shook his head and said, "Pirates are like that, and so is the Navy. But compared to pirates, the Navy has the constraints of justice, and most of them are righteous people. So what does Mr. Wang Han think of the Navy?" After hearing this, knowing that Wang Han still had a lot of favorable impressions of the Navy, Kizaru hesitated and asked the previous question again. "Navy. The sea needs a navy, and this era also needs a navy. There is no doubt about it." Wang Han said with a smile, "It is precisely because of the navy that the darkness on the sea never overwhelms the light. Only then can justice be achieved. Only if we implement it can the people have hope. Otherwise, if pirates are allowed to run rampant, the world will not be far from destruction." "So what does Mr. Wang Han think of the navy?" After thinking about it, Kizaru asked again. He stared closely into Wang Han's eyes. He wanted to find out what made Wang Han have a problem with the Navy. Wang Han can say these words to affirm the importance of the existence of the Navy, so Wang Han must not have an opinion on the Navy as an institution, but on the interior or structure of the Navy. Only by figuring out why Wang Han had objections to the Navy could he organize the language to invite Wang Han to join the Navy. Inside the Navy. After hearing this, Wang Han shook his head and said, "I don't know much about the inside of the Navy, so I'm afraid I can't answer this question. As a general of the Navy, Mr. Porisalano must know better than me, an outsider. Within the Navy, I won't show my shame in front of you. Just tell me your impressions. It doesn't matter if you are wrong. I also hope that Mr. Wang Han can help point out the shortcomings in the Navy. Please don't be stingy with your criticism," Kizaru said with a smile. "In that case, I will speak frankly," Wang Han said with a smile. "First of all, the Navy has always insisted on justice. There are many lovely people in it. Everyone has justice in everyone's heart. But some people do not. They have forgotten the meaning of the Navy's existence. Of course, I also know the difficulties of the Navy. After all, as a soldier, when faced with orders, the choice is small. This world is not made up of a group of people. It is a diverse world, and everyone has everyone. This is something that no one can change. Even Sakazuki is a person who insists on justice in his heart. So I don't have a big bad opinion of the Navy. On the contrary, I actually have a good impression of the Navy because the Navy is very important to the order of the sea and the peace of this era. It is precisely because of the Navy on the sea that the people still have smiles on their faces." After hearing this, Kizaru was silent, thinking carefully about Wang Han's words. Analyzing the meaning of Wang Han's words. Except for some people who betrayed justice, even radical Wang Han like Sakazuki could give partial affirmation, which shows that Wang Han actually does not have a bad view of the Navy as an institution, but on the contrary has a good impression. What Wang Han really has a problem with is the world government. Seeing this, Wang Han was not in a hurry and picked up his chopsticks to taste the food on the table. Kizaru is always a general, and he will definitely understand the meaning of his words. Chapter 31. After thinking for a full 10 minutes, Kizaru smiled and said to Wang Han, "The Navy is indeed an indispensable existence on the sea. I wonder if Mr. Wang Han is interested in joining the Navy and joining this great era of pirates to bring justice to those harassed by pirates." Hearing this, Dina looked up at Wang Han expectantly. She saw the evil of pirates and the pain that pirates brought to the people of this world. She is kind-hearted and wants to join the Navy, uphold justice, and change the world. Bring justice to more people. After hearing this and noticing Dina's gaze, Wang Han smiled and shook his head. "I'm used to being free, and to maintain justice you don't have to join the Navy. As long as you insist on justice in your heart, you can maintain justice. Mr. Wang Han, think about it again." Hearing this, Huang Yu's heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly said, "And joining the Navy, with the help of the Navy's power, we can better maintain justice. This is complementary to each other. Mr. Porisalano, joining the Navy is not a trivial matter. I need to think more about it and give you an answer later." Wang Han interrupted Kizaru and said with a smile, "Let's talk about another matter." "Let's do it." "Sir, please speak." Kizaru said. Thinking in my heart. I know that Mr. Porisalano came to see me this time on official business. If I guessed correctly, he came for medical equipment. Wang Han said with a smile, "For the Navy, of course I am willing to give with my support. After all, a stronger Navy is a good thing for the people of this era, and I will naturally not be stingy. The treatment machine in this base, even though Mr. Porisalano took it away, is I gave it to the Navy. If you need more medical equipment, you can contact me. Thank you, Mr. Wang Han, for your support." Kizaru said with a smile. He stood up solemnly and straightened his posture to salute Wang Han. "This is the operating manual for the treatment device and the material list for the treatment fluid." Wang Han said with a smile, he put his hand on the table, lightning flashed, and a metal instruction manual appeared on the table, and Wang Han pushed it in front of Kizaru. As for the method of making this kind of machine, I'm sorry I can't tell you. Please tell me, don't try to dismantle and copy it. That machine has technical confidentiality measures. Wang Han did not want the navy to become too powerful all of a sudden. Change takes time, and it also takes time to change people's minds. What's more, the navy is still under the command of the world government. Definitely. Hearing this, Kizaru nodded solemnly and said. He took the instruction manual pushed over by Wang Han. The food is almost cold. In this era, many people are hungry because of pirates. It is not a good habit to waste food. Wang Han said with a smile. Pick up the chopsticks again. Yes. Kizaru said with a smile. One of the important purposes of this visit has been achieved, and I can now do business. As for inviting Wang Han to join the navy, it seems that we can only wait until later to find an opportunity. Only by finding ways to break through Wang Han's inner defenses can Wang Han be won over to join the navy. As for giving up on wooing Wang Han to join the navy, Huang Yuan still had a good impression of Wang Han after hearing Wang Han's affirmative words about the navy. Huang Yuan knew that the higher UPS would not give up on wooing Wang Han. Not only because of Wang Han's concepts and powerful strength, but also because Wang Han mastered advanced and important technology. Brother Wang, why do you refuse? After returning to her residence, Dina asked Wang Han curiously. After listening to the conversation between Wang Han and Kizaru, she really wanted to join the navy. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, I give my approval to the navy. Even if there are some people with extreme ideas, it will not affect my overall view of the navy. But the navy is just an institution under the world government. I will take you to the Chambord Islands for a while, and if you still want to join the navy at that time, I will support you. Yes. Hearing this, Gina nodded. I didn't ask any more questions. This is the specific process. Marshal of the Warring States period. On the other side, Kizaru used a phone bug in the dormitory of the base to report the meeting and the content of the conversation with Wang Han. You have done a good job, Kizaru. He is a thoughtful and visionary person who can see through this era of great navigation. It is not so easy to win over him. Being able to obtain medical equipment and his commitment are already we have achieved our lowest goal. After hearing this, the voice of the Warring States period rang on the phone. Next, it will be up to he to continue to contact the other party. You just need to get along with him. Yes. Hearing this, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became playful and disrespectful again. Marshal Warring States, now that the mission has been completed, do you think you can give me a holiday? No. Hearing this, Warring States refused without hesitation. You have to escort the medical equipment back as soon as possible. Now everyone is still waiting for this machine. Yes. Hearing this, Kizaru's face suddenly grew long. Time flies, and 3 days fly by in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the orphanage has been established and nearly orphans have been admitted. With the help of the navy, all the employees of the orphanage have been recruited, and the orphanage is now on the right track. In addition, the 33 billion bounty that Wang Han got from hunting pirates was also mobilized. Wang Han left 7,500 million to the orphanage. At the same time, Wang Han also left Robocop as a tool for the orphanage. The guarding force is also the supervisory force. As for the medical equipment, Wang Han did not keep any. After all, he is too jealous, and staying here will bring disaster. After all, the combat power of these Robocops is limited. After the orphanage was established, Wang Han quietly left Zhuhu town with Guyana. Chapter 32. A month later. Is there such a place on the sea? At the entrance of Upside Down Mountain, she stood by the yacht and looked at the rapid sea current flowing towards the top of the mountain. Although she had heard Wang Han say it before, Dina still couldn't hide her shock. Water flows to higher places, which is completely contrary to people's understanding and common sense of physics. The terrain here is indeed magical. It rarely appears even in the universe. Wang Han said with a smile. Is there more places like this than here? Gina asked curiously after hearing Wang Han's words. There are many strange islands on the Grand Line. Wang Han said with a smile. While he was talking, the yacht had already sailed into the rising current of Upside Down Mountain and rushed towards the top of the mountain. On the other side, at the exit of Upside Down Mountain and the twin lighthouses, more than 30 pirates swam to the shore of the island with difficulty. It's really unlucky to find a navigator like you. The middle-aged man carrying a pair of swords threw the navigator who had been beaten into a human shape on the ground and spat on the ground. Captain, I've already told you that many ships are crashed in this place every year, so we need to find a more reliable navigator. Next to the strong man, a tall and thin man like a bamboo pole rubbed his head with a headache and said, I'm fine now. Yes, our pirate ship was also crashed, and even 1/3 of the crew was washed away by the current. We are lucky to be alive now. TCH, can I not know, RAF? Hearing this, the middle-aged man who was struck by the double sword said unhappily, it's not so easy to find a navigator, let alone an excellent navigator. If they hadn't only had one navigator, the man on the ground would have been chopped up by him after he crashed their pirate ship. Captain, now that the pirate ship is gone, what should we do next? Rafe asked the man with the double sword. Now that the ship is destroyed, the supplies are gone, and there is only an unguarded lighthouse on this small island, the next situation is very serious. What else can we do? We can only wait and see if any unlucky ships come. Hearing this, the man with the two swords sat directly on the ground and looked at the exit of the upside-down mountain and sea current. More than 30 big men also looked at the exit of the upside-down mountain and sea current, hoping that a ship would pass through in the next few days. As for waiting to die, it is not enough. Anyone who was able to swim here after the pirate ship sank, who is not proficient in water skills, can still survive with barely enough food and fresh water. Captain, a ship is coming. At this moment, a pirate suddenly shouted excitedly. In fact, he didn't need to shout, everyone saw it. It was a white ship with a very beautiful appearance. Young men, hide quickly, Rafe. You pretend to be a person in distress and attract the ship to come over. The man with the double sword shouted quickly. He and the other pirates hurriedly ran behind the lighthouse and hid. Hi! Hi! After seeing that the captain and his companions were hiding, the tall and thin man named Rafe immediately waved his hands and shouted loudly at the white ship falling high into the current in the distance. Brother Wang, someone is calling for help over there at the lighthouse. On the yacht that had just broken out of the turbulent sea current, Gina held a telescope and looked at the figure waving her hands in the distance, and quickly said to Wang Han. That man is a pirate. He is the vice-captain of the Twin Swords Pirates, Rafe, a user of the animal macaque devil fruit ability, with a bounty of 1,400 million Baileys. There are other members of their pirate group hidden behind the lighthouse, including them. The captain is offering a reward of 2,600 million Baileys for the two swords. Let's go there. After hearing this, Wang Han said to Gina with a smile. After Wang Han finished speaking, the yacht quickly headed towards the lighthouse. Come here, you are so naive. Under the lighthouse, looking at the yacht coming this way, Rafe had a smile on his lips. Sailing on this sea where pirates are rampant, there are still people who trust others so easily. The yacht docked. Looking at the two people who got off the yacht, a boy and a little girl, Rafe showed a disdainful smile on his lips. My ship crashed, so, your ship was robbed, and I will accept your lives. Seeing Wang Han and Gina walking over, RAF said loudly with a smile, taking a stepping closer to the yacht. When he reached the back, his face suddenly showed a ferocious look, and he rushed towards Wang Han and Gina at extremely fast speeds. The speed was so fast that it even brought out after images. Ha ha ha, this ship is nice, but now it belongs to our Twin Swords Pirates. Behind the lighthouse, Shuangjian and a group of pirates also came out, and they all looked at Wang Han and smiled maliciously. However, at this moment, a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the yacht that was originally docked on the shore. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the pirates in the Twin Swords Pirates, the yacht that was docked on the shore suddenly transformed into a huge robot 15 meters high. Under the tracking of the electronic eyes, Rafe rushed towards him as if in slow motion. A 20mm machine gun on his body instantly aimed and fired. Da-da-da! Intensive gunshots rang out on the beach by the sea for a second. Rafe, who rushed towards Wang Han and Gina, didn't even have a chance to dodge, and was directly cut into two pieces by a 20mm caliber bullet, and blood spread all over the surrounding yellow sand. Then multiple armors were opened on the yacht, and 6 anti-aircraft machine guns and 2 multi-barreled anti-aircraft cannons were directly aimed at Zhuangjian and others who had just walked out from behind the lighthouse. An 88mm cannon protrudes from the yacht's chest. Gudong! The arrogant and proud smiles on the faces of the pirates of the Two Swords Pirates who had just walked out from behind the lighthouse suddenly stiffened. Looking at the huge metal robot with a height of 15 meters, and seeing the weapons on this huge robot pointed at them, they all swallowed involuntarily, and then they knelt softly on the ground in unison, consciously throwing the weapons in both hands to the ground. He raised his hands. Everyone now understands that, let alone the firepower of this big metal lump, which can easily smash them into sieves, even this huge size is not something they can deal with. Only the two swords were still standing. Oh, I didn't expect there to be someone with backbone. Looking at the two swords standing there, Wang Han said with some surprise. Following Wang Han's words, Yacht consciously aimed all his muzzles at the two swords. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Just treat us like a fart. The next moment, Zhuangjian directly knelt down heavily on his knees, grabbed the ground with his head, and shouted loudly and sadly. At the sudden scene, even the other members of the Two Swords Pirates who were kneeling were stunned. Gina couldn't help but glance at Wang Han. Where is the backbone of this double sword? Ahem. Wang Han coughed to relieve the embarrassment and said, I only want 2 people alive. I'll give you 5 minutes. You can fight it out on your own. Hearing Wang Han's words, the kneeling pirates were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at their kneeling companions warily. Chong! The next moment, the two swords that grabbed the ground with their heads took the lead. The two swords on his back were instantly unsheathed, and at the same time he turned around quickly and slashed directly at the pirate behind him with 2 weak sword energy. 2 heads were chopped off in the blink of an eye. Kill! The next moment, the remaining pirates who were kneeling rose up one after another. With ferocious roars on their faces, they picked up the weapons on the ground and waved them at their companions. Wang Han just watched these pirates killing each other quietly. Gina looked at Wang Han with some confusion, wondering why Wang Han wanted 2 handymen. Wang Han can clearly build robots to accomplish many things. Chapter 33. Cut off the heads of those with bounties on their heads. 3 minutes later, looking at the 2 swords and another man with a gun remaining on the beach, Wang Han calmly ordered. Hearing this, the man with the 2 swords and the gun, covered in blood, breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around without hesitation, chopped off the heads of the companions with bounties on them, and washed them clean in the sea water. Then he wrapped it in the clothes taken off the body and placed it respectfully in front of Wang Han. Then he made a dog-legged look and waited for Wang Hangzhen's instructions. As for the corpses, they were all thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Sir, a pirate ship is coming from upside down mountain. At this moment, the man with the gun said flatteringly to Wang Han. Hearing this, Gina couldn't help but turn around and look around, only to see a 30-meter-long ship that had just rushed out of the turbulent currents in the upside-down mountain. A large skull could be faintly seen painted on the sail. There is no doubt that it is indeed a pirate group that has just climbed over the upside-down mountain. Wang Han didn't look back, just waved his hand. In the surprised eyes of others, the sand on the beach suddenly rose up and gradually formed the shape of a cannon. This is a 155mm caliber gun. Boom! The next moment, the cannon shaped by the sand took on a metallic luster. A huge cannon shot rang out on the beach. Call out! A cannonball loaded with 10 kilograms TNT roared towards the pirate ship in the distance. Boom! A few seconds later, under the shocked eyes of the men with swords and guns, a violent explosion occurred on the pirate ship in the distance. The terrifying explosion range directly swallowed up most of the pirate ship. It was as if most of it had been bitten by a sea monster. What's going on? Is it the Navy? The captain of the Iron Arm pirates recovered from the shock of the explosion. His expression turned horrified when he looked at the half-exploded pirate ship that had begun to sink, and at the wailing crew members on the remaining half of the ship. The remaining pirates on the ship put down their boats in fear and prepared to escape. Boom! 10 seconds later, another cannon shot rang out on the beach. Boom! The next moment, the remaining half of the pirate ship that began to sink was also turned into pieces in the explosion. Looking at this scene, the man with the sword and the gun was trembling all over, and when he looked at Wang Han, his eyes were filled with fear. Let's go! 4,000 million people can help a lot of people. Wang Han stood up and said. With a wave of his hand, the artillery on the beach turned into yellow sand again. After hearing Wang Han's words, the yacht immediately returned to the sea and transformed into a luxury yacht again. Lowered the stairs. The man with 2 swords and a gun followed Wang Han onto the luxury yacht with the wrapped head in his hands. This is Iron Arm, the captain of the Iron Arm pirates. On the yacht, when Shuangjian saw 3 mechanical sharks dragging 6 corpses to the edge of the yacht, and gently placing the corpses on the yacht, and then swimming back to the sea, cold sweat flowed from his forehead again, and he only felt that he could. I'm really lucky to be alive. Captain Iron Arm is a big pirate in the Western Sea with a bounty of 4,000 million. Oddsman, get rid of these corpses quickly, otherwise what will you do if you get on the boat? The sound of the yacht echoed on board. Yes, deal with it immediately. The man with the sword and the gun suddenly shuddered and responded repeatedly. After taking a look at Wang Han, who was basking in the sun on the deck, and Gina, who was practicing wielding a knife, he immediately dragged the body to the side of the ship, raised the knife in his hand, cut off the head, and then threw the body into the sea. After putting the head in place, the two quickly found a bucket, fetched water, and started cleaning the deck without daring to stop. Brother Wang, I have a doubt. Looking at the 2 swordsmen who were busy on the deck, Gina, who had finished training, came to lie down on the lounge chair next to Wang Han and asked curiously, since Upside Down Mountain is the only way for pirates from all over the world to enter the Grand Route, why doesn't the Navy send troops to station here to eliminate the pirates coming from Upside Down Mountain? After hearing this, Wang Han thought for a moment and said, I think this should be done intentionally by the Navy. Tiaoshan Mountain is indeed a strategic location. Most of the powerful pirates in the 4 seas will challenge the Grand Line. If the Navy sets up a pass here in the Upside Down Mountain, it will be able to prevent those powerful pirates from all over the world from entering the Great Channel. However, controlling the Upside Down Mountain may also make the big pirates from all over the world fear the Navy here, so that they can stay in the 4 seas and harm the people all over the world. On the contrary, deliberately opening a channel for these pirates can relieve the pressure in the world. On the other hand, the Grand Line is very different from the 4 seas. First of all, the Grand Line is not as broad as the 4 seas. Secondly, the Grand Line has a fixed route, and you need to record the pointer to reach the next island, and there are also differences among pirates. Very fierce competition. Allowing pirates from all over the world to enter the unique sailing environment of the Grand Line, whether it is the Navy chasing pirates or letting pirates kill each other, will be very beneficial to the Navy. And the Upside Down Mountain, the waves can only enter the Great Channel, so after entering the Great Channel, it is not so easy to return to the 4 seas, and it can also relieve the pressure on the 4 seas. So that's it. No wonder there is no Navy stationed in such an important place. Gina suddenly realized. Brother Wang, since Upside Down Mountain cannot return to the 4 seas, if you want to return to the 4 seas, how can you return? Gina asked again. Next to them, the two swordsmen and another pirate who were cleaning the deck also pricked up their ears. There are currently 3 ways to return to the 4 seas. Wang Han said with a smile, the first way is to return to the 4 seas through the Red Earth continent. The passage under the Holy Land Marie Gioia can return to the 4 seas. Pirates should not even think of using this method, because the Holy Land Marie Gioia is the seat of the world government. Except in disguise, no pirate group dares to pass through with the pirate flag. The second way is to return to the 4 seas through the windless zone. As the name of the windless zone implies, there is no wind in that sea channel, and it is the nest of giant sea kings. It is not easy to pass through the windless zone. Not only must you have strength, but you must also have luck. The third method is to abandon the ship and cross the Red Continent. Then change to another ship at the other end of the Red Continent. Brother Wang, what is the Red Earth Continent like? Why can we only cross the Red Earth Continent? Gina asked curiously again. The Red Continent is a continental belt that surrounds the world. The Red Continent divides the sea into 2 halves. Wang Han said. The Great Channel is a channel between 2 windless belts. The Red Continent and the windless belt separate the 4 seas. At the same time, the Red Continent also divides the Great Channel into the first half and the second half. If you want to go to other sea areas, you can only use the 3 methods I mentioned. Of course, flying over does not count. Chapter 34. Brother Wang, why don't we land on that island to resupply? On the luxury yacht, Gina pointed to the island in the distance and asked Wang Han. Hearing this, the 2 handymen on the boat immediately pricked up their ears. This is also the first time for them to come in for the Grand Line. That island is called Alex Island. Wang Han explained with a smile, on the 7 routes of the Grand Route, the first island of each route is called the Starting Island, and it is also home to a large number of pirates. An island where hunters gather. Their targets are the newcomer pirate groups who have just arrived from all over the world. These newcomer pirate groups who have just arrived at the Grand Route do not understand the situation of the Grand Route, so they can easily be succeeded by those bounty hunters. These pirate hunters are not good people. They go out to sea to hunt pirates purely for profit. In addition to hunting pirates, they also attack some merchant ships with no background, but they do it very cleanly, even if once discovered, it's just a different identity for them. And their methods are not honorable. In order to subdue the enemy, they can use any means, so supplying supplies on such an island is very dangerous. Although I am not afraid of them, I don't want to get into trouble. So that's it. Hearing this, Gina nodded and said. When the 2 handymen heard Wang Han's explanation, they felt cold sweat in their hearts. These bounty hunters are actually even meaner than them pirates. At the same time, people on Alex Island also discovered Wang Han's luxury yacht. Unfortunately, there was no pirate flag flying on the yacht, and the yacht had no intention of getting close to Alex Island. This could not help but disappoint the bounty hunters on the island who were looking forward to it. Of course, there are also some people who see the luxury of the yacht and quietly prepare to sail out to enjoy the autumn breeze. That's. At the dock of Alex Island, a pirate hunter was holding a telescope. He was stunned on the spot, his body was shaking, and he was stammering, but he couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Yukia, what did you find? Upon seeing this, his companion quickly patted his shoulder and asked. Yes, it's the red faucets, the red-haired pirates. The next moment, a long drawn-out exclamation sounded from the pier, full of panic. The red-hair pirates. Hearing this exclamation, many people on the coast picked up their binoculars. The next moment, everyone on the dock gasped, and then the entire dock became panicked. Red hair, that is the Emperor of the Sea, one of the 4 emperors, the 4 most powerful pirate groups on the sea. Shanks, I met an acquaintance. On the Red Fourth, Jesus, who was acting as a lookout, put down his telescope and shouted to Shanks below. Oh, familiar, who is it? Shanks asked curiously when he heard Jesus Bulletin's shout. It's the boat of the man named Wang Han whom I met in Windmill Town. Jesus said with a smile. He had a deep memory of this luxurious yacht. At the same time, he did not forget that he wanted to test his marksmanship with Wang Han. Haha, it's rare to meet friends on the sea. Drive the boat over, Jesus Bulletin, don't you want to compete with him? Then say hello first. Hearing this, Shanks suddenly laughed at his opponent. The brothers below ordered. Hoo-hoo. Upon hearing Shanks' order, the red vase suddenly burst into cheers. Everyone on the boat knew that Jesus wanted to compete with Wang Han. Jesus Bulletin immediately came down from the observation tower excitedly and ran to the cannon on the ship. 4. Yonko. On the yacht, when the two busboys saw the red vase approaching, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and they slumped down on the deck, despairing in their hearts. The four emperors are the most terrifying existences on the sea. Even in the West Sea, they can often hear the names of the four emperors, their achievements, and the bounty figures that can scare people to death. Even if Wang Han is very powerful, they don't think Wang Han can fight against the four emperors. I came closer. Do you want to come over and say hello? Compared to the two helpers who were paralyzed, Wang Han just looked calmly at the red vase approaching in the distance. How could Wang Han, who had been monitoring the surrounding waters, not know that the red-haired pirates were nearby? Kuina also acted calm. Although I was surprised that Shanks would appear here, I wasn't worried. After all, the two parties had met before in Windmill Town, and there was no conflict at that time, and they had a great time chatting. In Kuina's opinion, there would be no conflict between the two sides now. Call out. However, at this moment, a cannonball was fired rapidly from the red vase towards Wang Han's yacht. Boom! The next moment, the explosion blew up a large water column 10 meters to the left of the yacht. Seeing the water column exploding next to them, the two handymen were frightened and fainted on the deck. Gina also had a confused expression. I don't understand why the red-haired pirates suddenly opened fire on them. Boom! Another cannonball flew, this time exploding 10 meters to the right of the yacht. You actually say hello in this way. Looking at the water jets exploding on both sides of the yacht, which happened to be 10 meters apart, the corners of Wang Han's mouth suddenly twitched. The beating was so symmetrical that it was easy to tell that it was Jesus Bulletin who did it. Wang Han remembered that when he was in Windmill Town, Jesus Bulletin proposed to test his marksmanship with him, but he refused at that time. Then let me say hello to you too. Since you are so enthusiastic, it would be unreasonable for you not to respond enthusiastically. The next moment, Wang Han put his hands together. He shouted softly, Yamato. Crash! As Wang Han activated the technology template, the next moment, the seawater began to bulge and shape on the sea surface. Jesus Bulletin, it seems he accepted your response, come on. Looking at the large amount of seawater starting to rise in the distance and lifting the yacht to a high position, Shanks smiled and said to Jesus Bulletin. He really wanted to see Wang Han's strength. After all, this was the man who could seriously injure Garp. It has been able to influence certain maritime situations. Jesus Bulletin, come on, you are the best. Jesus Bulletin, you are going to be the most powerful sharpshooter on the sea. Hearing Shanks' words, the other crew members shouted, all of them looking like they were watching the show. Shanks, I think it's better for us to be friendly. However, at this moment, Ben Beckman suddenly said. The other people who were making noises seemed to have their necks pinched at this time, looking into the distance with stunned expressions. I saw that the bulging water on the sea where Wang Han's yacht was originally located had completed its shape and turned into a huge steel battleship. At this time, there was a steel battleship much larger than Whitebeard's Moby Dick, with a visual measurement of over 250 meters. More importantly, this terrifying giant steel ship was facing them horizontally at this time. Almost all of the battleships were turrets, and the outline of the muzzle of the largest cannon on it could be clearly seen even from a long distance away. But it was a surprise, and no one was worried. They had confidence in Jesus, and the people on the boat were not vegetarians and would not really let the other party destroy their boat. Kuina, put on your earplugs. On the formed battleship Yamato, Wang Han handed an earphone-like earplug to Kuina. Chapter 35. It seems that Wang Han plans to respond enthusiastically to us, so everyone should be prepared. Looking at the giant steel ship in the distance, Shanks was not worried and still laughed. I saw the main guns on the giant steel ship in the distance shining with fire one after another, and then the whistling sound of the cannonballs sounded in the sky. Rumble, rumble. The next moment, 9 huge explosions exploded simultaneously around the red fosse. Each water column exploded was 30 meters thick and 50 meters high. And each burst of water was almost meters away from the red fosse. A 9-petal plum blossom formation was also lit around the red vase. The water spray from the explosion poured over the red fourth, giving everyone on the deck a collective bath, and allowing the red-haired pirates to recover from their shock. They had expected that the firepower from the opposite side would be very fierce and the power of the cannon would be very powerful, but they never expected that it would be so powerful and so accurate. Jesus Bulletin's expression became more serious than ever. But he will not admit defeat. The competition has just begun. Quickly loading the shells into the cannon, Jesus took aim. Not good, defend quickly. However, before Jesus could load the cannonballs, the expressions of other people on the red vase changed. Some drew their knives, some clenched their fists, and some raised their guns. They all got ready. On the steel battleship in the distance, densely packed artillery shells of large and small sizes were fired at the red fosse. The shells were so dense that they were like hailstones. Just by being able to see the shells being fired, there were probably hundreds of them. As many as 100. Amazing! Shanks was stunned by such intensive bombardment. The next moment, the cannonballs rained down, and all of them were aimed at the red fosse. Not a single shell was out of range. On. Lakulu and the others looked at each other, ignored their captain Funny, and began to intercept the cannonballs. In an instant, a series of flying slashes flew out from the red vase, slashing at the densely fired cannonballs. Bullets attached to the armored haki were also shot from the ship, exploding the shells in advance. For a moment, the front of the red vase was filled with explosions in mid-air, completely blocking the view. Oh my god! What kind of battleship is that? On the pier of Alex Island, people were completely stunned as they watched the Yamato battleship pouring out firepower. That kind of terrifying firepower is like bombarding a dock town, and it won't take long to level the entire town. It's actually able to block such powerful firepower. At this moment, people also became more aware of the power of the red-haired pirates. On the battleship Yamato, the side facing red fosse. At this time, there are 6 155mm caliber secondary guns, 2 triple mounts, 4 200mm secondary guns, 2 twin mounts, 10 80mm high and flat dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns, and 15-mm anti-aircraft guns on one side. The machine cannons were constantly spraying tongues of flame, shooting out shells one after another. The 2 men who were awakened by the sound of cannons were dumbfounded as they watched the Yamato continuously pouring cannonballs. Their ears were bleeding and they couldn't hear a sound at all. Call out! A shell passed through the dense rain of shells and hit the Yamato's control tower. A lot of flames exploded. However, when the flames and black smoke from the explosion cleared, the control tower was almost intact. Cut! On the red fosse, after seeing the effect of the bombardment, Jesus cut the cloth directly. The armor on the opposite side is too thick, and the firepower is too fierce. The power of the artillery shells is also very huge, and the speed of the artillery shells is also very fast. At this moment, the competition became unsatisfactory. Although he can use armament haki to increase the penetration of cannonballs, he cannot sink the huge steel battleship opposite him if he drains it all. Shanks, if the Navy gets the manufacturing method of this battleship, the balance on the sea will definitely be broken. Ben Beckman, who also saw the effect of this cannon, rubbed his head and said to Shanks, "Let Jesus cease fire." At this time, Shanks lost his playful expression and nodded seriously. A battleship with such powerful firepower can rival the Demon Slayer order. It is basically a mobile sea fortress. In the command tower of the battleship Yamato, he saw Jesus leaving the gun position through the satellite, and Wang Han also asked the Yamato to stop firing. Look at the Red Foss approaching here. 10 minutes later, the Red Foss docked next to the Yamato. What a magnificent and ferocious giant ship! Looking at the Yamato so close, the red-haired crew members couldn't help but sigh. Compared with this 265-meter-long steel battleship, the Red Foss, which is only 45 meters long, is like a child standing next to a giant. The barrel of the main gun is longer and thicker than the mast of Red Foss. After getting on the boat, a group of people looked at the facilities on the boat as if they had never seen the world before. They were even more amazed. This huge warship was made entirely of steel, and the deck was densely packed with artillery. Judging from the number, it was obvious that not all the firepower was used when firing at them. Hey! Enough greetings! Wang Han took Gina down from the control tower and said with a smile to Shanks, who was on the ship. This battleship of yours is really amazing. Can you tell me who designed it? Seeing Wang Han, Shanks said with a smile. There was no embarrassment at all that they fired first. This is just my ability, nothing to be amazed about. Wang Han said with a smile, but you know that I am a bounty hunter with a treasure worth 25 billion, it is still 10 years before the plot begins, the red-haired, the bounty is not as high as it was later. S head is still dangling in front of me, aren't you afraid that I will pick it off in my heart? Haha. Hearing this, the red-haired man didn't care at all about Wang Han's words. He laughed and said, I can feel that you are not a person who will be moved just for 25 billion. That's right. Wang Han said with a smile. Let's go sit in the cabin together. It's time for dinner now, but you have to provide the ingredients. I only have enough ingredients for 4 people on the boat. No problem, Lachilu, Jesus Buletin, you go back to the boat to get the ingredients and prepare for the banquet. The red-haired man said with a smile. As he walked, he asked Wang Han, what are your plans in the future? I don't think you will always be a bounty hunter. Indeed. Wang Han nodded and said, but who can say for sure what will happen in the future? What do you think of the currency? Shanks asked again. Kizaru has already asked me this question of yours. Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, my answer to you is the same as to Kizaru. The sea now is very chaotic and dark. So what are you going to do next? Shanks asked. Wang Han is different from those new pirates. His sudden entry into the Great Channel must have a purpose. Gina is very kind. This world is very dark, and many people know my value, so I have to show my strength to people. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. Show force. Hearing this, Shanks fell into deep thought. Wang Han suddenly entered the Great Channel to do big things, but I don't know what Wang Han's goal will be, but it will definitely not be a small goal. It seems that the voyage back to the New World has to be postponed. Shanks thought secretly in his heart. Wang Han is very powerful, and if he wants to cause trouble, it will never be a trivial matter, it must be big news. Chapter 36. Shanks, I don't need your escort. If you are here, I won't be able to earn the bounty. Faced with Shanks' invitation to fly together, Wang Han shook his head and refused. Haha, I forgot you were a bounty hunter. Hearing this, Shanks scratched the back of his head as if he had forgotten, and said with a smile. Let's say goodbye here. Looking at Shanks at this time. Looking heartless, Wang Han shook his head and said. I'm waiting for you in the New World. I think you will definitely go to the New World. Shanks said with a smile, and he led the crew of the red-haired pirates to jump off the battleship and return to the Red Whisper. Superior. Brother Wang, it's really hard to see that Shanks is one of the 4 emperors who dominated the New World. I can't see anything sinister in him. Looking at the Red Firth who was gradually moving away from the battleship, Gina said to Wang Han. Becoming the young cow is just because he is powerful, not evil. However, pirates with justice in mind are indeed rare. Wang Han said with a smile. Are there pirates with righteous hearts? Are there any righteous pirates? Kuina asked in confusion. Justice. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile and pointed his thumb to his chest. He smiled and said, Justice is here. Yet. Seeing Wang Han pointing his finger at her chest, Gina nodded heavily. Let's set sail too. Wang Han said. After saying that, Wang Han's heart moved, and the battleship anchored on the sea began to move slowly. The huge battleship is like a hill on the sea, but this hill is full of densely packed cannons and muzzles. Brother Wang, don't we change ships? Gina asked doubtfully as she felt the giant ship begin to sail. After all, this battleship is too huge. There were only 4 people on the battleship. I won't change it. Wang Han said with a smile, the next voyage will be rough, and the voyage with only 2 people will be a bit boring. Brother Wang, are we looking for a partner? Hearing this, Gina asked happily. Yet. Wang Han nodded. Naval Headquarters, Marin Vondo. Marshal Warring states, the latest news I just received is that the most powerful bounty hunter Wang Han has entered the Grand Line and appeared on Alex Island. He also had a conflict with the red-haired pirates, but in the end the 2 sides seemed to shake hands and make peace. And later the red-haired pirates boarded Wang Han's ship, and a few hours later the red-haired pirates and Wang Han left separately. A major general hurriedly knocked on the door of the marshal's office and reported to the Warring States. You actually entered the Grand Channel so quickly, and even came into contact with Red Hair. Do you know the information in their contact? After listening to the report, Warring States frowned immediately. Both the red-haired man and Wang Han are the ones that the Navy and the world government pay close attention to. One is the 4 emperors of the New World, and the other is also powerful and possesses extremely important technology. He cannot help but worry about the contact between the 2 sides. Sorry, Marshal. Hearing this, the Major General shook his head and said, they came into contact at sea, and neither party landed on Alex Island. Inform Lieutenant General He immediately that Wang Han has entered the Great Channel, and ask her to follow up quickly and contact Wang Han as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Warring States immediately ordered. Marshal, there is another thing I want to report to you. After hearing this, the Major General did not go out immediately, but continued. At the same time, he took out 5 photos in his hand and placed them respectfully on the desk in front of Warring States. This is a photo taken by someone on Alex Island. Hearing this, Warring States turned his attention to the photo. The first photo showed a large mass of rising seawater with the outline of a battleship. In the distance, the shadow of another ship can be vaguely seen. The second photo shows a battleship as huge as a mountain, with a metallic luster. It is facing the silhouette of the ship in the distance, and there are a large number of artillery on it, and the 9 huge cannons are even more huge. The shadow of the ship that could be vaguely seen in the distance also became clearer. Warring States recognized this ship as the red-haired Red Foss. In the third photo, the giant steel ship on the sea was firing, and its 9 main guns spurted out long tongues of flame. In the fourth photo, a large number of artillery guns on the steel battleship are firing, and a large amount of gunpowder smoke rises from the side of the battleship. In the distance, in front of the Red Voss, a horrific explosion almost destroys the Red Voss. No blocked. In the fifth photo, the Red Foss is docked next to this steel battleship. It also further highlights the hugeness of the steel battleship. The Red Foss is next to it, just like a small fishing boat next to a merchant ship. After looking at the photos, Warring States turned his attention to the Major General who came to report. Marshal, this ship should be the new ship of Wang Han, the most powerful pirate hunter. Its firepower is very powerful. Eyewitnesses speculate that this ship can even rival 5 large warships, or even more. Seeing Sengoku's gaze, the Major General said immediately. Notify he and see if you can buy this battleship. Sengoku ordered. What kind of fruit is it? After the Major General left, warring states could not help but frown again. The ability to transform seawater and other substances into some kind of machine is definitely a devil fruit ability. But why have I never heard of this devil fruit? Young men, don't spare any of them, kill them all. Let the people in this town become nourishment for this evil spirit. A 4-meter-tall man who looked like a skinny devil stood in the chaotic village, laughing maniacally. The pirates who commanded his men were killing the villagers in the village crazily. In addition to the ferocious, cruel, and bloodthirsty pirates in the village, there are also evil ghosts wandering in the village, constantly attacking the people around them, or lying on the fallen corpses, as if they are in the village, devouring something invisible. Perona, your parents are playing hide and seek with you now. You hide here. No matter who comes in, you must not make a sound and don't come out. Your parents will come to see you tomorrow. In a room at the end of the village, a pair of young parents hid their daughter in a hidden space under the bed. Perona, if your parents fail to come to you, you must not come out by yourself. Otherwise, you will not be a good child. Do you understand? Putting the girl under the bed, the pink-haired mother couldn't help crying and hugged the girl tightly again. But he could only endure it and said to the girl seriously, "Yes, I understand." Looking at her mother's serious look, Perona nodded obediently, and couldn't help but shed tears in her big round eyes. The 8-year-old actually knew everything. "Ah, it's okay." The man who had been watching pulled the child's mother. The child's mother trembled, then placed Perona under the bed and closed the hiding cover. Chapter 37. Brother Wang, there is a pirate ship over there. In the command tower of the Yamato battleship, Kuina put down the telescope and said to Wang Han. At the same time, he pointed a direction to Wang Han. But that distance is still far away, more than 15 nautical miles. On the battleship with only 2 people, apart from practicing swordsmanship and chatting with Wang Han, the only way Gina could find to pass her time was to watch the sea with a telescope. It's the Demon Pirates, a pirate group that has been formed for about 3 years. Hearing this, Wang Han said directly without even looking at him, "The captain of the Demon Pirates, Demon Baro, ate the devil fruit. The ghost man of the ghost fruit, with a bounty of 4,000 million, has the ability to create vicious ghosts. These vicious ghosts can bite the souls of their prey like evil ghosts to strengthen the ghosts themselves. In order to strengthen their own ghosts, there are already many villages were massacred by his pirate group, and he is a completely heinous person. Furthermore, those ghosts can ignore physical barriers and attacks, and can directly attack the soul. If you are not armed with domineering skills and do not have high-level stones, it will be difficult to deal with these ghosts. The Navy has dispatched several major generals and even middle-level soldiers of this headquarters. The general will lead the fleet to destroy this vicious pirate group, but unfortunately, due to the interference of the evil spirits created by the ghost fruit, he was unable to successfully eliminate this vicious pirate group. Ignores physical barriers and attacks, and can directly attack the soul." Hearing this, Gina's eyes widened in surprise. What he originally wanted to say to Wang Han was swallowed back. He looked at Wang Han hesitantly. Although she knew that Wang Han was very strong, Gina was not sure whether Wang Han could deal with ghosts and evil spirits, and she did not want Wang Han to take risks. "You want me to take action to destroy this pirate group?" Seeing Gina's hesitant look, Wang Han said with a smile. "Brother Wang, can you deal with the evil ghost?" Hearing this, Gina asked expectantly and worriedly. "They are just some evil spirits created with the fruit's ability. If I couldn't deal with them, I would have died countless times. What's more, we are on the sea now. Sea water can defeat those with devil fruit abilities. Sea water it makes devil fruit users unable to use their abilities and becomes completely powerless," Wang Han said with a smile. After Wang Han finished speaking, in Kuina's expectant eyes, one of the main gun turrets of the Yamato battleship began to rotate, facing the demon pirates. "Destroy them now," Wang Han said with a smile, putting on noise-isolating headphones for Gina. Bang! 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 The next moment, 3 cannon shots shook the sea. 3 artillery shells weighing 780 tons were fired 15 nautical miles away at a speed of -meters per second. "Captain, there is a big warship over there, coming towards us." At the same time, on the Akuki pirate ship 15 nautical miles away from the Yamato battleship, the lookout shouted loudly to Akumabaro, who was sitting on a barrel drinking wine on the ship. "A big battleship, is it a navy?" Hearing the call from the lookout, the evil ghost stood up and took a look at the telescope that his subordinates so diligently handed him. "I saw the flames of cannon fire coming from the huge battleship 15 sea miles away. It should be dealing with other pirate groups, maybe dealing with the navy." Barrow put down the telescope and said completely nonchalantly. However, he still ordered, "Young men, turn to the west and get out of here." Although he judged that the other party was not aiming at him, and after all, no cannon could hit 15 nautical miles, Barrow still chose to avoid it vigilantly. This vigilance is also his experience of doing many evil things but not dying yet. Boom boom boom. However, before the men could carry out Barrow's order, 3 huge cannonballs accurately hit the ghost at the same time. Almost instantly, the ghost was torn into pieces by the terrorist explosion. A water column of -meters high was also blown up on the sea. The cannonballs, which were more than twice the speed of sound, gave the people on the ship no time to react. They didn't even hear the whistling sound of the cannonballs, and the pirate ship was blown to pieces. "Damn it! Looks like I'm going to die here." Barrow, who was seriously injured and gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, cursed in his heart. He was unable to save himself when he sank into the sea, and under the kind of explosion just now, the possibility of his crew surviving was extremely low, let alone anyone coming to rescue him. Whoosh! Just when Barrow resigned himself to death, 3 huge metal sharks 6 to 7 meters long swam quickly in the sea water. From the abdomens of these sharks, tentacles stretched out and quickly stabbed to death the pirates who were barely alive. He caught the body in the sea and also caught Barrow, who was gradually sinking into the sea. "Brother Wang, is that Barrow dead?" On the battleship, through the telescope, she saw the evil ghost exploded into pieces. Gina quickly asked Wang Han. "Not dead yet, but captured alive. All the other members of the demon pirates are dead." Wang Han replied with a smile. Looking at the village in front of them, looking at the corpses all over the village, old and young fell in a pool of blood, and even babies were thrown to the ground. Even though she was mentally prepared, when she really saw it, Kuina couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes. She still underestimated the cruelty of this age of exploration. This village was massacred not long ago, probably by the demon pirates. Wang Han said, patting Kuina on the shoulder. "Let's see if there are anyone alive first." "Yes." Hearing this, Gina nodded and ran into the village holding the knife. Alas! Wang Han sighed. Walk straight towards the end of the village. How could Wang Han, who had been monitoring the surrounding sea areas with satellites, not know that this village was massacred by the demon pirates, and that there was even a living person in the village? It's just that the darkness of this era is like that. Although Wang Han could prevent all this, Wang Han did not do so. I didn't even tell Kuina, because that's how it was in this era. Because Kuina needs to grow. Half an hour later, Gina returned to the village entrance dejectedly. There was no living person. She searched every house, but unfortunately she could not find any living person. "Gina, this child is still alive." Wang Han came from the direction of the end of the village, holding a pink-haired girl about 7 or 8 years old in his arms. At this time, the girl's cheeks were full of tears and she had fallen asleep. "Brother Wang, is this the only one left in the whole village?" Seeing this, Gina asked heartbrokenly. "Only this one survived. The child hid in the secret cabin under the bed. When she was found, she was already tired from crying and fell asleep. She escaped the disaster," Wang Han said sadly in a low voice. Chapter 38. After hearing Wang Han say that there was only one girl left alive in the whole village, Gina shed tears again and started crying quietly. That's how it is in this era. People who have no restraints on desire can do anything. Looking at the crying Gina, Wang Han walked to Gina with the sleeping girl in his arms and patted her gently with one hand, touching Gina's back. But hope still lies in the hands of the living. Yet, Gina hummed softly. Brother Wang, let's bury these corpses. After a while, Gina stopped crying and looked at Wang Han with red eyes. Leave it to me. Wang Han nodded and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Horror robot. In an instant, cracks appeared in the soil on the ground, and steel spiders the size of adult buffaloes crawled out of the ground. The steel claws quickly dug out large pits half a meter deep next to the corpses, and then dug them into the ground. The corpses were dragged into the pit one by one and buried with soil. Within 10 minutes, all the bodies of the massacred villagers were buried, and the entire village was littered with dirtbags. It makes the village look as scary as a mass grave. Here is. When Perona woke up, she opened her eyes and saw a steel ceiling. She looked around and saw that she was surrounded by steel walls. After a while, Perona sat on the bed hugging her legs and started crying. You're awake. A few minutes later, Kuina pushed open the iron door of the cabin room with a bowl of fish soup and looked at the purple-haired girl crying inside. Seeing that the girl didn't pay attention to him, he was silent for a moment and said, all those pirates have been killed by Brother Wang. The pirate captain is imprisoned on the ship. Brother Wang said that he will leave it to you when you wake up. Upon hearing Gina's words, Perona immediately raised her face with tears in her eyes and looked at Gina, and then rushed out of the steel room like crazy without waiting for Gina to continue speaking. Wait! Gina shouted quickly when she saw this, and took a few steps forward to stop Perona with fish soup. This ship is very big, I'd better take you there. You should drink this bowl of fish soup first. Looking at Perona's eyes full of hatred, Gina was silent for a moment and said. Hearing this, Perona snatched the fish soup from Gina's hand. No matter whether it was hot or not, she lifted it up and poured it into her mouth. Be careful. This is freshly cooked. Gina quickly reminded her when she saw this. Unfortunately it's too late. Good dong. Good dong. Perona drank the fish soup in a few mouthfuls without wiping her mouth or caring about the fish soup spilled on her body. She looked at Gina firmly. Take me. Well. Come with me. Seeing this, Gina nodded and said, turning around and walking towards the deck of the battleship with Perona. Following Kuina to the battleship's command tower, Perona saw Wang Han standing in the command tower and the tied-up Captain Barrow of the demon pirates. Almost instantly, Perona's emotions that had just calmed down became intense. Seizing the knife from Gina's hand, Perona rushed towards the tied Barrow. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! As if she was crazy, Perona shouted while wildly swinging her knife to slash at Barrow, whose eyes had turned dead. In her round eyes, tears continued to flow from her eyes. Even though she had chopped the murderer in front of her into dozens of pieces, Perona was still waving the knife numbly. Looking at the crazy Perona, Gina turned her head and looked away. It wasn't that she thought it was too cruel for Barrow to be chopped into pieces, but Perona was really distressed now. Just let her vent. Just let her out completely. Seeing Guyuna's actions, Wang Han patted Guyuna on the shoulder. Yet. Hearing this, Gina snorted lightly. Wow wow wow. More than 10 minutes later, Perona, who was too tired to wield the knife, collapsed on the ground covered in blood and started crying. Barrow had been chopped into pieces by her. Gina, take her to the deck to have a rest and comfort her. Seeing this, Wang Han said to Gina, patted his hand on the steel wall, and 2 cleaning robots grew out of the wall. After Gina took Perona away, they began to clean the blood stains in the command room. As for the 2 handymen, after their ears were deafened by the battleship's main gun, Wang Han put their heads together with the other pirates who had bounties on them. They are all sinful people, and Wang Han will not change the outcome of their death just because they have done miscellaneous work for him. At night, in the command room of a sailing battleship. Please take me in. I can wash and cook, I can work. As long as I can follow you, I am willing to do anything. Perona, who had calmed down a little, knelt in front of Wang Han, touched her head to the ground, and begged loudly. Brother Wang, let's take her in. She has no place to go. Dina said from the side, looking at Wang Han expectantly, her eyes red. It's not impossible to take you in. Looking at Perona who was kneeling, Wang Han said, but I don't need weak people on my ship, especially those who are disobedient, because they will drag us down. With that said, Wang Han threw the ghost fruit extracted from barrow in front of Perona. This fruit is called the devil fruit, a superhuman ghost fruit. As long as you eat it, you can gain the power of the devil and the ability to create ghosts. Barrow, who massacred your village, was his last master. Do you want to obtain this fruit? A-Force, now it's up to you to decide. Hearing this, Perona's body, which was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. I can't be a weak person, I won't let this power harm others anymore. The next moment, Perona's eyes became firm, she picked up the devil fruit on the ground and bit it down hard. Vomit. The smell like shit made Perona almost vomit, but Perona gritted her teeth and refused to spit it out. Instead, she chewed hard, swallowed the devil fruit in her mouth, and then bit it hard again. He grabbed a devil fruit in his hand and tried his best to eat the remaining devil fruit. The first bite of a devil fruit will have its effect, and you don't need to eat the rest. And what kind of abilities a devil fruit can have depends entirely on how the developer develops it, so you don't have to worry about becoming like Barrow. People. After Perona finished eating the devil fruit, Wang Han said with a smile, now, you are one of us, Perona. I am a bounty hunter with the goal of hunting bounty criminals. Wang Han, the one behind you, my sister's name is Kuina, she is 3 years older than you, and she is a swordsman. Thanks, thanks. Hearing this, Perona cried and said. Perona, you are welcome to join. Please give me your advice in the future. Dina helped Perona up and said with a smile. Yes. After hearing this, Perona nodded heavily. Chapter 39. What a big battleship. This must be a naval battleship. I really want to ride on such a battleship. Looking at the battleship approaching in the distance, everyone in the port of Rosia town couldn't help but let out a voice of wonder and envy. Is it the Navy's new warship? You have to tell the captain quickly. The pirates hiding in the port dock saw the battleship approaching in the distance and quietly left the port. No one thought that this huge steel battleship could be the ship of a certain pirate group, otherwise the Navy would have encircled and destroyed it long ago. When the battleship docked 3 nautical miles away from the island. A small white boat drove out from the side of the battleship and flew towards the town of Rosia at an extremely fast speed. Although it is said to be a small boat, it is actually nearly 20 meters long. Someone is coming from the battleship. Seeing the white ship approaching, the residents of the port suddenly became excited. Especially after seeing how luxurious the white ships were, some vendors even displayed the best supplies in their stores. There were also people who ran home with excitement and weapons in hand, hoping to join the battleship. Entering the port and looking at the eagerly awaited residents and businessmen at the port, Wang Han smiled and said to Gina and Perona, it seems that the people in this village and town are very enthusiastic. This docking should be a good one. The supply process. Let's recruit some people by the way and make it more lively. The docking this time was mainly requested by Gina, hoping to alleviate the sadness in Perona's heart. When the white yacht docked, Wang Han took Gina and Perona off the yacht. Immediately, 30 people gathered around. Sir, Miss, do you need to recruit someone? I have been a sailor before and participated in combat. Sir, I am a chef. I opened a restaurant in a small town. My skills are very good. I have always wanted to sail on the sea. Sir, Miss, recruit me. I used to be a boatman, and I have lots of strength. I can do any job. Sir, Miss. Looking at the crowd of people who had come up to recommend themselves, and looking at the expressions of Gina and Perona who were obviously not used to this situation, Wang Han shook his head. Said, sorry, I don't need incompetent people on my ship. Wang Han knew very well that these people wanted to go to sea for money, beauty, and fame. Sir, what kind of abilities are needed to get on the ship? After hearing Wang Han's words, the people around him suddenly became quiet, and then someone asked immediately. Everyone looked at Wang Han eagerly. Sir, I used to be a pirate. I once had a reward of 100 million. I also killed people and can fight. Before Wang Han could speak, a strong man suddenly spoke. The people around him suddenly became quiet, and the people around the strong man quickly took a few steps away from the strong man. Upon hearing that this person was a pirate, Perona immediately felt anger on her face. However, he still suppressed it and just looked at Wang Han. Chiang. In Gina's hand, the adamant alloy knife was already halfway out of its sheath. After witnessing the ferocity and cruelty of pirates several times, Kuina had no favorable impression of pirates at all. Seeing Kuina's movements, the strong man's hand quietly touched the long knife behind his back, and his eyes became wary. Pirates, you are really unlucky. We are bounty hunters, specializing in hunting down pirates with bounties on their heads. Looking at the strong man in front of him, Wang Han said with a half-smile. I haven't been a pirate for 7 or 8 years, and my reward has been cancelled. After hearing Wang Han's words, the strong man said quickly. At the same time, the steps began to slowly retreat. The hand behind his back also grasped the long knife tightly. What you did is what you did. The mistakes you committed are irreversible. It doesn't matter even if there is no reward. They are all pirates anyway. Looking at the strong man's movements, Wang Han said coldly. Asshole. After hearing Wang Han's words, the strong man who had stepped back 5 or 6 meters cursed in his heart, turned around and ran towards the crowd. The figure shuttled left and right among the crowd, using the bodies of the people around him to cover himself. It was obvious that this man had a lot of experience in fighting and escaping. Seeing this, Gina completely pulled out the adamant alloy knife and prepared to catch up. Bang! Just as Gina lifted her steps, she heard a gunshot. I saw a column of blood shooting out of the fleeing pirate's head and falling to the ground. Wang Han blew his smoking index finger and said to Gina, you can't deal with the guy with a reward of 100 million yuan now. You must carefully examine the strengths of both parties before acting impulsively. The current reward of 100 million is equivalent to more than 500 million later. Hearing the gunfire and seeing Wang Han raise his hand, he easily killed the strong man who claimed to be a pirate and who once had a reward of 100 million. The people around him were all startled. When they looked at Wang Han, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Some even regretted coming. We are pirate hunters and we will not attack ordinary residents casually. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the people around him, Wang Han said to the people around him with a smile. It was as if the person who just killed someone without blinking was not him. Hey! After hearing Wang Han's words, the people around him were obviously relieved. Although he was still vigilant, the fear in his eyes had reduced a lot. Some people are even more eager to give it a try. Although they have to risk their lives, pirate hunters are also very profitable, and they can also gain fame and profit on the sea, making it worth their while to take the risk. And most of these people don't actually like pirates who do evil things. Otherwise, they would have gone to sea long ago, and becoming bounty hunters would be more suitable for them. We really want to recruit people. Seeing that the people around him were less frightened and more eager to try, Wang Han continued, but we don't want useless trash. Now I give you a chance. The swordsman can follow me immediately. Whoever cuts off that head first can follow me immediately. Others who want to get on the ship, before we get back to that ship, if any of you can swim there alone with enough supplies for a week and what you need to take, and board the battleship, please being able to be a member of the battleship. If I don't bring enough supplies, I won't take it. No one can rob me. After Wang Han finished speaking, the man who claimed to be the chef was the first to take action. He yelled and rushed towards the pirate's body on the ground with a kitchen knife. "That head is mine!" As the chef acted first, 5 more people immediately rushed towards the pirate's body with weapons. More people were a little timid, and some even backed down. After all, that means cutting off a dead man's head. The psychological aspect is very difficult. Some people left silently, but more people chose to stay. The 3 men holding samurai swords silently walked up to Wang Han. Said, "We are swordsmen. We are also 3 brothers. Guyuna, try to see if they can use swords." Looking at these 3 swordsman-like people, Wang Han said to Guyuna. "Yeah." After hearing this, Guyuna immediately hummed, put the alloy sword back into the sheath, and then held the unsheathed alloy sword in a swordsman fighting posture. The alloy knife was too sharp and could easily cut off the opponent's weapon, so Guyuna brought the scabbard to the duel. "Please." Seeing that Guyuna did not draw the sword, one of the 3 swordsmen immediately stepped out and also used the sword with the scabbard to assume a swordsman fighting posture towards Guyuna. Chapter 40. "Sir, I have chopped off the head. Do I need to marinate it?" The head was finally chopped off by the chef and brought to Wang Han. He even didn't forget to ask Wang Han if he wanted to pickle it. Seeing this, other people who still wanted to join ran back home to prepare. "I also went to say goodbye to my family. You hang this head, go and pack the things you want to take away. Then wait for us on the white boat," Wang Han said casually, and continued to look at the swordsman who was sparring with Gina. "These 3 people are indeed swordsmen, and they are all stronger than Guyuna." The 3 of them also knew very well what Wang Han meant, which was to see their swordsmanship strength, not to defeat Gina, so they only sparred with Gina and showed off their swordsmanship, but did not defeat Gina quickly. "That's enough." Wang Han clapped his hands and stopped the sparring. "You are qualified, go and pack your things," Wang Han said to the 3 swordsmen. "Besides the sword in our hands, we have nothing else to bring. Our family members died in the hands of pirates a few years ago. It was the residents of the town who raised us, so those things are left to this town." "Residents?" The 3 swordsmen looked at each other and said together. "Then come with us," Wang Han said directly after hearing this. Taking Gina and Perona, he took the lead and walked towards the vendors at the pier. The 3 swordsmen quickly followed, and even took the initiative to take on the labor of carrying it. Going back and forth to carry the things Wang Han bought onto the yacht. "You are seeking death by behaving like this, do you know that?" In front of the apple stall in the town, Wang Han squatted on the ground while looking at the apples in his hands and said to the young man selling apples in front of him. The man in front of him had a suture line running through his face. "Chiang! Chiang! Chiang!" After Wang Han finished speaking, the 3 swordsman brothers behind him who were responsible for doing the hard work immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at the young man in front of Wang Han. As long as Wang Han said a word, they would immediately kill the person in front of them. Gina also drew her sword and was ready to fight. "He he he." Hearing this, the young man laughed. The earthy ground quickly dried up and cracked, and a large amount of yellow sand gushes out of the ground. "I think I can give it a try. Is the strongest bounty hunter really worthy of his name?" Following the man's words, yellow sand began to wrap around the feet of the 6 Wang and Han people. At the same time, dozens of pirates rushed out from around the street and surrounded the 6 Wang Han people. When other people on the street saw this, they were trembling with fear. "Unfortunately, I wanted to run away, but there were fierce pirates all around me. Did nature give you the courage? Or did Whitebeard give you confidence?" Wang Han turned a blind eye to the changes around him and the yellow sand on the ground, and said calmly, "There are so many great pirates who have died in my hands, I don't mind having one more Shasha fruit ability user, captain of the Baroque pirates, Crocodile." Wang Han relied on his electronic memory to memorize the information of all the pirates on the sea. After speaking, Wang Han turned over and dropped the apple in his hand. "I will accept your ship. Clark said with a smile as he watched the apple fall freely. The yellow sand on the ground suddenly rushed toward the 6 Wang and Han people. Electromagnetic. Looking at the yellow sand rushing around him, Wang Han just whispered one word. The next moment, as the apple fell to the ground, a blue electric light flashed across the ground and the yellow sand. Swish! In an instant, the flying yellow sand seemed to have lost its power and returned to calm again. What? Looking at the out-of-control yellow sand, Crocodile's eyes widened and he once again activated his fruit power to control the yellow sand on the ground, but to no avail. Rather than killing you, I'm more curious about your past and future. What did the Demon King do to you? Is my guess true? Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, he stood up and turned around and walked towards the back of a store. Stop being so arrogant, Desert Sword. Looking at Wang Han who turned his back to him and walked away, Clark Doll's left hand turned into a large scimitar made of yellow sand and slashed at Wang Han who had his back turned to him. Brother Wang! Dina shouted anxiously, swinging her knife and slashing at Crocodile. It seems that the lessons Whitebeard gave you are not enough. You need more lessons. Faced with Crocodile's attack, Wang Han said without looking back. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, like the roar of lightning. A barrier of blue electric light rose behind Wang Han, blocking Crocodile's sand knife from his wrist. The energy emitted by the lightning even burned the sand knife to glass, cutting off Crocodile's devil fruit ability. The protagonist can even withdraw his devil fruit ability, and there is no problem with the ability to block people with abilities. In addition, the protagonist uses magnetism to control sand. The next moment, the sand knife that was cut off by lightning fell to the ground and turned into a palm. Captain! Looking at Crocodile with his broken hand, the surrounding Baroque pirates were stunned. Cold sweat flowed from Crocodile's forehead. He looked at Wang Han, who was walking away with his back to him. Crocodile, who was holding his burned broken hand, endured the pain and gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to make any more moves. Seeing that Wang Han easily solved Crocodile's sneak attack, he had no intention of taking Crocodile's life. Gina and the 3 swordsmen immediately put away their swords and quickly followed Wang Han's footsteps. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, chopping Crocodile's broken palm into ashes. This is truly lightning fast, leaving you with no time to react. Crack! Click! Continuous lightning fell from the sky, and lightning of different thicknesses struck the bodies of the surrounding Baroque crew members one after another, just enough to flip them to the ground one by one, twitching all over. I admit that you are very strong, but I will definitely find my way back. Looking at Wang Han's back, Crocodile gritted his teeth and spoke. If you don't want to go to hell, just leave this island quietly before I change my mind. I can't guarantee how long my curiosity will last. Hearing this, Wang Han just said something very plainly. The steps remained the same, without even looking back. One day I will definitely defeat you, and I will definitely avenge today's broken hand. Let's go. Looking at Wang Han's leaving figure, Crocodile secretly swore in his heart, shouted to his subordinates, and walked towards the dock with his broken hand in his hands. He knew that he was no match for Wang Han now. When the members of the Baroque pirates heard their captain's order, they gritted their teeth and endured their bodies being injured by lightning and followed Crocodile. They no longer want to try the horror of the strongest bounty hunter. Why not kill him? He is a pirate. Aren't we pirate hunters? Looking at Crocodile leaving, Perona asked Wang Han with big round red eyes. His eyes were unwilling and angry. Perona. Dina quickly pulled Perona. Although she was also curious about why Wang Han didn't kill Crocodile. In the past, Wang Han would not let go of pirates when he encountered them. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. After being pulled by Dina, Perona calmed down and apologized to Wang Han. Perona, it's too early to kill him now. Keeping him is still useful. He will kill more pirates in the future battles. And I am really curious about this guy's past and future, as well as his final ending. But his death is already doomed. Wang Han said with a smile. Chapter 41. Crocodile left, quietly, and even the supplies were not completed. It's time for us to get back to the ship. After Crocodile's farce, taking Perona to relax was of little use. After purchasing the supplies, Wang Han simply proposed to return. On the battleship, only 7 people successfully climbed onto the battleship at this time. Although more people who wanted to board the ship swam under the battleship, they were unable to climb the 30-meter-high steel ship wall. I could only keep shouting to the 7 people who climbed onto the boat, hoping that these 7 people could pull them on board. Regarding the shouts of other people on the sea below the ship, the 7 people on the ship seemed to have not heard anything. They just stood on the deck of the battleship, marveling at the hugeness of this steel giant ship, marveling at the numerous gun muzzles on it, and wondering, why is there no one except them on this huge ship? As for the guys under the boat, they all selectively ignored them. Even the ropes and other tools they used to climb up were put away by them, cutting off those people's hope of luck. Wang Han's words were very clear. The test given to them was not only a test of physical strength, but also a test of their wisdom. Those who could not get on the boat just swam over with their things with reckless energy, but they didn't do it at all. Thinking about how to board this huge ship after swimming here means that they are not qualified to board it. In order to be able to stay, the 7 people who came up did not dare to help these people who were not qualified to board the ship. In the conference room of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku and a group of senior generals at the Navy headquarters were having a regular discussion meeting as usual. In addition to listening to intelligence and discussing the Navy's next combat strategy as usual, the content of this meeting was a discussion of Wang Han, the strongest bounty hunter. A major general held information in his hand and read it out at Sengoku's signal. 5 days ago, the ghost fruit user, Evil Baylor, who had a bounty of 4,000 million, massacred a village on Haru Island. After leaving, he encountered the strongest bounty hunter Wang Han in the waters near Haru Island. On the giant ship, the whole ship died in the gunfire. Listening to the information read out by the Rear Admiral, none of the generals and lieutenant generals present were at all surprised. Wang Han, the strongest bounty hunter, has proven his strength with the heads of many big pirates. It is not surprising to eliminate an evil pirate group with a reward of 4,000 million. 2 days ago, Sand Crocodile, who had a bounty of 100 million for the sand fruit, ambushed Wang Han, the strongest bounty hunter who landed on the island to supply and recruit people. Then everyone escaped after being seriously injured. Crocodile-Dar's hand was cut off. After hearing this information, everyone in the office except Sengoku looked at the Rear Admiral who was responsible for reading out the information, and then looked at Marshal Sengoku. There was surprise and doubt in his eyes. This information is correct. Seeing everyone's gaze, Warring States said directly, I am also surprised that Crocodile can survive, and that all members of the team survived. It is most likely that the strongest bounty hunter Wang Han deliberately let them go. Why did he let the Baroque pirates go? Is there a relationship between them? A lieutenant general asked. Even the great pirate Bondi Wald of the New World, who had a bounty of -million, could not escape from Wang Han. Although Crocodile was of the natural type, he could never be Wang Han's opponent, and now he was actually attacking Wang Han. The Queen of Han could still survive from Wang Han's hands, and everyone survived. This situation can only be explained by Wang Han deliberately letting them live. It's not clear yet. Warring States said in a deep voice. He had someone investigate as soon as he received the information, but until now there has been no feedback. Wang Han, the strongest bounty hunter, had contact with Red Hair before. Is there any connection between the two incidents? Another lieutenant general made a guess. Although it is just a guess, it makes people have to pay attention to it. The contact between Hungfa and Wang Han had already touched the nerves of many people. Red Hair is powerful, while Wang Han has powerful technology. If the two are combined, they will definitely become more powerful and will definitely break the current balance on the sea, and the breaking of this balance will definitely be detrimental to the navy. There is no way to know the conversation between them, but we do not rule out the possibility. Hearing this, warring states said, what we want to discuss is if the worst case scenario occurs, how can we respond and reduce the harm to minimum? In fact, this is the core of this meeting. If the strongest bounty hunter and the 4 emperors join forces to break the situation in the sea, how can the harm be minimized or even eliminated? The Navy's meeting was in full swing. On the other side, Wang Han's battleship was also very lively at this time. The 11 new people on board undoubtedly added a lot of vitality to the silent battleship. Although this number of people still seemed empty and quiet compared to the huge and cold battleship, there were also more people who could talk, and there were more people. Some jokes. There are 11 new people on board, a middle-aged chef named Franklin, and 2 gunmen, the young one is named Marco, and the middle-aged one is named Tracy. Both of them have ordinary marksmanship. The 3 swordsman brothers are named Arthur, Yasuo, and Yatu, and there is a female swordsman, Olivia. A boxer about 30 years old, Otto. A boy about 14 years old, Paula. A middle-aged navigator, Andrew. 2 young sailors in their 20s, Jose and Zavi. Wang Han scanned the bodies of these 11 people. Judging from their physical strength, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary naval soldiers on the Great Waterway. Wang Han didn't have many requirements for the strength of these people. He only wanted to recruit them on board to make the warship livelier and let them do odd jobs. Of course, just because Wang Han didn't have many requirements doesn't mean that Wang Han didn't have any requirements at all. There is no lack of training. Every day when Gina does training, these people must work together. He actually ran to the 4th route again. It seems he has a fixed record pointer. On the other side, he, who was hurriedly rushing into the 4th route of the Grand Route, had just docked at Rosia Island when he heard a soldier report that Wang Han's warship had been discovered near Tailiu Island. Tailiu Island is an island on the 4th route. After replenishing supplies, return to the Navy headquarters immediately. Confirming his guess, he immediately issued the order. Wang Han has a permanent record pointer, and she can't accurately calculate which island Wang Han will appear on. Instead of chasing after Wang Han everywhere like a headless fly, it would be better to arrive at Marine Fando in advance, and then wait for Wang Han himself to appear at the Chambord Islands, a must-stop place for the Great Route. When he thought of the Chambord Islands, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because the behavior of some people who appeared in Xiongbo Land was so bad, she was not sure whether Wang Han could pretend to ignore them, especially what happened in Zhuhu town before, and Wang Han had contact with the red hair later. Chapter 42. The 2 incidents in which the Yamato bombarded the red-haired Red Force and destroyed the ghost pirates with gunfire have been exposed by the press. In particular, the photos on the front page clearly reflect the ferocity of the artillery fire on the Yamato. With the exposure of the news, many ordinary people now know the name of Yamato. Yamato is praised by many people as having the most powerful firepower on the sea, the hardest hull, and the longest range of artillery. Ship. Especially the Yamato's main gun, which can tear a medium-sized pirate ship into pieces with one shot, is the most talked about. After the exposure of these 2 incidents, the name of the strongest bounty hunter Wang Han has become even more resounding. Some people even call him the strongest bounty hunter who can fight against the 4 emperors. At the same time, the locations exposed in the 2 news are both in the Grand Route, which also lets everyone know that this ship is currently in the first half of the Great Route, and that the most powerful bounty hunter Wang Han is now in the first half of the Great Route. As the Yamato was exposed to everyone's eyes, many people on the sea began to look for the location of this huge battleship. There are those who want to join, there are those who want the ship, and there are even pirates who want to become famous. Boom! Crash! A huge water column was blown up 50 meters away from the pirate ship. The water column was 30 meters in diameter and -meters high. The waves caused by the explosion caused the ship to rise and fall continuously. The people on board were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Call out! Boom! Another cannonball flew, this time grazing the ship and exploding a huge column of water in front of the ship. The huge scream of the giant shells whizzing past even caused the sailors on the ship to have tinnitus. Pull the sail to the right. Looking at the huge water column exploding in front of him, the navigator on the boat screamed and turned the rudder to the right with all his strength. Under the screams of the navigator, the sailors pulled hard on the ropes that controlled the sails, even using their strength to suck milk. Everyone's expressions were frightened and anxious. Asshole! Why did we meet you? From the stern position, looking at the giant battleship 10 nautical miles behind, Johnson, wearing a captain's hat, cursed angrily, feeling extremely worried in his heart. The battleship chasing behind is undoubtedly the Yamato, which is known as the most powerful battleship on the sea today. On the battleship, in the first main gun turret, sharpshooter Tracy was responsible for controlling the main gun for aiming, while others assisted in operating the turret rotation. The people on the ship have long wanted to try the 460mm cannon for themselves. Even Gina and the chef Franklin are assisting. Turn eastward 0.4 degrees, decrease 0.1 degrees. No. Dash gun, prepare. Marco's voice came from the megaphone in the control tower. Turn eastward 0.4 degrees, decrease 0.1 degrees. No. Dash gun, prepare. Upon hearing the call, Tracy immediately directed the others, and the cannon slowly turned a little. As they prepared to shout, everyone quickly put on their sound-isolating headphones. Boom! The next moment, the number 15 barrel of the triple-mounted main gun spurted out a tongue of flame nearly 1.5 meters long. A -ton shell quickly shot out of the barrel and hit the fleeing ship 10 nautical miles away. Boom! The next moment, in the flames of a huge explosion, the 40-meter-long ship was blown to pieces on the sea. Hit! Seeing that she hit the target, Tracy jumped up excitedly. Everyone else's faces were filled with excitement when they heard Tracy's shout. Tracy, it's your turn next time, I'll take control. Marco hurriedly ran down from the command tower, ran into the turret, and said impatiently. I was looking forward to meeting the next pirate group soon. When will we arrive? Yasuo said expectantly. Although he is a swordsman, it is very tempting for him to control the 460mm cannon and fire, especially being in charge of firing the cannon is the most tempting and exciting. As for aiming, he only needs to aim according to the coordinates given by the command tower. Everyone takes turns and has a chance. Looking at the noisy crowd, Wang Han said with a smile. Today, Wang Han is teaching them how to operate the weapons on the battleship, including close-in defense guns, secondary guns, and anti-aircraft guns. As for the navigation of the battleship, apart from yourself, at least 50 people are required to control the battleship for normal navigation, and this does not include combatants. Wang Han plans to continue recruiting people, so he will train them first. Time passed day by day, and with the guidance of satellites, Wang Han controlled the Yamato battleship to continuously shuttle through the 7 routes of the Great Channel. He never stayed on an island for more than a day. Any pirate group he encountered would be captured. People on the boat used it for practice. In just 5 days, 17 pirate groups were sunk by the Yamato's giant cannon, and all the people on the pirate ship were shot to death. In just 5 days, 17 pirate groups were encountered. Although there were reasons why Wang Han was deliberately looking for them, it was also possible to see the rampant pirates on the Great Channel. Many of the more than a dozen pirate groups were destroyed. For a time, all the pirates in the first half of the Great Channel were cautious. Some even dared not go out of the sea for fear of encountering Wang Han. Those who wanted to find Wang Han or were interested in the Yamato, but because the Yamato kept shuttling on the 7 routes of the Great Channel and was not fixed on 1 or 2 routes, all of them could only fail. He couldn't even catch up if he wanted to. After all, other people couldn't afford to repeatedly jump across the 7 voyages. At the same time, word spread across the sea that the Yamato had permanent pointers to all the islands in the first half of the Great Passage. There are even rumors that the Yamato has new technology that allows it to sail between the islands of the Grand Line without the need for permanent needles. Chapter 43. The entire island of Shampoo Islands is composed of 79 huge mangroves, all numbered. Each tree has towns and facilities. People call the archipelago of these 79 islands the Shampoo Islands. The regional division of the Chambord Islands is also very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. NOS 30 to 39 are amusement parks. NOS 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, selling souvenirs. NOS 50 to 59 are shipyards with coding craftsmen. NOS 60 to 69 are the entry and exit areas for the Navy and the government. 70 to 79 are places like Hotel Street. The biggest feature of the Chambord Islands is that the roots of the alkaman mangrove tree secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles, and then flies into the sky. Since the bubbles are only suitable for the climatic range of the Alkazman mangrove, once the bubbles leave the climate range of the Chambord Islands, the resinous components will explode because they cannot fully exert their power. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubble. Bubble culture permeates every part of Chambord. Look, it's the Yamato. Oh my god, it's so big. That barrel is so thick and long. It is indeed known as the most powerful warship on the sea. It is really majestic. At the port of Shampoo Island, as the Yamato appeared, people on the port gathered one after another. Watching the giant steel ship approaching the Chambord Islands in the distance, people couldn't help but express a variety of emotions. Hurry up and report that the Yamato has appeared in the Chambord Islands. It seems likely that it will pass through the Chambord Islands to the second half of the Grand Line. At the same time, among the curious and watching crowd, many people left in a hurry, or took out their phone bugs to report. In the first half of the Grand Line, almost no one could accurately find the Yamato that jumped repeatedly on the 7 routes. However, the Chambord Islands are different. If you want to go to the New World, you must first go to the Chambord Islands, which is also the gateway to the Grand Line. A must-visit place in the second half of the journey. Therefore, those who failed to find the Yamato were waiting for the appearance of the Yamato in the Shampoo Islands. Now, Yamato is finally here. At the same time, everyone is also curious about how many heads will be carried off this giant ship this time, and what celebrities will be there. On the battleship, Wang Han and his party stood on the bow, looking at the Shampoo Islands in the distance that were gradually becoming clearer. It looks so prosperous. Standing next to Wang Han, Gina's eyes were full of expectation. Half a day ago, Wang Han explained to them the Chambord Islands. Apart from the illegal zone above, it sounded like a very interesting place worth looking forward to. In area number 59, the Yamato slowly docked at the port. The long ship ladder was lowered from the side. Wang Han led Gina and others down the ship ladder. "Sir, do you want coding? We have the largest number of coding craftsmen in the company. And the price is fair, the technology is top-notch, and it's absolutely worth the money." As soon as Wang Han, Gina, and others got off the boat, 2 middle-aged men in suits ran over enthusiastically, one on the left and the other on the right. The person on the left took the lead and said with a smile on his face, "Sir, please come to us for coding. Not only do we have fair prices, we also give away amusement coupons for the amusement park in Area 30. Before Wang Han could speak, another middle-aged man in a suit said immediately. Obviously the two of them are not from the same coding company. The cost of coding such a large battleship is not low, and a lot of money can be earned from it. Sir, come to us for coding. We will not only give you tickets to the amusement park, but we will also give you tickets to the tourist area." Seeing this, the man in black who was the first to speak immediately became anxious and hurriedly offered a bigger benefit. "Sorry, I don't want to go to Fishman Island, so my ship doesn't need coding." Looking at the two people fighting for each other, Wang Han shook his head and just said calmly. After saying that, he ignored the two middle-aged men in suits and left the port directly with Gina and others. As Wang Han and his party left, the battleship's ladder also automatically retracted. Has it been discovered? After Wang Han left, the two middle-aged men in suits looked at each other and left quietly. Brother Wang, what is coding? After leaving the port, Gina asked Wang Han curiously. Coating is to use special resin produced by the island's mangroves to coat the ship with a film that can isolate the seawater. After the coating, the ship can go to the Fishman Island deep under the sea. Wang Han replied with a smile. Fishman Island? Are there really fishmen in this world? Kuina asked curiously. There is indeed a race of fishmen. Wang Han said with a smile, but the current situation of this race is not very optimistic. Why? Gina asked. Because fishmen are relatively rare and command high prices at slave auctions, they are often captured by slave traders. Andrew explained. First time meeting, Mr. Wang Han. I am Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Crane. At this moment, a female Marine in her 50s wearing a Lieutenant General's uniform walked up to Wang Han and his party and said with a smile. Lieutenant General He, the Chief of General Staff of the Navy, has a long-standing reputation. Wang Han said with a smile. General He is here alone. Are you playing nearby? If you don't mind, how about I take you to visit the Shampoo Islands? When you're tired, go to Naval Base number 60 to rest. I've already asked people to prepare a dinner. He said with a smile. With Lieutenant General He taking us, it will definitely be much more interesting than playing by ourselves. Wang Han said with a smile. But carrying more than 200 heads is not very beautiful. I think it's better to go to the naval base first and exchange the bounties from sailing and hunting during this period for a trip to the Shampoo Islands. Wang Han said with a smile, pointing to the dozen boxes carried by Arthur and others. Then let me take you there, please. He said with a smile, and was about to leave with Wang Han and his party. Da-da-da. At this moment, suddenly, there was a burst of machine gun shooting on the battleship. Head, someone is on our ship. Hearing the gunshot, Navigator Andrew immediately said to Wang Han. This kind of gunfire is the sound of the anti-aircraft machine gun on the battleship, which is quite special. But now there is no one on the boat. It's okay, it's just that the automatic defense system on the ship was triggered by some thieves. Wang Han said with a smile, without any worry. Young people are trying to get Mr. Wang Han's ship to work. Do you need me to send a team of Navy to guard the ship? Hearing Andrew's words, he smiled and said to Wang Han. I appreciate Admiral He's kindness. It's just a small group of people. There are ship elves on the Yamato. No one can drive the Yamato away without my instructions, so there is no need to worry at all. Wang Han said with a smile. There is actually a ship spirit. This ship is really amazing. Hearing this, he couldn't help but take a closer look at the Yamato in the distance again. In a deserted alley, a middle-aged man in a suit was holding a phone and making a report. Another middle-aged man in a suit was looking around. Not going to Fishman Island. Okay, I understand. After listening to the two people's reports, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, and then the phone hung up. Chapter 44. In the naval base, in the room where bounties are redeemed. When more than 200 heads were poured out of more than a dozen boxes, the dozen or so Marines responsible for exchanging bounties gasped together. He is indeed known as the strongest bounty hunter. If there were more powerful and righteous bounty hunters like Mr. Wang Han in the sea would be much calmer and there would be fewer victims. Next to him, he, who was sitting on the sofa, praised Wang Han sincerely. There are more than 200 heads, belonging to the bounty of 20 pirate groups. Among them are some with over -million heads. I have to say that Wang Han's efficiency in hunting pirates is amazing. I'm just doing it for the money. Wang Han said with a smile. Is Mr. Wang Han short of money? Hearing this, he immediately caught Wang Han's words. It's really lacking. Wang Han didn't shy away from it and admitted it directly. The Navy has a deal that it wants to make with Mr. Wang Han. I wonder if Mr. Wang Han would like to talk about it. Hearing this, he said with a smile. I didn't even ask Wang Han what he wanted so much money for. Hearing his words, the rear admiral in charge of exchanging the bounty had a discerning eye and quietly exited the office with the other marines. Upon seeing this, Andrew and others quietly exited the room, and even Perona and Gina followed. What deal is Lieutenant General he talking about? After there were only 2 people left in the office, Wang Han spoke. He smiled and said, we want to trade the production technology of the medical cabin and the Yamato battleship with Mr. Wang Han. I'm afraid this won't work. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head directly and said, even if I trade the production technology of the medical cabin to you, you can't produce it with your technological level. As for the Yamato battleship, I'm sorry, I don't plan to do it at the moment. Yamato for sale. How will you know if you don't try? He said with a smile. Vegapunk is indeed a technological talent, with a smart enough brain. Wang Han said with a smile, however, an advanced technology often requires more technologies as the cornerstone, paving the way for technological updates from generation to generation. Without the raw materials, even if he knew the principles, he wouldn't be able to make it. Hearing this, he didn't force it. He just thought that Wang Han didn't want to sell the technology, so he settled for the next best thing. Our Navy wants to purchase 5 medical cabins. Can Mr. Wang Han sell them? 40 billion units, if you agree, I can give it to you now. Wang Han said. No problem. Hearing this, he agreed immediately. Although the price of 40 billion is high, it is still within the acceptance range of the Navy. However, there is currently not so much money in the base in the Shampoo Islands, and it needs to be transferred from the Navy headquarters. It doesn't matter. I believe in the credibility of the Navy. I will give you the medical cabin first. After a month, I will go to the Navy headquarters to get the money. Wang Han said with a smile. After speaking, Wang Han raised his foot and tapped it lightly on the ground. The next moment, 5 medical cabins rose from the concrete floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang Han. He said with a smile. As for the other task given by the Warring States period, in a special place like the Chambord Islands, she was too embarrassed to invite Wang Han to join the Navy, otherwise it would be a slap in the face, and she could only wait for the opportunity to invite again in the future. He then reported the results of the transaction back to the Navy headquarters. After the Navy headquarters agreed, he and Wang Han drew up an agreement, and he had people come and move the medical cabin. Later, Wang Han and his party, accompanied by he, visited the naval base in Champu during the day. They spent a day in the amusement park and another day in the tourist area. They all had a lot of fun and enjoyed a lot of food. In the evening, we returned to the battleship to rest. As for Lei Li and Xiaoqi hiding on the island, Wang Han was not interested. Brother Wang. That night, Gina and Perona rang the bell on the door of Wang Han's room. Come in. Wang Han's voice sounded, and the door to the room opened automatically. Brother Wang, I. Entering the room, Gina looked at Wang Han hesitantly. I think I want to go to the illegal zone. Looking at Gina who was hesitating and Perona who was shrinking behind Gina, Wang Han said directly. During the past 2 days of playing, Gina had been a little absent-minded, and Wang Han knew what she was thinking. It was probably Perona who instigated her to come tonight. Otherwise, given Gina's character, she would have come to her 2 days later. Hearing this, Gina hummed softly and said in a low voice, if possible, I would like to see if it will cause trouble to Brother Wang. Go tomorrow. Wang Han said, Gina, be mentally prepared. Going to see her will only make you more sad. Thank you, Brother Wang. Gina said, feeling relieved. It looks like there's going to be a conflict with the Navy soon. After Gina left, a smile appeared on Wang Han's lips. Wang Han knew very well what kind of character the Shampoo Islands were like, and Wang Han also knew Kuina's character very well. He had a sense of justice in his heart. When Kizaru invited him to join the navy, Kuina was actually very moved. So Wang Han brought Kuina to the Shambord Islands, so when he met Shanks, Wang Han told Shanks that he was here to show his strength. Regarding the current situation, Wang Han had actually expected it early, and even more it was already prepared. The giant doesn't care about the life, death, or thoughts of the ants, but Wang Han cares about Gina. Lieutenant General He, our boss said we are going to the auction in the illegal zone today, so I won't bother Lieutenant General He. On the battleship, Andrew, who was left behind, apologized to the approaching crane. When did you go? Hearing this, he suddenly felt nervous and asked quickly. What he is most worried about is that Wang Han will go to the illegal zone. The illegal zone is called the illegal zone because the darkness here is directly exposed to the sun and is allowed. I took Gina and Perona early this morning. Andrew replied. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, he left in a hurry. On the way, he took out the phone bug and dialed the phone bug of the Warring States period. Moshi Moxie, I am Warring States. Warring States, Wang Han went to the auction in the illegal zone and took Gina there. Are there any Tianlong people there now? As soon as the phone was connected, he heard Sengoku's voice and asked eagerly. There are two, Crane. We must not let Wang Han and the Tianlong people meet. If they meet, we must not let the two sides conflict. I will send Kizaru to support you immediately. Hearing this, Warring States' voice immediately responded to the call bug. Yes, I'm rushing to the auction. He said immediately. He hurried towards the auction. Brother Wang, is this a lawless zone? Looking around, Gina felt a little confused. This area does not seem to be as chaotic as imagined. This is a lawless zone. It's just that the darkness is allowed by the light. It doesn't mean that there is a complete loss of order here. Chapter 45. That man is known as the strongest bounty hunter, Wang Han. Sure enough, we have come to the illegal zone. Ha! I would like to see what will happen if this guy bumps into a celestial dragon. Does calling someone the strongest mean that you have to kneel down? Wang Han's appearance also attracted the attention of the pirates hiding in the illegal area. Some people hid in the corners and looked at Wang Han quietly, with playful expressions in their eyes. Today, two Tianlong people entered the illegal zone. During the auction in Area 1 of the lawless zone. When Wang Han took Guyuna into the auction, he immediately attracted many eyes. There is curiosity and teasing. Wang Han ignored the gazes inside and took Gina to find two seats at random, then closed his eyes and waited. The auction hasn't started yet, there are still half the seats available inside, and people are still coming to the door. Pirates, businessmen, or people from some underground forces, and there should be some disguised navy among them. Gina looked curiously at the crowds and facilities in the auction house. The layout inside the auction is somewhat like an opera stage. The difference is that there is a standing cabinet in the center of the stage. Squeak, click. Time passed by minute by second. After about 10 minutes, the door to the auction slowly closed. The venue suddenly became dark. Wang Han also opened his eyes at this time. Dear gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the Outlaw Zone No. 1 auction. A few seconds later, as the light shone on the cabinet in the center of the stage, an old man wearing a tuxedo and a gentleman's hat stood behind the cabinet and shouted loudly to everyone in the venue. Today, Beckham is honored to host this auction for you. I think you don't want to listen to my nonsense. Here is the first auction item today. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Beckham shouted high on the stage, and then stretched his hands flat to the side of the stage. Directed the eyes in the venue. Following Beckham's movement, another light immediately shone down in the direction guided by his hand. The tall beauty with hot clothes and outstanding temperament walked from the backstage of the stage to the stage with a tray covered with red cloth in both hands, and walked to the old man's side under the light. Today's first auction item is... Beckham said loudly, placing his hand on the red cloth on the tray, and paused deliberately. Today's first auction item is the Kraken necklace. Seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, Beckham quickly pulled off the red cloth on the tray, and the light instantly shrank to the tray following Beckham's movements. There was a black exquisite neck model placed on the tray. Under the light, a string of exquisite necklaces shone brightly on the model's neck. This necklace is called the Kraken necklace. It is made of high-quality blue gems and pink gems. Beckham stood next to the light and began to introduce it eloquently. After about 2 minutes, Beckham finally stopped talking. The lights in the venue were also restored at this time, making the venue slightly brighter. The auction for this exquisite Kraken necklace begins now. The starting price is 500 million belly. The price increase cannot be less than 30 berry. The lights became brighter and Beckham immediately announced loudly. 530. As soon as Beckham announced the start, a wealthy middle-aged woman followed closely and started bidding. 560. 600. Immediately afterwards, 2 more women began to increase their prices. 700. 750. 800. 850. 900. The bidding became more and more fierce, and the price increase became more and more crazy. Not only the 3 women at the beginning, but 5 women began to compete for this necklace. The bidding began to feel like a competition, and several women demonstrated to each other. 900 million is already more than the value of the necklace itself. Seeing the women vying for bids, Beckham felt happy. The first auction item was a good start, which pushed the atmosphere of the auction to a small peak. Everyone looked at the women competing with each other as if they were watching a show. No one interrupted them. 2000. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The entire auction suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the bidder. Even a few women who were competing stopped and looked over at this time. Who is this person? It's him. After seeing the bidders, some knew Wang Han and some did not. However, no one bid anymore, and even the few women who were comparing themselves remained silent. 2,000 million was already far more than the value of the necklace itself. 2,000 million once, 2,000 million twice, if anyone wants to increase the price, 2,000 million 3 times. This necklace belongs to the gentleman below. Beckham also knew how to accept it as soon as it was good, and quickly knocked down the wooden hammer. The next item up for auction is precious coral from the North Sea. After the first lot was taken down, another beautiful woman walked onto the stage holding a tray. The starting price is 50 baileys, and each increase in price cannot be less than 3. After a 1-minute introduction, Beckham once again announced that the second lot would be auctioned. 50. A middle-aged man dressed as a businessman bid. 1 million. As soon as the middle-aged businessman's voice fell, Wang Han doubled the price. Suddenly, the auction became quiet again, and many people looked at Wang Han again. The second lot is worth up to 80 belly. 1 million is obviously too high. The middle-aged businessman calling the price shook his head and gave up on raising the price. After 3 attempts, no one raised the price, so Beckham announced the ownership of the coral. Now we have a third auction item, Liang Kui Dao 50 Gong, Huajiang. The starting price is 2,000 million, and the price will be increased by at least 50 each time. As Beckham shouted, everyone looked at Wang Han. Even Beckham looked at Wang Han. They wanted to see if Wang Han was going to double his bid. 2,000 million. Wang Han did not disappoint the others. After Beckham made the announcement, Wang Han immediately called for the price. 50 million, I'm so sorry. My sword happened to be damaged in the previous battle. I must get this sword, ha ha ha. However, this time, someone finally competed with Wang Han, a seaman. The man dressed as a thief said with a smile, looking provocatively at Wang Han. It's Drucker who has a reward of 5,000 million. The strongest bounty hunter and the big pirate worth 5,000 million, it looks like there is something good to watch. Looking at the pirate standing up, some people who recognized him whispered. 5,000 million. Listening to the comments from the people around him, Wang Han didn't care at all and just continued to speak calmly. 5,050 million, I'm not short of money either, Mr. the strongest bounty hunter. Drucker looked at Wang Han with a smile, his tone full of provocation and teasing. 1 million. Wang Han continued. He looked at Drucker as if he were an ant. To me, money means just beheading a few more people like you. These uninteresting things should be auctioned off as soon as possible to avoid wasting my time. Hearing Wang Han's words, the pirates in the venue immediately gritted their teeth. Wang Han did have money, but the money was exchanged for the heads of pirates with bounties on their heads. This is simply the greatest insult to them. 200 million. The next moment, a man as thin as a stick stood up, glared at Wang Han and shouted. 400 million. This price is almost the same as the entire Smoke Pirate's bounty. Wang Han sneered and continued to speak. 600 million. A 5-meter tall man with dark skin and muscles stood up. He also glared at Wang Han angrily. 12 billion. The entire bounty of the burning pirates is not worth this price. Wang Han looked at the dark-skinned man with disdain in his eyes. You. After hearing Wang Han's words, one of the dark man's arms turned into flames, and his eyes almost wanted to spit fire. Captain, there are Tianlong people here. If we take action here, we will attract the admiral. Seeing this, a pirate quickly grabbed the dark man and whispered. Humph. You'd better not leave here, otherwise I will take your head. Hearing this, the dark-skinned man snorted coldly, said a harsh word and sat down. 12 billion once, 12 billion twice, 12 billion 3 times, deal done. Seeing the dark man sitting down again, Beckham quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced loudly as quickly as possible. Don't even dare to say unnecessary words. Next is the fourth lot. 46, Slave Auction. Chevron_left. Previous. Next. Chevron_right. Knights_stay. Next is the fourth lot, the 14-year-old slave girl. Beckham said loudly. Following the words of the auctioneer Beckham, a girl wearing a collar with an iron chain around her neck was pulled onto the stage and led to the side of Beckham like a dog. The girl wore a white dress and walked with a limp. Although the clothes were clean, traces of abuse could still be seen. They actually treat people like dogs. After hearing the words of the auctioneer Beckham and seeing the girl being pulled onto the stage, Gina's hands immediately clenched. Gina, you can bid whatever you want. Seeing Gu Yuna's appearance, Wang Han whispered in Gu Yuna's ear. The starting price is 20 baileys, and the price will increase by each time. After seeing the person being brought up, Beckham directly announced the low price. This time, he didn't dare to delay at all. He even omitted a lot of introductions. He just wanted to end the auction as quickly as possible, for fear that the tense atmosphere in the auction would be exploded. If something happened to the Tianlong people in the chaos, he would live to the end. 20 baileys. As soon as the low price came out, Gina immediately called out the price, with suppressed anger in her voice. 40 baileys. The skinny pirate immediately raised his hand to increase the price and looked at Wang Han provocatively. 50. Gina immediately shouted, but she had too little experience in the world and did not have the courage to double the price directly like Wang Han. And she was also afraid that Wang Han wouldn't have that much money. After all, a knife had cost 12 billion before, and she didn't know how much money the subsequent auction would cost. 100. The skinny pirate shouted again, feeling inexplicably happy in his heart. 120. Kuina shouted again, feeling a little uneasy when she saw the skinny pirate's provocative eyes. 240 million. I just want to buy a slave and kill him for fun. The skinny pirate continued to shout. He also did not forget to use words to stimulate Gina. From Gina's expression, he could tell at a glance that Gina wanted to save this slave. The others also saw what the skinny pirate was thinking, and they all laughed maliciously. Seeing how inexperienced Gina was, she even wanted to stimulate her a little more. 5 million. I'll try bidding like this, it seems fun. A voice sounded, but this time it was not the price Wang Han shouted. Hearing this voice, Xiao Megan couldn't help but look at the person calling, and then sat down honestly. Those who were trying to coax also fell silent. Some people looked at Wang Han playfully, aren't you arrogant, keep going. Brother Wang. Looking at the person calling, the suddenly quiet atmosphere in the auction, and the malicious looks from the celebrities around her, Dina was a little at a loss. You can bid whatever you want. Wang Han said with a smile, still saying the same thing. 600, after hearing this, Dina immediately gained confidence and continued to bid. Little girl, don't, that's something the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, can't afford to offend. At this moment, the woman next to Gina quickly pulled Gina, interrupting Gina's bid. The deal was sold for 500 million, and this slave belongs to Lord Roseford. On the stage, Beckham was heartbroken when he heard that Gina had bid for half the price. He didn't even count the times and announced quickly. It also revealed the identity of the bidder. The following is the fifth lot, a rare snow fox. Beckham announced that now he could not wait to end the auction immediately. Several auction staff hurriedly pushed a large iron cage onto the stage. Without even talking nonsense, Beckham directly pulled away the cloth covering the cage. The starting price is 200 million belly, with a one-time increase of 10 belly. 2,000. As soon as Beckham finished shouting, Wang Han immediately called out the price. No one spoke. Although the pirates wanted to argue with Wang Han, they were also afraid that Wang Han would really provoke the celestial dragons. After all, they dared to ask such a high price right away, which showed that Wang Han was not very afraid of the celestial dragons. At this moment, they could only suppress themselves. Otherwise, if the admiral comes, everyone will be in trouble. Everyone cursed Wang Han in their hearts. Once, twice, 3 times, deal. Beckham quietly took a look at the Tianlong people. Seeing that the Tianlong people were not interested, he immediately knocked the hammer 3 times in succession and announced the ownership of the lot. Next is the 6th lot, the animal devil fruit, the bear fruit. Beckham said quickly, uncovering the red cloth on the tray in the beautiful waiter's hand. He announced loudly, the starting price is 1,000 million belly, and the minimum price increase is -million each time. 200 million. As soon as Beckham finished his announcement, St. Roseford immediately spoke. But he was not provoking anyone, but he thought it was really interesting to bid like this. $200 million sold. Beckham announced directly without any nonsense. He quietly looked at Wang Han and saw that Wang Han had no intention of competing with the Tianlong people, and he was relieved. It turns out that he is also afraid of the celestial dragons. A pirate whispered to his companions and sneered disdainfully. Regarding the voices of these people, Wang Han just sneered inexplicably. Next, several more lots were brought up. It's just that now the auction has become a special performance for Wang Han and the Tianlong people. Each item was brought up and was either taken away by Wang Han or the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people bid, but no one dares to continue bidding, and Wang Han bids for things that are much more than the value of the item itself, or even worth less than 1 million. Wang Han can increase the price to -million. Even if someone wants to argue with Wang Han, he will bear it. However, Wang Han asked for a higher price. After all, if Wang Han does not continue to increase the price, then the person calling the price will suffer a big loss. As for whether Wang Han could come up with so much money, no one doubted that the fact that Wang Han exchanged nearly 30 billion in bounties in the Chambord Islands had already spread in their circles. The following is lot number 11, a slave girl. The starting price is 80, and the price will increase each time. Beckham announced loudly. Unexpectedly, a fishman was pulled up after Beckham's words. This is the second slave to be auctioned at this auction. She is a sweet-looking girl. Looking at the slave girl being dragged to the auction house, Dina couldn't help but clenched her hands. If you want to save her, just ask for a price. It doesn't matter to the Tianlong people. I will fight if something happens. Looking at Gu Yuna's appearance, Wang Han said softly to Gu Yuna, and gave Gu Yuna a reassuring smile. Madman! Next to Gina, the lady looked at Wang Han, her eyes full of horror. 2 million. Before Beckham could finish his words, Saint Rosford directly raised the price. 200 deal, this slave belongs to. After hearing the Tianlong people's bid, Beckham announced directly. 250 million. Before Beckham could fully announce the result, Gina's voice sounded again. In an instant, the entire auction turned their attention to Gu Yuna and Wang Han, and the entire auction venue became audible. Cold sweat dripped down Beckham's forehead like water. 5 million. Just when everyone thought that the Tianlong people would draw their guns and shoot Gina, Saint Rosford spoke again. And there was no look of displeasure on his face. I saw Wang Han keep doubling the price before, and other people raised the price. He was definitely very funny, but no one dared to bid with him like this. Now it's a bit interesting. Brother Wang. Gina looked at Wang Han. Now she couldn't make up her mind at all. I'm here. Wang Han said with a smile and gave Gina an encouraging look in return. 600 million. Just when Beckham was eager to end the auction of the slave, Gina called out the price again. 1,200 million. Hearing Gina's bid, Saint Rosford was not unhappy at all, but became more interested. 1,300. 3,000. 3,100. 6,000. 6,100. Prices are rising again and again. Gina and Rosford kept shouting the price. This bidding method even shocked the slaves being auctioned. Looking at the two people who seemed to be competing with each other and the old god who was sitting there, Wang Han. Beckham kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, while many merchants and pirates quietly got up and prepared to leave the auction. The celestial dragons have a bad character, and now the celestial dragons have a playful mentality. Once the celestial dragons lose this mentality, trouble will begin. Chapter 47. A pariah dares to compete with me for slaves. Tianlong didn't want to play anymore. After the initial pleasure passed, he felt insulted by Gina's repeated price increases. He stood up angrily, pointed the golden pistol in his hand at Gina and pulled the trigger directly. Boom! The gunfire sounded, and the heartbeats of everyone in the auction room missed a beat except Wang Han. Oh! A louder gunshot rang out in the auction hall, and this gunshot made the pirates and businessmen present break out in cold sweat. Master Tianlong Ren! A horrified cry sounded out, and everyone was shocked and slowly looked at the Tianlong people on the high platform. The next moment, everyone's eyes became incredulous, and unprecedented fear appeared on their faces. I saw that the entire head of the Tianlong man on the high platform was gone. Only the luxurious white clothes proved the identity of the deceased. Wang Han's raised right hand turned into a barrett gun with white smoke coming out of its muzzle. The celestial dragon is dead, everyone run away. The next moment, exclamations sounded one after another in the auction, and the crowd rushed towards the door of the auction in fear. Everyone's face was silent with horror and shock. The Tianlong people were dead. No one thought that Wang Han not only dared to provoke the Tianlong people, but also killed the Tianlong people. This is the first time someone has killed a celestial dragon. You can fully imagine how much shock this incident will cause. It simply sets a precedent. How terrifying the anger of the world government and navy will be. Wang Han's behavior simply smashed the face of the world government and the navy to the ground, and pressed them to the ground and rubbed them repeatedly. Contact the Navy headquarters quickly and ask them to send the general over immediately. Report to the world government immediately. Catch them. Several followers of the Tianlong people looked ashen at this time, and took out the phone with trembling hands and feet to make contact. The two guards rushed towards Wang Han with spears. The celestial dragons are dead, and those who follow the celestial dragons, whether they are bodyguards or slaves, are now unable to escape death. Now they can only make amends as much as possible, hoping not to harm their families. Brother Wang Han. Looking at the horrified crowd, Gina looked at Wang Han worriedly. She knew that Wang Han had killed a very important person. Don't worry. I'm here. Boom. 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 Wang Han gave Gina a reassuring smile. Raising his hand, Barrett fired continuously. Directly kill several guards and bodyguards who rushed over. Gina, there are many slaves behind you. You take a few robots to rescue them. The collars around their necks will explode. Don't take them off. Then, Wang Han ordered Gina to put her feet on the ground, and 4 robot cop appeared next to Gina. After Gina left, the Barrett in Wang Han's hands changed into a 7.92mm Gatling and aimed at the crowd who fled the auction in panic. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound of gunshots rang out in the auction, and dense bullets were fired at the fleeing crowd like a storm in an instant. Continuously shooting pillars of blood into the panicked crowd, shooting these people down one by one. From the very beginning, Wang Han was bidding wildly and had no intention of paying. This is an auction in a lawless area. Most of the things in it come from illegitimate sources, and there are many slaves. Wang Han is just taking advantage of others. Not only that, Wang Han did not intend to let go of the people who participated in the auction. Without the connivance and participation of these people, how could the illegal auction be so popular, with almost no one absent? Is this guy crazy? Looking at Wang Han, who was shooting wildly, and watching the people running for their lives in the auction house falling down like wheat, everyone felt that Wang Han was crazy. It was not enough to kill the Tianlong people, but he wanted to kill everyone. In times of crisis, some people pulled people around them in front of them to block bullets for themselves. Unexpectedly, the penetrating power of the bullet fired by Wang Han exceeded their knowledge. The bullet penetrated the body of the person in front and also penetrated themselves. Body of. Damn it! Seeing the men around him face the dense bullets, struggling to dodge and block, with columns of blood constantly shooting out of their bodies, the skinny pirate cursed. Turned into smoke and rushed towards Wang Han. The bullets passed through his smoke-like body, leaving only holes, but had no effect on the skinny pirate. The one who rushed towards Wang Han together with the skinny pirate was the dark-skinned pirate whose whole body was full of muscles, and he even turned into a burning man. Bullets had no effect on him either. Although they wanted to leave here immediately, Wang Han fired so wildly that they had to stand up and cover several of their men. Of course, it's just a cover. Wang Han can kill so many pirates, and they won't be able to deal with them in a short time. When his men go out, they will run away immediately, but they don't dare to tangle with Wang Han, otherwise who will happen to the general? None can escape. Smoke Dragon. After rushing to a certain distance from Wang Han, the thin pirate took the lead. A stream of white smoke spurted out from his hand, transformed into a dragon shape and rushed towards Wang Han. Fire Dragon. Not to be outdone, the dark-skinned pirate sprayed out a stream of flames from his hand, which also formed a dragon shape and burned towards Wang Han. Faced with the attacks of the two men, Wang Han did not stop shooting with Gatling's hands. Turning sideways, a hole as big as a basketball appeared on his chest, and a terrifying strong wind blew out of it, blowing away the smoke dragon, blowing up the corpses on the ground and a large number of tables, chairs, and benches, and even whistling towards the skinny pirate. Turning his head, he opened his mouth to face the flying fire dragon. A round high-pressure water cannon formed in Wang Han's mouth. The violent water spurted out from Wang Han's mouth, directly extinguishing the flying fire dragon and even carrying the corpse on the ground. Tables and stools surged toward the dark-skinned man. Damn! Facing the howling wind, the skinny pirate cursed, but his smoky body couldn't get close to Wang Han at all. Asshole! Also cursing was the dark-skinned strong man. Faced with the surging water, he could only choose to avoid it. Both of them were restrained by Wang Han. Gatlin was still firing, and people in the auction were still falling down one by one. The skinny pirate and the dark-skinned man saw that their attacks failed to stop Wang Han at all, and were restrained on the contrary. They decisively chose to leave. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave if Wang Han killed the others and freed up his hands. It was so easy. Once the battle was delayed until the general arrived, it was really over. As for those subordinates who did not escape, they can only look at their own lives. They are pirates, selfish and vicious pirates. After analyzing the situation, they will naturally not risk facing the general for a few subordinates. At the same time, Gina also rushed to the warehouse behind the auction with the robot and saw the slaves locked in iron cages. Several auction house staff who were guarding here immediately raised their flintlock spears when they saw Gina rushing in. They heard the noise outside, but they did not rush out, but still stayed here to prevent accidents. Da. Without waiting for Kuina's instructions, the 4 Robocops immediately opened fire. Directly shoot and kill the staff of several auction houses guarding here. Save us, please save us. He saw Kuina and Robocop rushing in, and looked at several staff members who were shot. The slaves in the iron cage who originally had despairing eyes were stunned for a moment, and then they all had hope in their eyes, and they immediately began to plead with Gina. Hold on. Gina said, quickly finding the keys from several staff members and opening the iron cages one by one. There are as many as 40 or 50.90% of them are humans, 80% of them are women and children, and there are also a few fish people and a long-handed tribe. Unfortunately, the iron cage was opened, but the key to the collar was not here. Chapter 48. This is. Gina brought the rescued slaves back to the auction house hall, and was immediately stunned by the sight in front of her. Although she knew that Wang Han had taken action and heard the gunfire, she never thought that Wang Han would do it so thoroughly. Only Wang Han was still standing in the hall. The entire auction hall was filled with corpses, layer upon layer, completely covering the ground, and the accumulated blood almost covered the bare feet. Mechanical spiders the size of hunting dogs were crawling on these corpses, cutting off the heads of those with bounties on them. The scene was like hell. The current Wang Han made Gina feel a little strange, but also a little bit inexplicably familiar. It seems that this kind of Wang Han is the real Wang Han. Electromagnetic interference. Seeing Gina coming out with the slaves, Wang Han lightly snapped his fingers, and an electromagnetic wave swept over the slaves. The navy will be here soon. Let's take them back to the ship first. After doing this, Wang Han said with a smile and took the lead to walk outside the auction house. The mechanical spiders immediately followed Wang Han with the severed heads. Gudong. Seeing this, Gina and the slaves swallowed their saliva, and then quickly followed Wang Han's footsteps. There was no one outside the auction house at this time. From the previous chaos, the gunshots inside the auction, and the shouts of those who escaped, people outside already knew what happened and had already escaped. At the same time, Crane, who hurried to the illegal zone, received a call from Sengoku's phone bug. Wang Han killed the Tianlong people at the auction and carried out a massacre at the auction, killing and injuring hundreds of people. As soon as the call was answered, Sengoku said something that made his heart tremble. Things turned out to be even worse than they feared. Killing a Tianlong and attacking and injuring a Tianlong were completely different concepts and had 2 different meanings. Crane stopped and fell silent. What she has to do now is no longer to stop Wang Han, but how to keep or kill Wang Han. Now that things have happened and are irreversible, don't face Wang Han alone now. He is very strong, and Wang Han is too dangerous now. Kizaru should be arriving at the Shampoo Islands soon. I've asked Akainu to get there too. Wang Han has done such a sinful thing, and Wang Han must not be allowed to escape. The serious voice of the Warring States period came from the phone bug. The sound of. In addition, if you can capture him alive, do your best to capture him alive. The medical cabin obtained through the transaction must also be protected. I know. Crane replied. Turn around and rush to the naval base on number 60. By killing the celestial dragon, Wang Han has done the most unforgivable thing. If Wang Han is allowed to escape, the face of the world government and the navy will be wiped out. While rushing to the naval base, he dialed the phone number and informed the navy at the base to immediately surround Wang Han's battleship and prevent Wang Han from boarding the ship and leaving. Brother Wang, what exactly are Tianlong people? After leaving the auction house and following Wang Han to the port where the ship was parked, Gina asked Wang Han her doubts. Dragon people. That's the biggest scumbag in the world. Hearing this, Wang Han thought for a while and said with a smile. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 800 kings who established the world government 20 years ago. They call themselves the descendants of the Creator and are arrogant and domineering based on this. Because they think they are great, they don't bother to breathe the same air as ordinary people and wear bubble hair. And arbitrarily treat people of other races as slaves. Enjoying all privileges, even if they are just offended, the Admiral or CP0 of the Navy headquarters must use all their military power to defend them. They are a group of guys who think of themselves as great, and are called by many people the most powerful people in the human race. The biggest scum. Male celestial dragons will add the word saint to the end of their names, while female celestial dragons will add the word palace to the end of their names to show their greatness. That is to say, there will be an admiral coming. After hearing Wang Han's explanation, Gina realized the seriousness of the matter. Just being offended would be defended by the Navy general. If Wang Han killed the Tianlong people, wouldn't he be hunted down by the entire Navy? Yes, this is Kizaru, the one you saw in Zhuhu town. He will be there in about 5 minutes. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. So fast. Then why are you walking so slowly? You killed the Tianlong people. We should get back to the ship quickly and leave here. Hearing this, seeing that Wang Han didn't care at all, Gu Ina suddenly shouted loudly. She now really regrets letting Wang Han take her to the illegal zone. The benefactor killed the Tianlong people. Hearing Wang Han's roar, the slaves were also stunned. This is something that is simply unimaginable, and someone actually did it. Is this a fight to the death with the world government? A few slaves have even thought about leaving. Fighting the celestial dragon and killing the celestial dragon are not on the same level at all. After beating the celestial dragon, the general will come to defend him. Although he narrowly escapes death, there is still hope of escaping. But it's different if you kill a Tianlong. Even if you escape, the general will definitely chase him all the way. In addition, various government departments will pursue him and intercept him. It's absolutely impossible to survive. Benefactor, you escape to Fishman Island, and then enter the New World from Fishman Island. The New World is the territory of the 4 emperors. Even if the Navy pursues you, you will not dare to pursue the New World with great fanfare. At this moment, the 2 rescued fishmen looked at each other, knelt down in front of Wang Han, and gave them advice. My life was saved by my benefactors. Even if I die, we will still cover the escape of our 2 benefactors. Yes, even if I die, I will die in front of my benefactor. Seeing this, 7 or 8 more slaves came to Wang Han, knelt down, and said loudly. Don't panic. Make it look like you are really dead. Looking at the slaves kneeling on the ground, Wang Han waved his hand carelessly. Even if we sail away, the Navy will be hot on our heels. We might as well meet Kizaru here. My benefactor, even if you can defeat the Admiral, the Chambord Islands are not far from the Navy's headquarters, Marine Land. The Navy will soon support more people, maybe even 2 admirals. Let's escape first. A fishman slave persuaded. Run quickly. Seeing that Wang Han still looked indifferent, Gina finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she pulled Wang Han and ran towards the port where the battleship docked. Seeing Gu Yuna's appearance, Wang Han had no choice but to run along. When the slaves saw this, half of them immediately followed the 2 men. The other half looked at each other, knelt on the ground, kowtowed heavily to Wang Han, and ran in other directions. Although they were very grateful to Wang Han for saving them, they finally regained their freedom and did not want to die with Wang Han. In their opinion, Wang Han will definitely die if he kills the Tianlong people. The world government and Navy must not let Wang Han live, otherwise they will lose face. Neither Wang Han nor Gina cared about these people. They had the right to survive. Although the other slaves were aggrieved, they did not stop him. Everyone knew that the top priority was to escape first. Chapter 49. Gu Yuna pulled Wang Han and just ran out of the number 30 area of the illegal zone. Yellow light spots came from a distance and condensed in front of everyone. Hey, we meet again, Mr. Wang Han. Looking at Wang Han being pulled by Kuina, Kizaru said with a smile as the light spots condensed. It's been a long time, Huang Ho, no, Huang Yuan. It's been about 4 months since we saw each other in Zhu town. Wang Han said with a smile, let go of Gu Yuna's hand, and pulled Gu Yuna behind him. Yes, I thought that our meeting again would only bring us closer, or even become colleagues. If you just fight against the Tianlong people, with your ability, Marshal Sengoku will definitely find a way to protect you. It's a pity that you killed the celestial dragon. The matter is irreversible. I really don't want to do anything with you. Kizaru said, the smiling expression on his face faded and became serious. He truly felt sorry for Wang Han. Not only because of Wang Han's ability, but also because Wang Han also has justice in his heart. What can Tianlong people do? So what if they are born with a calling? If they are killed, they will just die like ordinary people. Wang Han said with a smile. Such remarks. Hearing Wang Han's remarks, Kizaru was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became complicated when he looked at Wang Han. It turns out that the purpose of your coming to the Shampoo Islands was to kill the celestial dragons. In other words, you planned to kill the celestial dragons from the beginning. Hearing Kizaru's words, the slaves behind Wang Han and even Gina looked at Wang Han. They all thought that Wang Han killed the Tianlong people by accident or impulsiveness, but now after hearing Wang Han's remarks and Kizaru's words, they realized that this was probably planned by Wang Han. It's not the beginning. I only came up with this idea after seeing you in Zhu town and talking about justice with you. Wang Han said with a smile. Of course, even if I haven't talked about justice with you, I will kill the celestial dragons sooner or later. After all, the celestial dragons are no different from mosquitoes in my eyes. Isn't it normal for a giant to kill a mosquito seeking death? I'm going to kill you no matter what today. You are indeed a very dangerous person. And these people who heard your remarks will also die. Hearing Wang Han's admission, Kizaru said, feeling sorry for him in his heart. Wang Han's regret also disappeared. Wang Han, who can make such remarks and regard the Tianlong people as mosquitoes, will definitely cause greater trouble in the future if he is allowed to live. If Wang Han's remarks were publicized, it would also be a big trouble. Death. Upon hearing this, Wang Han showed a sneer on his face. I want them alive, so you can't kill any of them. Being able to defeat Garp, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but I am not weak either. So you, who calls yourself a giant, have you ever experienced a flash kick? Kizaru's eyes contained murderous intent. The next moment, his whole body turned into a flash of light and appeared in front of Wang Han. He raised one foot and kicked Wang Han's chest sideways with golden light shining. The next moment, a semicircular electromagnetic barrier rose in front of Wang Han, firmly blocking Kizaru's light speed kick. It also protected everyone within the barrier. Light, that's it. Looking at Kizaru who kept kicking, Wang Han sneered, if it were the real speed of light, I might have to be more serious. Unfortunately, your speed of light is 100 million points slower, but that's right. If it were real light, you would have been invincible in the sea and traveled the universe. How scary! Kizaru said, jumping directly into the air. It was no surprise that Wang Han was able to block his light speed kick. After all, he is someone who can seriously injure Garp, so he is not an easy person to deal with. Then can you still block it next? Kizaru jumped into the air and said, looking at the semicircular lightning shield, his hands shined with golden light. 8-foot shocking Megatama. The next moment, as Kuina and the slaves watched nervously, a large number of golden light bullets shot out from Kizaru's hands, covering Wang Han's electromagnetic shield. TCH, I can still ignore it. Wang Han curled his lips, and actually ignored the light bullets shot by Kizaru, and pulled Kuina away. If it were a real light bomb, Wang Han would really have to be careful. Compared with Kizaru's light bullet and the real light bullet, there is a huge difference. Wang Han can deal with it without even changing his body. Countless light bombs hit the electromagnetic shield and exploded continuously, causing ripples on the shield. However, they were still unable to break through the shield. People in the shield did not even feel the wind. Everyone in the shield was stunned. It wasn't until Gina called out that they quickly followed Wang Han's pace. Kizaru was glowing and the shield was moving. This guy, can the fruits of science and technology really reach this level? Seeing that the light bullets he emitted kept hitting the shield and causing ripples, but not even damaging a blade of grass inside, Kizaru couldn't help but feel suspicious. Are you just going to hide in this turtle shell? Knowing that he could not easily break Wang Han's shield, Kizaru simply stopped and stood in front of Wang Han's shield and said, "Since you made a good impression on me, I just don't want to bully you too much." Wang Han shook his head and continued walking towards the port. "Sakazuki should be here in half an hour. This half hour is enough for me to do a lot of things." "Oh, you actually know that there is a spy of yours in the navy?" Kizaru glanced at Wang Han in the shield in surprise. Kizaru stopped taking action and simply followed him leisurely beside the shield. "Are you so confident when facing two generals? Or you don't want to tangle with me just because you know that Sakazuki is coming?" Looking at the direction Wang Han wanted to go, Kizaru seemed to see through Wang Han. He had a general idea and said jokingly, "You should go back to the ship." "What a pity, the navy will not forget your ship and your accomplices on the ship. When you slowly walk back, everyone on the ship will be dead." "Maybe." Hearing Kizaru's words, Kuina and others suddenly became more worried. However, Wang Han was still walking leisurely, and the shield was also moving leisurely, so they had no choice but to return to the ship quickly even if they wanted to. Everyone thought that Wang Han couldn't move quickly with the shield turned on. In fact, even Kizaru thinks so. Haha. Wang Han chuckled. "Then you have to hurry up and save people. Yamato is a big guy. It's not like me. It won't show mercy if it really starts to attack. Maybe even Crane will die in its hands. She's the daughter of Sengoku and Kazuo. Pu's old comrades. Do you want to make these two old men sad? Lieutenant General, he is a comrade of the Marshal and Garp. His strength is not as weak as it appears. Besides, my target is you. If someone like you escapes, he will cause big trouble in the future." Kizaru said, looking at Wang Han's expression carefully. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the expression he wanted to see on Wang Han's face, which was still unconcerned and confident. "Really? Then I would like to see how fast you can rush over in a while." Boom rumble. As soon as Wang Han finished speaking, dense explosions came from the direction of the port. "By the way, the Yamato I'm talking about is not the people on the ship, but the battleship. It has its own consciousness," Wang Han added. Chapter 50. Is it the ship spirit that Wang Han mentioned? Port of Area 59. Crane looked at the Yamato docked at the port with a solemn expression. Just now, as soon as the Navy soldiers boarded this huge battleship, they were violently attacked by the machine guns on the battleship. The bullets raining down on them instantly caused heavy casualties to them. According to the reports of the retreating soldiers, as soon as they boarded the battleship, they were fired upon by weapons on the battleship. Those who boarded only saw that the ship was equipped with many and dense weapons. The firepower was extremely fierce, and no one was seen handling these weapons. If the ship elves were really controlling the weapons on it, it would be very difficult for them to board the warship, and they would have no choice but to destroy the ship. "Major General Bailey, go up and try. If you can destroy it, destroy the weapon," he ordered the Major General beside him. Baichir is one of the Major Generals stationed in Champu. He is good at 6 moves and can use haki to arm himself. "Yes." Baichir responded. Stepping on the moon steps, he rushed towards the deck of the battleship more than 20 meters high. Da-da-da! Clang clang clang! The next moment, Rear Admiral Beecher had just stepped over the deck on his moonwalk. Before he landed on the deck, intensive machine gun fire rang out on the battleship. The firepower of 3 anti-aircraft machine guns crossed at Beecher. The 12.7 mm bullets were like the following. Rain fell on him from 3 directions. Not good. Seeing this scene, Major General Bila was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. He stepped aside and hid to the side. At the same time, his armor hardened and covered his chest to protect his vitals. Rush back! Despite this, he was shot twice in the arm, and his severed arm fell from the sky. Fortunately, only 3 12.7 mm anti-aircraft machine guns shot at him, otherwise it would not have been a broken arm. The cowardly Major General. Under the battleship, several Navy soldiers saw the fallen coward and quickly ran over to support him. Several Marines even hurried over with medical kits. Lieutenant General He, the firearms above fire automatically, and the firepower is very fierce. Baekhyun, who was being supported, accepted the bandage from the medical soldiers to stop the bleeding, returned to He, and said to He with a solemn face, and that kind of bullet it is very special. The speed is about 3 times that of ordinary flintlock bullets. It can also fire continuously at extremely fast speeds. It is very dense. The power of the bullets is much greater than that of flintlock bullets. It is just 3 guns. It's too much for me to deal with, and I don't recommend sending any more soldiers to take the risk of rushing up there. It seems that the only way is to blow up the ship and then find a way to repair it. Hearing this, he nodded. Although we can't directly capture this giant ship, which is known as the most powerful battleship, that's all we can do now. We must not wait until Wang Han escapes and sail away. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to deal with this warship if it runs to the sea. Although it is a pity to destroy it, it can still be salvaged and the technology on it can be analyzed. Prepare to blow up the ship. Crane ordered a naval captain next to him. Upon hearing the order, the naval colonel immediately picked up the phone and conveyed the Crane's order. Soon, 2 Navy warships entered the port from outside. The main guns on the bow were aimed at the battleship's waterline. Bang bang bang! The next moment, the main guns on the 2 warships fired a salvo. A dozen round cannonballs as big as a wash basin were immediately fired towards the battleship's waterline. Boom! A violent explosion exploded on the side of the battleship facing the sea. Thick smoke billows. The battleship was also tilted due to the bombing. However, the battleship only tilted slightly and returned to its normal balance. The Yamato's armor is 650 mm thick and can withstand fire from its own naval guns at a distance of 20 km to 30 km. How could the backward artillery on these warships be able to penetrate it? Lieutenant General He, our main guns failed to penetrate the waterline of this warship. The voice of the commanding colonel on the 2 warships came from the phone bug. What a tough battleship! What a shame! Seeing this scene and hearing the report from the phone bug, the Navy at the port and the Navy on the warship couldn't help but feel sorry for this huge warship. Although the armor was not penetrated, the battleship was docked here at this time, and it would only be a matter of time before it was sunk. Continue bombarding until you sink it. Crane ordered again. Whoa! Just as the 2 warships were preparing for the second round of bombardment, a loud whistle sounded suddenly from the battleship. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, the 3 triple main guns on the battleship began to rotate. Vice Admiral He, the main gun of this battleship has turned towards us. Turn the rudder quickly, at full speed, to avoid it. I can't avoid it, abandon ship, jump off the ship quickly. The panicked voice of the captain in command of the warship came through the phone bug. And the sounds of hustle and bustle on the warship. Get out of the warship quickly! Crane shouted eagerly to the phone bug. At this moment, she realized that she had given the wrong order. This battleship has a ship spirit, so it is not immune to resistance. Bang bang bang! The salvo of Yamato's 9 main guns almost resounded throughout the Shampoo Islands. Under the recoil of the 9 main guns, the Yamato moved directly across the water for several meters. The ship hit the port, shaking the port for a while. Rumble! 9 460mm shells concentrated on the two warships with thick air columns, and successive terrorist explosions directly blew the two warships, which were nearly 100 meters in length, into pieces. Looking at the two destroyed warships, his face looked extremely ugly. The strength of Wang Han's battleship and the power of its guns exceeded her expectations. It would be great if Gyuda, the commander of the base stationed at the Shampoo Islands, is here. As the commander of the naval base stationed at the Shampoo Islands where the Tianlong people often hang out, he is naturally very powerful. Not only does Gyuda know all the 6 naval styles and domineering, he also has swordsmanship close to the level of a great swordsman. Maybe we can try to see if we can cut open this steel battleship. Unfortunately, after the chaos, Gyuda's first and only mission was to protect the celestial dragons on another island. Almost all the elites from the Shambord Islands base stayed with the celestial dragons as a precaution, so it was impossible to come here. On the battleship, Perona and others who stayed in the control tower on the battleship were also stunned when they saw the Yamato automatically firing without anyone's control. They don't know that Yamato is intelligent. This power is so terrifying. The surrounding naval soldiers were even more stunned by the terrifying power of the battleship's main gun. Looking at the expressions of the demoralized Navy soldiers around him, he immediately snorted coldly. He said loudly, "A ship is a ship. No matter how strong it is and how powerful its guns are, it can't get to the shore, and its guns can't hit us. Use explosives to blow it up from below the waterline and sink it." Caw caw caw. Just as he finished shouting, something even more shocking happened. Chapter 51. Just when Crane regained his morale, he was about to continue blowing up the ship. Something even more shocking happened. Accompanied by bursts of mechanical clicking sounds. The Yamato began to crack and deform in full view of everyone. In a burst of metal tumbling, the Yamato has transformed from a giant battleship with a length of 265 meters into a terrifying mechanical giant with a height of 200 meters. Boom! The mechanical giant's huge arm slapped the port, just like a 1,000-ton giant hammer hitting it. The entire port shook suddenly under this slap, and a large number of cracks spread from the giant hand. Boom! Huge iron feet rose from the sea, stepping on the harbor with a waterfall-like flow of water. The weight of over -tons directly trampled the port. Ka-ka-ka! The Yamato transformer, with half of its body above the water, stretched out many guns, and a triple cannon on its shoulders was also aimed at the navy at the port. "I am Yamato." A terrifying sound emitted from Yamato's huge head, resounding throughout the world like a roar. "I am Yamato." A loud sound came from the direction of the port. This made Kizaru feel bad. Wang Han, who noticed the change in Huang Yu's expression, smiled and said, "Huang Monkey, you may not be able to capture me. If you don't rescue Lieutenant General He, you will have to collect the corpse. Probability and necessity are two different results. Humph, you can't escape." The 8-foot mirror. Hearing this, Kizaru snorted coldly, put his hands on his chest, and instantly turned into a golden light and rushed towards the port. "Damn it! Retreat immediately!" Looking at the battleship that turned into a giant robot, and seeing the densely packed weapons on the robot aimed at himself and others, he cursed and immediately issued an order, leading the navy to retreat quickly. She had no idea that Wang Han's battleship was actually such a huge and terrifying existence. The information asymmetry caused her operation to completely fail, and there would be heavy casualties. At the same time, the Yamato, which was half out of the water and climbing up to the port, also opened fire. The naval guns on the left shoulder and both arms, the densely packed anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns all over the body, the 20 close-in defense guns on the chest, and more than 200 guns on half of the body poured out ammunition at the navy at the port. The fierce sound of gunfire instantly resounded through the harbor, even more violent than the sound of gunfire from the battle between the two fleets. Violent explosions continued in the port. The turrets on the shoulders and the turrets on the arms fired 460 mm shells weighing 1.5 tons again and again. Any of these shells, a 460 mm shell, can blast a huge crater on the ground with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of more than 7 meters. It is difficult for anyone to survive within 100 meters. This is. A minute and a half later, Kizaru, who came from Area 31, arrived like this. From a distance of 600 meters, he could see that the entire port in Area 59 was completely destroyed, with all the buildings collapsed and thick smoke billowing. Even the adjacent area port number 58 was affected by half of the buildings. Huge craters are scattered all over the port. Large and small craters are as dense as the craters on the moon. The largest crater is 20 meters wide and as deep as 2 floors. They are everywhere on the ground. The corpses of dead marines and daring meddlers. At the edge of the port, the huge transformer had climbed onto the port, and as many as 300 guns on its body were firing continuously. The sound of the machine guns was dense and terrifying, and large caliber bullets flew in formation towards the navy who were fleeing in panic. The sound of artillery continued, and artillery of large and small calibers kept bombarding the navies who were still running away or hiding under the ruins. The Navy soldiers and civilians hiding in the ruins were shivering, almost suppressed by the firepower of the steel giant, and dared not come forward. They used the flintlock guns and portable artillery in their hands to launch sporadic counterattacks. Unfortunately, this counterattack had no impact on the metal giants. The huge giant did no harm at all, and could not even leave even a slightly larger trace. Then one shell and they would be carried away by the explosion. I fought with you. A naval lieutenant commander rushed towards the giant robot from the air on moon steps. Boom boom boom. The next moment, on the shoulder of the Yamato transformer, a 20 mm twin anti-aircraft machine gun that was firing at the ground suddenly raised its muzzle. With the sound of gunfire, the major who was stepping on the moon step was directly shattered in the air. Damn it! The 8-foot-tall Megatama. Seeing this one-sided battle, Kizaru did not dare to hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a large number of light bombs at the steel giant standing on the port. He should have come earlier. Rumble. The next moment, dense light bombs fell on the steel giant, exploding continuously. Unfortunately, the power of his 8-foot shocking Megatama is only equivalent to a small cannonball, and it cannot cause much damage to the heavily armored Yamato transformers. Fortunately, the impact of the explosion interfered with the movements of the Yamato's transformers, allowing the navy who were under fire to finally have a chance to breathe. Polosalino. Seeing Kizaru's arrival, the crane in the ruins breathed a sigh of relief. Although she knew Wang Han was very strong, she was still careless this time and underestimated the man who could seriously injure Garp. Kaka. At the same time, facing Kizaru's intensive light bullet attack, Yamato reached behind him, and the side armor of the 2 battleships he carried behind his back were closed in front of him, resisting Kizaru's light bullet. Even at its weakest edge, this shield is 405 mm thick. All retreat. Seeing that Kizaru had restrained the steel giant, he immediately seized the opportunity and gave the order to retreat. This giant monster is no longer something that these ordinary navies can deal with, leaving only meaningless casualties. Benefactor, why do we still want to go to the port? The general and a large number of navy are over there right now. On the other side, after Kizaru flew away, the rescued slaves saw that Wang Han still walked towards the port after cancelling the shield. They couldn't help but become anxious and quickly tried to dissuade them. There are generals over there, and there are also a large number of navy over there. In their hearts, the general is the highest combat power of the navy, shocking the entire sea. Even if Wang Han can really defeat the general, he will not be able to win for a while. There is another general on the way. If he is delayed, no one will be able to win. I think Wang Han can defeat 2 generals at the same time. Our ship is still over there. He's fighting. There are no weapons on the Yamato that can fight light. Wang Han said with a smile, and continued walking towards port number 59 regardless of the dissuasion of these slaves. My life was saved by my benefactor. Since my benefactor is going, I will definitely follow my benefactor. The slaves looked at each other, and finally, a man over 3 meters tall said, immediately following Wang Han's pace. Not everyone has such an opportunity to challenge a naval admiral. The Longhand clan slave said and immediately followed. Since the benefactor wants to fight the admiral, it must be because there are still benefactor's companions at the port. How can we retreat? Seeing this, the remaining people immediately shouted loudly and followed immediately. A group of slaves followed Wang Han with high morale. Interesting. Feeling the high morale of the slaves behind him, Wang Han raised a smile on his lips. This reminded Wang Han of Altair. Once, when he was the enemy of the whole world, until he finally destroyed the world, he only had Altair by his side. This time, he seems to have other partners. Chapter 52. At port number 59, after the ordinary navy withdrew, Kizaru stopped the continuous bombardment of light bombs. These light bombs have limited power and cannot cause effective damage to this huge steel giant. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Almost as soon as the light bullet attack stopped, Yamato also placed the shields in front of him on both sides, and the more than 300 guns on his body immediately opened fire on Kizaru in the sky. Countless bullets, artillery shells, and even 460 mm naval gun shells poured towards Kizaru. It's so scary. This kind of firepower is comparable to a demon-slaying order fleet. Facing these bullets and shells, Kizaru said he was scared, but he did not hide, but let these bullets and shells pass through. With his own body, he raised his hand and pointed it at Yamato. Golden light gathered on Kizaru's fingertips. Bullets and shells kept passing through Kizaru's body and shooting into the sky. Kizaru was unscathed, still raising his hand, accumulating light on his fingertips. Laser. The next moment, a golden beam shot out from Kizaru's fingers, turned into a bowl-like thickness and shot towards Yamato's huge head. The next second, Yamato's forehead was penetrated by golden light. In the bowl-sized through hole, electronic circuits and precision parts were exposed, causing serious damage. However, this did not make the Yamato fall. The hole as big as a bowl was just like a hole stuck by a needle to his huge body, and the artillery fire was still pouring down. Under the huge body, the damage caused by the laser is already minimal, isn't it? Although the defense has been broken, the damage caused is very limited. But I must deal with you before Wang Han arrives, otherwise I will be in trouble. Looking at the steel giant that was already pouring firepower on him, Kizaru said casually. Golden light gathered on the right calf. Light speed kick. The next moment, Kizaru used his feet to send out a thick golden beam, heading straight for Yamato's head. Boom! A horrific explosion exploded in Yamato's face, sending metal parts flying everywhere. Such an attack is enough to break through Yamato's armor. However, this is not the end. Kizaru still maintained the golden beam and slashed at Yamato's body, intending to cut Yamato Tetsu in half. Suddenly, Kizaru felt a cold sweat on his back for no reason. Without hesitation, he immediately stopped kicking at the speed of light and turned into a ray of light and dodged away. Is it an illusion? After getting out of the way, Kizaru didn't find anything dangerous happening. He suddenly became suspicious, and the haki he saw and heard quickly covered it up. The next moment, Kizaru was stunned for a moment, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. When exactly is it? I don't know when, but there was a charred black straight hole the size of a thumb on mangrove number 58 and mangrove number 59. It was very inconspicuous, but it penetrated the two mangroves, and the position where I was just now was right here. On the straight line between the two holes. Lieutenant General Crane. The next moment, Kizaru turned into a ray of light and flew away. After Kizaru flew away, Yamato's broken body suddenly began to repair itself, and the huge damage caused by Kizaru was restored to its original state in just a few seconds. Walking to the port, Yamato was transformed into a battleship docked quietly in the port amidst a burst of metal tumbling, and the command room hidden in the belly also appeared. Inside, Perona and the others looked shocked. He, who was leading the Navy soldiers to retreat in embarrassment, happened to meet Wang Han. Lieutenant General I won't bother you to say goodbye. You brought so many people to say goodbye. I'm a little reluctant to leave. Looking at the crane with the embarrassed Navy, Wang Han put away his fingers, put down his raised hand, and said to the crane with a smile. Stopped. Wang Han. Since you can't bear to leave, it's better not to leave. Looking at Wang Han coming with a group of slaves, he said. Following his words, the defeated Navy behind her immediately reorganized their formation and surrounded Wang Han and his party. That's not okay. Although your request to stay is indeed reluctant, I don't like this place. If someone is unhappy and kills the Tianlong people hiding in Area 66, I'm afraid you will be even more distressed. Wang Han laughed. Then he said, so in order not to cause trouble to you, I'd better leave early. You killed Tianlong and committed such a heinous crime. Do you think you can still walk away? He said loudly, getting ready to fight. Is it a heinous crime to kill a Tianlong? This is not necessarily the case. Hearing this, Wang Han smiled inexplicably. I don't think you can keep me either. You guys still want to do more evil things, then I can't let you leave. He said. However, although he talked a lot, he only carefully guarded Wang Han's every move and never ordered the soldiers to attack. Wang Han's ability to defeat Garp shows that Wang Han is very strong. The soldiers she led were just remnants and were by no means Wang Han's opponent. She was stalling for time, waiting for Sakasuke to arrive. Since I haven't done anything, I shouldn't go out yet. Behind the mangrove number 50, the hurried Kizaru stopped and hid quietly behind the mangrove. If you want to defeat Wang Han, you must wait until Sakasuke arrives. Since Crane is stalling for time, and Wang Han's ship has been seriously damaged, Wang Han has no way to leave on his own warship. Naturally, he was happy to take it easy. There was no need to rush out and fight Wang Han now. And he has been thinking about when those two mangroves were penetrated. The fleeting feeling of danger always gave him a bad premonition. We are all old friends. You want to wait for Sakasuke to come. There is no need to delay. Wang Han said with a smile. Hearing Wang Han's words, his heart suddenly tightened and he became more cautious. There's no way to be lazy today. Kizaru, who was hiding behind the mangrove tree, sighed and got ready for a fight. Why don't you let me put the others on the boat first, and then I'll wait with you. Just when he and Huang Yuan thought that Wang Han was about to take action, Wang Han said indifferently. After that, regardless of whether He Tong agreed or not, he continued to lead the people towards the port. Hearing Wang Han's words, he clenched his fists, and the other navy gritted their teeth and looked at Wang Han. Wang Han was despising the admiral and the entire navy. But the reality is that they really don't dare to take action against Wang Han immediately. Kizaru, who was hiding behind the mangrove tree, breathed a sigh of relief. But he is not worried. Wang Han's battleship has been destroyed by himself. It is not so easy to leave. If he can take action later, it is naturally best to take action later. It is best to wait for Sakasuke to come and take action. Others, retreat to the base immediately and treat their injuries. Seeing Wang Han continue to walk, he thought for a moment and gave orders directly to the navy around him. After all, she didn't dare to fight Wang Han now. These navy couldn't deal with Wang Han, and staying here would be of no use. If a war broke out later, they would be affected by the war. It would be better to let them leave early to avoid unnecessary casualties. The two generals will not be tied up when the battle breaks out. Kizaru, you don't have to hide anymore. It's so tiring to hide. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and be lazy? Wang Han said to the back of the huge mangrove. His voice was not loud, but it accurately reached Kizaru's ears. Hey, Mr. Wang Han's knowledge and domineering skills are also very impressive. Hearing Wang Han's words, Kizaru sighed, turned into light and condensed around the crane, and said lazily. Chapter 53. It seems that this battleship is stronger than I expected. After walking peacefully back to the port, Kizaru couldn't help but think to himself as he looked at the intact battleships docked at the port. At the same time, he secretly prepared for the battle in advance. Since the ship was not destroyed and there was a chance to leave, there was no reason why Wang Han would really stay and wait for Sakazuki to arrive. Not only Kizaru, but the slaves behind Wang Han, including Kuina, were all ready to fight. For a while, the atmosphere at the port became depressing. No one spoke, they were all wary of each other. Gina, take them on board first. Wang Han said to Gina, sat down directly next to a bomb crater, took out a cigarette, lit it and started smoking. He can't really wait for another Admiral, Sakazuki, to come. Seeing Wang Han's behavior, such an idea popped up in everyone's mind. If it is true, then Wang Han must be too confident. Benefactor. Several slaves wanted to persuade Wang Han. Since you want to get on my boat, you have to listen to me and get on the boat. Once on the boat, no one can hurt you, and I don't have to spend my energy to protect you. Kuina, take them on the boat. Wang Han blew out a smoke ring and interrupted what several slaves wanted to say with a smile. Seeing Wang Han's resolute attitude, Gina and the slaves did not refute in the end and followed Gina onto the battleship. Just like Wang Han said, they are too weak. If they stay, Wang Han will have to spend his energy to protect them. And when they saw Kuina leading the slaves onto the battleship, neither Kizaru nor Crane stopped her. They were also afraid that they would push Wang Han into a hurry and take action now or escape. The two of them were not sure that they could keep Wang Han. Of course, they wouldn't really watch Gina and these slaves leave by boat. But after weighing the pros and cons, their main goal is to capture or kill Wang Han, who killed the Tianlong people. The others are not strong. Even if they really run away, they can still chase after Wang Han. Kill them, or even send one or two lieutenant generals to hunt them down. But Wang Han was different. Wang Han was very powerful. If Wang Han ran away, it would be difficult for a single general to defeat Wang Han, let alone capture or kill Wang Han. Now that the power of the four emperors in the New World is growing day by day, the navy still has to fight against the four emperors, so it cannot spend a lot of energy, time, and combat power on Wang Han. If Wang Han enters the New World, the situation in the New World will undoubtedly be more unfavorable to the navy. If you hadn't killed the Tianlong people, I really wouldn't have wanted to arrest you. Why don't you just surrender? Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wang Han. Her impression of Wang Han was actually quite good, and she also hated the Tianlong people. Unfortunately, the reality was so helpless. Haha. You don't have to die if you surrender. Wang Han sneered at He's words. Crane was silent. Wang Han didn't fight the celestial dragons, he killed the celestial dragons. Even if he surrendered, he would definitely die. Even these people around Wang Han will not be let go. Lieutenant General don't underestimate this guy. The purpose of his coming to Xiongbo land is to kill the Tianlong people, and he was already planning it in Zhuhu town. Both his words and his thoughts are full of ideas. Danger, coupled with his powerful strength, he is a completely dangerous person. Kizaru said seriously. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Wang Han again, as if he was getting to know Wang Han for the first time. For the lazy Kizaru to give such an evaluation is enough to illustrate the danger of Wang Han. Looking at Wang Han, who was still smoking, he seemed not to take everything into consideration. In fact, there was one thing that Kizaru didn't say in his heart, that is, he and Sakazuki might not be able to defeat Wang Han if they join forces, because Wang Han was very confident, and that fleeting sense of danger, that momentary sense of danger, still frightened him even now. It's really sad that your impression of me has changed so quickly, poor Asalino. After hearing Kizaru's words, Wang Han said something in a flirtatious tone, put his hands on the back of his neck, lay down directly next to the crater, and looked at the sky. The sky here is blue and calm, but the weather on the Grand Waterway is weird and changeable. Do you know why? These are matters for scientists.
The responsibility of our navy is to maintain the peace of the sea and eliminate dangers to the sea like you, Crane said. Looking at Wang Han, who looked leisurely, he didn't dare to relax at all. I do know the reason. It has something to do with 800 years ago, but I don't think you want to hear it. Wang Han said with a smile. After hearing this, both of them fell silent and did not pick up Wang Han's topic. The danger of Wang Han rose to another level in their hearts. They really don't know what happened 800 years ago, but they also know that things 800 years ago have always been taboo by the world government. It's really easy for you to face a general like me. Looking at Wang Han lying on his back, Kizaru said lazily and changed the subject. Wang Han sat down cross-legged not far away. You are not enough to threaten me. Wang Han said. Confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not a good thing. He said. From time to time, he looked at the battleships parked in the port, and his domineering aura was always covering the battleships. Fortunately, Kuina and others did not sail away after getting on the boat, but there was no need to take action right away. Wang Han didn't speak anymore, just looked at the sky quietly. Seeing that Wang Han didn't speak, he and Huang Yuan also fell silent. Time passed by in silence, and more than 10 minutes passed quickly. Sakazuki is here. Wang Han sat up from the crater. In the distance, a large navy warship can be seen on the horizon of the sea, heading here at a very fast speed. Although you are arrogant, I have to say that you are very courageous. He looked up and saw the arrival of the warship. He was relieved and admired Wang Han a little. This doesn't require courage. I just want to force you to take a long vacation because I have a good impression of you. Wang Han said and stood up. At the same time, a warship arrived. Akainu put down the telescope in his hand and clenched his fists. He saw traces of the destruction of the port, and also saw Kizaru, Crane, and Wang Han still standing on the ruins. Those who defile justice will never be let go. Chapter 54. 10 minutes ago, in the Fishman Street Tavern on Fishman Island. When the chaos in the auction of Shampoo Island No. 1 spread, the news that Wang Han killed the Tianlong people also spread, and a phone call bug came here. He really did an incredible thing by killing the Tianlong people. In the tavern, after hanging up the phone, Shanks suddenly felt a headache and rubbed his head. Killing the celestial dragon. This was the second person in the past decades who dared to do so and carried out the action since Rox Jibek. He was also the first person to successfully kill the celestial dragon in the past 100 years. Regardless of whether Wang Han can leave the Chambord Islands alive this time, Wang Han's name will resound throughout the entire sea, and his actions and success will have a huge impact on the entire sea. He is really an admirable guy, Captain. Are we going to pick him up? Ben Beckman asked Shanks. He admired Wang Han from the bottom of his heart that he dared to kill the Tianlong people and succeeded. Not only him, but probably many people in the future will admire Wang Han. Of course, how can something so worthy of a banquet be celebrated without the protagonist? Shanks laughed loudly and said to the pirates in the tavern. Young boys, let's set off for the Chambord Islands. Because I had heard Wang Han clearly say that the purpose of entering the Great Channel was to show force, the red-haired pirates did not choose to return to the New World after separating from Wang Han, but waited at Fishman Island. But Shanks didn't expect that Wang Han would build his reputation in this way. Killing the Tianlong people really did something that many people wanted to do but didn't dare to do. After the warship of Akainu, Admiral Sakazuki, arrived at the Shampoo Islands, they did not fire on Wang Han's warship immediately. They just stopped at a position not far outside the port. Akainu then he stepped on the moon steps and flew towards the port. Regarding Wang Han's battleship, even Akainu felt that it would be a pity to destroy it. If the Navy obtains the technology of this battleship, its strength will definitely increase greatly. The person you've been waiting for has finally arrived. Looking at Akainu who landed next to Kizaru on moon steps, Wang Han said softly. After Akainu arrived at the port, he did not attack Wang Han immediately, but fell next to Kizaru. Pora Salino, are you chatting? Sakazuki ignored Wang Han and instead asked Kizaru. Although the port was severely damaged, the three of them looked like they were not fighting. No, I'm not sure I can take him down by myself, so we'll stop and wait for you to come together before we start fighting again. Aru explained to Akainu while picking his nose with his hands. Wait for me together. Akainu said in a low voice with the veins on his forehead bulging. To say wait for you to come before starting the fight is to look down on him, a general who came to support him. Yes, we discussed it together. Kizaru seemed not to notice Akainu's angry expression, but still said lazily, with an indifferent attitude. That's enough. Akainu roared, interrupting Kizaru. He looked at Wang Han standing opposite with an angry expression. The arm turned into lava and swung towards Wang Han. The red magma extending from the arm turned into a huge magma dog head and rushed towards Wang Han. Canine-toothed red lotus. High-pressure water gun. Faced with the lava dog head that rushed towards him, Wang Han did not panic. His arm turned into a thick pipe, and a raging and violent high-pressure water column spurted out, resisting Akainu's lava dog head. The collision of water and magma caused a large amount of water vapor to evaporate, blocking the line of sight and rushing in all directions. The magma dog head of the canine-toothed lotus also cooled rapidly under the impact of the water flow. Turned into volcanic ash statue. Water. Kizaru and he were both surprised when they saw the high-pressure water column shot by Wang Han blocking the magma. Wang Han's ability seems to be a bit excessive, and seawater can restrain the natural element. No wonder Wang Han is so confident that he can match the two generals. Big fire. Let's see how you block it. Seeing that his canine-toothed red lotus was blocked by Wang Han, Akainu roared angrily, and his right hand turned into a large ball of magma. Under the lock of the haki of the Akainu, a huge amount of magma erupted from Akainu's arm, turning into a ball with a diameter of 30 ms. Giant magma fist hit Wang Han, who was still standing where he was. Even if this huge amount of research falls into the sea, it will not be extinguished in a short time. High-pressure water jet. Wang Han continued to spray out water jets by turning his wrist. The diameter of the originally thick water jets quickly shrank, and there were also some small things in the water flow. Finally, it became as thick as a pinky finger, and the water jets that rushed out suddenly became 10 times or 100 times faster. Wang Han made a cross with his arms. A squeaking sound was heard, and the next moment a terrifying stream of water carried a high-speed continuous impact that directly cut open Akainu's magma fist. Even Akainu's magma arm was cut off, and his chest was severed. At the fracture, the red magma looked a little dim. Boom! A loud noise sounded behind Akainu and others, and the huge mangrove number 59 collapsed, with the cut as smooth as a mirror. Meteor volcano. After his body recovered, both of Akainu's arms turned into lava. As Akainu quickly punched, balls of lava shot out from Akainu's fists, turning into giant magma fists several meters in diameter and hitting Wang Han. Faced with the overwhelming magma fists launched by Akainu, Wang Han raised his other hand, and the high-pressure water jet also spurted out from Wang Han's hands. As he waved his hands, each magma fist was cut by the high-speed impact of the water flow. Come on! Porisalino, when are you going to see this? A roar came from Akainu's mouth. It's not that he thinks he can't defeat Wang Han, it's just that it will take some time. An extremely evil person like Wang Han must not leave the slightest chance of escape. The sooner he can win, the better. Yo, it's so scary, I was cut open. 10 meters behind Akainu, Kizaru said with a scared look. His neck was glowing with golden light. It was obvious that the high-pressure water column just cut his neck. It seems that being short is not a bad thing, but I'd better go to a farther place to watch the battle. The crane next to Kizaru said, quickly retreating. The speed of the water jet just now was too fast, far faster than the speed of a bullet. If the water column hadn't been swept over her head, the water flow speed of a 100 MPa water jet is 1000 meters per second, and the water flow was in containing extremely fine emery, she had to use all her strength to avoid it. Wang Han's attacks were all very fast, so he still felt that he had to stay far away from the battlefield so that he could have time to dodge if he was affected. Polosino, work together to capture Wang Han as soon as possible. If time goes on, something may happen. He Buwang left and said to Kizaru. Sure enough, you can't be lazy. Kizaru said like a salty fish, and his body turned into golden light and disappeared. He was really afraid of Wang Han. Light speed kick. The next moment, Kizaru appeared in midair behind Wang Han, and aimed his golden feet at Wang Han from the air and kicked him down. A golden beam of light emitted from Kizaru's feet and shot towards Wang Han's neck. Although he said he wanted to be lazy, when he actually started to do it, Kizaru was extremely serious. Wang Han who is able to say those remarks must not be let go, otherwise the entire sea will be turned upside down by Wang Han. He was just unhappy with Akainu, and wanted Akainu to suffer at Wang Han's hands first, while observing Wang Han's methods more. Rather than fighting Wang Han head-on, he wanted to make a sneak attack. Chapter 55. Light Speed Kick. Kizaru's light speed kick and laser were both blocked by Zifa after they were launched, indicating that the speed of light generated by Kizaru's flash fruit is far from the true speed of light. The golden beam of light emitted from the mid-air behind Wang Han and sneaked towards the back of Wang Han's neck, intending to kill Wang Han with one blow. Let me see how you block it. Seeing Kizaru launch a fatal sneak attack, Akainu, who was observing every move on the battlefield with a clairvoyance, raised a smile, and the magma fist fired from his hand suddenly became much faster. It hit Wang Han almost overwhelmingly. Facing Kizaru's surrender, Wang Han, who was wielding the water jet, did not dodge or dodge, but still waved his hands. Metal and glass appeared on Wang Han's back, revealing a mirror. When Kizaru's beam was about to hit Wang Han's body turned slightly sideways. The next moment, Kizaru's light speed kick hit the mirror on Wang Han's back, but under the reflection of the mirror, it hit Akainu, who had just raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom! There was an explosion. Akainu and Kizaru's faces turned dark, and Kuruya couldn't help but hold his forehead. Kizaru's sneak attack was used by Wang Han, and half of Akainu's body was destroyed. Technology fruit will definitely be my most annoying fruit ability in the future. Kizaru cursed in midair and quickly changed positions. Ming Dog! Akainu, who had recovered his body, launched another attack, but this time he did not attack Wang Han from a distance, but planned to fight in close combat. The extremely condensed fist of lava swung at Wang Han with extremely high temperature, intending to fight in close combat. Looking for that one-shot kill opportunity. It's a bit disadvantageous to fight in close combat with rockberry fruit users. It's so scary. Looking at the charging Akainu, Wang Han imitated Kizaru's tone and said with a scared look. Electromagnetic. Although he said he was afraid, Wang Han raised his hand and fisted Akainu 0.1 centimeter in front of Wang Han's fist. An inconspicuous electromagnetic shield blocked Akainu's magma fist. Asshole! After hearing Wang Han's words, Akainu cursed, the temperature on his fist became a little hotter, and the force became a little stronger. Laser! Just as Wang Han and Akainu were fighting each other, a golden beam as thick as a finger shot from Wang Han's back again, aiming directly at Wang Han's head. In this case, can you still be distracted and activate that shield? Kizaru thought to himself. Mighty dog! Discovering Kizaru's sneak attack, Akainu also punched Wang Han with his other fist. Liquid! Faced with Kizaru's sneak attack and Akainu's strength, Wang Han shouted softly. The next moment, Kizaru's laser penetrated Wang Han's head, and then penetrated Akainu's chest. Win! No! Seeing Wang Han's head being penetrated by the laser, Akainu smiled. However, the next moment, his smile froze. On Wang Han's pierced forehead, what flowed out was not blood, but something like mercury, and this mercury-like object was converging towards Wang Han's forehead again. It's very similar to how his rockberry fruit ability is now restored. Isn't he the fruit of superhuman science and technology? How can he have natural abilities? A doubt appeared in the minds of Kizaru, Akainu, and Crane. Are you surprised? I don't think there is anything surprising. Maybe you can think of it. Wang Han, who was competing with Akainu for fist strength, said with a smile. The mouth of a high-pressure water cannon grew out of his chest. Not good. Seeing this, Akainu's pupils shrank and he wanted to retreat. Unfortunately it was too late, he was only an arm's length away from Wang Han. Boom! The next moment, a huge amount of water spurted out from Wang Han's chest and sprayed directly on Akainu's body, making a gurgling sound. Akainu's fists were turned into sculptures by the cold air, and he himself was blown away by high-pressure water jets. Traces of volcanic ash appeared in many places on his body, and the magma was solidified. Sinful people like you must be eliminated. Feeling his body gradually stiffen in the turbulent water, Akainu gritted his teeth. The volcanic rock on his body began to crack, and the cracks revealed a red color. Big explosion! The next moment, Akainu's whole body was spewing hot magma, and red lava spewed out like a volcano erupting. Not only did it withstand the surging water, it also quickly pushed back the water. Stones like volcanic rocks continue to fall at the intersection of water and fire. It's an unexpected move. With some surprise, he glanced at Akainu whose whole body turned into red lava. Wang Han's two fists also turned into tubes, and two water jets rushed towards Akainu. The lava that was gradually pushed back was pushed back again. 8-foot mirror. Seeing the outburst, Akainu was at a disadvantage again. An array of light suddenly appeared behind Wang Han, turning into a ray of light and condensing behind Wang Han. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Now, how are you going to face my sneak attack with both hands exerting force? A lightsaber nearly 2 meters long was pulled out from Kizaru's hand. Huang Yuan held the sword with both hands and slashed it towards Wang Han's neck. I think we should be successful this time. From afar, He Wen's, who sensed this scene, couldn't help but look forward to it. Wang Han's strength indeed exceeded her expectations. He was able to overpower Akainu, but he still couldn't defeat the two generals working together. Akainu was also looking forward to it. Shield. Half of a light blue electromagnetic barrier rose from Wang Han's back, directly blocking Kizaru's lightsaber slash. However, the shield this time was not like before. When Kizaru concentrated his attack on one point, a large number of ripples appeared at this point, and the lightsaber in Kizaru's hand was gradually cutting into the shield. Kizaru, it doesn't matter if you attack once or twice, you are still addicted. In the shield, Wang Han's head turned a weird 180 degrees, looking at Kizaru with a dark face, and said unhappily. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 tentacle-like mechanical arms grew out of Wang Han's back and waist. If there are any Marvel fans in this world, they will definitely recognize that these are the 4 mechanical arms behind Dr. Octopus. However, compared with Dr. Octopus's robotic arm, Wang Han's robotic arm is undoubtedly much more technologically advanced. At this time, the 4 mechanical arms were aimed at Kizaru's head. At the front end of the mechanical tentacles, the mechanical claws were open. In the flash of electric light, 3 red lights on the front ends of the 4 mechanical tentacles converged in the middle of the mechanical claws. Is this light? Looking at the light condensed on the mechanical claw, the fleeting sense of danger before rose again in Kizaru's heart, and it continued this time. A doubt occupied Kizaru's entire heart. Watching the red light gathering in disbelief. Light, isn't it something he only has? Is this his true strength? He can actually develop his fruit ability to this extent. Knowing everything that happened, He Wen's perception showed a look of disbelief on his face. Wang Han didn't show all his strength until now. How old is Wang Han K? He is less than 20 years old. Chapter 56. Seeing that the laser on the mechanical tentacle was about to be fired, Kizaru still stood in front of Wang Han with an expression of disbelief. Wang Han! Akainu's shout suddenly sounded behind Wang Han. You wanna die? The next second, Wang Han dropped Kizaru, the mechanical tentacles fell off Wang Han's back, and a dual jet thruster emerged from Wang Han's back, spraying out hot flames.
Is this the strength of the general? On the battleship. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, looking at the overwhelming red lava rolling in. All of them looked ashen. It turned out that Akainu saw that his magma could not rush through Wang Han's water flow, and saw that Kizaru's sneak attack failed again, so he actually aimed at the battleship at the port and spewed out a large amount of magma at the risk of being cooled by Wang Han. To the people standing on the battleship. The next moment, Wang Han appeared on the side of the Yamato battleship, with his hands open, and an electromagnetic shield 300 meters long and 80 meters high opened in front of Wang Han, firmly protecting the battleship behind him. Seeing this scene, Akainu's lips curved into a smile. Boom! The red magma hit the electromagnetic shield. Wang Han and the entire battleship behind Wang Han were reflected red. Fortunately, the lava covering it was blocked. Brother Wang! Benefactor! Looking at the small but firm figure blocking the front, everyone shed tears. The yellow ape! Akainu's shout woke Kizaru back. The ultimate flash! Cross your arms, but this time it's not the 8-foot-tall Megatama. Light gathered at the cross of Kizaru's hands. The next moment, a bucket-thick beam shot out from the intersection of Kizaru's arms, shot through the magma faster than a laser, shot through the open electromagnetic shield, and hit Wang Han. Brother Wang! Benefactor! Seeing this scene, everyone on the battleship had their hearts in their throats. Success! Seeing and hearing Se Haki sensed that the beam hit Wang Han, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Han was much more powerful than expected, and she finally understood why Wang Han was not afraid of the two generals. But now, it was finally over, and Wang Han's power was no match for trickery. Pluto! Without the suppression of the water flow, Akainu was also liberated. He rushed over the lava, crossed Wang Han's shield, and appeared in front of Wang Han. His hot lava fist was covered with armed domineering energy. It was as black as ink and exuding terrifying heat. He punched the person who was hit by the beam. Wang Han was hit on the head. The three generals are good at arming themselves. Otherwise, what would they do if they beat other natural ability users? They are still the three generals after all. The next moment, metallic liquid splashed on Wang Han's face, revealing his scarlet electronic eyes and the metal skeleton under his face. The shield blocking the magma also disappeared at this time. Fortunately, the magma lost the support of Akainu and lost its impact. It slowly flowed to the ground and would no longer cause damage to the battleship. How is this possible? This time it was Akainu's turn to widen his eyes and look at Wang Han's face in disbelief. He could feel that the terrifying heat in his fists was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Even the color of his weapons was disappearing, and his fists turned grey-white. Looking at Kizaru's ultimate flash, it didn't cause any harm to Wang Han at all. How could it be? In the distance, Crane's face was also full of disbelief. You succeeded in irritating me. Wang Han said, his voice suppressed. He raised his hand and grabbed Akainu's arm. Energy absorption can absorb the thermal energy, electrical energy, and energy of other properties that it comes into contact with, and convert it into its own energy. This continues the setting of the previous book. The next moment, Akainu's arms turned grey. Lava's body heat is lost rapidly. It's not that the ability is ineffective, it's that it's absorbed. Even the armed domineering energy has been absorbed. For the first time, fear appeared in Akainu's eyes, and the expression on his face froze. With almost no hesitation, Akainu broke free of the arm held by Wang Han and retreated far away. At the broken arm, the lava is flowing and recondensing into the shape of the arm, but this time the recovery speed is slower than before. This is troublesome. You are still underestimating his strength. Seeing Akainu retreat violently, Crane's heart sank to the bottom. It is almost impossible to kill Wang Han. If not done properly, the two generals may even suffer losses. What a terrible person! Kizaru came to Akainu, looked at Akainu's recovering arm, and said with a serious expression. This time there is no such salty fish look as before. Time for playing house is over, it's time for one-sided beatings.
Looking at the two generals standing together, Wang Han, who was flying in the sky, slowly fell down and stood on the still cold magma. Where Wang Han landed, the heat quickly receded, and the magma cooled directly into volcanic rock. On Wang Han's damaged face, the silver liquid metal changed and turned into flesh and blood. Wang Han's metal skeleton also turned into normal white bones, and his red electronic eyes turned into a pair of pitch black eyes. Muscles grew crazily on Wang Han's face. Seeing such a scene, Kizaru and Akainu felt more and more dangerous. They could feel that Wang Han's momentum was gradually rising, and the feeling was completely different from before. Crack! Kick! The capabilities that the previous purely mechanical body could exert were too limited. Clenching his fists, Wang Han looked at Kizaru and Akainu with cold eyes. Wang Han had always maintained a mechanical body before, because the flesh and blood body was easily exhausted and could be killed, but with a mechanical body, as long as the mind was immortal, Wang Han would be immortal. Before leaving that world, Wang Han faced ninja assassinations all the time. In order to kill him, those ninjas developed a variety of evil ninjutsu and even curses, many of which were aimed at the soul. In this world, there are also all kinds of people with devil fruit abilities. Mechanical body, is this guy? Please take a guess first, the answer will be given in the following chapters. After hearing Wang Han's words, a thought arose in the hearts of the three Kizaru people. The ominous premonition is getting stronger and stronger. We are really in big trouble this time. Can you speed it up any more? On the vast sea, Garp kept urging his navy to speed up their sailing. This time, he did not fall asleep on the warship. Lieutenant General Garp, this is already the fastest speed. After hearing Garp's order, the navy under his command replied helplessly. How long until we arrive? Hearing this, Garp clenched his fists and asked. It will arrive in 10 minutes by tomorrow. The navy replied. 10 minutes, I hope I can catch up. Hearing this, Garp could only sigh and couldn't help but pray in his heart. When he learned that Wang Han had killed the Tianlong people and the Warring States period sent 2 generals and he to capture Wang Han, he knew something was wrong. As for Wang Han's true strength, only Garp, who had actually fought against Wang Han, was the one who felt the deepest. Once Wang Han replaced his mechanical body with flesh and blood, both generals, and he would face huge challenges. Danger! The combined strength of the 2 generals can definitely force Wang Han to transform his body back into flesh and blood. That kind of power makes him remember it deeply now. Even the former Rox Jibek was not powerful. Chapter 57. Looking at Wang Han who had regained his flesh and blood, both Kizaru and Akainu couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to the time when they were still a weak navy and faced a powerful figure like Rox Jibek. The muscles all over their bodies were tense, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Han, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Coming! A low cry came from Kizaru's mouth. In the distance, Wang Han stepped on the red magma and rushed towards the two of them. Where his footsteps fell, the red magma cooled directly and turned into rock. 8-foot mirror. Without hesitation, Kizaru turned into a golden light and flashed into the distance. Wang Han in his heart gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Facing the charging Wang Han, he didn't want to be touched by Wang Han at all. Don't underestimate me, I'm an admiral, Sakazuki. Big fire! Facing the charging Wang Han, Akainu roared angrily, and his arms turned into lava and spewed towards Wang Han. Akainu is not as fast as Kizaru, so he can only resist the charging Wang Han. And the justice in his heart would not tolerate him retreating like this. Water escape, the technique of the great waterfall. Facing Akainu's huge fire breath, Wang Han had no intention of evading and continued running directly on the magma fist. Wherever he passed, the magma cooled. At the same time, Wang Han quickly made 5 marks on his chest with his hands. On the sea behind, terrifying water rose from the sea, carrying a terrifying impact and rushing towards the port. As the world-destroying villain of the Naruto world, Wang Han is also very good at the 7 attribute ninjutsu. Laser. Looking at Wang Han running with fists of magma. Kizaru took action, shooting laser beams at Wang Han. Big eruption. At the same time, Akainu's entire body turned into magma, and a large amount of lava spurted out from Akainu's body, toward Wang Han, and toward the rising seawater behind Wang Han. Is this really something that humans can do? Seeing that the rough seawater and the gushing magma were about to collide, everyone on the battleship was shocked and speechless. Facing Kizaru's laser, Wang Han directly chose to ignore it. The lasers shot at Wang Han one after another and were completely absorbed. Then Wang Han rushed into the lava erupted by Akainu. After Wang Han rushed in, the magma quickly cooled down from the point where Wang Han entered. Bah! The next moment, seawater and magma came into contact again, and a large amount of water vapor rose again on the battlefield, blocking everyone's sight again. Then the seawater submerged the magma. Beam kick. In the sky, Kizaru's feet emitted a continuous thick beam of light, bombarding the seawater and magma. A huge gully was created on the dock, and the seawater overflowing the magma immediately flowed into the gully. Wang Han can ignore his and Akainu's fruit abilities. If he wants to defeat Wang Han, he must fight with Wang Han at close range, and he must first deal with the seawater that surges ashore. Otherwise, when the seawater comes over, he and Akainu will be defeated. Although they can fly using moon steps to avoid the seawater, Wang Han's flying ability is definitely better than them. Ming Dog. Seeing that Wang Han rushed into the magma, Akainu immediately stopped spewing magma, and his hands turned into condensed lava, covered with armed domineering, ready for battle. Oh! The next moment, Wang Han knocked away the lava and rushed towards Akainu. Bring it on! Seeing Wang Han rushing out of the magma, Akainu roared, raised his fist and rushed towards Wang Han. 8-foot mirror. In the sky, after dealing with the seawater, Kizaru also turned into a ray of light and rushed down. Snapped. Facing the charging Akainu, Wang Han directly raised his hand and grabbed Akainu's hot fist covered in military color. The huge power prevented Akainu's fist from making any further progress. He couldn't pull his fist out of Wang Han's palm. Oh! Akainu's other fist came, and Wang Han directly blocked Akainu's punch with his arm. Ninja method, sealing fire seal. Blocking Akainu's fist with his arm, Wang Han quickly changed several handprints on his free palm. Black runes quickly poured out from Wang Han's hand that grabbed Akainu's fist, wrapped around Akainu's arm, and even wrapped around Akainu's whole body. What exactly is this? Looking at the grey runes wrapped around his arm, Akainu had panic in his eyes. His magma arms covered in armed color and domineering are quickly returning to normal. Although the armed haki is still there, the power of the lava has disappeared. It is not absorbed, but it cannot activate its ability. Did you forget me? Seeing that the runes were about to climb up Akainu's body, at the critical moment, Kizaru, who turned into light, appeared next to Wang Han. After regaining his physical form, he raised his foot and kicked Wang Han. This time, his foot did not glow. Instead, it was covered with jet black armed color haki. Knew you were coming, entity. Wang Han looked at Kizaru's long kick, opened his mouth, and thunder gathered in his mouth. Seeing this, Kizaru did not dare to hesitate and turned into light again and disappeared. Lay done, pseudo-darkness. Almost at the same time that Kizaru disappeared, a ball of lightning erupted from Wang Han's mouth and flew straight to the number 59 mangrove tree in the distance. Boom! A terrifying explosion exploded on the trunk of the mangrove, just like the explosion of a 150 mm howitzer shell. A crater with a diameter of more than 2 meters was blasted out of the trunk of the mangrove, with lightning shining on it. It's so dangerous. This guy is really not that difficult to deal with. His age is definitely not what he appears on the surface. Looking at the crater in the mangrove tree blasted by lightning, Kizaru couldn't help but feel pinched. If the lightning just hit his body, he would definitely be severely injured. What? At the same time, seeing Wang Han being disturbed by Kizaru, Akainu, who had his fist grabbed, also seized the opportunity. Seeing that the sealing rune was about to crawl over his arm, he did not dare to hesitate, and directly pulled his arm with his other hand. Cut off and quickly moved away from Wang Han. Sakazuki. Kizaru gathered around Akainu and looked at Sakazuki's broken arm with a solemn expression. I can still fight, but be careful. He has a way to restrain our elementalization. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, looking solemnly at Wang Han in the distance. What appeared on his broken arm was magma, but the magma did not restore his arm again. As expected of a general, he gave up his arm so decisively. The two faced each other, and Wang Han dropped Akainu's severed arm. The severed arm is covered with black sealing runes. Seeing Wang Han's relaxed and comfortable look, their hearts sank to the bottom. The fruit ability is completely ineffective against Wang Han. In melee combat, Wang Han's physical skills are also activated, but the methods are too weird and dangerous, and his combat experience is also very rich, which gives him an advantage. Blinking technique. Suddenly, Wang Han's figure disappeared instantly. Be careful! Kizaru reminded him, and his body turned into light and disappeared. Shave! At the same time, Akainu moved his steps and stamped on the ground dozens of times. After leaving a big hole on the ground, Akainu also disappeared. They didn't find Wang Han's weakness, so they really didn't dare to confront Wang Han easily. Crane, how's the situation? In the distance, among the phone bugs, Garp anxiously asked Crane. The situation is very bad. Sakazuki and Porosalino were almost beaten by Wang Han, and Sakazuki broke his arm. He observed the fight between the three with a sense of knowledge while talking on the phone. Zhong said, Wang Han's strength is far beyond expectations, and is even stronger than the four emperors. Did that guy change his body? He's made of flesh and blood. Garp's serious voice came from the phone bug, and the phone bug imitated Garp's serious expression very quietly. How do you know? He said in surprise, and then realized that Garp had been seriously injured by Wang Han. I still have 2 and 10 minutes to arrive. Let Sakazuki and Kizaru leave first. Don't continue fighting Wang Han for the time being. Wait for me to come, otherwise I'm worried that they won't be able to hold on for such a long time. Garp said seriously. He said, there was even an unquestionable flavor in his tone. I know. He said. In fact, she also wanted to give up. Wang Han's power has exceeded her expectations. The current situation is already very unfavorable. If it continues, I am afraid that not only will Wang Han not be killed, but the general will be lost. Chapter 58. Fire Seal. Asshole. On the battlefield, Akainu, whose foot was caught by Wang Han, roared angrily. Looking at the rune that was about to climb up his body, he immediately gritted his teeth and cut off his calf with his lanzu. He didn't know what would happen if the runes that could nullify his fruit abilities completely wrapped his body, and he didn't dare to try. Lan feet. As soon as Akainu's calf was broken, Kizaru immediately turned into a golden light and condensed around Wang Han, and kicked Wang Han fiercely with a domineering kick covered in dark armor. This time, his entire body was covered in armed haki. Obviously, he had to kick this kick down. Faced with Kizaru's forward kick, Wang Han did not block it forcefully, but kicked his legs back and retreated 10 meters. Bang! After Wang Han dodged, Kizaru kicked out with a domineering aura, directly hitting Akainu, who had just broken his leg. Bang! The next moment, Akainu was kicked away by Kizaru, towards where the crane was. This kick is really powerful and heavy, and it is covered with armed domineering energy. It turned out that he had no hope of hurting Wang Han with the necessary kick, and his intention was to rescue Akainu. Sakazuki. He caught Akainu, who was kicked by Kizaru, and looked at Akainu, who had broken an arm and a calf. The expression on Crane's face became more solemn, and with Sakazuki left here quickly. Whether it's Garp's serious words in the phone bug or Sakazuki's broken arm and leg now, it shows that they may be really in danger this time. I don't know if Porosalino, who was left behind, can hold on alone for 10 minutes, or if he can hold on until Garp arrives. Kizaru, you are as annoying as a fly. Dropping Sakazuki's broken leg and looking at Kizaru, Wang Han mocked. I don't dare to fight against someone like you. Of course I have to give full play to my strengths. Kizaru said with a smile, his body always maintaining an elemental state. Kizaru, you are so confident in your speed, have you ever been kicked by the 8-gate Dunjia? Wang Han said, his body slightly bent. No, but I don't want to be kicked by that 8-gate Dunjia you mentioned. Kizaru said, looking at Wang Han's movements, he was extremely cautious in his heart. 8 gates of Dunjia, the 6th gate of Jingmen, open. The next moment, as Wang Han let out a low roar, a terrifying storm burst out from Wang Han's body, and a big pit instantly formed around Wang Han. Call. Almost like a hurricane, Wang Han appeared in front of Kizaru with a sound barrier. He was so fast that the distance of 10 meters did not even reach 0.01 seconds. Even Kizaru, who was known for his speed, had difficulty reacting. It wasn't until Wang Han's kick came that Huang Yuan could react and turned into a ray of light to dodge Wang Han's kick. So fast! Just as Kizaru condensed his body in mid-air, the next moment, Wang Han rushed towards Kizaru again. The fist he waved hit Kizaru's face with a sound barrier. This time, Kizaru even tried to dodge, and Wang Han's fist passed through his head. What a risk! It turned into golden light and flew 100 meters away again, and Kizaru couldn't help but sweat for himself. If his body hadn't maintained its elemental state, the punch just now would have directly exploded his head. 6 gates can't defeat the elementalization, so 7 gates will do the trick. Seeing Kizaru fleeing 100 meters away, Wang Han did not chase after Kizaru this time, but crossed his hands and gathered strength. You can still get stronger. Hey! 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 Seeing Wang Han's actions, Kizaru's heart suddenly twitched, and he quickly shouted to Wang Han, now we have been defeated, no one can stop you if you want to leave, no we must fight to the death. Before I leave, I have to leave you some gifts on your wretched face. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile. The 7th door, the shocking door, open. The next moment, Wang Han's momentum doubled again, and he stepped on the air and rushed towards Kizaru in the distance. This time Wang Han stepped on the air, not like stepping on the air dozens of times in succession, but stepping on the air with every step. At this moment, Kizaru didn't want to speak anymore and turned into light and began to escape. However, this time, his golden light was not as fast as Wang Han's. In the blink of an eye, Wang Han surpassed the golden light he transformed into and kicked towards the front of the golden light. The air was rioting at this moment, and even the space was distorted at this moment. Wang Han is much stronger than Kai. When he was in the 7th door, he had the strength of Kai's 8th door. He could distort space to the extent that even light cannot escape. Bang! The moment his leg came into contact with the golden light, Kizaru was knocked out of the golden light and hit the ground, solidified by magma like a cannonball. A large crater with a diameter of 50 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters was blasted on the ground. How is this possible? Lying in the pothole, Kizaru's face was covered in blood, and his head was in pain. The kick almost made him faint, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, he was beaten out of the 8-foot mirror by Wang Han without even reacting. He was sure that Wang Han did not use haki, but Wang Han hit him. Fortunately, Wang Han did not use haki. The damage was ignored by the elementalization. If Wang Han had used haki just now, his head would have exploded. Boom! With a loud noise, Wang Han fell next to Kizaru. At this time, Wang Han's body was overflowing with blue air, and his whole body was covered with bulging veins. Why, just one blow is not enough. Your physical strength is really weak, much worse than Akainu. How can he resist my second kick? Looking at Kizaru lying in the pit, Wang Han sneered. It's really a terrifying physical technique. Can you tell me what kind of physical technique it is? Kizaru asked softly. 8-gate Dunjia, this is a forbidden technique. You need to pay a price to use it. Wang Han said, raising his fist.
I will not be unjust if I die in your hands. Kizaru said. With Wang Han's current speed and strength, even if he transformed into an elemental form, he would not be able to avoid it. In the battle with Wang Han, both he and Sakazuki were forced to unleash their potential, but they still couldn't make up for the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Boom! A terrifying explosion exploded in the crater. A crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. Earth rose into the sky, the island began to tremble, and huge ravines opened on the ground. Even the sea surface became choppy under the power of this blow. P.S. Garp broke 8 mountains by practicing boxing, not by punching 8 mountains. Some readers have always misunderstood this point. Let's go. After cancelling the state of 8-gate Dunjia, Wang Han returned to the battleship. Following Wang Han's words, the battleship sounded 3 long whistles, as if announcing. A few minutes later, he, who knew that Wang Han had left, returned to the battlefield alone. Polisalino. Under the influence of seeing and hearing, Crane dug out the unconscious Kizaru from a place of soil. At this time, one of Kizaru's legs was completely broken, the calf part could not be found at all, and blood was slowly flowing out from the wound. It's okay. He breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately stopped the bleeding from Kizaru's broken leg, and left the place while resisting the unconscious Kizaru. As long as they are not dead, the navy will not lose these 2 generals. It was also difficult for his short body to carry the 3-meter-tall general. Chapter 59. Is he really that strong? On the Red Firth, which had just emerged from the sea, Ben Beckman swallowed involuntarily and couldn't believe it when he heard the sound coming from the phone bug in Shank's hand. Everyone else aboard the Red Force was too shocked to say anything. He heard something on the phone. Wang Han fought 2 admirals alone, directly disabled them and then walked away. This was a real cripple, and the 2 admirals were directly disabled. Although I don't know the specific battle process, how long did it take, from the time Wang Han killed the celestial dragon until now, he had planned everything, and he didn't even have an hour. This shows that Wang Han's strength far exceeds that of the 2 admirals combined. It seems we underestimated him. Shanks said after hearing Ben Beckman's words. Only this time there was no hip-hop expression on his face, instead it was extremely serious. Wang Han's strength can not only break the balance on the sea, but also stir up the entire sea. Not only us, but everyone underestimates him. Ben Beckman also looked serious. He thought of helping Wang Han, but ended up eating a big melon instead. Before that, they all thought that Wang Han's strength might be similar to that of a naval admiral. Although Wang Han had a record of defeating Garp, they believed that Wang Han was able to defeat Garp more because of his special fruit ability. After all, Wang Han was very young. Now they know that they all underestimated Wang Han's strength. He was able to defeat the 2 naval admirals joining forces within an hour and cripple both admirals. This is not something that can be achieved by relying on the special ability of the fruit, but is truly powerful. Not only is it powerful, but it also has rich combat experience and must be ruthless. Captain, are we still going to Shampoo Land? Lajilu asked. No, the Navy must have sent people to the Chambord Islands to rescue the general now. Let's go find Wang Han. Shanks ordered. I want to talk to him again. It's still too late. On the dog-headed warship that was about to arrive at Port 59, looking at the ruins of Port 59, there was no sound of fighting above. Puru! Puru! The phone bug in the hand of the Navy soldier waiting next to Garp rang again. Garp, he just reported that Wang Han had left 10 minutes ago, and escaped. Sakazuki and Porisalino were seriously injured, both of them were disabled. Kasky lost a hand and a calf, Porisalino lost a leg, and is still in a coma. Now the 2 and Crane are hiding in the ruins of port number 58. The 3 must not be allowed to return. Something happened, and the Navy cannot afford to lose them completely. Sengoku's voice rang from the phone bug, his voice full of heaviness and sorrow. The serious injury and disability of the 2 generals had a great impact on the Navy, not only in terms of combat power, but also in terms of reputation. It is conceivable that when this incident is exposed, pirates on the sea will become more rampant. In the Navy. I have arrived at Port 59, and I will definitely bring them back alive. Garp replied and hung up the phone. Let the soldiers start contacting Crane's phone bug. Still not able to catch up. Looking at the completely destroyed Port 59, Garp's mood became heavy. Knowing that Wang Han had used flesh and blood from his previous contact with he, Garp knew that Sakazuki and Porisalino would be defeated soon, but he didn't expect that they would be defeated so quickly. They didn't persist until he arrived, and they didn't expect that the two of them would be defeated so miserably, both of them disabled. This is definitely a painful blow to the Navy. He only hoped that Wang Han would not turn the sea upside down in the future. On the other side, on the leaving battleship, Wang Han received the admiring attention of everyone. Seeing Wang Han's return, everyone on the battleship seemed very excited, even Gina's face was full of excitement. That was a naval admiral, the strongest combat force on the sea, and two of them joined forces. Although I could not see the entire battle process and results, now that Wang Han is back and the two generals did not follow, it means that both generals were defeated by Wang Han, and they were defeated by Wang Han together after joining forces. Boss, where are we going next? Is it to the New World? Andrew asked Wang Han excitedly. Others also looked at Wang Han with excitement. He was expecting Wang Han to directly enter the New World with a high profile by relying on the reputation of defeating the two generals this time. No. Looking at the excited crowd, Wang Han simply shook his head. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Apparently, no one expected that Wang Han did not intend to enter the New World. Looking at everyone who was surprised, Wang Han smiled and explained, the situation in the New World is more complicated, so it is not suitable to enter the New World now. But, boss. Hearing this, Pola quickly said, now that you have killed the celestial dragons and defeated two navy admirals, it is most beneficial for us to enter the New World now, and we can also get rid of the entanglement of the Navy and the world government. On the contrary, if we continue to stay in the first half of the Great Channel, the world government and the Navy will definitely send out a large number of troops to encircle and suppress us in order to save face. Several other crew members also nodded desperately, indicating that Pola was right. The 7 people who were able to pass the assessment set by Wang Han and board the ship were not fools. Wang Han had done such an earth-shattering event, so they naturally knew the pros and cons in the current situation. It is undoubtedly more dangerous to stay in the first half of the Great Channel. The Navy now has 2 generals crippled. It will be difficult to mobilize enough power to encircle and suppress me for a while. We are not the only strong ones on the sea. The Navy also has other enemies. As for the world government, there is no need to worry about it in the short term. After weighing the pros and cons, they will not be so impulsive. Even if they send people to hunt us down, I will be sure to deal with it. Moreover, the Navy and the world government may also think that we will enter the New World immediately. Wang Han said with a smile. There was no trace of worry on his face from beginning to end. Boss, since we are not going to the New World, what are we going to do next? Hearing Wang Han's confident words, everyone suddenly felt relieved, and Andrew asked Wang Han. Of course we are doing what we should do. Wang Han said with a smile. What should we do? After hearing Wang Han's words, everyone was immediately filled with questions. Of course I will continue to hunt pirates at sea in exchange for bounties. Wang Han said. But, boss, I'm afraid we won't be able to be bounty hunters anymore. One person said weakly. Wang Han killed the Tianlong people and crippled the Navy admiral. He must be wanted. Even if he continues to hunt pirates, he won't be able to get the reward. I didn't kill the Navy admiral, I just disabled him. And before the battle started, I sold the medical cabin to them. It's not that the disability cannot be cured, but it will take some time. Wang Han said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone was a little confused. What Wang Han meant was to tell them that there was still room. However, Wang Han killed the celestial dragons and severely humiliated the navy and the world government. This situation was simply irreversible. On the contrary, Wang Han's previous behavior of selling the medical cabin was more like subsidizing the enemy. Don't worry, Tianlong people are not absolute, Wang Han said with a smile. Chapter 60. Naval Headquarters, Marinvondo. At this time, the Navy headquarters was busy, as if they had a premonition that a big operation was about to happen. The faces of the busy Navy soldiers were extremely solemn. They were busy inquiring about gossip. This is the specific process. More details need to wait until the situation of Sakazuki and Kizaru is stable. I don't recommend chasing Wang Han immediately. In the marshal's office, he gave a detailed report on what happened in the Shampoo Islands. From the time Wang Han killed the Tianlong people to the end when Wang Han left, she described everything she saw and knew in detail. Finally, he gave serious suggestions. Listening to his report, Marshal Sengoku and the corresponding lieutenant generals collectively fell silent. In their minds, as he continued to describe, they all had a rough understanding of Wang Han's strength. The ability to control water, the ability to create machinery, terrifyingly powerful physical skills, and an elemental body that can create thunder and lightning, create hurricanes, create solid barriers, extremely fast flying capabilities, and the unknown ability to ignore Kizaru and the ability of Akainu's fruit power. Powerful, comprehensive, and strange. From his description, they could only use these three words to describe the Wang Han in the description. His strength was not only comparable to the generals, nor simply surpassed them, but capable of crushing them. Wang Han's strength is far beyond our expectations. We will postpone the pursuit and let them all disperse. After listening to his report, Warring States sighed and ordered. Hearing this, the lieutenants in the room were not surprised, and even breathed a sigh of relief. The two generals Kizaru and Akainu tried their best, but not only failed to capture Wang Han, but were beaten to a disability by Wang Han. In the end, Wang Han did not seem to be much hurt, and walked away. Even not one of the other party's men was caught. These undoubtedly illustrate Wang Han's power. Wang Han's strength exceeded expectations by a lot, and his ability intelligence also exceeded their understanding. It would be too hasty to pursue Wang Han now. I am afraid that not only will Wang Han not be captured, but there will also be heavy casualties. After everyone else left, he and Sengoku were left alone in the office. What else are you hiding? Looking at he who didn't follow him, Warring States knew why he stayed and asked. I suspect that there are no records of technological fruits because the eater of this fruit has never died and has been hidden for many years. He said to Warring States in an extremely serious manner. What do you mean? Hearing his words, Warring States frowned. Crane's words made the uneasiness in his heart become stronger. Wang Han is most likely a person who has lived for a long time, earlier than our time. Otherwise, I can't imagine how he developed the fruit ability to such a terrifying degree in just 1 to 20 years. And he himself, the strength is also very powerful and weird. He said with a solemn expression. In other words. Hearing this, Warring States whispered, he is most likely an immortal. He achieved immortality by completely turning himself into a machine. Yes. He nodded and said, this possibility is very high. His strength, his combat experience, his decisiveness and courage in doing things are not something that a young man under 20 years old can possess. Yes. His killing of the Tianlong people was not accidental, but planned. In addition, Wang Han may know something about what happened 800 years ago. If he is really an immortal and knows what happened 800 years ago, then he didn't show up until now. I'm afraid he has already made enough preparations. Killing a celestial dragon may not be his purpose. His danger, the completion surpassed the current 4 emperors. Sengoku said. At this moment, he wished he could lead his people to annihilate Wang Han himself. Unfortunately, Wang Han is too powerful and has too many secrets. If you want to deal with Wang Han, you can't just deal with him.
You need to be fully prepared. If we act rashly and send insufficient force, the Navy will probably suffer heavy losses, and it will be a meaningless loss. Dad, there is big news today. In the New World, on the sailing Moby Dick, Marco glanced at the newspaper he just bought, and immediately ran to Whitebeard, saying loudly at the same time. Marco's voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the Moby Dick. Everyone gathered. Wang Han, the most powerful bounty hunter who appeared in the East China Sea, killed the celestial dragons in the Shampoo Islands, and also, defeated 2 admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, and killed them both. He was crippled and finally walked away. Standing next to Whitebeard, Marco quickly read the contents of the newspaper. Ku-la-la-la. There is another ruthless man on the sea this time, and the Navy will have another headache. After listening to Marco read what was in the newspaper, Whitebeard suddenly laughed. Killing the celestial dragons, defeating 2 Navy admirals and walking away, this time the Navy and the world government have completely lost their face. Baista said with a smile. Ku-la-la-la, kids, let's have a banquet tonight to celebrate someone killing the celestial dragon. Whitebeard said loudly. Thank you, Daddy. Hearing this, excited roars suddenly sounded on the Moby Dick. On the other side, aboard the Redforth, Ben Beckman walked up to Shanks, handed a newspaper and a stack of wanted notices to Shanks, and said, Captain, the wanted order for Wang Han has been issued. After taking the newspaper, I saw a very eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper. The 5th pirate emperor of the sea may appear. There is a subtitle next to it, which reads in a slightly smaller font, The most vicious criminal in history was born, killing the celestial dragons, crippled 2 Navy admirals, and the villains walked away. As expected. Shanks quickly scanned the contents of the newspaper and said calmly, looking at the reward order. The photo is a photo of Wang Han standing on the bow of a battleship. Under the photo is a very eye-catching number 2. Under the numbers, there is information and introduction about Wang Han. Bounty criminal, Wang Han, a person with technological fruit abilities. The following is a lot of publicly available information about Wang Han's strength and abilities. Very detailed. Most navies will make information about pirates public. It is disclosed in the reward order. 28 billion, as expected. Looking at Wang Han's reward order, Shanks said without surprise. He carefully read the information about Wang Han in the reward order. As a very lively and famous island, the Chambord Islands are also the gathering place of the 7 routes in the first half of the Great Channel. Wang Han could not hide the fact that he killed the Tianlong people and disabled 2 admirals. If Wang Han's bounty is low, wouldn't it mean that the 3 generals of the Navy are useless, and it will only increase the arrogance of the pirates. Destroy the morale of your own army. Of course, it doesn't work if it's too high. If it's too high, it will also increase the arrogance of the pirates and undermine their own military morale. 28 billion is just right, surpassing Shanks, but it only surpasses Shanks, not the other Yonko. Wang Han's strength was positioned at the level of the 4 emperors through bounties. The message conveyed was that the Navy admiral was defeated at the hands of a Yonko-level person, but it also showed that Wang Han was not the strongest man on the sea. The other 3 Yonko were all stronger than Wang Han, but the Navy was still the strongest force on the sea. But he is the first person to have such a high reward for the first time. Ben Beckman said with a smile. Other people on his ship have also received bounties. The bounties are between 5,000 million and -million. This is the first time for these people to have bounties on their heads. As expected, we will be the ones to have a headache next. Get ready to return to the New World. Shanks said. They had not found any trace of Wang Han in the past few days, and they could only talk to Wang Han in the New World. He said he had a headache because he expected that Wang Han would inevitably enter a new world next. Wang Han's purpose of going to the Chambord Islands to show off his force has been achieved, and at the same time he has offended the Navy and the world government to death. Entering the new world is Wang Han's only way. However, the territory in the new world has already been divided up. With Wang Han's strength and reputation, meeting the 4 emperors is inevitable.
Chapter 61. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed since the Xiang Bodhi incident, but the attention on Wang Han in the sea has not decreased at all. All forces have also become interested in Wang Han, and there are people with various ideas. What is unanimous is that everyone thinks that after Wang Han committed such a heinous crime, he must enter the New World, and he can only enter the New World. He may even have already entered the New World. Wang Han is very likely or bound to challenge the four emperors next. Even the Navy and the world government think so. No one thinks that Wang Han will stay in the first half of the Great Channel or the four seas controlled by the Navy and the world government, even if he has completely offended the Navy and the world government. Because doing so is simply the same as courting death. A week passed, when everyone thought that Wang Han had entered the New World, everyone was still waiting for Wang Han to appear in the New World. Little did he know that Wang Han was still wandering in the first half of the Great Waterway. It's just that Wang Han used the satellite system to monitor the sea and avoided all ships, so he was never found. Gina, go a little further to the left. Yes, raise your hand a little further and put it on the handle of the knife. Keep the shape and smile. On the battleship, Gina was standing on the bow of the battleship wearing a beautiful outfit, while Wang Han was holding the camera and bending down to take pictures of Gina. Seeing this scene, everyone else on the boat could only feel envious. Gina was the only one on the ship who was treated so well that Wang Han personally took photos of her. No one else can, not even Perona. Through these days of contact, everyone knows that Wang Han dotes on Gu Yuna very much. Gu Yuna was directly favored by Wang Han and became the absolute number 2 person on the ship. If it weren't for the different surnames and the slightest similarity in appearance, everyone would even suspect that Gu Yuna was Wang Han's biological sister. Is acceptable. After pressing the shutter button and developing the photo, Wang Han nodded with satisfaction. The photos on the reward order are completely different from the photos I took myself. It is worth mentioning that the photo on Gina's reward order was taken by Gina while hiding behind Wang Han, with worry and fear on her face. Head. We found the smoke pirates. They are currently about nautical miles away from us. Seeing Wang Han finish taking the photo, Yasuo, who was waiting aside, quickly said to Wang Han. I understand, control the 2 main guns on the front deck to sink them, and by the way, train the people who have just boarded the ship. Wang Han ordered. Following Wang Han's instructions, the battleship immediately began to turn on its own. Yes. After hearing this, Yasuo immediately responded and shouted to the others, everyone, let's go to work and sink the smoke pirates. Roar. Upon hearing the shout, most of the people on the ship immediately roared excitedly and ran towards the 2 main guns on the forward deck. Only 7 girls remained where they were, looking at Kuina enviously. These 7 girls were all rescued slaves, and they followed Wang Han aboard the ship firmly. However, these girls did not have much strength and were not good at fighting or sailing, so Wang Han arranged for them to work as logistics on the ship. There were about 20 slaves who followed Wang Han on the ship. During this week, Wang Han helped the slaves untie the collars around their necks, and asked Andrew and others who had boarded the ship earlier to teach these slaves how to use the weapons and equipment on the battleship. As for sailing, the number of people is too small, so for the time being, Yamato will have to do it on its own. Boom! A huge water column exploded next to the pirate ship. The water waves caused by the explosion almost pushed the wooden ship 10 meters away. Such a terrifying explosion exploded next to the pirate ship, immediately shocking the people on the ship into cold sweats. What's going on? The frightened pirates looked at the water column that had not yet fallen. They shouted in panic, and everyone ran to the side of the boat. Boom! Another huge column of water rose into the sky next to the pirate ship. This time, the water column exploded only 5 meters away from the pirate ship, and the spray almost capsized the pirate ship. It's shelling. Quick, raise the sails and turn the helm. Find the enemy's location quickly. The roar sounded on the pirate ship, and in an instant, the pirates on the pirate ship began to take action in a panic, pulling the sail, turning the rudder, and observing with telescopes.
Several powerful cotters also rushed to the side of the ship, preparing to intercept the shells. Call out! Boom! The next moment, a loud whistling sound passed over the pirate ship. Immediately afterwards, the sail of the pirate ship broke with a clicking sound, and a huge water column rose into the sky in front of the pirate ship. Looking at the exploding water column in horror, several pirates at the bow were so frightened that they sat on the deck. Captain, the speed of that cannonball is too fast, and the cannonball is much bigger than the Navy's, so it can't be intercepted. Under the broken sail, a pirate holding a knife shouted loudly. Captain, the right side of the ship is cracked. Captain, the plank on the left side of the ship is also cracked, and the cabin is flooded. Without waiting for the captain to answer, the two pirates rushed out of the cabin and shouted loudly to the skinny pirate. Damn it, hurry up and block it. Have you found the enemy yet? Hearing this, the skinny pirate shouted angrily and ordered. This is the sea. If the ship sinks, he, a devil fruit user, will never survive. Captain, the shells came from a direction of about 30 degrees from the west. The distance is too far and no ships can be seen. A pirate quickly replied. Asshole, look for me again. Xiaomegan shouted loudly. I personally grabbed a telescope and looked to the west. I saw two black spots flying towards this direction rapidly at this time in the west direction, and the black spots were getting bigger and bigger. In the direction from which the black spot flew, an inconspicuous black spot could be vaguely seen on the sea. Shell attack, avoid! Xiaomegan shouted in horror. Boom boom! Almost at the same time as Xiaomegan's shout fell, two loud bangs exploded on both sides of the pirate ship, both of which were very close to the pirate ship. The waves caused by the exploding water column pushed towards the pirate ship from both sides. Crack! In the blast of water, the pirate ship suddenly made an overwhelmed clicking sound. Captain, the keel is broken. There are also two big cracks in the ship's planks. Frightened shouts came from the cabin. The hearts of everyone on the pirate ship sank to the bottom. Even started to despair. Everyone knew that the keel was broken and the pirate ship was not far away from disintegrating. Damn it! Captain Xianmegan punched the ship's railing hard. He ordered loudly, hang up the white flag. Now he could only hope that the enemy would not continue the bombardment after surrender. Chapter 62. As the white flag was hoisted on the pirate ship, the horrific bombardment also stopped. Seeing that the bombardment stopped, Captain Xiaomegan felt relieved. It seems that the enemy can talk. He wanted to see which bastard dared to attack him. As long as it's not an existence that can't be offended, he will definitely throw the other person into the sea and feed it to the Neptune type. Yes, yes, it's the Yamato. It's the most evil pirate, Wang Han. Captain Xiaomegan was gnashing his teeth and thinking, when suddenly a heart-rending cry of terror sounded on the pirate ship. A pirate holding a telescope suddenly sat down on the deck, with a look of horror and despair on his face. What? Hearing the pirate's voice, the captain immediately picked up his telescope and looked at the sea to the west. I saw that on the sea far to the west, the outline of the battleship Yamato had gradually begun to appear. The Yamato is very recognizable. Even from a long distance, you can still see the obvious long barrel. This kind of barrel is only found on the Yamato in the entire sea. Not only him, but the other pirates were shocked. Before they could confirm whether it was true or false, they all turned pale. After a few days of fermentation, Wang Han's reputation has now resounded throughout the sea. His record of defeating 2 generals, his reward of 28 billion is no less than that of the 4 emperors, and his reputation as the most evil person is daunting. Along with Wang Han, the battleship Yamato resounded throughout the sea. Because this is a powerful warship with a ship elf, it is also the first and currently the only warship on the sea with a wanted order, and the Navy has placed a bounty of 1 billion baileys on this warship. And it is marked that anyone who drives this battleship to the naval base can receive 1 billion baileys. At the same time, everyone knows who owns this battleship with a 1 billion bounty on it. It belongs to Wang Han, the man who killed the Tianlong people and defeated 2 naval admirals.
His strength is no less than that of the 4 emperors, and he has a bounty of 28 billionaires' worst person. The atmosphere of despair also filled the entire pirate group. It's over, it's over. Seeing this battleship, the thin pirate's telescope fell to the ground, and for a moment he felt like the world was spinning. Because he had offended Wang Han, in auction number 1, Wang Han easily crushed him and the captain of the burning pirates. He could not forget that kind of power to this day. It was precisely because of this that after escaping from the Chambord Islands, he was afraid of meeting Wang Han in the New World, so he chose to stay in the first half of the Great Channel. But he never expected that Wang Han would be so courageous. He risked being surrounded and suppressed by the Navy and the world government without going to the New World, and now he encountered him again. "Captain, what should we do?" Shou Magan's confidant asked, and all the pirates looked at Shou Magan pirate. When encountering the Yamato and Wang Han, no one had the courage to resist, and if they wanted to escape, their ship would never be able to escape the Yamato's pursuit and artillery fire. "Surrender, I hope we can negotiate," the skinny pirate said helplessly. "Now the only hope is in negotiations." Everyone in the smoke pirates gathered on the deck, watching the battleship approaching the pirate ship. Everyone swallowed nervously, waiting for the fate to be pronounced. "Please, spare us. Please, spare us. We are willing to give anything." When the battleship approached and saw Wang Han walking to the front of the battleship, Captain Shou Magan immediately took the lead. All the pirates on the ship knelt down to Wang Han, knelt deeply on the ground and begged loudly. Behind Wang Han, the crew members standing beside Wang Han looked at the smoke pirates kneeling on the deck, and they all sneered or expressed hatred. But no one spoke, because everyone knew that the end of the smoke pirates was already doomed. "We meet again, Smoke Man." Looking at these kneeling pirates, Wang Han flew directly to the opponent's pirate ship and flew in front of the skinny pirate. "Sir, I am blind to the true God and have offended you. I beg you to forgive me. I am willing to do whatever you ask me to do. I am willing to give everything I have and beg for your forgiveness." After hearing Wang Han's words, the skinny pirate did not dare to raise his head, looked at his feet in front of him, and kept kowtowing to beg for mercy. "Are you willing to give everything you have?" Wang Han looked at the thin man in front of him teasingly, then raised his foot and stepped on his head. "Yes, it is." Having his head stepped on by Wang Han, Shou Magan was so scared that his whole body was trembling, but he didn't dare to struggle at all, and he didn't even dare to use elementalization, for fear that his slightest resistance would cause the other party's displeasure. "Then why don't you offer it up quickly?" Wang Han said jokingly. "Quickly, bring up the treasures in the ship, as well as the slaves in the cabin, and dedicate them to your lord, no, to the true God." After hearing Wang Han's words, Shou Magan did not dare to hesitate at all. Immediately shouted loudly to the pirates who were also kneeling behind him. "You are really rich." Wang Han couldn't help but smile as he saw boxes of treasures being carried to the deck, including even a devil fruit, and nearly 20 slaves being pulled out of the cabin. "These are dedicated to the true God." Hearing this, the skinny pirate who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to raise his head and quickly continued to flatter him. "In addition to being pirates, you are also a slave-catching group," Wang Han said calmly. Yes, Lord True God, I am willing to become your subordinate and capture any slave for you." Shou Magan said quickly. When he thought about it, Wang Han had bought slaves, so there must be a need for slaves. "I don't want someone like you to be my subordinate." "Did you just say that you are willing to dedicate everything to me, including your life?" Wang Han said jokingly, grabbing the hand with thin hair and a metal transformation. Crystals appeared on the back of the palms. "Sir, please don't kill me. I am really willing to give everything, even to be your slave." Hearing Wang Han's words, the skinny pirate was shocked and quickly begged. At the same time, he activated his fruit ability and tried to escape from Wang Han's hands. The next moment, Shou Magan's heart went cold because he found that his fruit power could not be activated. I'm not short of slaves, but I'm short of a few heads to trade for bounties. Wang Han said with a sneer, lifting up the thin hemp pole. At the same time, the other hand stretched out in front of the skinny pirate, holding a devil fruit. The devil fruit was grey-white and had a cloud-like pattern. Do you want to use this? Wang Han's words made the skinny pirate completely despair, and the thing in Wang Han's hand made him even more unbelievable, because the thing in Wang Han's hand was the devil fruit he had eaten, a natural smoke fruit. I will accept your life. Looking at the stunned skinny pirate, Wang Han also lost interest in continuing to tease him and said with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Han suddenly shot out a sharp blade from the palm of his hand holding the thin pole, directly piercing the head of the thin pole pirate. At the same time, 4 mechanical arms stretched out from behind Wang Han, and on the mechanical arms was Barrett and Gatlin. Buzzing! Bang bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out at the same time. Pillars of blood suddenly flew across the pirate ship, and sawdust flew everywhere. The weak pirates were swept into pieces by Gatlin, and the powerful pirates were blasted through the body by Barrett. In a matter of seconds, the deck was strewn with pieces of meat and corpses. When the slaves who were pulled up saw this scene, they were either scared, crying, or excited. Chapter 63. You are free now. This ship will sink soon. Go to my ship first. I will give you a sum of money after a while, and you can leave freely. Looking at these slaves who were either excited or in pain, Wang Han spoke. Turned around and flew back to the battleship. Thanks, thanks. At this moment, the slaves burst into tears. One of the slaves knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wang Han. Then, all the slaves kowtowed to Wang Han. Afterwards, Yasuo and the others lowered the ropes to the pirate ship, arranged for the slaves to board the battleship, hoisted the treasures from the pirate ship onto the battleship, and chopped off the heads with bounties. There is a cold room on the battleship dedicated to storing heads. Sir, please accept our siblings. Our family members have been killed by that pirate group. We are willing to follow you forever. Please accept us. On the deck of the battleship, a 17-year-old girl and a 17-year-old girl suddenly knelt in front of Wang Han. After saying that, the two of them kowtowed heavily on the deck. The girl's words and actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. Both the girl and the girl have lost their other family members. Although they are now free, they have no ability to continue to survive on the sea. If you don't have anywhere to go, then stay here first. But I don't have idle people on my ship. You have to have something to do. Looking at the kowtowing girls and girls, Wang Han did not stop them. Wang Han could bear the grace of saving his life and taking him in. Thank you, sir, we will definitely do a good job. The girl said, kowtowing heavily on the ground again. Okay, just kowtow once. You don't have to kowtow all the time. Whatever you do, you can ask Gu Yuna to arrange it for you. Go down first. Wang Han said. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the girl immediately took the girl and bowed respectfully to Wang Han, and then took the girl to find Gina. Seeing the girl leaving with the girl, the slaves who got on the ship immediately ran to Wang Han one by one, knelt on the deck and kowtowed together, begging Wang Han to take them in. Sir, please take me in. I am alone now. I am willing to follow you all my life. A middle-aged man said loudly. Sir, please let me follow you. All my relatives were killed by pirates, and I want revenge. A young man screamed with hatred in his eyes. Sir, please take me in. I used to be a slave and was sold by my father. The skinny girl begged. I am a super criminal with a reward of 28 billion. I am known as the most vicious criminal. Everyone else on the ship also has a reward. Not long ago, I killed a celestial dragon. The world government regards me as a thorn in the side, a thorn in the flesh. The navy regards me as a target that must be eliminated. Aren't you afraid of death? No traitors are allowed on my ship. Looking at these people kneeling down and wanting to stay, Wang Han said. My lord, I'm not afraid. After hearing Wang Han's words, the young man immediately replied loudly without any hesitation, as long as I can follow your lord, as long as I can get revenge, I am not afraid of death. My life was saved by you. I am willing to follow you. I will not regret it even if I die. The middle-aged man said. My freedom is given by adults, and I will follow you all my life. The skinny girl said firmly. Especially when he heard that Wang Han killed a Tianlong man, his eyes became even more determined. I want to follow you, sir. Even if I die, I will die with you. Another young man said firmly after hesitating for a moment. Except for these 4 people, the other dozen or so slaves kneeling on the ground were silent. Wang Han's words have made it very clear. Wang Han has completely offended the world government by killing the Tianlong people. The world government and the navy will not let Wang Han go. If they follow Wang Han, they are destined to die. Moreover, Wang Han is not a good person, but a very vicious existence. The 4 of you go find Gina or Andrew. For the others, after a while, I will send you to a safe island and give you a sum of money. It depends on whether you are alive or dead, poor or rich in the future. It's your own. Wang Han said, waving his hand. Let's all do something. Those who don't plan to stay should clean the inside of the cabin. Otherwise, if you are seen, you may become wanted criminals. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, the 4 people who stayed behind expressed their thanks very excitedly. Thank you, sir. The other slaves were a little disappointed. They really wanted to board Wang Han's ship, but they didn't want to die with Wang Han. Watching these people leave, Wang Han didn't say anything. In the final analysis, these people just wanted to seek asylum. Although their current behavior is somewhat ungrateful, they also have the right to live. When did I become so understanding of others? Wang Han wanted to laugh in his heart. The Yamato continued to sail on the sea, and no one except Wang Han knew where the Yamato's next stop was. At night, after most people went to the cabin to rest, Wang Han walked to the side of the Yamato ship alone. Looking at the sea at night in trance. Brother Wang, are you worried? Gu Yuna walked to Wang Han, also looked at the dark sea at night, and said with self-reproach, if I hadn't had to go to auction number 1, you wouldn't have killed the Tianlong people. What are you thinking about, Gina? After hearing this, Wang Han patted Gina on the head and said with a smile, the mere celestial dragons are nothing more than mosquitoes to me. Just kill them. If you are not a Buddha, why would you care about killing a few mosquitoes? But, killing the Tianlong people brought a lot of big trouble. Kuina said. The tone was a little low. These days, she also understood clearly what kind of behemoths the world government and navy were. Because of herself, Wang Han not only fought against 2 generals, but also completely offended these 2 behemoths. Is it troublesome? Wang Han smiled after hearing this. I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble, otherwise I wouldn't have done that. You don't need to blame yourself, because we are companions. If you really feel sorry for yourself, just cook a big meal for me. But Gina wanted to say something else. Okay, if 1 meal is not enough, then 2. Let's not mention this for now. Guests are coming. Wang Han interrupted Gina and looked at the sea under the boat. Hearing this, Gina had no choice but to stop talking and looked over with Wang Han. But all she saw in her eyes was the dim sea and moonlight. Hey! Fishman, come on board and take a rest. Wang Han opened his mouth and shouted to a figure beside the boat. Gina looked over curiously and saw a black figure pulling on the boat. Hearing the shout, the shadow raised his head. Looking at the 2 people on the side of the boat, he thought for a moment and said loudly, "Thank you." Chapter 64. Thank you, my name is Fisher Tiger, and as you can see, I'm a fish man. After getting on the boat, the fishman thanked Wang Han and Gina. He looked at Wang Han with eyes full of admiration. My name is... Wang Han said with a smile as he looked at the tall red-skinned fish man in front of him. I know you, you are Wang Han, and the one next to you is Miss Gina." Before Wang Han could introduce himself, the fishman said first. "I admire you very much because you are the first person who dared to kill the celestial dragon and successfully killed the celestial dragon. Stop using honorifics, I'm not used to it." Wang Han said with a smile, "It's just killing a blood-sucking mosquito, it's not worth mentioning. And I'm not the first one, it's just that the previous incident has disappeared it's in time. Has anyone killed a celestial dragon before?" Hearing this, Fisher Tiger looked at Wang Han in surprise. Of course, in 800 years, countless heroes and villains have appeared in this sea, including those who regard the celestial dragons as pigs and dogs, and there are also people who dare to kill the celestial dragons. It's just a matter of time. We just forgot about them." Wang Han said with a smile. "Can you tell me in detail? Tell me the stories of those heroes." Fisher Tiger said to Wang Han expectantly. "Of course, but do you want to talk to me about this topic in the night wind? I'm not afraid that the night wind will take your voice away." Wang Han said with a smile. "Haha, I'm sorry, I wanted to hear it too much." Hearing this, Fisher Tiger said with an embarrassed smile. "It's a very sensitive topic to talk about. Let's go to the cabin and chat. There happen to be 2 other fishmen on my boat. Maybe you know them." Wang Han said with a smile. "Take Fisher Tiger and Kuina away and walk towards the captain's room." "You're welcome, just sit down." Entering the captain's room, Wang Han motioned for Fisher Tiger to sit down, and then he and Gina also sat on the sofa, facing Fisher Tiger. "Speaking of the incident of killing the Tianlong people, let's not talk about those events that are too long ago. Let's talk about the incident of killing the Tianlong people that is relatively close to us." After sitting down, Wang Han said directly, "It was about 40 years ago. There is a pirate group called Rocks on the Sea, I think you should have heard of it." "I have indeed heard of the Rocks pirates. When I was still young, this pirate group was already the undisputed overlord of the sea. Unfortunately, before I came of age, this pirate group disappeared into the sea." Fisher Tiger nodded and said, "But I heard that this pirate group is very vicious. I think at that time, only such a vicious pirate group dared to kill the celestial dragons." "Haha." Wang Han laughed after hearing this. "There is never a shortage of desperados on the sea. There are many vicious people, and there are many people who want to kill the celestial dragons. There are too many, but there are very few people who have both the courage and the strength to carry it out. And the Tianlong people do not lack the protection of experts. Among this small number of people, how many can match a rear admiral, or even a lieutenant general, and how many can match the admirals who come later? It's already very rare. And among these rare and powerful people, how many are willing to be hunted by the world government and the navy for killing a celestial dragon? They are willing to give up everything, and if they kill a celestial dragon, their families will be retaliated against. Strong people also have their own interests and groups. If there is no reason to kill the celestial dragons and the determination to abandon everything, for them, killing the celestial dragons will outweigh the gains. On the contrary, not killing the celestial dragons will have no impact on them." "Indeed." Hearing this, Fisher Tiger nodded in agreement. Having been a slave to the celestial dragons, he knew exactly what would happen after killing the celestial dragons. First of all, the bodyguards around the Tianlong people are not weak, and they are dead soldiers. It is not an easy task to kill the Tianlong people. Secondly, even if you have a certain degree of strength, you may not be able to succeed. If the Tianlong people are offended, a naval admiral will come. During the time it takes the admiral to arrive, he may not be able to kill the celestial dragons who are under heavy protection. In the end, after successfully killing the Tianlong people, the result was the same as Wang Han's now, or even worse. At the very least, Wang Han's strength surpassed that of a naval admiral, and was even comparable to that of the 4 emperors. It is not something that the navy and the world government can easily capture. If you do it rashly, you will definitely suffer heavy losses if you are careless. It is for these reasons that although there are many people who want to kill the Tianlong people, there are not many people who have the ability to do it. Among these not many people, there are almost only those who are willing to bear the consequences of killing the Tianlong people. There is no more. What about you? Why did you kill the Tianlong people? Fisher Tiger asked Wang Han. Since Wang Han knew the price to pay for killing the Tianlong people, then Wang Han must have a reason to kill the Tianlong people and the determination to abandon everything. Now he was curious about why Wang Han killed the Tianlong people. Dina also looked at Wang Han. I'm not that complicated. Wang Han smiled and shook his head and said, it was just because he provoked me, so I killed him. There is no special reason. No, even the powerful rocks pirates had a reason to kill the celestial dragons. Fisher Tiger looked at Wang Han closely. It's because that Tianlong shot at me. Kuina added. That was all she could think of. Not only because of this. After hearing Gina's words, Wang Han shook his head and said with a smile, Gina, do you still remember what Kizaru said? I have planned to kill the Tianlong people since Zhuhu town. Your shooting was just an opportunity to advance the incident, so you don't need to blame yourself. Gina looked up at Wang Han and looked closely into Wang Han's eyes. She remembered that Kizaru did say this, and Wang Han at the time also admitted it. It's just killing a celestial dragon. It's no big deal. In the eyes of the weak, the celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator, nobles of the world, and cannot be offended. Wang Han said with a smile, but in the eyes of the strong, they are nothing more than a group of blood-sucking mosquitoes. The only thing people are afraid of is the subsequent trouble of killing the celestial dragons. So what do you think? Fisher Tiger asked. Some excitement. Wang Han was the first person he had ever seen who didn't take the celestial dragons seriously. Wang Han's remarks about treating the celestial dragons as mosquitoes made him even more excited. He was eager to know how powerful a person like Wang Han was. What do the celestial dragons look like in their eyes? In my eyes, it doesn't matter whether the celestial dragons are the descendants of the Creator or the nobles of the world. It doesn't matter if they are born with a calling. They will die just like they are killed. It's nothing special. They are just a lid placed on the heads of all living beings. If it is exposed, it will be exposed. Wang Han said with a smile. As for the subsequent troubles, they are just troubles. I still have the confidence, otherwise I would not do this. Hearing Wang Han's words, Tiger's whole body was trembling with excitement. Wang Han's remarks not only gave him a feeling of clearing away the clouds, but also contained secrets that he didn't even know about. You said that the celestial dragons are the lid that is placed on the heads of all living beings. Can you tell me in detail? Tiger asked. Now he wanted to know more, the more the better. Now that I know this is of no benefit to you, nor to Fishman Island, let's continue talking about locks. Wang Han said with a smile, refusing Tiger's further inquiry. The reason why rocks dared to kill the Tianlong people back then was not only because they were vicious, but also because they were powerful. Wang Han said with a smile. 3 of the current Yonko are crew members of the former Rocks pirates, and some powerful pirates such as Golden Lion and Wang Ji are also in the former Rocks pirates, and Rocks he back himself the strength is even more powerful. The Rocks pirates are also very powerful, and the navy back then was not as powerful as it is now. But I won't tell you the details. There are many secrets in it. You don't have the strength now. Knowing this, knowing it, is not good for you or Fishman Island. Thank you. Fisher Tiger thanked Wang Han. Although he didn't know what the secret was in Wang Han's mouth, he knew that strong strength was the key. Chapter 65. Where are you going next? After listening to Wang Han's story, Fisher Tiger hesitated and asked Wang Han. He looked at Wang Han nervously. Murlocs are not good at hiding their own purposes. You are too nervous. You don't want to ask me where I plan to go, but you want to ask me what you plan to do. Just say it directly. Looking at Fisher Tiger's look, Wang Han said with a smile. I want to do something big,
but I don't have enough power. I need your help. Fisher Tiger said. He once again used honorifics towards Wang Han. That's why you went after my ship, right? Wang Han said with a smile. During the day, Wang Han discovered that this red-skinned fishman had been following his battleship. Of course, earlier, Wang Han avoided all ships, but deliberately sailed not far from Fisher Tiger. At that time, the red-skinned fishman was swimming in the direction of the Red Earth continent. Yes. Fisher Tiger admitted. You killed the celestial dragons, and you didn't go to the New World, so I thought you would help me. If he had not met Wang Han, he would have gone alone, because the situation on the sea was aroused by Wang Han, so this was a good opportunity for him. What's the big deal? You don't want to kill a Tianlong, do you? Wang Han said with a knowing smile. Dina looked at Fisher Tiger in surprise. She now fully understands how much trouble it would cause to kill the dragons, but she didn't expect that the fishman in front of her seemed to be planning to imitate them. Is this fishman as strong as Brother Wang? I don't have the courage, and I don't dare to abandon everything. Hearing this, Tiger quickly smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just want to rescue the slaves imprisoned by the Tianlong people, all the slaves. Rescue all the slaves imprisoned by the Tianlong people. Those are thousands of slaves. Wang Han said with a smile, I have to say that you, a fishman, have great courage and good ideas. Maybe you are not a mathematician. I am the first person in a century to think so, but you are the first person to dare to do it. Free all the slaves. Dina also looked at Fisher Tiger in surprise. She didn't expect this fishman to have such a lofty idea. Are you willing to help me? Fisher Tiger looked at Wang Han expectantly. Dina also looked at Wang Han, hoping that Wang Han would save those slaves, but she did not want Wang Han to take risks, because she knew from the conversation between the two how dangerous this was. Wang Han's departure was tantamount to throwing himself into a trap. Although what you have to do is not as troublesome as killing the heavenly dragons, it is much more difficult than killing the heavenly dragons. After all, the slaves of the heavenly dragons are all imprisoned in the Holy Land Marie Gioia. The masters of the Holy Land Marie Gioia there are many, and it is the seat of the world government. Maybe if you go there, not only will you not be able to save a single slave, but you will be captured again. Have you really considered it? Wang Han looked at Fisher Tiger seriously. Since you know that I am an escaped slave, then you know how determined I am. Those who were forced to become slaves were worse than death at the hands of the celestial dragons. I am also one of them. I can't forget the past. Everything, so I must rescue them. Fisher Tiger said with a smile. The 9 heavens hoof prints on his chest have shown that he was once a slave of the celestial dragons. After saying that, Fisher Tiger stood up and knelt in front of Wang Han and said, Please help me and the slaves enslaved by the Tianlong people. Get up, I'm not worthy of being kneeled down by a real hero like you. Wang Han said with a smile, and let Fisher Tiger kneel down. I have already killed a celestial dragon, and I am not afraid of offending them. Thank you. Thank you. Hearing this, Fisher Tiger's face was filled with surprise. Next to her, Dina's eyes were moving, but she was also worried. Don't worry. Dina, isn't this exactly what we are aiming for? Wang Han said with a smile as he looked at Dina, who was excited and worried. Hearing Wang Han's words, Tiger looked at Wang Han in shock. I never thought that Wang Han had such a purpose. It's nothing to make a fuss about. If there is no purpose, why would I still wander in the nearby sea and not leave? Wang Han said with a smile, looking at the surprised looks of Tiger and Dina. Tiger understood that Wang Han's purpose of killing the celestial dragons was to draw away part of the power of Holy Land Marie Gioia to pursue him in the New World, while Wang Han secretly went to Holy Land Marie Gioia. How are we going to infiltrate the Holy Land of Marie Gioia? Tiger asked. Since Wang Han and he had the same purpose, Wang Han must have had a plan. It's very simple. I attack from the front and attract the defensive force of Holy Land Marie Gioia.
You take advantage of the chaos to rescue the slaves. I think you must know the place where the slaves are kept. Wang Han said. I do know the place where the slaves are kept, but wouldn't it be too showy if you attack from the front? After hearing this, Tiger immediately said. Attacking Marie Gioia head-on was something he couldn't even imagine. What a powerful defensive force we have to face. Be public. How can you attract a large number of enemies without being public? I think you already have an escape route. When the time comes, just rescue people and escape with the slaves first. I will find a way to join you. Wang Han laughed. He said, still looking confident. Okay. After hearing this, Tiger had no choice but to believe Wang Han. Said, when the time comes, I will climb up from the Red Earth continent first, rescue the people, and then go to the town below Marie Gioia, seize the ship and leave. Marie Gioia is built on the Red Continent, but there are towns below Marie Gioia and passages to the upper Red Continent, and they do not all rely on cranes. This method is okay. Hearing this, Wang Han shook his head. But that's my war zone. There will definitely be a large amount of combat power and troops gathered there. If you go there too early, you will undoubtedly fall into a trap. I suggest you go around first. I will try my best to move the war zone. You avoid the war zone and come down first with the slaves, and I will help you stop the pursuers. Okay. After hearing this, Tiger immediately agreed without any doubt. At that time, the sound of cannons will be the signal. Wang Han said, 10 minutes after the sound of cannons, you can infiltrate. After infiltrating, start a fire and cause chaos, which will be more conducive to your actions. Okay. Tiger immediately nodded in agreement. His initial plan was the same. Now that Wang Han is helping to attract enemies, not only will the success rate be greatly increased, but the action will also be much easier. Chapter 66. At dusk before nightfall, as the dusk sunlight shines on the sea, a huge warship breaks through the waves and appears on the sea, appearing at the end of the sea and sky. That's the Yamato. The enemy is attacking. On the observation platform on the shore below the Holy Land Marie Gioia, he saw the giant ship sailing from the distance as dusk fell. The man on the observation platform dropped the telescope in his hand in fear and desperately pulled the alarm bell around him. Shouted loudly. Clang, clang, clang. The ringing of gold and iron bells echoed in the towns along the coast. The strange yet familiar bell made the people in the town look around inexplicably. They all looked in the direction where the bell was ringing. They had not yet reacted to the alarm bell that had never sounded before. Boom boom. The next moment, 3 huge explosions exploded in the center of the town. The horrific explosions raised smoke and dust 100 meters high, letting the confused residents finally know what happened. The enemy is attacking. How could anyone dare to attack here? The next moment, the people who were still at a loss finally knew what happened. Everyone had expressions of disbelief on their faces, but no one ran away. They were all stunned by the sudden bombardment and couldn't believe that someone dared to attack here. Boom boom boom. While people were in a daze, the whistling sound of artillery shells sounded in the sky again, and more artillery shells fell in the town. Each shell could explode smoke and dust hundreds of meters high. Run! Everyone, run away quickly to the Holy Land. It wasn't until this moment that people reacted and started running away one by one as if they were desperate. In the direction of the Holy Land, some people also fled out of the town. However, at this moment, large and small artillery shells also roared into the town. Explosions sounded everywhere in the town, houses were blown down and shattered, and screams continued. The people who finally felt frightened desperately fled out of the town. In order to survive, some people abandoned their morals and bottom lines. Trampling, crowding, and fighting continued in the chaos, and more people were attracted to join it. Damn it, it's too far. It's impossible to hit. Our cannon can't shoot that far. On the coast, the hurried soldiers began to curse before they entered the coastal defense gun position. Their advanced artillery could not hit the Yamato,
which was 10 nautical miles away. On the contrary, the Yamato's main guns, secondary guns, and even close-in defense guns can easily smash the shells on the coastline and into any corner of the town behind. Why are you so stunned? Hurry up to the gun emplacement and wait to be bombed. Looking at the soldiers who were in a daze and cursing, an officer stood next to the coastal defense gun fort and shouted loudly. Boom! The next moment, a 460mm artillery shell hit the fortress. In an instant, the 5-meter diameter coastal defense artillery fortress shattered and disappeared, leaving a huge crater with a diameter of 20 meters in place and a 100-meter radius around it. Everyone inside died. Above the Red Earth continent, in Marie Gioia, in the office building of the World Palace, in a certain office. Puru Pulu. The phone bug kept making calls, and the calls were very urgent. The emergency phone bug is ringing. Hearing the call of the phone bug, the drowsy receptionist at the desk suddenly woke up. Looking at the red phone bug that kept calling, his face suddenly changed. The receptionist jumped up from his seat, almost rolling and crawling to pick up this special phone bug, and connected this special red phone. Insect. We were bombarded. It was Wang Han's Yamato. The firepower was too strong. Our soldiers suffered heavy losses. The coastal defense artillery was almost destroyed. The first line of defense was lost. The soldiers fled in a large area. Please support us. Please support us immediately. As soon as the call was connected, anxious calls for help came from the phone. Damn it! Hearing the roar inside, the receptionist immediately picked up a phone and dialed. There are still 10 nautical miles, Yamato. Stop the attack after destroying the counterattack force on the coast. Without my order, any ship approaching the 8 nautical miles distance will be sunk. On the battleship 10 nautical miles away from the coast, Wang Han issued combat orders. Yes. On the battleship, a dull voice sounded. Kuina, you stay on the battleship. This battle is not something you can participate in. Wang Han said to Gina with a smile. Yet. Gina nodded heavily. You have to be careful, brother Wang. Don't worry. Wang Han gave Gina a confident smile, and then flew into the sky. Then a large amount of metal emerged from Wang Han's body, and in the blink of an eye he turned into an alien fighter plane, flying quickly towards the town under the Holy Land Marie Gioia with a huge sound barrier. A distance of 10 nautical miles, 20 kilometers, and only 30 seconds, Wang Han had already boasted. Then it took only 5 seconds to fly over the town and fly quickly to the Red Earth continent along the trail to the Red Earth continent. What is that? Seeing the alien fighter planes flying rapidly over the city and flying towards the Red Continent, some people who were running away in panic stopped in shock. It was so fast that they couldn't see what was flying over their heads. P.S. Marie Gioia is not only populated by the Draconians, there are also a large number of people living in Marie Gioia, providing services to the Draconis too. Not everyone can live in Marie Gioia. The people who live here, the most common ones are CP agents and soldiers, servants serving the celestial dragons, officials and staff of the world government, and their families. This is Marie Gioia, the residence of the celestial dragons. Then say hello. On the Red Earth continent, in the sky of Marie Gioia, Wang Han, transformed into an alien fighter plane, flew by at high speed, looking at the city built on the Red Earth continent. Under the wings of the fighter plane, 2 500 kg aviation incendiary bombs appeared out of thin air. What is that? Something flew past just now. In the town, when they saw the alien fighter jets flying rapidly over the city and heard the sonic boom after the fighter planes flew by, people who had not yet received the news raised their heads and looked up curiously. Even the celestial dragons riding slaves raised their heads curiously. Boom! Boom! The next moment, when people in the town were still wondering, 2 violent explosions suddenly sounded over the town. A large amount of flames poured out from the sky like water from the location of the explosion, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Range, igniting large tracts of houses and streets. As the flames burned,
the alien fighter planes in the sky had already flown away. Boom! Boom! 10 seconds later, as the alien fighters turned back, 2 more violent explosions exploded in the sky, and the terrifying sea of fire fell again. At the same time, dozens of rockets were fired one after another, triggering a series of terrorist explosions. Thick plumes of smoke began to rise over the town. My God! Someone attacked! What is that big bird flying in the sky? In the town, people in the town were stunned when they saw the falling sea of fire, the huge rising smoke, and heard the constant explosions. No one expected that someone in this world would be so bold as to come and attack the headquarters of the world government. Quickly, protect the celestial dragons and go to a safe place. The CP agents were the first to react, shouting and protecting the celestial dragons in the town, and began to evacuate. There were even a large number of soldiers and agents in black suits rushing towards the largest building in Marie Gioia, or the residential area of the celestial dragons. Run! Amidst the screams, ordinary residents also began to flee. Suddenly, the whole town began to become chaotic. Chapter 67. Seeing the constant explosions and the rising thick black smoke in the town, and seeing the burning firelight lighting up the entire town, Tiger, who was hiding outside the town, counted silently in his heart. Hearing the huge explosions outside, the 5 old stars immediately ran out of the world government headquarters. The first thing the 5 people saw was a town burning with fire, and the huge amount of smoke rising up almost obscured it. The sky blocks out the sun. From hearing the noise outside to them rushing out. In just 1 minute, when they rushed outside from the office, the town outside had been severely damaged. In the sky, alien fighter planes continued to fly rapidly across the sky with sonic boom clouds. Every time they passed by a town, they would ignite a large number of buildings and blow up large areas of streets like a giant dragon. That kind of speed, even they were surprised. It was too fast. Anti-air weapons approaching the town can't even touch the opponent's side. Damn it, why was it attacked? There's no news at all. Are all those CP agents eating shit? Looking at the severely damaged town, the long-bearded Wulioxing immediately cursed angrily. No wonder those agents. This guy flew from the sky. It's normal that he wasn't noticed. Bald 5 old star said. His eyes were fixed on the alien fighter planes that kept flying across the sky. Pulu, Pulu. At this time, the phone bug on one of the 5 old stars suddenly rang. I am Wulioxing. Lord Wulioxing, there is news from the town below. They were bombarded by Wang Han's Yamato and suffered heavy casualties. A strange big bird flew onto the Red Earth continent. As soon as the call was connected, the anxious voice of the answerer came from inside. Asshole, why are you reporting now that Marie Gioia has been attacked? Are you all shit-eaters? The bald 5-star grabbed the phone bug and roared loudly. Lord Wulioxing, I just received the news. Damn, what's the use of you? The bald 5 old star cursed loudly and hung up the phone. The top priority is to immediately send people to support below, prevent more enemies from boarding Marie Gioia, avoid causing greater chaos and suffering greater losses, and then kill this bastard here as soon as possible. He must not be allowed to escape again. A 5 old star said, took the phone and dialed. It's just that this time the phone bug in his hand seemed to be asleep, and he couldn't get through. The phone bug was disturbed. This bastard. Not only did he kill the celestial dragons, he also attacked the Holy Land. He is simply lawless. Angry curses rang out from the mouth of the bald 5 old star. Seeing the alien fighter jets that kept flying over the town with sound barriers, he now finally knew who was attacking the Holy Land of Marie Gioia. He must be killed here today, otherwise the face of the world government will no longer exist. Another 5 old star also said angrily. He was even more certain that the guy constantly passing by in the sky was Wang Han, a user with the mechanical fruit ability. At this time, the alien fighter plane flying across the sky suddenly turned, slowed down, and finally deformed in the sky. He transformed into Wang Han again and floated in front of the 5 old stars, only 30 steps away. Wulioxing. This is the first time we meet, so you must already know who I am. Looking at the 5 old men in front of him, Wang Han said with a smile. Wang Han. Do you know what you are doing? The bald 5-star said angrily. What are you doing? After hearing this, Wang Han looked at the bald 5 old star as if he were an idiot. It's obvious. I'm attacking the Holy Land. Didn't you see it? I had a great time blasting it. If you don't know where the Tianlong people live, otherwise I will definitely go there and blast it twice more to help you. Plowed. You wanna die? Hearing Wang Han's words, the bald 5 old star could no longer suppress his anger, and instantly drew his knife and rushed towards Wang Han with moon steps. The first generation ghost was covered with dark-armed domineering energy, and his whole body was full of energy, as if he was bound to cut off Wang Han with a single blow. Kizaru is here, but at your speed, flying a kite is too slow for me. Looking at the charging bald 5 old stars, Wang Han mocked and immediately flew to a higher place. The speed is so fast that it far exceeds the moon steps of the bald 5 old stars. Bang bang bang! Barrett's gunfire sounded, and Wang Han flew into the sky, turning his hands into Barrett, and kept shooting at the bald 5 old stars. Asshole! Seeing the flying bullets, the bald 5 old star could only curse angrily, and immediately covered his body with armed haki. At the same time, he stopped in the air with his moon step. The first generation ghost in his hand kept slashing, killing the leader. Several Barrett bullets flew away. Then he immediately sent a huge flying slash towards Wang Han. The flying slash flew towards Wang Han rapidly, and at the same time, it knocked away the incoming Barrett bullets. Looking at the flying slashes coming, Wang Han smiled disdainfully, and an electromagnetic barrier was automatically generated in front of Wang Han, blocking the flying slashes of the bald 5 old stars. Electromagnetic railgun can launch tungsten rods at 7 times the speed of sound. It does not have explosive capabilities, but it has very powerful penetrating capabilities. Wang Han turned into Barrett's hands and merged. During the mechanical deformation and rolling, the 2 Barretts came together and turned into a V-shaped electromagnetic gun, with blue electric light lighting up in the muzzle. Oh! The next moment, a blue light spurted out from the muzzle. The flying slash that instantly shattered the bald 5 old star's attack again hit the bald 5 old star in front of him in the blink of an eye. Clang! Faced with an attack that was launched by an electromagnetic railgun from the Transformers world at more than 7 times the speed of sound, the bald 5 old stars only had time to confront the first generation ghost, who was covered in armed domineering, before the attack came. Crack! Puff! Almost instantly, Guite broke, blood spattered, and the bald 5 old star was instantly knocked out and hit the ground like a cannonball. Half of his shoulders were lost, and the weapons and armor covering his body were as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of this attack. Damn! On the ground, seeing the bald 5 old star falling rapidly, the expressions of the remaining 4-5 old star changed drastically. The strength of the bald 5 old star is definitely comparable to that of a naval admiral, and even stronger. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Was defeated. Not good. Seeing the weapons in Wang Han's hands changing in the sky light up again, the remaining 4 people secretly screamed something bad and immediately fled away. We have to find a way. It's too passive to continue like this. The bearded 5 old star said. Both Wang Han's attack speed and flying speed are too fast. The attack is not something they can catch. Even if they can use the moon step to fly up to the sky, they will never be able to catch up with Wang Han, who has extremely fast flying speed. The final result will only be same as the bald 5 old stars. Facing Wang Han, they had no strength at all, but they couldn't use it at all and could only be beaten passively. Just like an ordinary soldier facing a sniper on a cliff beyond the range of his weapon. Chapter 68. 6 minutes left. At the edge of the town, Tiger kept counting the time silently in his heart, counting seconds by seconds. Looking at the burning town, the chaotic fleeing residents and the soldiers running hurriedly on the streets, Tiger wanted to sneak into his heart more than once. But he still endured it. Although the time was ripe now, it had not yet reached the time agreed with Wang Han. Damn bastard! In front of the headquarters building of the world government, the 4-5 old stars faced Wang Han's electromagnetic railgun and could only run quickly to avoid it, gnashing their teeth at Wang Han. It's not that they don't want to fight Wang Han, or that they don't have the strength to fight Wang Han, but Wang Han doesn't give them a chance to fight at all. To force yourself to heaven is to seek death. Lord 5 Old Stars. Just when the 4-5 old stars were helpless against Wang Han, a shout rang out, and a strong man with a height of 5 meters rushed over quickly, ran to the side of the seriously injured bald 5 old stars, and then raised his both hands and palms faced the direction of Wang Han. Seeing this muscular man, the 4-5 old stars immediately breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran towards the muscular man. Is it a barrier? Looking at the strong man with his hands raised in the air and the 4-5 old stars running towards the man, Wang Han couldn't help but frown. The electromagnetic railgun that changed hands immediately blasted at the man. The tungsten rod was ejected from the electromagnetic gun and shot towards the strong man below at a speed of 2,400 meters per second. Oh! The next moment, the wrist-thick tungsten rod hit the transparent barrier, causing sparks to fly and tungsten shavings flying everywhere. The transparent barrier was also hit with a huge crack, revealing it. However, the crack was restored in the next second. It's blocking it. It's indeed a barrier. Wang Han muttered to himself and fired the electromagnetic railgun in his hand again. A terrifying crash sounded above Wu Liaoxing's head as he watched the barrier appear again and be knocked out of the cracks. The heart that finally relaxed was lifted again. We must find a way to get him out of the sky. One of the 5 old stars said that just blocking Wang Han's attack meant that they didn't have to be beaten, but there was still nothing they could do against Wang Han in the sky. Lord Wu Liaoxing, Commander Kong has made arrangements. He can't escape. Hearing this, the strong man said immediately. The words were filled with confidence. The commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong, has not appeared until now. It is because he knows that Wang Han in the sky is difficult to deal with, so he has been making plans secretly. Try to keep this troublesome guy here permanently. At this time, the sky covered by billowing smoke was already covered with dark clouds. Thunder! A loud shout sounded from the highest point of the world government building. At some point, a middle-aged man with an afro was already standing here. A stream of electricity extended from his hand and connected to the dark clouds in the sky. Crack! With the middle-aged man's loud shout, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the dense dark clouds and landed directly on Wang Han. Thunder and lightning! You are finally out! He was struck by lightning, his whole body was stunned, and he fell towards the town below. When he was still 100 meters away from the ground, Wang Han suddenly stopped falling, flew up again, and flew high into the sky again. Already recovering from a lightning strike. Magnetic force. However, before Wang Han could fly to the sky again, a magnetic force suddenly rose from the ground beneath Wang Han. Wang Han's figure flying into the sky immediately paused and began to fall again, as if a pair of invisible hands were forcibly pulling Wang Han. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck Wang Han's body. Wang Han's figure paused again, and was pulled down from the sky by the magnetic force and fell to the ground. As soon as Wang Han hit the ground, figures one after another rushed towards Wang Han. Weighing fruit, 100 tons. Let's see how you can still fly. The first person took the lead in touching Wang Han with his hand. A large number of cracks immediately appeared on the ground next to Wang Han. The ground could not bear the sudden heavy weight and cracked. Chain. Almost at the same time, a large number of chains suddenly appeared on the ground and crawled over Wang Han's body and limbs, firmly fixing Wang Han to the ground. Drink! A loud shout rang out from the top of Wang Han's head. The tall man with bulging muscles dropped from a height with a spear as thick as his arm. The spear covered with armor and domineering in his hand penetrated Wang Han's back fiercely. Nailed Wang Han to the ground. The armed color on the spear faded, revealing the material of sea stone.
Cyborg Kong walked up to Wang Han, looked at Wang Han who was pierced by the sea tower stone spear and firmly fixed to the ground, and said coldly. Villain, you underestimate the power of the world government. Keng Gu Kong. I thought I didn't dare to come out. Looking up at Cyborg Kong standing in front of him, Wang Han recognized this person at a glance. Wearing a red suit, with dark skin and a white mountain beard. Behind Gang Gukong stood 8 middle-aged men and women. Some of these middle-aged men and women were wearing black suits, some were wearing white suits, and some were wearing shit-colored army uniforms. What awaits you as a villain is a public execution. Cyborg Kong said. He didn't care at all about Wang Han's ridicule. He said as if pronouncing a sentence. Public execution. The same treatment as Pirate King Roger, but are you sure I am the real person? Wang Han said with a strange smile after hearing Cyborg Kong's words. After saying this, under the weight of 100 tons, the T-1000 liquid robot on Wang Han could no longer maintain stability, and returned to silver-white liquid flowing down from Wang Han's body. It also revealed Wang Han's T-800 mechanical skeleton covered by a liquid robot. Normality of the protagonist. The skeleton-like mechanical body and scarlet electronic eyes look very eye-catching. The back pierced by the sea stone spear was sparkling with electric sparks. Clap clap clap. The sound of clapping came from the alley of the nearby street. Wang Han walked out of the shadow of the alley, clapping with his hands. You are worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the entire army. The thunder fruit, magnetism fruit, weight fruit, chain fruit, plus the previous barrier fruit, and the sea tower stone, you actually prepared so many hands in just 5 minutes. The fruits of science and technology have been developed to a terrifying extent by you. Seeing Wang Han walking out of the dark alley, Cyborg Kong spoke in admiration and asked. Who the hell are you? The extent of your fruit development is not what a young person can do. Is this level scary? I haven't used all my strength yet. Wang Han said with a smile, without answering Cyborg Kong's question. Sure enough, he is an old immortal. Cyborg Kong cursed secretly in his heart, but a smile appeared on his lips. Although he did not find out who Wang Han was, his goal was achieved. Chapter 69. 10 times slower light. Behind Wang Han, a woman suddenly appeared from the roof behind him, and a pale yellow light emitted from her hands, shining towards Wang Han. This light was very fast, faster than Kizaru's flash. Bang! Bang! After the light shone on Wang Han, 2 gunshots rang out from the rooftop in the distance. 2 sea tower stone bullets were fired instantly. At the same time, Cyborg Kong and the 8 people behind him also moved and rushed towards Wang Han. One of them also held a sea stone dagger in his hand. It turns out that the nonsense just said was Cyborg Kong's attempt to distract Wang Han so that his men could reach the designated location. However, in the face of the attack, Wang Han made no move at all. Instead, he once again showed an inexplicable and weird smile to Cyborg Kong. Seeing this, Gang Gukong and others couldn't help but frown, and they all secretly reserved their strength. They understand that the more powerful a person is, the more cards they have. Puff! The next moment, Hailishi hit Wang Han, who did not dodge at all. In the eyes of Gang Gukong and others, Wang Han, who was hit by the Haila stone bullet, suddenly spurted out white smoke, and Wang Han also turned into a piece of wood. Substitution. Seeing Wang Han turned into wood, Cyborg Kong and others were still surprised. He was surprised by Wang Han's strange methods. At the same time, they were well prepared and immediately stopped rushing towards Wang Han. Their eyes kept looking around, and they were cautiously alert to everything around them. Now Wang Han turned from light to darkness again, but they were in the light. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombs. A loud roar sounded on the roof not far away, and Wang Han appeared here holding a madra with his hands. The next moment, a large amount of water spurted out from Wang Han's mouth, forming a giant water dragon with a diameter of 5 meters and a length of 30 meters in midair, and rushed towards Gang Gukong and others. Brush and chop. Seeing the flying water dragon, after Cyborg became empty, a middle-aged man with a sword immediately stepped forward and quickly pulled out the katana in his hand from the scabbard. A flying slash flew out of the knife, quickly tore apart the flying water dragon, and continued flying towards Wang Han. Crack! At the same time, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and quickly struck Wang Han standing on the roof. On the roof hundreds of meters away, the fire flashed twice, and 2 sea stone bullets struck at the same time. There are 2 snipers hidden. Crack! The next moment, white smoke erupted from Wang Han's body, which was struck by lightning, and turned into a piece of charred broken wood. The halo stone bullet then hit the broken piece of wood. In the end, the broken wood was cut in half by the flying slash that followed. The next moment, Wang Han appeared from an alley in a street, the mark in his hand having been completed. Water escape, the technique of the great waterfall. Crash! A huge torrent spurted out from Wang Han's mouth. This time, the water flow was more than 10 times larger than the previous water dragon bomb. The huge water flow washed through the streets like a rushing flood, surging toward Cyborg Kong and the others. Magnetism, control the ground. Seeing this, after Cyborg became empty, the person with the magnetic fruit ability took a step forward and pressed his hands on the ground. Along with his roar, a huge thick slab of clay rose from the ground, blocking the raging torrent before it washed away. For a time, the blocked torrent rushed towards the surrounding streets, flooding large blocks. Crack! Blue lightning fell from the sky again and struck Wang Han, who was still spewing a torrent of water from his mouth. At the same time, 2 more seafloor stone bullets were fired at Wang Han. Puff! White smoke rose again, but this time Wang Han did not turn into broken wood, but directly turned into smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone! Go to the roof! Cyborg Kong ordered. Be the first to jump onto the roofs of surrounding houses. It's another method. It's worthy of being an immortal who has lived for who knows how long. Steel Bone Kong, who jumped on the roof, looked at Wang Han, who turned into white smoke and disappeared. Steel Bone Kong thought to himself, confirming the fact that Wang Han was an old man. Wang Han has too many methods and rich combat experience. Everyone, be careful. His methods have not been fully used yet. He still has the ability to use lightning and light. At least these 2 have not been used yet. Cyborg Kong said to several others, especially after at least 2 he used an accent on each word, and at the same time carefully observed every place around him. Wang Han has many abilities, especially the ability to create water, which is very disadvantageous to them. There are 6 devil fruit users among them. Ah! Ah! Just when Gang Gukong and others were looking for Wang Han, 2 screams rang out from the houses in the distance. Cyborg Kong and the others immediately looked and saw a burst of intense lightning erupting from where the 2 snipers were in the distance. Our snipers have been dealt with. Cyborg Kong said with a very ugly expression. The others also had heavy expressions on their faces, with their domineering colors turned on to the maximum, and they carefully inspected every corner. Wang Han was much more difficult to deal with than they thought, and he had too many weird methods. There are also unknown ways to avoid their detection, making it difficult for them to find traces, breath concentration and transformation, the basic abilities of ninjas. Moreover, Wang Han was still fighting with them just now, but after disappearing for only a few seconds, he had already silently left a few hundred meters away, found the position of 2 snipers, and attacked and killed the snipers. More importantly, the 2 snipers were in different positions, at least more than 100 meters apart. How did Wang Han manage to kill them both at the same time? Another unknown and dangerous method. Crack! Next to Gang Gukong, a bolt of lightning fell, transforming into a middle-aged man with an afro. Master Cyborg Kong, just now my heartnet found traces of 3 Wang Han at the same time. One of them had already touched my side and I didn't find him. That guy has the ability to clone and turn into an animal. The man with the explosive head was serious. Said. Just now, a cat rushed towards him from behind and turned into Wang Han.
Cyborg Sora is aware of the afro-headed man's mental network ability, which can cover almost half of Marie Gioia's area. From now on, be careful of all animals around you. Hearing this, Cyborg Kong immediately ordered. This old immortal who has lived for who knows how many years has so many tricks. One person cursed. In fact, other people knew what to do without Cyborg's orders. After hearing this, Se Bakey immediately paid attention to the animals within the range. In fact, there were not many animals left. After the battle started, those animals had been scared away. Afro's words immediately cleared up their doubts. Wang Han must have just attacked them with his clones to attract their attention, while his main body and other clones turned into animals and quietly attacked the sniper and the man with the afro. Sure enough, within their sight, there were 3 cats running quickly in the darkness of the street, as if they were real cats. However, what cat would take the initiative to approach here? 7 minutes. At the edge of the town, Tiger was still counting the time in his heart. That's right, the battle between Wang Han and Cyborg Kong and others only started for 2 minutes. This is not a turn-based game, but a battle of life and death where you have to use all your means to race against time. Chapter 70. It seems that he doesn't know that we have discovered him. After discovering these 3 silent cats, Cyborg Kong said softly to the others. Without further words, everyone knew what Cyborg Kong meant next, and everyone secretly prepared. Seeing and hearing, Se Haki stared closely at the 3 cats running in the shadows. It's now. Just as the 3 cats ran up behind Cyborg Kong and the others and jumped up, Cyborg Kong immediately shouted. Slow light. Brontosaurus. 100-ton bomb. Slash. 6 Kings air cannon. Chopping. Magnetic control. Explosive punch. Lanjiao flying wheel slash. Chain thrust. The next moment, almost at the same time, the people on the roof immediately launched an attack on the 3 cats that had just taken off. The blue thunder dragon, yellow light, flying slash, air shock wave, and fist-sized bricks immediately flew towards the 3 cats at extremely fast speeds. Under the influence of the magnetic wave, the surrounding houses immediately collapsed, and they all hit the 3 cats at the same time due to the invisible magnetic attraction. A large number of chains with pointed ends also appeared on the ground. Under the explosive attack of several people, the 3 cats that had just jumped were inevitably hit and overwhelmed by numerous attacks at the same time. Bang! Bang! Pang! 3 clouds of smoke exploded from the cat's body. The next second, 2 of the cats exploded into smoke and disappeared, and the other one turned into a big stone in the smoke. Over there! Gang Gukong and others were not surprised by this result. Upon seeing Se Bakey, he immediately spotted Wang Han, who was using the substitute technique to dodge the attack. Behind a house dozens of meters away. After discovering Wang Han, no one hesitated. The 10 people on the house launched the 6-style ladder, disappeared on the roof, and rushed towards Wang Han, who had just appeared. Sensing the 10 people rushing towards him, Wang Han immediately jumped from the back of the house to the roof, put his hands on his chest, and formed 7 seals in half a second. The fire escapes, and the fire is extinguished. After the seal was completed, while maintaining the last hand seal, a terrifying sea of fire up to 100 meters wide erupted from Wang Han's mouth, sweeping through the houses like a tsunami and burning towards the rushing Steel Bone Kong and others. Slash! The flying slash opened a path in the sea of fire and flew towards Wang Han. Humph! Wang Han snorted coldly, jumped up to avoid the flying slash, and changed the fingerprints in his hands. The wind escapes and the hurricane roars. The flame broke from Wang Han's mouth, and then, a terrifying rotating hurricane erupted from Wang Han's mouth, catching up with the sea of fire in front of him. Maple! The next moment, the wind assisted the fire, and the sea of fire caught up by the rotating hurricane instantly became more violent, higher in temperature, and larger in scope. The sea of fire that was cut open by the flying slash also closed in an instant, and was mixed with a large number of rotating flame wind blades. Hide away! Seeing this,
Cyborg Kong immediately shouted loudly, jumped off the roof of the house, and hid behind a house. Others also quickly jumped off the house and looked for cover. Boom! The next moment, the terrifying sea of fire struck, submerging a block of houses in the raging and violent flames in the blink of an eye, and even the sky was illuminated red by the flames. Under the raging flames, even the sight and color haki were affected. The ability of flames, and the ability of violent winds. Looking at the fire raging from both sides of the house, watching the flames and wind blades flying continuously in the flames cutting the ground of the house block. Gang Gukong, who was hiding behind the house, looked heavy. Although he knew that this old immortal had many hidden methods, it still surprised him. Wang Han was hiding his methods here and there, directly hiding his ultimate move. The others also had heavy expressions. Even if they were not in direct contact with the flames, the hair on their bodies was roasted by the high temperature and gave off a peculiar smell. There was constant burning pain all over my body, and even blisters appeared. Among them, only the owner of the thunder fruit was able to escape from this blazing sea of fire through elemental transformation without injury. Magnet board. Seeing that the house that blocked the raging flames was gradually destroyed, the user with the ability of the magnetic fruit immediately slapped the ground with both hands and raised a huge stone slab on the ground to continue blocking the raging flames. The thunder fruit user with an explosive head also took this opportunity to transform into a bolt of thunder and fly out of the range of the sea of fire. And others who want to forcefully break out of the sea of fire will have to pay a high price. Flying into the sky, the middle-aged Afro found out how big the sea of fire Wang Han released was. It covered a radius of 500 meters, and the fire and its violent surge were still spreading farther away. Gone. Where is it hidden? Looking towards the source of the sea of fire, the middle-aged man with an afro found that Wang Han had disappeared. Looking around, there was still no trace of Wang Han. Are you looking for me? A stone fell from the sky and appeared behind explosive head. With a bang, it turned into Wang Han. A cold voice sounded behind explosive head. A spear with a thick wrist penetrated explosive head's chest from behind. This is. Looking at the spear that penetrated his chest, it was his companion's sea stone spear. The eyes of the Afro were full of unwillingness, the power in his body quickly drained away, and his eyes could only close weakly. The most troublesome one is solved, and the rest will be solved next. Borrow your thunder cloud. Let go of the hand holding the sea stone spear, and let the middle-aged corpse with the explosive head return to the sea with the sea stone spear. Falling into the sea of fire, Wang Han's hand formed a seal again. Jijiji. Thunder and lightning gathered and compressed in Wang Han's hands, and the hiss of the current was like 1,000 birds singing. This is. In the sea of fire, looking at the corpses that fell into the sea of fire and were burned by the flames, and looked at the sea tower stone spears stuck on them, Gang Gukong and others suddenly looked heavy. This corpse belonged to a middle-aged man with an afro, because a middle-aged man with an afro would not touch the sea tower stone because there was no means of isolation, and he had just flown out and did not have the time to get the sea tower stone spear. What made their faces even more serious was the sound of thunder mixed with the sound of raging flames. Wang Han has taken action again. Thunder done, Kailan. Run away. At the edge of the town, panicked residents were fleeing to the edge of the town. As the scope of the battle expanded and the horrific fire spread, the town was completely unsafe. Even those soldiers and agents who wanted to support could only stay away in front of such a raging fire. A shout exploded in the sky. Along with the shout, in the sky covered by dark clouds and thick smoke, bright lightning began to gather together, and finally formed a huge thunder beast, the Thunder Beast. Amidst the loud shouts, like tigers, they pounced on Steelbone Kong and the others in the center of the sea of fire. 10 minutes, time's up. At the edge of the town, as the last count was completed, Tiger suddenly rushed into the town illuminated by the fire, rushing towards the place he had already planned. Chapter 71. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the sea of fire. In an instant, lightning overflowed, electric snakes flew and twisted, and terrifying shock waves and lightning swept in all directions instantly. It also created a 200-meter flame-free zone in the center of the fire, filled with smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the flameless area was already in ruins. Houses were broken, and the ground was undulating and cracked. Only 3 houses in the center were still barely standing. A few meters above the 3 houses, a semicircular transparent barrier was supported. It was already full of cracks, as if it would be completely broken at any time. On the roof of one of the houses, a man with the barrier fruit ability raised his hands while panting. So close! Looking at the transparent barrier full of cracks and everything broken around them, Cyborg Kong and the others suddenly felt sweaty in their hearts. If such a powerful thunder was not blocked, half of them would be seriously injured or even die directly. It turns out that just now in the sea of fire, facing the surrounding flames and the thunder in the sky, Cyborg Kong and others had planned to use their armed domineering force to resist the flames and escape from the sea of fire. Although they would pay a certain price, it was their only chance. Way. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the barrier fruit user rushed into the sea of fire with a barrier, and held up the barrier for everyone at the critical moment, resisting the sea of fire and the falling unicorn. Another barrier. Looking at the barrier erected, Wang Han sneered disdainfully. There are a lot of troops over there. However, Wang Han was not in a hurry to take action again, but looked at the corner of the town, where Tiger had already started his action. Then Wang Han looked in another direction, where the Tianlong people gathered and lived, and there were still a large number of soldiers and agents protecting them, even several times more than before the attack. Because they disdain to live with ordinary people. Therefore, the residence of the Tianlong people is some distance from the town. Wang Han, if you have any other means, use them all. You will definitely die here today. In the barrier, Wang Han in the sky seemed to have his attention elsewhere, and even looked at the place where the Tianlong people lived. Cyborg Kong immediately yelled at Wang Han loudly. As soon as Gang Gukong finished roaring, the barrier protecting them immediately disappeared. When the barrier disappeared, 2 flying slashes rushed from bottom to top, rushing towards Wang Han in the sky at high speed. Slow light and magnetic waves also enveloped Wang Han again. You want to drag me here? Haha! Looking at the attack from below, Wang Han sneered. The next moment, when the attack from below was about to come, Wang Han suddenly exploded into smoke and disappeared into the sky. It's not the real body. When was it? Go to the Tianlong people's residential area quickly. Seeing this scene, Cyborg Kong's expression suddenly changed. He shouted to the others and hurried towards the area where the celestial dragons lived. The direction that Wang Han was looking at just now was the residential area of the Tianlong people. This means that Wang Han may have left here to attack the Tianlong people's residential area. Tiger is heading over there, so don't get in the way. The ground in a certain street suddenly broke open, and Wang Han got out of it. He looked at Cyborg Kong and others who were rushing towards the Tianlong residential area, and smiled disdainfully. Buzzing! Like the sound of thousands of bees flapping their wings, countless drones separated from Wang Han's body and flew towards the residence of the celestial dragons like a flock of black birds, flying towards Cyborg Kong and others who rushed over. Drone swarm, hive. Behind. Hearing the sound coming from behind, Cyborg looked back and saw tens of thousands of drones flying towards them at extremely fast speeds. Yuzi, block what's behind. Seeing this, Cyborg Kong immediately gave instructions to the person next to him. These 2 people were people with magnetic abilities. Magnetic waves. After receiving the order, the user with the magnetic fruit ability immediately stopped and pressed his hands on the ground. Through the conduction of the earth, a strong magnetic force was generated on the ground in front, attracting the flying drones. Suddenly one drone after another fell to the ground. Puff! However, before the magnetic fruit user could be happy about stopping the drone, a sharp spear suddenly thrust out from the ground and pierced the magnetic fruit user's body. Underground. Looking at the sea stone spear thrust out from the ground, the eyes of the user with the magnetic fruit ability were full of doubts. Buzzing. As the magnetic force disappeared, in the sky, the drone that had been attracted by the magnetic force and fell suddenly took off again, flying towards the residence of the Tianlong people again. Damn it, this guy actually has the ability to escape. Sensing what was happening behind him, Cyborg Kong suddenly cursed secretly. He ordered the barrier fruit user, Nag, stop him, there are things flying in the sky. Although Wang Han appeared behind him, unfortunately he was not sure whether it was Wang Han's true body. Now he could only try to be safe and protect the Tianlong people. Wang Han has a lot of abilities, but he is very powerful, but he doesn't collide with them head-on. This also makes him unable to display his strength, which is quite helpless. Yes. The barrier fruit user immediately responded when he heard the words, stopped, and propped up a huge barrier with a length and width of 200 meters in front of the drone group. But this time his barrier didn't just defend the front. It also created an all-round small barrier on itself. Boom boom boom. The next moment, countless drones hit the barrier, causing intense explosions. Each drone has an explosive power comparable to an 80mm mortar shell. After blocking it, the next step is to be careful of his sneak attack. Seeing the constant explosions on the barrier in front of him, the barrier fruit user did not dare to be careless, but carefully watched every move around him. Even the ground was covered with a barrier. Crack! However, just as he was alerting his surroundings, something he never expected happened. On the barrier in front of him, under the cover of the drone explosion, two giant ground-penetrating missiles suddenly penetrated the barrier he had held up. A huge barrier shot towards him. No! In his exclamation, two ground-penetrating missiles that penetrated the barrier once again penetrated his second small barrier. Arrived in front of him. The ground-penetrating missile here relies on fuel propulsion. It is not a high-altitude penetration type. Boom! A huge explosion rose, and the barrier fruit man was instantly torn into pieces by the explosion. Buzz buzz! Without the barrier fruit man's obstruction, the remaining drones quickly flew towards the Celestial Dragon's station again. These things have to be stopped. Cyborg Kong said. He had just seen the power of these drones. If these things were really allowed to fly to the residence of the Celestial Dragons, it would probably take more than 10 seconds to completely plow the Celestial Dragon's residence. Chapter 72. Fuzz Chop. Lanjiao. Chop randomly. Hearing Cyborg Kong's words, the swordsman and the other person immediately turned around. One person swung a huge sword energy, and the other person's feet turned into a phantom, kicking out hundreds of slashes and flying towards the drone. Buzzing. Facing the attack of the two men, the drone in the sky suddenly turned and flew higher into the sky, avoiding the two men's attacks. Continue flying towards the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Wind slash. Lanjiao, 1,000 blades. Looking at the group of drones flying higher into the sky, the two of them did not pause, and once again launched huge slashes and kicked countless slashes towards the drones that were flying higher into the sky. However, just as the two focused their attention on the drone in the sky that was constantly avoiding their attacks, no one noticed that a flash of lightning was shining in the ruins 1,000 meters away. Just as the two of them were intercepting the drones in the sky that were constantly dodging slashes, the blue electric light in the ruins suddenly burst out, and a white air column flashed from a distance and passed through the two of them instantly. Bang! Bang! Just like balloons filled with water, the two people who were penetrated by the tungsten rod exploded instantly. Deal with two more people. In the ruins, Wang Han turned the electromagnetic railgun back into his hands. Damn bastard! Seeing the two people exploded into blood mist, Cyborg Kong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The remaining people also looked extremely ugly. They were defeated one by one, but they would have to do so if it were not for the rescue of the Tianlong people. Otherwise, it would be difficult to face Wang Han. So how could they be willing to separate and give Wang Han a chance to defeat him one by one? Although Wang Han was right behind him,
none of them were sure that he was his real body or whether he had a clone. I hope the people over there can stop me. Looking at the drones flying overhead, Cyborg Kong and the others could only think helplessly, placing their hopes on the agents and troops protecting the celestial dragons. Cyborg Kong can't even deal with him. On the other side, Si Liaoxing stood on a high-rise building, looking at the steel skeletons being defeated one by one and the drones flying towards the Tianlong residential area, with a bitter taste in his mouth. Wang Han's strength far exceeded their expectations. Is it using hidden power? We must not allow the Tianlong people to suffer a large number of casualties. This villain will never be allowed to leave alive. Use it. Their existence is to deal with the current situation. As soon as the words fell, the 4-5 old stars ran towards the Tianlong people's residential area together. The phone bug signal was blocked by Wang Han's interference from the beginning. Quick, we must stop these things. We must not let these strange things fly over and injure the Tianlong people. In the residential area of the Tianlong people, they watched the swarm of drones that were about to fly. A CP officer ordered loudly. Following the order, the soldiers gathered here immediately raised their guns and kept shooting at the drones flying in the sky. Some swordsmen also continued to send flying slashes to block the drones in the sky. However, even so, a few drones still broke through their interception and headed towards the residential areas of the Tianlong people. Boom! An explosion sounded on the street, and the drone that landed exploded like a cannonball. The explosion covered a 5-meter diameter area. Soldiers on the ground immediately began to suffer casualties, and the houses of the Tianlong people also began to be damaged. Fortunately, the celestial dragons have all evacuated to the shelter of the house. Just 1 minute. When Gang Gu Kong arrived here with a few remaining people, no less than 100 explosions had occurred in the Tianlong people's residential area, and the residential area was filled with thick smoke and dust. On the street, the bodies of soldiers killed by bombings lay across the street. The wounded soldiers wailed and looked at the drones swooping down in the sky in fear. Those soldiers who could still fight did not have time to rescue their wailing companions, and were still intercepting the drones that kept flying and swooping down in the sky. Everyone's face showed an anxious expression. Stop these explosive things first, be careful of Wang Han's sneak attack. Cyborg Kong, who arrived, immediately ordered, and was the first to rush into the Tianlong people's residential area, launching his Langia towards the drones that kept flying in the sky. Upon seeing this, several other people quickly joined in, intercepting the drones that continued to fall in the sky. Fortunately, Wang Han released just 3 drones. After intercepting them for 2 or 3 minutes, the drones in the sky were finally cleared. However, Gang Gukong and others did not dare to relax at all, because they had determined that Wang Han's goal was here. Are you okay, Tianlong? The 4 old stars also came. Looking at 1/3 of the residential area that had been bombed, and the streets full of corpses and wounded, everyone looked very ugly. Hearing this, Cyborg Kong looked at the CP0 commander next to him. When the scope of the attack expanded, all the Tianlong people had hid in the underground shelter, and there were no Tianlong casualties. After hearing this, the CP0 commander immediately replied. He's hiding underground. It seems like we need to use some highly penetrating attacks. Just as the CP0 officer finished speaking, Wang Han's voice sounded around them before Cyborg Kong and the others could speak. On the ground not far away from a few people, a fallen drone suddenly transformed into Wang Han's appearance. You are indeed here. Seeing this, Cyborg Kong immediately shouted, and he quickly rushed towards Wang Han. Welcome to the next baptism. Wang Han said with a smile when he saw Cyborg Kong rushing towards him. It exploded into a cloud of smoke with a bang. It's a clone. Cyborg Kong stopped, his expression getting uglier. Wang Han's difficulty was simply beyond his imagination. Transfer the Tianlong people immediately. Commander CP0 immediately ordered. Woo 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 woo. At the same time, in the previous ruins, Katyusha launch vehicles rose from the ground of the ruins. Accompanied by the roar of rockets,
thousands of Katyusha rockets sprayed flames and flew high into the sky, flying towards the residential areas of the Tianlong people. We must stop this wave of attacks no matter what. Looking at the firelight flying in the distance, one of the 5 old stars immediately shouted an order. Combining Wang Han's previous words, he knew that this attack was definitely much more powerful than the previous strange flying objects, and it was enough to threaten the Tianlong people hiding underground. After hearing this, everyone was fully prepared, but the strong men did not dare to fly into the sky to intercept, because Wang Han's railgun was a fatal threat to them. They just kept launching attacks on the ground and intercepting rockets flying from the sky. The next moment, slashes, portable artillery, and bullets continued to fly into the sky. However, this time, the rocket was intercepted, and after exploding in the sky, the burning fuel was spilled. The sea of fire fell from the sky, also covering the rockets fired from behind. Fire began to burn in the Celestial Dragon's residential area. There were also rockets that broke through their interception and landed on the ground. What is puzzling is that although these rockets are powerful, they do not seem to be enough to blast through the ground, hurt the Tianlong people hiding deep underground, and even imprison them. No slave in the underground prison can be harmed. Chapter 73. There are actually more than one space-type fruit ability users. In the ruins, Wang Han frowned after firing Katyusha. This time it was not the previous performance, but a real frown. One of the purposes of Wang Han's attack on the Holy Land of Marie Gioia was to assist Tiger in rescuing the slaves, so as soon as Wang Han arrived at the Holy Land, he had already released a large number of reconnaissance flying insects to investigate the entire Marie Gioia. From the beginning, Wang Han knew the location of the Tianlong people's residential area, and even the distribution pattern and facilities inside. Under the constant surveillance of the reconnaissance flying insects, every move inside could not be hidden from Wang Han's eyes. The reason why he did not attack the Tianlong people's residential area from the beginning was not only to attract enemies and avoid accidentally injuring slaves, but also because Wang Han had his own considerations. And right now, in the underground shelter of the Celestial Dragons, 2 people with space-based devil fruit abilities are quietly killing the Celestial Dragons who are wearing bubble hoods and dressed like astronauts. They were transferred to a place that even Wang Han didn't know. Things are now somewhat beyond Wang Han's control. What was beyond his control was not that these Tianlong people escaped. Wang Han didn't care at all about the Tianlong people's escape. Even if these Tianlong people didn't escape, Wang Han would deliberately let them go. Otherwise, not only were Katyushas used, but also ground-penetrating missiles. Because now is not the time to kill all the Celestial Dragons and break out into war with the world government. Although I feel unhappy with this world government, the stability of the world still needs them to maintain. The Celestial Dragons, the stone that weighs on the heads of all living beings, are still it cannot be pushed away completely, otherwise it will cause huge chaos and be detrimental to Wang Han's plan. What Wang Han really cares about now is the 2 space system fruit ability users. The abilities of the space system and the time system have always been abilities that Wang Han was somewhat afraid of. Although they would not cause capsizing in the gutter, they were still troublesome, especially under the current circumstances. The battle in the Chambord Islands was just an appetizer. The purpose of his attack on the Holy Land of Marie Gioia was to cover Tiger and rescue the slaves, but this purpose was only one of them. In fact, Wang Han's most fundamental purpose was to show more powerful force and achieve a certain degree of deterrence effect. However, everything has a degree. If the force displayed in front of the world is too strong now, it will also be detrimental to his future plans. Therefore, everything Wang Han showed in the previous battle was just what Wang Han wanted the world to see. All acting skills. But now, if the 2 space-type devil fruit ability users were transferred to the Celestial Dragons and then came back to participate in the siege against me, I might have to use more power than planned. If you want to change the world, you can't just rely on force, otherwise the end result is more likely to destroy the world or yourself. The last world was an example where he was the enemy of the whole world.
There was never a shortage of fearless rebels in the world. Wang Han didn't want everything to develop like the last world again. Wang Han's purpose is to change the world, and he does not want to end up destroying the world, because this world has its own companions, especially Gina. In just 10 seconds, Wang Han thought a lot. It seems like this game should end early. Thinking of this, Wang Han sighed softly. There are some things that you will have opportunities and time to do in the future, but not now. The time is not right, the place is not right, and the occasion is not right. 180mm mortar templates. After making the decision, Wang Han pressed his hands on the ground again. Bumps began to appear on the ground. The raised soil quickly began to shape, transforming its material, eventually forming an 80mm mortar. Dong 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 dong. The next moment, the sound of firing continued, and mortar shells were continuously fired into the sky. The attack is coming, everyone pay attention to defense. On the other side, looking at the small dots falling densely like hail in the sky, Cyborg Kong immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, intercept mortar shells falling in the sky. Others also took action, and all kinds of attacks continued to fly into the sky. This is the fruit of science and technology. This is basically a war. One person broke out a war. On the other side, Tiger had sneaked into the center of the town, looking at the town filled with ruins and burning fires, his eyes filled with shock and wonder. Wang Han actually destroyed Marie Gioia so badly by himself. At this time, in the town, as the fighting expanded, all the residents in the town had fled the town. Later, as the battlefield moved, all the agents and troops in the town also moved to support the area where the Tianlong people lived. Traveling through the town, Tiger's route was directed towards the residential area of the Celestial Dragons, but a war was still breaking out over there, and explosions were still coming from there. Tiger knew that Wang Han was still attacking there. Tiger is not surprised by the current situation. How could the Tianlong people not have the power to protect them? If they encounter an attack, the defense there will definitely be stronger to ensure the safety of these world garbage. This was something he and Wang Han had expected. Now it depends on how Wang Han will attract the defensive force there. The location returns to the living area of the Celestial Dragons. Although the defense forces here have tried their best to intercept the falling mortar shells, there are simply too many mortar shells. The constant falling mortar shells still caused considerable damage and casualties here again. Lord Wulioxing, all the heavenly dragons have been moved to safe places. Next to Wulaoxing, a man in a white suit suddenly appeared next to Wulaoxing without any warning and reported respectfully. Call. Hearing this, the 5-old star immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With murderous intent in his eyes, he immediately ordered the man in the white suit, "Stay and join us in killing Wang Han. Such a villain will never be allowed to leave alive today." Yes. After hearing this, the man in the white suit immediately responded, and his figure instantly disappeared next to Wulioxing. "Everyone, get out of here quickly, and now start to surround Wang Han, the biggest villain in the world, at all costs." After the man in the white suit left, Wulioxing immediately issued a new order loudly. Upon hearing Wulioxing's order, Cyborg Kong and the others were immediately relieved. They knew that this order meant that all the Tianlong people had moved away. What they were most worried about was that the Tianlong people would suffer too many casualties, which was why they tried their best to intercept Wang Han's attack here. Now they can finally rest assured. They don't have to worry so much about the next round of siege against Wang Han. Chapter 74. The time is just right. Observing Wulioxing leading a large number of people away from the area where the Tianlong people lived, Wang Han muttered to himself in the ruins in the center of the town. Removed mortar template. The technological weapons cancelled by Wang Han will all be transformed back into their original materials, so Wang Han is not afraid that the technology in his hands will be cracked. If he could really decipher his own weapon technology from a pile of mud or cement, then Wang Han would recognize it and even admire him. Turn into mud. On the other side, an agent looked at the mortar shell in his hand and suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that when they intercepted Wang Han's artillery shells,
they were naturally attracted by this strange-looking artillery shell. Naturally, they kept some unexploded artillery shells, they were intercepted and the firing pin did not trigger, preparing to crack this technology later. But now, the remaining mortar shells turned into balls of mud in front of their eyes, leaving no technology behind. Wang Han is in the center of the town. Everyone, move faster. We must not let him escape. A shout sounded not far away. Upon hearing the order, these agents immediately discarded the useless mortar shells in their hands and quickly headed towards the center of the town. Wang Han, today is the day you die. There was still a long way to go before Cyborg Kong's angry roar came over. In the distance, Gang Wukong led the masters from the world conquest to rush over first. Death date, Cyborg Kong, you think too highly of yourself. You may not even be sure whether I am my real body. Hearing Cyborg Kong's roar, Wang Han sneered and responded to Cyborg Kong equally loudly. Hearing this, Cyborg Kong, who rushed over, immediately clenched his fists, filled with anger. Unfortunately, Wang Han was right. He was not even sure whether Wang Han was his true form. It was not easy to catch or kill Wang Han. The faces and expressions of the others suddenly changed. Although they were very angry at Wang Han, if the Wang Han in front of them was not his real body, then their sacrifice to kill a clone would not make much sense. Humph, even if he is not his true form must not be too far away from here. Seeing the changes in the faces of his agents and soldiers, one of the 5 old stars immediately said coldly. Hearing this, the soldiers and agents suddenly brightened up. Yes, even if Wang Han has the ability to clone himself, this ability is not limited by distance at all, otherwise Wang Han's ability would be too incredible. Soon, Si Liaoxing and Gang Wukong came to Wang Han. Looking at Wang Han waiting here, they stopped at a distance of 30 meters. Wang Han's previous words still had an impact on them. They were really not sure whether the Wang Han in front of them was the real Wang Han. Naturally, I don't dare to be reckless. You seem to be scared. I thought you were going to use your fists and weapons to speak as soon as you came here. Looking at Cyborg Kong and others who stopped, Wang Han mocked. Justice will not be afraid of criminals. Crime will eventually be overwhelmed by justice. Cyborg Kong said. Really? How can you be sure that your justice is really justice? You who label yourself as justice can really defeat me? It just so happens that I am also very confident in myself. Hearing this, Wang Han sneered. Said. He looked very confident. Wang Han, it's still too late for you to be captured now. One of the 5 old stars said. Capture him without mercy, and then wait for your public execution. Wang Han sneered, dismissing Wu Liaoxing's words. There is no need for a public execution, because you are going to die now. Wu Liaoxing said with a sneer. Pfft. The next moment, without warning, Wang Han's right chest was penetrated from behind by a big black hand, and in the palm of the big hand was a piece of instrument shining with red light. Behind Wang Han was a tall man in a white suit. This man was the Space Devil Fruit user who reported to the 5 old stars in the Tianlong residential area. It hasn't disappeared, it's the real body. Seeing this, Gang Gukong and others all looked happy. Without any further hesitation, Gang Gukong and others immediately rushed towards Wang Han. They must not give Wang Han any more opportunities. Wang Han's clone will turn into smoke when hit. This is the information collected in the previous battle, but now, Wang Han has not turned into smoke and disappeared. Although what was captured was not a heart but an instrument, this did not corroborate the information that Wang Han used the fruits of science and technology to transform himself into a machine and obtain immortality. Space-type Devil Fruit ability. Looking at the big hand that penetrated his chest, Wang Han's hands grabbed Kavasi's hand, without paying attention to the rushing Cyborg Kong and others. Wang Han's head felt weird. He turned 180 degrees and looked carefully at the tall man in a white suit behind him. Remember, the one who killed you is me, Kavasi, the user with the teleportation fruit ability. Looking at Wang Han whose head turned strangely, the man in the white suit was not afraid at all. He looked at Wang Han with a deadly look and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand that penetrated Wang Han's chest was used immediately, crushing the instrument in his hand to burst. Hey, you pretended to be pretty good. But you grabbed the wrong thing. And I've been waiting for you to show up. Looking at the cold-looking Kawasai in front of him, Wang Han sneered and said. At the same time as he finished speaking, Wang Han's abdomen suddenly opened, and a battery was exposed, shining with a rapid red light. The liquid metal on Wang Han's body also began to wrap around Kawasai's hand, and grabbed at Kawasai's body. Kawasai's eyes showed horror. No, I've fallen into a trap. Cyborg Kong and others who had just rushed in front looked at the red light of the battery that popped out of Wang Han's abdomen, and they all showed fear. A huge sense of crisis swept through their brains, a strong death crisis. Not daring to hesitate at all, Cyborg waited for the masters to immediately use their own methods, just to save their lives. Boom boom. The next moment, a horrific explosion swept through all directions with Wang Han as the center. Starting from the center of Marie Gioia's town, a huge mushroom cloud rose in Marie Gioia, reaching 1,000 meters into the sky. The scorching firelight shone on the earth like a small sun, burning everything on the ground. The surrounding agents and soldiers were instantly carbonized and even turned into fly ash under the hot light. Woohoo! Terrifying shock waves swept across, and the powerful hurricane screamed, blowing down all buildings within a kilometer radius. This? How could there be such a horrific attack? At this time, Tiger, who had already sneaked into the Tianlong residential area, looked at the huge mushroom cloud rising in the distance, felt the instant heat on his skin, and hid in the underground passage that had just been opened in a panic, his heart filled with incredible shock. Chapter 75. What kind of attack could cause such havoc? When the storm of the explosion subsided, Tiger stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his heart shocked. After the explosion, what appeared in front of him was a completely charred wasteland world. All the houses and buildings were flattened by the shock wave of the explosion, and the trees were blown away. The entire Holy Land of Marie Gioia, except for the World Government Headquarters building, was still trembling. Of the buildings barely stood, while the rest of the buildings were all in ruins. Even the corpses on the ground were charred under the bright light of the explosion. Don't be stunned, hurry up and rescue the slave. A voice woke up the stunned Tiger. Hearing the sound, Tiger was suddenly startled. He immediately turned around and looked behind him, and assumed an attacking posture. However, he saw that Wang Han was already standing behind him. Seeing Wang Han, Tiger immediately dropped his guard and said in surprise, Wang Han, you. I'm just a clone, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and rescue all the people. The explosion just now can't wipe out all the enemies. The rest are just troublesome guys. I will stop the enemies, but not for long, we don't have much time left. Wang Han's clone directly interrupted Tiger's words and urged. Okay. After hearing this, Tiger also knew that now was not the time to ask these questions and quickly started to take action. The clones of Tiger and Wang Han found the entrance to the underground prison of the Celestial Dragons, moved the ruins above and entered it. There are prisons inside. None of the prisons here are guarded now. The guards inside must have gone to support after being attacked. Seeing the clones of Tiger and Wang Han coming in, the slaves in the prison just looked at the two people numbly. You are free, we are here to rescue you. Looking at these slaves, Tiger said loudly, and immediately broke the wooden door of one of the cells. After hearing Tiger's words and seeing Tiger's behavior, the eyes of the slaves inside also lit up with hope. The process of freeing the slaves was undoubtedly smooth. After Wang Han's successive attacks and bombings, there were no enemies here. Although the residential buildings of the Tianlong people were destroyed, causing the entrances to some dungeons to be blocked, it was only a small trouble and the only trouble now. The slaves were all imprisoned in dungeons, and there were no casualties. It's our first time meeting you.
I've been very curious about you for a long time. Today is a real person. Walking into the dim hall from the gate, looking at the people sitting on the throne of the hall, Wang Han said with a smile. I'm also very curious about you, a guest from an alien planet. After hearing this, who was sitting high on the throne, said. With your ability, it doesn't take so much trouble to deal with those ignorant people. It's just playing house. Wang Han said nonchalantly, it's you, I thought I could see you outside at first. After all, the fighting outside was so bad, I thought you would come forward, but you are very calm. Have you been sitting here for a long time, are you unable to move like a mountain? There is no need to escalate this battle. The eagle-eyed man on the high platform said seriously, we didn't need to fight to the death before. This is just a colony, there is no need to explode for this small planet. A war on a large scale. I would rather we be friends. Oh. If that's the case, then why don't you stop those people outside? Do you want to watch them die? Wang Han said with a smile. Didn't you kill them too? Since you didn't kill them, then they should learn a lesson and know how to respect the strong. Said calmly on the throne, without any emotion in his tone. Then what if I kill them? Wang Han said with a smile, a strong murderous aura emerged from Wang Han's body. That's their own fault. They should treat the strong with respect. Said again, his voice still not wavering at all. In the final analysis, the lives of those ants are not worth mentioning. In that case, why didn't you stop them in the first place? To put it bluntly, it was because you didn't want to save them. Or you think they are not useful? Wang Han sneered. He said sarcastically, but he also took back his murderous aura. Looking at the silent Yi Mu, Wang Han sneered. Now that I have confidence in my heart, I no longer have the interest to continue mocking. He said directly, since you know that I am an outsider, there is no need to make any detours in our conversation. I came here to play, to hide my identity. But now I am not having a good time, you annoying bug. Too many. As for the reason for coming here today, I am not very satisfied with the photos on the wanted poster, so I specially sent a few selfies here today. I hope you won't mind helping me solve these two problems. It's just a small matter, I just give you an order. Said. It seemed like it was a trivial matter. Then I won't disturb you. After hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, dropped the thick stack of photos in his hand, turned around and walked out of the dim hall. Watching Wang Han leave, I'm still expressionless. Bagayu Road. It wasn't until Wang Han completely left the palace that M's mood finally began to fluctuate. Unfortunately, in the middle of the battle, 2 star destroyers, the kind in Star Wars, suddenly appeared next to the moon, making him afraid to act rashly now. Wang Han was threatening him. Crash! At the center of the explosion, which was almost flattened, a piece of charred ground was suddenly pushed away. More than 10 people walked to the surface from the underground passage. Marie Gioia, actually. Looking at the flattened city on the ground, Cyborg Kong was stunned. This is Marie Gioia, the center of the entire world. Why is it like this? Looking around, except for the world government headquarters that was still standing tremblingly, the entire Marie Gioia had been flattened by the explosion. Just now, if the channel fruit ability user hadn't opened an underground passage, even they might not have survived. A more chaotic era is coming soon. One of the 5 old stars said. This is no longer a slap in the face of the world government, but a complete trampling of the majesty of the world government. This matter cannot be concealed, and I am afraid that soon, the whole world will know about Marie Gioia's removal. The consequence of the serious reduction of the majesty of the world government is that a more chaotic era is about to come. Now we must come up with a way to contain the coming era of chaos as much as possible. Another 5 old stars said. Is that villain dead? He is our biggest threat. The third 5 old star said through gritted teeth. Wang Han, who caused all this, is the biggest threat in the coming era of chaos. After hearing this, Everyone else fell silent, and no one was sure whether Wang Han was dead. Pulu Pulu. At this moment, the phone bug on one of the 5 old stars rang. The communication blocked by Wang Han was restored. I am the 5th old star. There is no need to pursue that man and the escaped slaves. Come and see me immediately. Im's voice rang through the phone bug. Chapter 76. Marie Gioia was moved flat. The slaves who came out of the dungeon looked at everything around them that had been leveled, and looked at the nightmarish Marie Gioia in the distance becoming a flat ruin, and every one of them couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, the shadow that had been covering their hearts was lifted. Don't be dazed. The enemy's masters have not been eliminated, and enemy reinforcements will come soon. My boss is trying his best to hold them back for everyone. He doesn't give us much time to escape. Everyone first rescue the others and let's get out of here as soon as possible. Looking at the stunned slaves, Tiger immediately said loudly, instructing the slaves to free other slaves. At some point, he also called Wang Han boss. Beneath the Red Earth continent, the town below the Holy Land Marie Gioia. At this time, the town was filled with billowing smoke, and there was no one in the city. Under the Yamato's bombardment, everyone who could escape here had already escaped, and those who persisted in resisting were killed by the Yamato's bombardment. As for support, after Wang Han blocked the phone bug signal, there was no support at all, and now, Marie Gioia no longer had the strength to provide support. On the coast, the battleship Yamato, which had received Wang Han's signal, had docked. The huge warship docked at the port, like a creeping ferocious beast. Finally escaped. Everyone hurry up and get on the boat. After passing through the deserted town and looking at the Yamato docked at the port, Tiger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shouting loudly to the rescued slaves behind him, he organized and began to board the ship. There were more than 5,000 slaves rescued, and it took more than 20 minutes to get them all aboard the Yamato. For a time, even a huge battleship like the Yamato seemed crowded, and even the main gun turret was full of people. After boarding the Yamato, the rescued slaves burst into tears again. Until this moment, they were truly free. Call out! After all the slaves boarded the ship, the alien fighter plane transformed into Wang Han also flew down from the Red Earth continent. When it was still 20 meters away from the deck, the fighter plane's body deformed and finally transformed into Wang Han's appearance again. It landed firmly on the deck. Brother Wang, you are back. Big brother. Head. Seeing Wang Han return, Dina, Tiger, and the people on the original battleship ran towards Wang Han. Everyone looked at Wang Han worriedly, scanning Wang Han's body to see if Wang Han was injured. Even if they did not participate in the battle on the Holy Land, they all knew that Wang Han must have fought very dangerously. After all, that is the Holy Land Marie Gioia, the headquarters of the world government, and the residence of the celestial dragons. I don't know how many high-end combat forces in the world are gathered there. The rescued slaves also looked at Wang Han with wide eyes, especially after hearing Tiger call Wang Han big brother and knowing that Wang Han was the hero who dragged the world government experts to cover them alone. One of them looked at Wang Han gratefully. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. I just need to take a rest. Facing everyone's concerned eyes, Wang Han said with a smile. Then he shouted loudly, let's set sail. Woohoo! Following Wang Han's shout, the battleship suddenly sounded a loud whistle. The huge battleship began to push slowly and left the port. The wanted warrant for him will cease from now on, and all wanted warrants for him and his companions will be withdrawn. As for his killing of the celestial dragon in the Chambord Islands, no matter what the reason was, that celestial dragon had been expelled from the Holy Land before he was killed by Wang Han and was no longer a celestial dragon. In the end, he was not satisfied with the photo on the wanted poster. This is the photo he sent. About the attack on the Holy Land, you should think of a good way to explain it to the people. In the dim hall, 4-5 old stars were half kneeling under the throne, and a plain voice without waves from the ancient wells came out from the throne high in the hall. Yes. We get it. We'll give you a perfect explanation.
The 4-5 old stars were half kneeling, quietly listening to Im's instructions on the throne. Although the 4 people had countless doubts and unwillingness in their hearts, they did not dare to say a word that they should not say at this time. They just responded to Im's instructions immediately when they needed to speak out. Looking at the stack of photos that Yi Mu left behind, they knew that Wang Han had already come to see Yi Mu, even before they knew it. It seems that there was no fighting between the two parties, and there was a conversation between the two parties. Immediately, the 4 of them secretly guessed the meaning and attitude of Im's words. Although I don't know what Wang Han and Yi Mu talked about. However, it seems that Yi Mu does not want to provoke Wang Han and intends to settle the matter. The result of this speculation also made the 4 people feel frightened. A ridiculous idea arose in the minds of the 4 of them. Could it be that Wang Han has strength comparable to Yi Mu, or maybe there is something that makes I'm afraid? What? Cancel the wanted order against Wang Han. Marine Fando, after hearing the words coming from the phone bug, Sengoku suddenly asked in disbelief. Wang Han killed the Tianlong people, and also seriously injured 2 navy admirals at the same time, causing a huge disaster. Under the influence of the situation, even if Wang Han was right, he was wrong. He really couldn't understand why under such circumstances, Wu Lioxing would cancel the wanted order for Wang Han. Wouldn't this be detrimental to the face of the world government and the navy, and the face of the Tianlong people? The celestial dragon that Wang Han killed had been expelled for something long before he was killed by Wang Han. We also issued a wanted order for that celestial dragon, so that person is no longer a celestial dragon, but criminal. As a bounty hunter, Wang Han has no problem killing him. As for the subsequent battle, it was a battle that broke out because of the misunderstanding that occurred earlier, and it was also a misunderstanding. We have withdrawn the wanted order, including all persons related to him. Now we are just informing you to stop the pursuit of Wang Han and his accomplices. Wu Lioxing's plain voice came out from the phone, as if what he said was just a trivial matter. Not to mention that Wang Han just killed an ordinary Tianlong before, injured 2 naval admirals, and killed some marines. Now Wang Han has attacked Marie Gioia and almost destroyed Marie Gioia, but under the order, no matter how great evil Wang Han did, it was not wrong. The fault was those who fought against Wang Han. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Warring States responded. I felt a little unwilling in my heart. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. How did Wang Han get Wu Laoxing to cancel the reward for him and his companions? In his opinion, this seemed like an impossible thing, which was unbelievable. Sengoku, he is a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and he cannot be a criminal. Speaking of this, Wu Lioxing's voice suddenly became serious on the phone, revealing a different meaning. Yes, I understand. Warring States responded. From Wu Lioxing's last words, Warring States heard a different meaning. Wang Han might be holding something in his hand that would make the 5 old stars afraid. Chapter 77. It is not something we want to see if he is wanted. Now it might be better for us to cancel the wanted order for him. He is a bounty hunter, and a very powerful bounty hunter. Maybe he will help us reduce a lot of pressure, and all we have to pay is some money. And Wang Han is a bounty hunter, so he will definitely lead more bounty hunters. Seeing Sengoku hang up the phone, he immediately said to Sengoku. Ha ha ha, I think so. I feel that Wang Han is a very good person, and he also ran an orphanage and rescued many orphans. He is a man with justice in his heart. Warring States, didn't you think so before? Do you want Wang Han to join the navy? Now there is a chance. Garp also said while licking his nostrils. He still had a very good impression of Wang Han, even though Wang Han had injured him seriously. But that was what he asked for. During the battle, Wang Han warned him many times. Hearing this, Sengoku ignored Garp at all. He asked, what do you think Wang Han's trump card will be? Will it be an ancient weapon? Let Wang Han join the navy. He had really thought about it before, and he really wanted Wang Han to join the navy. He even sent generals and general staff to invite Wang Han. But before that time, now Wang Han held in his hands something that even the 5 old stars were afraid of. As a trump card, it is no longer appropriate to invite Wang Han to join the navy. Moreover, Wang Han also holds something extremely dangerous in his hands. He rolled his eyes at Garp. Said, the possibility is very high. Wang Han should know the history of 800 years ago. It is not impossible to know the whereabouts of ancient weapons. After all, it is not easy to make those 5 old men compromise. What's more, it is such a shame. It's impossible without enough threats. Hearing this, warring states stopped talking. Crane also fell silent. A sufficient threat, what is a sufficient threat, is to be able to threaten the world government. Looking at the 2 people in silence, Garp slapped his head and quietly grabbed a bag of donuts. Pulu Pulu. In the quiet marshal's office, the phone rang again. I'm warring states, what's the matter? After glancing at his 2 old friends, warring states put the phone call through. Marshal of the warring states. What's wrong? The most ferocious villain, Wang Han, attacked the Holy Land of Marie Gioia. Now the entire Holy Land of Marie Gioia has become a ruin. Marie Gioia's soldiers and civilians suffered heavy casualties, and all the slaves of the Tianlong people were also killed. Let go. An anxious voice rang on the phone. What? When did it happen? How is the situation of the Tianlong people? Hearing this, warring states exclaimed and asked quickly. Garp and he also had their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. They heard something, and Wang Han attacked Marie Gioia, not only freeing all the celestial dragon slaves, but also causing huge casualties and destruction. Half a day ago, all the Tianlong people moved away in the middle of the battle, and there were no casualties. However, the entire Marie Gioia was flattened by the explosion. The town below Marie Gioia was also bombarded by the Yamato battleship, and most of it was destroyed. Buildings. The specific casualties are still being counted. It is estimated that at least more than 2 people will die in this attack. An urgent voice came from the phone worm, and the anxious look on the other side was also imitated by the phone worm in a subtle way. Why are you reporting now? Warring states asked. Garp and Hea both looked at the anxious-looking phone bug quietly. Before, the signal of the phone bug was blocked before, and all the phone bugs were blocked. The voice in the phone bug said helplessly. He wanted to report it as soon as possible. But the phone bug couldn't get through at all. After a moment of silence, warring states said to the phone bug, please tell me the detailed process in detail. Is there anything special? Yes, I don't know the specific battle situation. Not long after the battle started, I was responsible for covering the retreat of the residents of Marie Gioia. The situation of the subsequent battle is not clear. I only know that the people involved in the subsequent battle except Kong the commander-in-chief and a few dozen people, the rest are dead. After hearing this, the person on the other side of the phone immediately said, and reported what he knew about the battle to warring states. It's a pity that he knew too little. He didn't even witness the battle between Wang Han and the strong man. He only knew that Wang Han attacked Marie Gioia and the general process of the early stage of the battle. I understand. After listening to the report from the other side of the phone, Zhang Guo said briefly and hung up the phone directly. Sengoku was not surprised that the person who reported the report didn't know much. After all, a battle of that level is no longer something that such a small character can participate in, and the subsequent battle information is not something that such a small character is qualified to know. How should we treat Wang Han next? Seeing Sengoku hang up the phone, he said, his face full of seriousness. Even Garp put down the donut in his hand and looked at Sengoku with a serious face. Wuliaxing's call came 5 minutes ago, and Wang Han's attack on the Holy Land Marie Gioia happened half a day ago. What does this mean? It not only shows that Wang Han's own combat power is more powerful than they imagined, but also shows that the trump card in Wang Han's hand is not only to the extent that the 5 old stars are afraid, but also afraid. Wang Han's trump card poses a much greater threat to the world government than they imagined,
and is a trump card that can break world peace. The most important thing at the moment is to notify all navies of the cancellation of Wang Han's wanted order to avoid unnecessary casualties and conflicts. Warring states said. He rubbed his head. On the other side, an uninhabited island. In a secret underground base, a nurse carefully bandaged the wound of a man in a white suit who had lost an arm. This man in a white suit was the space ability user who sneak attacked Wang Han from behind in Marie Gioia. When the final explosion occurred, his arm was wrapped in liquid metal from Wang Han. As a last resort, he had no choice but to cut off his arm and teleport away. Escaped here, CP1's secret training base. Sir, it has been bandaged. After tightening the bandage, the young nurse breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Thank you for your hard work, you can go out now." Hearing this, the man in the white suit immediately ordered, "Yes." After hearing this, the young nurse immediately responded, walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. Crack! Puff! Just as the sound of closing the door sounded, a sea stone dagger stabbed into the back of the man in a white suit. At the same time, a hand covered the man's mouth. "You attacked me from behind, and you thought you could run away with your limbs broken. This is called courtesy. You are not the only one who has the ability to teleport in space. And your abilities are a bit troublesome to me." Wang Han's voice came from behind. The man in the white suit's eyes widened. The power in his body was rapidly draining away, and his devil fruit abilities were completely unable to be used. On his neck, a black flying thunder god rune was gradually fading. After absorbing the teleportation fruit from the man in the white suit and putting it away, Wang Han and the body of the man in the white suit disappeared silently into the room without disturbing anyone. Chapter 78. Brother, we are pirates now, and we need to design a pirate flag of our own. On the sailing Yamato, Wang Han just came out of the cabin. Tiger, who was waiting outside the cabin, immediately said to Wang Han with excitement on his face. Not only him, but also Gina was waiting outside the cabin at this time. It turned out that Tiger wandered around the ship but couldn't find Wang Han's pirate flag. After asking other people on the ship, they didn't see the pirate flag. It wasn't until Tiger asked Gina that he found out that Wang Han had been killed. He has never flown the pirate flag since he was wanted. Wang Han was a bounty hunter before, so naturally he didn't have a pirate flag. Pirate flag, what did you design this thing for? Wang Han asked doubtfully after hearing this. Boss, we are pirates now, and we are big pirates. Of course we must have a flag to show our identity. After hearing this, Tiger immediately said, "A flag to show your identity, this seems to be of some use." After hearing this, Wang Han thought for a second, nodded and said, "Then just design one." "Okay, I'm going to get the paint and cloth needed to make the pirate flag now." After hearing this, Tiger said immediately. He was also extremely excited to be able to personally participate in the design of the pirate flag of Wang Han's pirate group. Because this is an honor, no matter how far this ship can sail in the future, he will be proud of it. "Wait, Tiger, who said I was going to design a pirate flag?" Wang Han quickly stopped Tiger. "Ah!" Being stopped by Wang Han, Tiger immediately looked at Wang Han with doubts on his face. Even Gina looked at Wang Han doubtfully. "I want to design a flag, but not a pirate flag," Wang Han said with a smile. "It's not a pirate flag, but aren't we pirates?" Tiger suddenly became more confused. "Ha ha ha, that's really unfortunate. Our pirate journey may only last a few days." Wang Han said with a smile, "I just received information that the world government's bounty on us has been cancelled. All the people on the ship are the bounties on people were all cancelled, and it was also emphasized that we are bounty hunters, not pirates. Even the slaves who were liberated on the ship are now truly free people, and their free status has been recognized." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tiger's eyes were filled with disbelief, and even Gina was stunned. What did Wang Han do? Wang Han killed the celestial dragons, crippled 2 navy admirals, and even attacked Marie Gioia,
causing huge casualties and destruction. Basically, he swept the majesty and face of the world government to the ground and stamped it dozens of times. Moreover, these things could not be hidden at all. But now he heard something. The world government not only cancelled the ban on Wang Han wanted, and also recognized the identities of all slaves and freedmen they rescued. Brother, could it be a trap? Tiger asked worriedly. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think that the world government would do such a shameful thing. This was like being slapped on the left and right by Wang Han, and now he was slapping himself in the face. Even though he was a rough man, he felt that this was a trap. We'll find out when the newspaper birds fly over. This is a good thing. Wang Han said with a smile. The flag still needs to be designed, but what we need to design is a flag that belongs to us, not a pirate flag. After all, we are now not a celebrity anymore. With a fixed flag, we can also use this flag to protect more people. Brother, this must be a trap. The things we did are simply unforgivable to the world government. Hearing this, Tiger felt happy at first, but he immediately recovered and insisted. He felt that Wang Han was simply holding on to illusions. It was really impossible for such a ridiculous thing to happen. He even forgot about designing the flag. For them, under the overall situation, nothing is unforgivable. Being able to avoid being wanted is worth trying. There are many benefits. If we are really cancelled, then with our name, it can completely protect Fishman Island. And even if this is really a trap, just deal with it. Wang Han said with a smile, his face still full of confidence. How to try? Tiger asked. If they can really avoid being wanted, it will be of great benefit to them. Back on the deck, Tiger immediately stared at the sky, eager for a news bird to fly in soon. Tiger, when news bird comes, remember to buy all the newspapers. Wang Han said to Gu Taij. Then he took Gina to the command tower and observed the rescued slaves in the command tower. Because there are too many people, most of them are now in the cabin of the battleship. Otherwise, if everyone comes out, the battleship will be too crowded. Of course, some of them were too tall and could only stay on the deck. The interior of the battleship is designed according to the body shape of ordinary people. Their body types cannot enter the cabin at all. Fortunately, there are not many people of this type who are too tall to enter the cabin, only less than 50 people. Most of these slaves are ordinary humans, and there are a few strong men and people from other races, including the long-handed tribe, the fur tribe, the fishmen, the mermaids, the giant tribe, and even a rare demon. The three sisters Jinbei, Along, and Hancock in the future are also among them. Hancock is only about 16 or 17 years old at this time, and the three sisters have already eaten their own devil fruits. Regarding the characters in the plot, Wang Han did not contact them specifically, but just stood and observed them from a distance. In Wang Han's eyes, there was nothing special about these people. To Wang Han, these plot characters were only slightly some familiar strangers, plus some curiosity about them. While Wang Han was observing the people on the deck, the slaves who found Wang Han on the deck were also looking at Wang Han in the control tower. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude, even Along was no exception. Standing next to Wang Han, Dina was also curiously observing the people on the deck. Brother, the news is really published in the newspaper. Tiger hurriedly ran into the control tower holding a thick stack of newspapers. Before anyone arrived, the voice could already be heard in the distance. Tiger's behavior immediately attracted the attention of many people, and everyone was curious about what Tiger saw in the newspaper. At the same time, everyone began to worry, wondering if the Navy was coming to hunt them down. Wang Han took the newspaper brought by Tiger and browsed it casually. The content was similar to what his spy robot reported back. The bounties for himself and others were cancelled, and their status as bounty hunters was restored. The world government even publicly clarified the misunderstanding between the two parties in the newspaper, and publicly apologized to Wang Han. He also expressed the hope that the two sides would not continue to cooperate because of this misunderstanding. The world government pulled a thin fig leaf.
All the faults for the Chambord Island incident were placed on the celestial dragon who was killed by him, while the Marie Gioia incident was reported as an experimental accident that caused an explosion. After the accident, the world government evacuated the residents in time. Only a dozen people in Miu Miu died and less than 100 people were injured. As for the liberated slaves, it was said to be the condition of a deal between Wang Han and the world government. The world government freed the slaves, recognized their status as free people, and would not hunt them down. The deal was made by Wang Han. The advanced technology in his hands also gave Wang Han a good reputation. Of course, such news will only deceive ordinary people. Smart people have smelled something different from it, and some forces have even gotten the real news. After all, the world government also wants to save face. Tiger, tell everyone this good news and give the newspaper to everyone so that everyone can be happy together. They need this news. Tell everyone that we will have a grand banquet together in the evening. After browsing the newspaper, Wang Han laughed. He said to Tiger. Okay, big brother. Hearing this, Tiger said happily. Although I still suspect that this is a trap, the contents published in the newspaper are not all nonsense. At least the fact that the rescued slaves have regained their freedom will not change. As long as these slaves leave early, they will be safe. The world government will not slap itself in the face like this, and if it wants to target them, it will only target them secretly. This is something that deserves to be celebrated. Chapter 79. Kulala. This Wang Han is really an amazing person. He has done things that many people dare not do. I really want to meet this man. New World, on the Moby Dick. After reading the newspaper in his hand, Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily. He said with approval and expectation. Dad, could this be a trap? Marco said. I don't think the world government will compromise with Wang Han. The things Wang Han did made the world government lose face. Kulala. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed again. Said, Marco, if the world government still has some way, why would they publish such a newspaper? They could have said it differently, but they didn't. In addition to his strong strength, Wang Han must have something that makes them very afraid. Leave them no choice but to appease. Dad, now that he has become a bounty hunter, wouldn't that be detrimental to us? Diamond Jose said. Wang Han is a bounty hunter, so he wants to continue hunting pirates. Kulala. Whitebeard smiled. I'm Whitebeard. If he comes, let him come. I also want to see how strong he is and how dare he fight Marigio. Wang Han actually did another big thing quietly. On the Redfirth, Shanks read the newspaper in his hand and immediately put his forehead on his forehead and smiled bitterly. After learning that Wang Han was going to the Great Channel to show his force, he was worried that Wang Han would cause a big incident that would disrupt the balance of the sea, and deliberately stayed on Xiangbo Island for a while. As a result, Wang Han killed the Tianlong people and defeated two. He didn't even have time to stop the two admirals from joining forces, and he didn't even see Wang Han. I thought that the matter was over like this, but unexpectedly, when everyone thought that Wang Han was planning to enter the New World or be silent for a period of time, Wang Han actually avoided everyone's eyes, and in a situation that no one expected, next time he did something even more sensational. Wang Han trampled on the world government this time. This era is going to be exciting. What follows must be an era of greater chaos. Ben Beckman said from the side. That's a headache for the world government and the navy. We just need to defend our territory. Shanks said with a smile, young men, let's have a banquet to celebrate the loss of the world government, this time a big face. This guy. Looking at Shanks, who looked heartless again, Ben Beckman shook his head. The worry in Shanks' eyes couldn't be hidden from him. On the nameless island at night, clusters of cattail fires burned high, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Everyone sang and danced around the fire, or blew about their past, recalling the taste of freedom. Wang Han's crew and the freed slaves sat around Pu Huo, loudly telling the freed slaves about the outside world and Wang Han's past achievements. Whenever something exciting is mentioned,
it always arouses exclamations and envy. The children surrounded Gina and Perona, pestering them to tell them about Wang Han's past deeds, with exclamations and words of envy and yearning coming out of their mouths. The adults around looked at these noisy children and laughed from the bottom of their hearts. There are also many people who have yearning in their eyes, yearning to become a strong man like Wang Han, yearning to become Wang Han's companion. Tiger, are you still worried? On the beach a little away from the Puhuo party, Wang Han came from behind Tiger, sat next to Tiger, and asked with a smile. I always feel that this is a trap, but I have no thoughts at all. After hearing this, Tiger nodded and said when he saw it was Wang Han. When the world government publishes such a newspaper, I always feel uneasy. That is the world government. Haha. Wang Han laughed loudly after hearing this. Said, your worries are unnecessary, Tiger, because they have a reason to have to do this. Why do you have to do this? Hearing this, Tiger looked at Wang Han. Yes, I have to do this. Wang Han looked at the moon reflected on the sea and said with a smile, as long as we don't touch their most fundamental things, at least within 10 years, they will not be with me. Even those who are quarrelsome don't dare to quarrel with me, so your worries now are unnecessary. Can you tell me why? Hearing this, Tiger looked at Wang Han seriously and his tone was extremely solemn. I have something in my hands that threatens them, so they have to compromise, let alone break up with me. On the contrary, they have to stabilize me, otherwise they cannot afford the consequences of death and destruction. Wang Han looking at the bright moon reflected in the sea water, he said with a smile, at least for 10 years, there is no need to worry that the world government will take action against us. As for some small tricks in the dark, they will not threaten us at all. Is it an ancient weapon? Tiger asked. Reminds me of the horrific explosion that destroyed the Holy Land of Marie Gioia. No. There are some things I can't tell you now. Wang Han shook his head and did not continue. Hearing this, Tiger did not continue to ask. At least, he already knew that this was not a trap, and that was enough. Brother, what are you going to do with the liberated slaves? Tiger asked. Those who want to leave, send them to Marineland and let the Navy send them home. Those who want to stay, I will also accept them. Wang Han said with a smile. Go to Marineland? Let the Navy send them home. Hearing this, Tiger looked at Wang Han with wide eyes. I don't understand why Wang Han did what he did. Isn't the Navy a lackey of the world government? Will it really send these slaves home? Would the newly freed slaves trust the Navy, and will the Navy agree? This is the best result. I decided after thinking about it for a long time. Wang Han said with a smile and simply lay down on the beach. There are still many righteous people in the Navy. In other words, most of them are righteous people. Otherwise, they would not have become the dangerous profession of the Navy. To become the lackeys of the Tianlong people, they are more likely to be forced to do nothing. After all, they are just subordinate agencies of the world government. Most of these rescued people no longer trust the Navy, but the Navy is indispensable to maintaining justice at sea. The next era will become more chaotic, so I asked the Navy to do this, which can not only maintain and restore some of the reputation of the Navy, but also open up a brighter hole in the hearts of these rescued people. This matter, if you leave it to them, they will do their best and publicize it widely. Will the Tianlong people intervene? Tiger said. He understood what Wang Han meant. The Navy was indispensable for safeguarding justice at sea. The coming era would be chaotic. The existence and strength of the Navy was very important. Wang Han could restore the Navy's reputation by doing this. But he was still worried. After all, the Navy has nothing to do with the Tianlong people. Will it? Hearing this, Wang Han said with a smile, it is impossible to hide the fact that the Navy will send the rescued people home. On the contrary, it will be publicized. I think the world government will also prevent the Holy Land Marie Gioia things happened again. I understand. Thank you, brother. Tiger showed a relaxed smile and said to Wang Han sincerely.
Chapter 80. Everyone, I have something to announce to you today. On the beach the next day, at noon when the sun was shining high, after everyone had lunch, Wang Han took Gina to the bow of the battleship, looked at the people on the beach, and shouted loudly. The reason why the announcement was made at noon today is because Wang Han did not want to destroy the joy of these newly freed people. Hearing Wang Han's shout, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Wang Han at the bow of the battleship. No one spoke at this time, and they all waited quietly for Wang Han's announcement. Many of them already had guesses about what Wang Han was going to announce. After all, Wang Han couldn't always take them with him, and there couldn't be so many people on the ship. There had to be an arrangement for them. Whether to absorb them, arrange for them to leave, or abandon them, now is the time to announce the destiny of their new life. The first thing I want to announce. Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Han said loudly with a smile, starting from today, the Bounty Hunter Group is officially established today, the first time the Bounty Hunter Group exists. The purpose is to hunt down those bounty criminals who do all kinds of evil. After Wang Han finished speaking, Yasuo and Arthur immediately walked onto the bow from behind Wang Han and unfurled a 4-meter-long flag next to Wang Han. At the same time, a larger flag was raised on the battleship, with a red background and a majestic black dragon on it. From today on, the black dragon flag with a red background will be the symbol of the Bounty Hunter Group. Red indicates blood, and black dragon means destruction, which indicates that we will be reborn in blood, and use the posture of black dragon to destroy those pirates who have done many evil things. The flag was unfurled and raised, and Wang Han immediately announced loudly to everyone. Roar! Celebrating the birth of the bounty hunters. Upon hearing Wang Han's announcement, the beach immediately erupted with enthusiastic and excited sounds. Benefactor, please let me join you. Join the Bounty Hunter Group. Benefactor, I also want to join the Bounty Hunter Group, please accept me no matter what. Some people who had already made up their mind and were already moved immediately ran to the front of the beach and shouted loudly to Wang Han on the bow of the boat. Benefactor, let us join the Bounty Hunter Group. As these people took the lead, most people on the beach shouted, hoping to join Wang Han's banner. Quiet! Wang Han raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. As Wang Han raised his hand to signal, the beach became quiet again. If you want to join the Bounty Hunter Group, you will face battles at any time in the future, and you may die at any time. You must think carefully. Wang Han said loudly to everyone. Following Wang Han's words, some people's eyes became less firm. As long as I can follow my benefactor, I am not afraid of anything. I am not afraid of fighting, let alone death. My life was saved by my benefactor. I must follow my benefactor. I no longer have a family or a home. I have nowhere to go. I ask my benefactor to take me with him. I am willing to treat the Bounty Hunter Group as my home and dedicate everything I have. On the beach, someone shouted loudly, looking at Wang Han firmly. Following his shout, the eyes of many hesitant people suddenly became firm. The determination to join also became more determined. Now, you decide for yourself. Those who want to join us, gather on the left. Those who want to go home, gather on the right. If you want to go home, this is your freedom. I won't blame you, and you don't have to have anything. It's a psychological burden. I will find a way to send you home later, Wang Han said loudly with a smile. After hearing Wang Han's words, those people with firm eyes immediately walked to the left without any hesitation or procrastination. Brother Tiger, Jinbi. After watching Wang Han finish his words, he walked towards Tiger, Jinbi, and some fishmen on the left without hesitation. Aaron shouted, and after hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed the two of them. In fact, he wanted to suggest Tiger to form his own pirate group, a pirate group consisting only of fishmen. Although he was very grateful to Wang Han and admired Wang Han even more, his grudges and opinions towards humans still made him instinctively resist being with humans. Of course, except Wang Han, in his mind,
Wang Han was as respectable a person as Tiger. But this cannot change his inner grudges and opinions towards human beings, nor can it erase certain memories. Seeing Tiger and Jinbi's actions, most of the other fishmen hurriedly ran to the left after hesitating and followed Tiger and the others, and there was even a mermaid among them. Only a few of the 5 fishmen hesitated and walked to the right. 10 minutes later, the more than 10 people on the beach were divided into 2 groups, the left and the right. There were more than 5,000 people on the left, including Tiger, the fishman, and a dozen people from the long-handed tribe, the fur tribe, the giant tribe, and the demon. People are on the left. The remaining people are on the right, with apologies in their eyes, but they cannot leave their homes behind, let alone their relatives who are still at home waiting for them to return. They desperately want to go home and see. Seeing that everyone had made their decision, Wang Han said loudly, and at the same time, he used seawater to create a huge troop transport ship on the sea. Those who decide to join will board the battleship, and those who want to go home will board the ship next to it. Tiger, please organize everyone's order. Okay, big brother. Upon hearing this, Tiger immediately responded and led the fishmen to organize everyone to board the ship. Under Tiger's leadership of the Fishman organization, everyone got on the boat in an orderly manner. Everyone knew that from now on, their group of slaves who had regained their freedom would be separated. The future between them will be completely different. The faces of those who boarded the battleship were filled with excitement, while those who boarded the troop carrier were even more disappointed. Why don't they want to join the bounty hunter group, follow Wang Han to become famous all over the world, and take revenge on those who once persecuted them? But in addition to fame and revenge, they still have something they can't let go of, that is home and relatives. Wang Han stood at the bow of the ship, watching silently. Head, everyone has boarded the ship. Tiger came to Wang Han's side and said respectfully. The title also changed from eldest brother to head, because everyone on the ship called Wang Han that, because he had followed Wang Han. Then let's set sail. Wang Han said with a smile, in the next time, I will teach you how to use this warship. Not only sailing, but also fighting. Woohoo! Following Wang Han's words, the sound of a whistle sounded on the Yamato, and the sound of a whistle also sounded on the troop transport ship next to it. The 2 warships slowly sailed into the endless sea.